So what do you all think of this place? Lin Fan asked the crowd. Husband, this place is wonderful. The ambient heavenly chi is rich and abundant. It would be an excellent choice if we were to establish our family here. Very well. Since everyone likes it, we shall found our family here. Having made his decision, Lin Fan picked up the jade slip given by Yi Mayan and informed her that he intended to establish his family in the Wangyue mountain range. Elsewhere, Yi Mayan quickly received the message. The Wangyue mountain range HM. That truly is an excellent place. Without delay, Yi Mayan immediately relayed this news to her father. Mai and I agree to this matter. With her father's approval, Yi Mayan immediately sent a reply to Lin Fan. Young Master Lin, from now on, the entire Wangyue mountain range shall become the territory of your Lin family. Reading Yi Mayan's message, Lin Fan's lips curved into a smile. All right, the Yi family has agreed. From this day forth, the entire Wangyue mountain range is the territory of our Lin family. Hearing Lin Fan's words, everyone broke into jubilant cheers. Wonderful, our Lin family finally has a land on which to found our clan. Previously, in the 100 Nations region, they had only been using a temporary residence. But this place would henceforth become the true ancestral land of the Lin family. After making the decision, Lin Fan began to busy himself. He first arranged formations atop the tallest peak. This would be the location of the main peak in the future. Moreover, this main peak was anything but small, occupying tens of millions of square kilometers. Most importantly, the lower grade Saint Trank spiritual vein lay directly beneath this mountain. Fortunately, this place had previously been under the control of the Yi family. Otherwise, even if no other forces had seized it, powerful demonic beasts would have claimed it as their domain. Although demonic beasts still roamed the Wangyue mountain range, their levels were not high and did not exceed the 6th rank. 6th rank demonic beasts were merely equivalent to the divine ability realm, something Lin Fan could easily deal with. After finishing the formations, Lin Fan summoned several 100,000 people out of the Xinxiao world. Since the family's residence had been chosen, construction naturally had to begin. Long beforehand, Lin Fan had already set people to preparing for this. At this time, many palaces had already been assembled within the Xinxiao world. In addition, they had obtained numerous palaces from the Saint's Cave abode. Next, they only needed to slightly remodel the terrain, and everything would be ready. Greetings, Patriarch. There is no need for formalities. From now on, this will be the ancestral land of our Lin family. What you must do next is to properly transform this place. Yes, Patriarch. Soon the hundreds of thousands of people threw themselves into their work. After half a year, pavilions and towers stood in orderly rows upon the main peak. At the very summit of the mountain stood a cluster of palatial halls. At last, it finally looks like a proper clan, Lin Fan murmured, nodding in satisfaction as he gazed at the scene before him. During this half year, he would occasionally come out to inspect the progress. The rest of the time, he remained within the Xinxiao world cultivating. In this half year, Lin Fan also reaped some modest gains. Both Yi Liuli and Xue Mei had conceived. Moreover, besides these two, the Mu Shishua sisters, the Su Qingwan sisters, and Luo Yiran had all become pregnant as well. What delighted Lin Fan even more was that the Mu Shishua sisters were both carrying twins. One day, after learning that Lin Fan had completed the establishment of his family, Yi Mayan expressed her desire to come and have a look. Naturally, Lin Fan did not refuse. After pondering for a moment, he left only 50,000 Dragon Phoenix guards outside in the secular world. Everyone else, he summoned back into the Xinxiao world. As for his wives and concubines, Lin Fan only left Yi Liuli and Xue Mei in the outside world. For now, Yi Mayan had only met these two women. As for the others, it was not yet appropriate for Yi Mayan to know about them. 2 days later, Yi Mayan and Yi Fu arrived at the Wangyue mountain range. Because the Wangyue mountain range was some distance from Liuguang City, Yi Fu, her protector, naturally had to accompany her. Although the chance of Yi Mayan encountering danger in Lingzhou was small, precautions still had to be taken. Soon the two of them arrived atop Wangyue Peak. Seeing them, Lin Fan immediately greeted them with a smile. Welcome, Miss Yi, Senior Yi, to my humble abode. Young Master Lin, congratulations. Your family has finally been established. I must thank you, Miss Yi, for your generosity in gifting me this land, Lin Fan replied. Otherwise, I would never have found such a fine place to establish my clan. Places suitable for founding a family are for the most part already claimed. To purchase such land would cost an astronomical price far beyond what I can afford right now. As for ownerless regions, many are occupied by powerful demonic beasts beyond my current ability to handle. Lin Fan was not speaking out of courtesy. This was simply the truth. Aside from forbidden zones and perilous lands, most good locations were already under someone's control. Securing such a place was no easy task. As for the Wangyue mountain range before them, if one wished to purchase it without tens of millions of Saint-grade yuan stones, it would be utterly impossible. In the face of Lin Fan's gratitude, Yi Mayan smiled and waved her hand. Young Master Lin, you are too polite. We agreed from the start. If you gave me the little Martin, I would gift you a territory on which to found your clan. Moreover, during this period, I have relied on the little Martin to find quite a few treasures. To be honest, I had no idea before that the little Martin possessed a natural talent for seeking treasure. So in truth, I am the one who gained the most. After learning of the Zidian Martin's abilities, Yi Mayan had grown even more fond of it. By the way, young Master Lin, see what changes the little Martin has undergone now. At her words, Lin Fan focused his attention on the Zidian Martin nestled in Yi Mayan's arms. Xiaozi, come here. Hearing Lin Fan's call, the Zidian Martin flickered and leaped onto Lin Fan's shoulder. Master. Although the beast seal on the Zidian Martin had already been removed through the imprint of the clan's divine tree, Lin Fan could still understand what it wished to express. Lin Fan smiled as he gently stroked its head, then began to examine the Zidian Martin's information. Race, Zidian Martin. Rank 6th rank. Potential Demon Emperor. Talents, treasure-seeking, lightning flame. After reading the Zidian Martin's information, Lin Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. Not only had the Zidian Martin's strength broken through to the 6th rank, it was already close to the 7th. Its potential had even reached the level of a demon emperor, truly terrifying. Even its innate attribute had evolved from simple electricity into true lightning, and it had gained an additional fire attribute. This was nothing less than a complete rebirth. Miss Yi, following you has indeed been Xiao Zi's great fortune. I did not expect its potential to rise all the way to the demon emperor level. Hearing Lin Fan speak of the Zidian Martin's potential, both Yi Mayan and Yi Fu were slightly taken aback. Young Master Lin, you can actually discern the little Martin's potential. You truly harbor more secrets than you let on. The potential of a demonic beast is not something that can be discerned so easily. It differs greatly from that of the human race. Simply touching one is far from enough to see through it. You must rely on special tools designed to test a demonic beast's aptitude. Of course, truly powerful cultivators are an exception. To see through the potential of a future demon emperor at a single glance, only cultivators at the Saint Emperor realm and above could hope to accomplish such a feat. Clearly, Lin Fan did not possess such strength. There was, however, another possibility, that Lin Fan's eyes were not ordinary. Some people were born with strange pupils that could see through things invisible to common folk. Such strange pupils were existences comparable to a sacred physique. Certain types could even surpass sacred physiques. Yi Fu scrutinized Lin Fan once more from head to toe, yet still failed to find anything unusual about his eyes. This left him somewhat puzzled. At this moment, Yi Fu began to ponder inwardly. If Lin Fan possessed strange pupils, I should at least be able to detect a hint of something extraordinary. But if Lin Fan does not have strange pupils, then how did he see the potential of the purple lightning mink? Could it be that Lin Fan's strange pupils are of such a high level that even I cannot perceive them? At this moment, Lin Fan also realized the problem. He had indeed neglected this matter. Seeing the curiosity in Yi Muyao's eyes, Lin Fan could only give an awkward smile. He truly did not know how to explain. Enough, everyone has their own secrets. If you don't wish to speak, I will not press you. Come take me around your family estate. Seeing that Yi Muyao had no intention of digging to the bottom of the matter, Lin Fan finally let out a breath of relief. Thereafter, Lin Fan led Yi Muyao around the clan grounds. Although Yi Muyao did not continue questioning him, her curiosity toward Lin Fan only grew stronger. Back then, it was because of the purple lightning mink that she came to know Lin Fan. Yet as she learned more about him, she gradually realized that he harbored far more secrets than she had imagined. Just watch how I slowly dig out your secrets one by one in the future. At that thought, the corners of Yi Muyao's lips curved slightly upward. By the way, young Master Lin, why have I not seen your two wives? My wives are currently with child and are resting. So that is how it is. Then allow me to congratulate young Master Lin in advance. No doubt they will be two peerless prodigies. I shall borrow Miss Yi's auspicious words. When the children are born, young Master Lin must inform me. Yi Muyao was clearly very interested in Lin Fan's children. Previously, the performance of Lin Haoqian and Lin Haoming had left her deeply astonished. When Lin Fan's new children were born, she was determined to see them clearly for herself. Very well, I will definitely inform you when the time comes. Since Yi Muyao had already spoken, so Lin Fan could hardly refuse. However, after these two children were born, Lin Fan did not intend to let them enter the Shunshao realm before they turned 16. Now that the clan had been established, there still needed to be children present on the surface. Moreover, the Yi family had already taken notice of the Lin family. Although this might delay the children's cultivation, such a brief delay was insignificant. When Yi Muyao noticed the dragon phoenix guards, a look of astonishment appeared on her face. Among these 50,000 men, not one was below the Purple Mansion realm, and many had already reached the Divine Platform realm. Though such strength was not particularly extraordinary in the Yi family's eyes, Lin Fan, after all, was only a venerable realm cultivator, and one less than 500 years old at that. To cultivate so many experts in such a short span of time spoke volumes of Lin Fan's capabilities. Young Master Lin, I truly did not expect you to have nurtured so many talents. You are worthy of being an alchemist. Miss, he flatters me. Compared to the Yi family, this is merely a trifling endeavor. Young Master Lin, that is not the way to put it. Our Yi family has existed for nearly 1,000,000 years, so you need not be overly modest. I truly cannot imagine what heights your Lin clan will reach 10,000 years from now. 10,000 years from now. To be honest, even Lin Fan himself could not foresee what his clan would look like after 10 millennia. If 10,000 years passed in the main world, at least 100,000 years would have gone by in the Xinqiao realm. Over such an expanse of time as the clan head, he ought to have ascended to the imperial realm. Next, Lin Fan accompanied Yi Muyao on a tour around the main peak. Thereafter, Yi Muyao also went to meet Yi Liuli and Xue Mei again. After their previous period of interaction, the relationship among the three women had grown quite close. By the way, young Master Lin, do you currently have any spare Earth rank pills? If you do, I would like to take some back with me. Pills. I do have some stock on hand. Since Miss Yi has need of them, I shall give them to you first. As he spoke, Lin Fan casually waved his hand. In an instant, over 10,000 jade bottles appeared before Yi Muyao. Miss Yi, here are 10,000 bottles of pills with 10 pills in each bottle. Among them are hundreds of types of pills ranging from lower Earth rank to top-grade Earth rank. Each jade bottle has an inscription introducing the pills within, so you needn't worry about mixing them up. Seeing Lin Fan casually take out 10,000 bottles of pills, Yi Muyao was at a loss for words. She then picked up one of the jade bottles and inspected it. On the jade bottle, it was clearly labeled Ice Intent Pill. After consumption, it could raise the success rate of condensing ice intent and also accelerate cultivation in the ice intent domain. Reading the description, Yi Muyao's eyes widened. Young Master Lin, you can even refine intent pills. How many types of intent pills can you refine? There were far too many kinds of intent, and not every intent had a corresponding intent pill. For instance, a time intent pill had never once been successfully refined. Or perhaps such a thing as a time intent pill simply did not exist in this world. Intent pills. I can refine ones aligned with gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, since medicinal ingredients of these attributes are relatively common. Then, young Master Lin, can you refine a death intent pill? As she spoke, Yi Muyao gazed at Lin Fan with eyes full of expectation. The intent of life was Yi Muyao's primary cultivation path. If she could supplement it with the intent of death, she would be able to simultaneously wield both life and death. If these two intents could be fused, her strength would increase several-fold, and at that time her position as a divine maiden would be unshakable. Unfortunately, the Yi family did not possess the pill recipe for a death intent pill. For years, Yi Muyao's father had been searching for such a pill, but all his efforts had been in vain. Without the aid of a pill comprehending the intent of death was far from easy, and if one was careless, it could even cost them their life. Miss Yi, I can refine the pill, but I do not possess the necessary spirit herbs. Hearing that Lin Fan could refine it, Yi Muyao was instantly overjoyed. Whatever spirit herbs you require, young Master Lin, just tell me. I will see that they are prepared. I am missing the main ingredients: Yihan flower, Wan Yu fruit, undying vine, and Wansheng water. Young Master Lin, I shall return at once and have them prepared. I will come again in 3 days. As for the Yuan stones, to purchase these pills, I will bring them together as well. Miss Yi, there is no need for Yuan stones. Could you exchange them for spirit herb seeds of equivalent value instead? Of course. After saying a few more words, Yi Muyao and Yi Fu departed in haste. Returning to the family, Yi Mu Yin went directly to find her father. Father, I need a large quantity of memory soul flowers, worry-free fruits, immortal vines, and rebirth water. Yi Ling Tian was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. Yinner, what do you need these spiritual herbs for? Although these herbs are not of heavenly grade, they are not easy to cultivate due to their extremely harsh growth conditions. Father, that young Master Lin can refine the death intent pill, and he currently lacks only these 4 materials. Yi Ling Tian was overjoyed upon hearing this. Are you sure he can really refine the death intent pill? He naturally knew that his daughter wanted to condense the death intent. However, without certainty, he would never dare to attempt it lightly. He would also not allow his daughter to take risks. Condensing the death intent was fraught with danger, and a slight misstep could lead to death. But if she possessed the death intent pill, it would be different. With his daughter's talent, success was absolutely guaranteed. Father, do you think I would joke about such matters? All right, I will have someone prepare these herbs for you right away. I will also send people to search vigorously for these spiritual herbs. Yi Ling Tian was very attentive to his daughter's cultivation. By the way, Father, this is the earthly grade pill refined by young Master Lin. Please have someone evaluate its value, and then give me an equivalent value of spiritual herb seeds. I will deliver them to young Master Lin together later. As she spoke, Yi Mu Yin took out all the pills. Seeing these pills in front of him, Yi Ling Tian was somewhat astonished. He did not expect that Lin Fan could produce so many pills. Yinner, let me first see the quality of these pills. Upon hearing her father mention the quality of the pills, Yi Mu Yin also reacted. She had been immersed in thoughts of the death intent pill and had overlooked the quality of the pills. The quality of the pills ranged from 10 points, with anything below 4 points being a defective product containing a large amount of pill poison. For cultivators, consuming such pills is harmful rather than beneficial. 4 to 6 points are considered good quality, but still contain pill poison, making them unsuitable for long-term use. Time must be spent to expel the pill poison before they can be consumed again, otherwise it would affect their foundation. 7 to 9 points are considered fine quality with minimal pill poison and can be consumed in moderation. 10 points represent perfect pills with no side effects. Yiling Tian did not hesitate. He directly picked up a jade bottle and poured out a pill. When Yiling Tian saw this pill, his eyes lit up. This is actually a 9-point pill. I did not expect this young man's alchemical skills to be so high. Yimu Yin was also extremely shocked. She had thought that reaching 6 or 7 points would be good, but did not expect it to reach 9 points, which was simply unbelievable. The two of them then checked some other pills, all of which were without exception 9-point pills. In fact, this was also intentional on Lin Fan's part. 10-point pills are too dazzling, so he controlled all the pills sold to be 9-point pills. Only those used by himself are perfect 10-point pills. Your friend is remarkable. You must maintain a good relationship with him. Don't worry, father, I know what to do. Afterwards, Yiling Tian instructed his servants to begin counting these pills. As for the spiritual herb seeds, the Yi family had no shortage of them. Soon 3 days passed, and Yimu Yin arrived at the Lin family again. Young Master Lin, these are the spiritual herb seeds. Please take account. As she spoke, Yimu Yin handed a storage bag to Lin Fan. Miss Yi, you jest with our relationship. How could I not trust you? Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Yimu Yan's face showed a delighted expression. Then Yimu Yin took out another storage bag. Young Master Lin, these are the spiritual herbs for refining the death intent pill. I have brought them all. When do you think you can successfully refine them? Miss Yi, if you are in a hurry, I can start refining for you now. It will take about 3 months. Good, then I will trouble young Master Lin. Miss Yi, you are too polite. By the way, young Master Lin, didn't you say you wanted to open a few stores? Yes, I do have that plan. During this time, Lin Fan had been delayed by the matters of establishing his family, which had left him no time to attend to these matters. Young Master Lin, you can choose a few shops in Liaoguang City then. Also, the estate where you used to live, I will give it to you, as well as payment for your help in refining pills. Lin Fan suddenly felt as if he was being given a free ride. The shops in Liaoguang City were undoubtedly valuable, not to mention that estate covering thousands of square kilometers. This value is immeasurable. Miss Yi, isn't this a bit too much? Young Master Lin need not refuse. The death intent pill is very important to me. And these things are nothing to me. So if we were to talk about it, you are the one who is at a loss, young Master Lin. Looking at Yimu Yan's serious demeanor, Lin Fan did not know what to say. Following this, Yimu Yan and Yi Fu had a meal with Lin Fan before preparing to take their leave. Young Master Lin, I will trouble you with this matter. I will come back to collect the pills in 3 months. All right, Miss Yi, take care. After the two left, Lin Fan began to examine the 2 storage bags Yimu Yan had given him. The Yi family is indeed generous. They actually gave me so many spiritual herb seeds. These seeds are of various types, enough to plant at least 100,000 acres, and they are all earthly grade spiritual herb seeds. If calculated at market price, the amount of pills Lin Fan provided could not possibly be exchanged for so many seeds. Then Lin Fan checked the other storage bag. They actually prepared so many medicinal materials. This should be enough for me to refine thousands of pills. Perhaps they are worried that my pill success rate isn't high. I will just give Yimu Yan 100 pills. Giving more would raise suspicions. Lin Fan did not delay. After returning to the Xintian realm, he first sorted and planted all those spiritual herb seeds before entering the alchemy room to begin refining. Refining earthly grade pills was no challenge for Lin Fan. Once all the preparations were complete, Lin Fan began his subsequent alchemical journey. This time, Lin Fan prepared to refine 10 batches of medicinal materials together. The refining time for earthly grade pills is relatively lengthy. Refining them one by one would take up a lot of time. If it weren't for the scarcity of these medicinal materials, Lin Fan would not have been worried about accidents. He could even refine thousands of batches at once. Of course, Lin Fan could not achieve this level in the main world. In the main world, he could barely refine 10 batches at the same time. But in the Xintian realm, Lin Fan could precisely control the heat, purify the medicinal liquid, and most importantly, condense the pills. Unknowingly, a month had passed in the Xinxiao realm. This cauldron of pills was now at its final stage. Congeal for me. Lin Fan formed a pill technique with his hands, causing the liquid within the pill furnace to begin to solidify into round purple pills. Once all the pills were formed, a satisfied expression appeared on Lin Fan's face. After the pills cooled down, Lin Fan opened the pill furnace, and under his control, all the pills fell into the jade bottle. Not bad. 10 portions of materials produced 120 pills with not a single bit wasted. Since these pills were needed by Yimu Yin, their quality was all up to perfection. Lin Fan did not want any mishaps to occur while Yi Mu Yin was cultivating. After tidying up, Lin Fan left the alchemy room. Having refined 120 pills, it would be enough for Yi Mu Yin to use for a long time. With Yi Mu Yan's current strength, it would take her about 10 days to digest one. Lin Fan planned to keep the remaining materials for future refining. A month had passed in the Xinxiao realm, but only 3 days had passed in the outside world. Therefore, Lin Fan did not send any messages to Yi Mu Yin. Upon returning to the Wangyue mountain range, Lin Fan surveyed the family residence. My current level as an array master is still too low, remaining at the Earth-grade ultimate level. Now located in the powerful Lingzhou Earth-grade ultimate defensive arrays are practically useless against some formidable forces. Lin Fan disliked this feeling of insecurity. I wonder if my array level will improve after the child is born. If I could be rewarded with the inheritance of a heaven-grade ultimate array master, that would be barely sufficient for a while. If not, a saint-level protective array for my clan would also suffice. My alchemist level also needs to improve. An Earth-grade ultimate alchemist can only refine pills suitable for those at the honored realm. Thinking of these matters, Lin Fan felt a bit of a headache. It seems I must strive to have children. This is fundamental for me. With that thought, Lin Fan returned directly to the Xinxiao realm. Having spent so long on alchemy, he needed to hurry and make up for lost time. At this moment, a significant event occurred in Qianzhou. The Qingluan sect and the Ningxuang sect joined forces to completely uproot the Xianin sect. This event caused quite a stir in Qianzhou, also provoking dissatisfaction among the demonic forces. They planned to demand an explanation from the Qingluan sect and the Ningxuang sect. This incident even alarmed the Qianyuan Holy Land. The destruction of a quasi-saint force was a major event in Qianzhou, undoubtedly weakening the overall strength of Qianzhou. Given such a situation, the Qianyuan Holy Land naturally could not remain indifferent. As the dominant force in Qianzhou, the Qianyuan Holy Land wished to enhance the overall strength of Qianzhou. After all, if Qianzhou were too weak, it would not be beneficial for the Qianyuan Holy Land. This is also the reason why the Qianyuan Holy Land does not wish for conflicts among various forces. It has been several hundred years since the last quasi-saint force was destroyed. Indeed, the last quasi-saint force that was obliterated was the Qingyuan sect. And the Xianin sect was one of the participants in the destruction of the Qingyuan sect back then. Now that the Xianin sect has been destroyed, it can be considered Lin Fan indirectly avenging the Qingyuan sect. After all, the reason the Xianin sect was annihilated was primarily due to Lin Fan's son Lin Haoming. One could say that what goes around comes around. The Xianin sect could not escape this calamity. The Ling Sui fruit tree that Lin Fan had obtained previously belonged to the Qingyuan sect. Since he took their treasure, the Lin family owed a favor to the ancestor of the Qingyuan sect. If given the opportunity, avenging the Qingyuan sect would not be a problem. At this moment, the Qianyuan Holy Land had already sent envoys to the Qingluan sect. Qianyuan envoy, may I ask why you have come to my Qingluan sect? Lu Xingyan did not dare to neglect this envoy from the Qianyuan Holy Land. In front of the Qianyuan Holy Land, the Qingluan sect was no different from ants. They had no capital to resist. Sect Master Lu, the purpose of my visit is to understand why your Qingluan sect and the Ningxuang sect took action against the Xianin sect. Currently, those demonic forces are protesting to us in the Qianyuan Holy Land. Thus, you must provide them with a reasonable explanation. The envoy from the Qianyuan Holy Land did not have a good opinion of the demonic forces, so he was inclined to favor the Qingluan sect and the Ningxuang sect. His tone was also relatively gentle. Envoy, this matter is primarily due to the Xianin sect's excessive bullying. Oh, what exactly happened? Please tell me in detail. If it was the fault of the Xianin sect, I will ensure that your Qingluan sect and the Ningxuang sect remain unharmed. Hearing these words from the envoy, Lu Xingyan felt a surge of joy. Envoy, it is like this. Lu Xingyan then elaborately recounted the events leading up to this situation to the envoy from the Qianyuan Holy Land. After listening to Lu Xingyan's account, the envoy's eyes were filled with anger. This Xianin sect actually dared to unite with forces from other states to jointly target our forces in Qianzhou. They simply do not regard the orders of our Qianyuan Holy Land. Wiping them out is simply too lenient for them. However, Sect Master Lu, this is just your one-sided account. Do you have any evidence? Without evidence, it would be difficult to convince those demonic forces. Envoy, this is a recording stone that contains the events that took place at that time. Not only does Mo Wentian use recording stones, but Lu Xingyan also uses them. Seeing the recording stone handed over by Lu Xingyan, the envoy's face was filled with surprise as he took it. Sect Master Lu, since the matter has been clarified, I shall take my leave. Envoy, want you drink a cup before you go? No need, I have urgent matters to attend to. We can talk about it next time. After the envoy finished speaking, he directly left. Once the envoy departed, Lin Haoming, who had been silent in the hall, finally spoke up. Sect Master, this envoy from the Qianyuan Holy Land is quite decent. He did not look down on us at all. The envoy's performance left Lin Haoming with a good impression of the Qianyuan Holy Land. Holy Son, the reputation of the Qianyuan Holy Land has always been excellent. Of course, there will be some cultivators with a high opinion of themselves in the Qianyuan Holy Land as well. But compared to other forces, the Qianyuan Holy Land is still quite good. After hearing this, Lin Haoming nodded. Holy Son, do you know when your master will exit seclusion? You should know that the saintess of the Ning Shuang sect is waiting for you. Once your master exits, you must immediately go propose marriage. You cannot keep her waiting. I don't know when my master will exit seclusion, but I think it should be soon. Hearing that Xia Yingyao would soon exit seclusion, Lu Xingyan felt a surge of joy. If the Qinglan sect had one more honored realm expert, their overall strength would naturally increase accordingly. Holy Son, is your master confident in breaking through to the honored realm? Lu Xingyan still wanted to confirm this matter. Rest assured, sect master, my master would not undertake something without confidence. Hearing this from Lin Haoming, Lu Xingyan also felt relieved. A few days later, the Qianyuan Holy Land publicly announced that the Xianyin sect had colluded with external forces to ambush the Holy Son of the Qinglan sect. Therefore, the destruction of the Xianyin sect was well-deserved. After learning the truth, the cultivators of Qianzhou were filled with rage, believing that the Xianyin sect deserved their fate. It is known that Lin Haoming's remarkable achievements in Liangzhou have spread throughout Qianzhou. Most young cultivators have already regarded Lin Haoming as their idol. The fact that the Xianyin sect dared to join forces with external powers to assassinate Lin Haoming is nothing short of treachery against Qianzhou. Even the demonic sects, upon discovering the truth, dared not speak up. Fortunately, I did not accept Mo Wenshin's invitation back. Then otherwise our Blood Shadow sect might have followed in the footsteps of the Xianyin sect. Now that the Qinglan sect has Xia Ming, it will surely rise in the future, so I should avoid conflict with the Qinglan sect. After murmuring to himself, Blood Butcher thought of his daughter. Sigh, I wonder how Meyer is doing. There hasn't been any news for such a long time. I hope when she returns she can give me a surprise. Time flew by, and 3 months quickly passed. Thanks to Lin Fan's efforts during this period by Qing Yin, and Yi Ningshuang successfully became pregnant. One day, as Lin Fan appeared in the Wangyue mountain range, he received a message from Yimu Yin, who was on her way. This girl has timed it perfectly, as she must be eagerly awaiting the pills. In less than a quarter of an hour, Yimu Yin and Yi Fu arrived at the Wangyue mountain range. Seeing the two appear, Lin Fan greeted them with a smile. Miss Yi, Elder Yi, it's been a long time, please come inside. Hearing Lin Fan's greeting, Yimu Yin chuckled. Young Master Lin, it's only been 3 months, for us cultivators, it's just a brief nap. Lin Fan smiled without responding. For Yimu Yin, indeed, only 3 months had passed. However, in his divine celestial realm, 30 months had already gone by. By the way, young Master Lin, your residence has changed significantly and is showing signs of becoming a large family. After surveying the surroundings, Yimu Yin began to praise him with a smile. Miss Yi, you flatter me. It must seem trivial in your eyes. In reality, Yimu Yin was not exaggerating. The Wangyue mountain range was still undergoing transformation. However, at present, Lin Fan could only focus on the main peak. The main peak is vast, and the renovation project is quite extensive. As for the other peaks of the Wangyue mountain range, he currently does not have the energy to manage them and needs to take it step by step. Young Master Lin, I am merely speaking the truth. You needn't be modest. Just look at which revered cultivator can achieve what you have. I believe the Lin family you have established will undoubtedly have a place in the Xiantian continent in the future. Yimu Yin is not someone who looks down on others. Lin Fan not only had power that could crush her, but his knowledge also exceeded that of his peers by a significant margin. Thus, she held great admiration for Lin Fan. After chatting for a while, Yimu Yin brought up the main topic. Young Master Lin, may I ask how my pills are coming along? At this moment, Yimu Yin looked at Lin Fan with eyes full of anticipation. Mainly, she had not inquired about the pill refining before coming. Miss Yi, I did not fail you. The death intent pill has been successfully refined. However, I have only managed to refine 10 batches with 3 successful, yielding a total of 10 pills. It wasn't that Lin Fan didn't want to provide more. After all, refining Earth tier pills takes a long time. If he were to produce over 100 pills straight away, it would be far too unbelievable. Given the refining speed of an Earth tier top grade alchemist, it takes about a month to refine a batch of Earth tier top grade pills. The 3 batches Lin Fan mentioned fall right within this range. Upon hearing that there were 10 pills, Yimu Yan's eyes widened. Young Master Lin, your success rate is astonishing. To produce 10 pills from 3 batches. As for the 7 failed batches, Yimu Yin did not mind. After all, in alchemy, no one can guarantee a 100 success rate. Although Yimu Yin is not an alchemist and has not dabbled in this area, she knows that the difficulty of refining a death intent pill compared to other pills of the same grade is several times higher. Moreover, Lin Fan was refining a pill that had never appeared in the market, the death intent pill. The difficulty of this pill's refinement is likely even greater. Lin Fan's success in 3 out of 10 batches is already considered outstanding. Young Master Lin, are you about to advance to a heavenly tier alchemist? Or have you already become a heavenly tier alchemist? Otherwise, how could your success rate be so high? Miss Yi, I am still not a heavenly tier alchemist. However, I am not far from advancing to a heavenly tier alchemist. Lin Fan did not want to explain too much, so he simply went along with Yi Mu-Yan's words. Young Master Lin, you are truly impressive. Among the younger generation of the entire eastern region, I doubt anyone can compare to you. At least I have not heard of anyone more formidable than young Master Lin. As she spoke, Yi Mu-Yan looked at Lin Fan with eyes full of admiration. Missy, you flatter me. Despite saying this, Lin Fan felt very pleased as he looked at Yi Mu-Yan's admiring gaze. Entering the living room, Lin Fan took out the jade vial containing the pills. Miss Yi, these are the refined pills. Please check if there are any issues. Seeing the jade vial in front of her, Yi Mu-Yan's face lit up with joy. Without hesitation, she directly stored the vial in her storage ring. As for the pills, she would wait until she returned to examine them. She did not believe that Lin Fan would deceive her. If she checked them in front of Lin Fan, it would imply that she did not trust him. Young Master Lin, with the pills in hand, I will be entering seclusion for a while after I return. So I wonder if young Master Lin has time to accompany me back to Lingguang City so I can arrange the shop matters for you. If young Master Lin is in a hurry, then the shop matters will have to wait until I come out of seclusion. Lin Fan thought for a moment and decided to accompany Yi Mu-Yan back to Lingguang City. If Yi Mu-Yan enters seclusion, she might take at least a year or even 3 to 5 years before she comes out. Lin Fan did not want to delay for such a long time. Miss Yi, I will go with you to Lingguang City. Alright then, let's return to Lingguang City now. Yi Mu-Yan was eager to go back for her seclusion. If she could condense the death intent, her strength might be able to rival Lin Fan's. To be honest, she felt a bit defeated after encountering Lin Fan. As a dignified member of an imperial family, her own strength was actually inferior to that of a loose cultivator. If this news were to spread, it would truly be a slap in the face for the imperial family. Even the divine son of her family, when in the revered realm, did not possess strength as formidable as Lin Fan's. Therefore, in order not to fall too far behind Lin Fan, she must quickly enhance her strength. Seeing Yi Mu-Yan so eager to leave, Lin Fan found it difficult to refuse. Miss Yi, I will inform my 2 wives, and then we can set off. With outsiders present, Lin Fan naturally had to put on a show. It would be too strange to leave without a word. Young Master Lin, aren't you bringing your 2 wives along? Lin Fan shook his head, saying, No, my wives are close to giving birth, so it's better not to cause any unnecessary commotion. Yi Mu-Yan felt this made sense. It's a pity I will be in seclusion and won't be able to see your 2 children being born, she added. However, once I emerge from my retreat, I will certainly prepare a grand gift for your 2 children. Haha, then I will thank Miss Yi in advance. Lin Fan then pretended to have a serious conversation with Yi Lu Li and Xue Mei. He then set off with Yi Mu-Yan towards Lingguang City. This time the 3 did not take a flying boat, but were instead flown by Yi Fu. One could only say that it was worthy of a Saint Emperor level expert. Their flying speed was extraordinarily swift. In just a moment, they were taken from Wangyue mountain range to Lingguang City. Since Yi Mu-Yan was in a hurry to return for her seclusion, Lin Fan did not go back to the manor first. Instead, under Yi Mu-Yan's guidance, they chose 3 shops in prime locations. Each of these shops occupied more than 1 square kilometer and had 3 floors, which was sufficient for the Lin family's initial needs. Young Master Lin, the arrangements have been made, and I will take my leave now. Once I emerge from seclusion, I will contact you immediately. Alright, I wish Miss Yi success in her cultivation in advance. As for the remaining herbs, I will gradually refine them into pills. Then I will trouble young Master Lin. After bidding farewell to Lin Fan, Yi Mu-Yan went directly to find her father. Father, have the pills been successfully refined? Upon seeing his daughter, Yi Ling Tian eagerly asked. This was crucial for his daughter's cultivation and could not be taken lightly. Father, I was just about to tell you about this. With that, Yi Mu-Yan took out a jade vial. Father, look, the pills have been successfully refined, and I have produced 10 pills. As for their quality, I have not checked yet. Mu-Yan, quickly pour one out for us to see. Yi Mu-Yan did not hesitate and immediately poured out a pill. Seeing the quality of the pill, Yi Ling Tian felt quite incredulous. I didn't expect this pill to reach perfect quality. Mu-Yan, check if the rest of the pills also reach perfect quality. At this point, Yi Ling Tian felt some anticipation. If only one pill was refined perfectly, it could be attributed to luck. But if all were of perfect quality, it would indicate Lin Fan's astonishing talent in alchemy. Seeing the quality of the pill, Yi Mu-Yan also displayed a look of joy. She never expected Lin Fan could refine pills of perfect quality. Then, under Yi Ling Tian's expectant gaze, Yi Mu-Yan carefully examined the remaining pills and found that all of them reached perfect quality. At that moment, Yi Mu-Yan's heart was filled with shock. After she calmed her emotions, she looked at Yi Ling Tian and said, Father, I have checked all of them. These 10 pills are all of perfect quality. Upon hearing this, Yi Ling Tian was overjoyed. Mu-Yan, with these pills to aid you, your upcoming cultivation will undoubtedly be flawless. This journey was truly worth it. Not only did you bring back life-sustaining items for the ancestor, but you also made such a formidable friend. Yi Muyin was also very satisfied with her gains from this trip. By the way, father, during my seclusion, if young Master Lin encounters any trouble, you must protect him for me. You can rest assured I will look after him. Lin Fan had done a great favor to his daughter, so Yi Ling Tian would naturally not let anything happen to him. Father, I will go into seclusion now. Go ahead. After Yi Mu Yin left, Yi Ling Tian fell into deep thought. Mu Yin is so concerned about Lin Fan, could it be that she has taken a liking to him? So let's take it one step at a time. Lin Fan is so outstanding, if Mu Yin truly likes him, I would have no reason to oppose. Yi Ling Tian did not care much for social status. Given the strength of the Yi family, they did not need to rely on marriage to enhance their influence. As long as the partner was excellent and treated his daughter well, Yi Ling Tian would have no objections. However, if Mu Yin marries, then the position of the goddess will have to be passed on to someone else. Forget it, I will discuss this once Mu Yin emerges from seclusion. Mu Yin might not necessarily be interested in Lin Fan, as she could just consider him as a friend. The reason Yi Ling Tian did not ask earlier was that he did not want to affect Yi Mu Yan's cultivation. Meanwhile, Lin Fan returned to the manor and called for Li Han. Master, do you have any instructions? Xiao Han, there is indeed something I need you to do. I have 3 shops in Lingguang City now. I plan to operate one for alchemy, one for weaponry. As for the remaining one, I intend to run a miscellaneous goods business, such as selling spiritual rice monster meat and purchasing spiritual herbs and ores, etc. You arrange for some people to renovate these 3 shops. By the way, we can do it one by one. First, get the alchemy shop ready, so we can aim to open it in a month. Understood, Master, I will arrange it right away. Lin Fan currently had no shortage of pills and weapons. As for pills, the tens of thousands of alchemists had undergone tremendous changes. Although no Earth-level alchemists had been born, yet there were already over 10,000 mystic-level alchemists with practitioners of every level. With the Shadow Pavilion continuously searching for talent, over the years the population in the Divine Sky realm began to surge. They were not far from reaching 10 million. Currently, there were as many as 500,000 people just learning to refine pills. It could be said that every day in the Divine Sky realm new alchemists were born. Fortunately, the Lin family was not lacking in spiritual herbs. After so many years of development, the planting area for yellow-level spiritual herbs had reached millions of square kilometers. The planting area for mystic-level spiritual herbs had also reached over 100,000 square kilometers. With so many spiritual herbs, they could squander them as they pleased. A Lin Fan only wished to cultivate more talents. One could say that the alchemists of the Lin family were the happiest, with endless medicinal materials to practice with. In contrast, other factions, even imperial families, had limited resources and could not afford to squander them. With more alchemists, the family's pill production naturally increased. Even after accounting for the family's consumption and supplying the treasure pavilion, there were still a large number of pills remaining in the treasury. At the Yi family residence, Yi Mushuan gazed at her maid after consuming a spirit fruit. Xiaozi, have you gathered any news regarding Yi Mayan during this time? Miss, the goddess was seen strolling with a stranger in Lingguang City a few days ago. According to the information from our scouts, the goddess even gifted this stranger 3 shops. By the way, the stranger is currently residing in the goddess manor. The maid named Xiaozi revealed all she knew. Xiaozi, do you think Yi Mayan has a love interest? Otherwise, why would she personally accompany him? Curiosity filled Yi Muxuan's eyes. Miss, I do not know about such matters. However, their relationship seems quite good as they were chatting and laughing along the way. Upon hearing her maid's words, Yi Mushuan felt her suspicions were correct. She knew her cousin well. If Yi Mayan encountered someone she found unappealing, she would never acknowledge them. Although she was uncertain if Yi Mayan truly had a connection with Lin Fan, it was evident that their relationship was close. It seems I need to find a time to meet this man. After all, Yi Mayan is my cousin, and as her younger sister, I naturally must keep an eye on her. Miss, if the goddess truly has a love interest, then the position of goddess would be within your reach. Hearing this, Yi Mushuan smiled and shook her head. Xiaozi, whether she is a goddess or not does not matter to me. I just want to prove that I am not inferior to Yi Mayan. To be honest, even if she is not a goddess, the cultivation resources the family provides her will not be significantly less than those given to Yi Mayan. After all, her talent is evident, and the family naturally prioritizes her training. However, the title of goddess indeed represents power and status. Privately, she and Yi Muqing can use their cultivation talents to overshadow Yi Mayan. Even if the family knows, they would not say much. But in public, they must show sufficient respect to the goddess. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to the Yi family. By the way, Xiaozi, what is Yi Mayan doing now? Miss, the goddess has entered seclusion. Upon hearing that Yi Mayan was in seclusion, Yi Mushuan frowned. She is in seclusion? Is she trying to break through to the Quasi-Saint realm? However, she quickly dismissed her own speculation. Her strength was not much different from Yi Mayan's, and she did not believe Yi Mayan could break through to the Quasi-Saint realm at this moment. Perhaps she has gained some insight in terms of understanding. Thinking of this, Yi Mushuan no longer pondered. What she was most curious about was still whether Yi Mayan truly had a love interest. Xiaozi, come with me to meet this man tomorrow. I want to see what this man has that can make Yi Mayan fall for him. Moreover, since Yi Mayan is currently in seclusion, there is no need to worry about being discovered by her. As Yi Mushuan's maid Xiaozi naturally had no objections to her decision. The next day, Yi Mushuan, dressed in a purple long dress, arrived at the entrance of the manor where Lin Fan resided, accompanied by her maid Xiaozi. Just as the two approached the main gate, the guard stationed there stopped them. Ladies, may I ask what brings you to the Lin family? Upon hearing the name Lin Family, Yi Mushuan was momentarily taken aback. Then she noticed the plaque above the gate, which prominently displayed the words Lin Mansion. It seems Yi Mayan's private manor has become the Lin Mansion. This is truly interesting. Yi Mayan's relationship with this Lin family is certainly extraordinary. With this thought, a smile appeared on Yi Mushuan's face. Everyone, I come from the Yi family, and my sister is Yi Mayan. Since she was unaware of the relationship between Yi Mayan and the Lin family, Yi Mushuan did not elaborate further and simply stated her identity. So you are Miss Yes, sister. Please wait a moment while I go inform someone. Xiaozi's expression turned serious upon hearing this. How could someone of her mistress' status wait at the door? Just as she was about to step forward to reprimand the guard, she was stopped by Yi Mushuan. All right, we are here to gather information, not to create enmity. With Yi Mushuan speaking, Xiaozi naturally did not dare to say more. The guard quickly found Lin Fan. Master, we have guests. Oh, do you know who they are? Lin Fan asked, puzzled. The only ones who knew him in Lingguang City were Yi Mayan and Yi Fu. But since Yi Mayan was in seclusion, who else would come at this time? Master, the visitor claims to be Miss Yes' sister. Yi Mayan's sister. Lin Fan was even more puzzled. He knew that Yi Mayan had only one brother and one sister. It seems she is Yi Mayan's cousin. But what could she want with me, eh? Forget it, let's meet her first. With this thought, Lin Fan stopped worrying. You go and bring her here. Yes, master. Ladies, our family invites you. Please follow me. All right, thank you. The two followed the guard while Xiaozi's expression was quite grim. Then she transmitted a message to Yi Mushuan. Miss, this Lin family head is truly too arrogant. Upon learning your identity, he did not come out to greet you personally. Enough, do not complain here. How could someone close to Yi Mayan be an ordinary person? Yi Mushuan understood that Xiaozi was defending her and was not angry. By the way, Xiaozi, you must not speak randomly later. Miss, I understand. Soon the guard brought them before Lin Fan. Master, the guests have been brought, or I will take my leave now. After receiving a nod from Lin Fan, the guard turned and left. Once the guard left, Lin Fan focused his gaze on the two of them. With a thought, their information appeared in his mind. Name Yi Mushuan. Age 83. Talent Imperial Grade Upper Tier. Physique Pure In Sacred Body. Realm Perfected Respecter Realm. 7 layers of In Intent, 6 layers of Water Intent, 6 layers of Ice Intent. Identity Yi Mayan's cousin. Name Easy. Age 73. Talent Heavenly Grade Top Tier. Physique Wood Spirit Body. Realm Perfected Divine Platform Realm. Identity Yi Mushuan's maid. Another sacred body. Indeed, as expected of an imperial family, their foundation is profound. At this moment, Yi Mushuan was also sizing up Lin Fan. When her gaze met Lin Fan's, she suddenly felt as though she were being seen through. This sensation genuinely startled Yi Mushuan. What happened? Why do I have such a feeling? Could it be that the other party has heterochromia? No, the eyes of the head of the Lin family in front of me seemed quite ordinary, showing no signs of any abnormalities. Perhaps I misinterpreted it. With this thought, Yi Mushuan calmed her emotions. Then, smiling at Lin Fan, she said, I am Yi Mushuan, the younger cousin of Yi Muyan. This beside me is my maid. You can call her Xiaozi. Today we took the liberty to disturb you, hoping that the head of the Lin family won't mind. Miss Yi, you are too polite. Muyan and I are good friends. Since you are her younger cousin, I naturally won't mind. Upon hearing that Lin Fan and Yi Muyan were just good friends, Yi Mushuan was somewhat surprised. It seems the two have not reached that level yet. But Yi Muyan has gifted the manor and shops, so their relationship must be more than just good friends. Perhaps Yi Muyan has already developed feelings for this head of the Lin family, but has yet to break through that layer of paper. Looking at Lin Fan's appearance and that ethereal aura, Yi Mushuan had to admit that Yi Muyan's taste was quite good. By the way, Miss Yi, I wonder if you came to my Lin family today for any specific reason. Head of the Lin family, there is nothing in particular. I just happened to hear Sister Muyan mention you, so I came to take a look and to get to know you. Lin Fan, upon hearing this, remained non-committal in his heart. The two began to engage in casual conversation. Yi Mushuan occasionally tested the waters regarding Lin Fan and Yi Muyan's relationship, but Lin Fan skillfully evaded the topic. Although Yi Muyan did not mention her situation within the family, Lin Fan knew that the competition within such families was certainly fierce. Judging by Yi Mushuan's cultivation talent, she was definitely a strong competitor against Yi Muyan. He certainly did not want Yi Muyan to fall into Yi Mushuan's hands. Seeing that she could not gather any useful information, Yimu Xian felt a bit disappointed. Since she could not find out anything, she prepared to take her leave. Head of the Lin family, it's getting late. I should be heading back now. However, I apologize for taking up so much of your time today. Miss Yi, you are too polite. I am delighted that you could come to my Lin family, and there is no question of time being wasted. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Yimu Xian immediately smiled mischievously. Since the head of the Lin family says so, I might come to disturb you often in the future. Haha, Miss Yi is always welcome whenever she wishes to come. Great, then it's settled. Xiaozi, let's head back. Seeing Yimu Xian about to leave, Lin Fan instructed Li Han, who was by the side. Xiao Han, please see Miss Yi off. After sending the two out of the Lin residence, Li Han returned to Lin Fan's side. Xiao Han, what do you think of that, Miss Yi? Master, I feel that Miss Yi came here with a purpose. She has been probing into the relationship between you and Miss Yimu Yan. Li Han had been nearby, so she heard their entire conversation clearly. You are correct, this Miss Yi is likely in a competitive relationship with Yimu Yan. But I wonder what her intentions are. Most likely she wants to find some dirt on Yimu Yan. Master, if that's the case, will she disrupt our upcoming business? That shouldn't be the case. I did not sense any malice from her. Just a moment ago, when Yimu Xian was leaving, Lin Fan checked her favorability towards him. He found that her favorability reached 20. Although it was only 20, it indicated that she would not target him. If she were to target him, her favorability would be negative. Hearing that she bore no malice, Li Han also relaxed. Meanwhile, Yimu Xian and her companion quickly returned to their residence. Xiaozi, what do you think of that head of the Lin family? Miss, that head of the Lin family is just a bit good-looking. There is nothing particularly special about him. Hearing Xiaozi's words, Yimu Xian shook her head in disappointment. Xiaozi, if this head of the Lin family is truly as ordinary as you say, Yimu Yan would not choose to befriend him. Perhaps it is due to your low strength that you cannot perceive the other party's mystery. I can tell you clearly that the other party's strength is above mine. Yimu Xian had just felt a suffocating sensation from Lin Fan. Of course, that was intentionally released by Lin Fan. Otherwise, with the system's concealment, no one would be able to detect Lin Fan's strength. Upon hearing that Lin Fan was stronger than her, Lady Xiaozi's eyes widened. Miss, is this head of the Lin family really that strong? Could he be an old monster? Yimu Xian shook her head. This head of the Lin family is definitely not that kind of old monster who maintains an unchanged appearance. He should be around our age. How is that possible? Xiaozi looked incredulous. Miss, could the other party be from some major force? The identity of this Lin family might be used to confuse others. I don't know about that, but I don't rule out that possibility. Alright, let's make it a habit to chat often. If we get to know this head of the Lin family, well, we might be able to gather some information. And we can also befriend this head of the Lin family. Miss, what should we do if the goddess asks about this after her return? No worries, we are just befriending the head of the Lin family, as she won't interfere too much. At this moment, in Yiling Tian's residence, there were spies reporting to him. Master, today Miss Mu Xian went to the manor previously owned by the goddess. Interesting, it seems that Yenner and Lin Fan's relationship has been discovered by her. Tell me, what did Miss Mu Xian do there, and how long did she stay? Master, Miss Mu Xian stayed there for about half a day. As for what she did, I am not sure. Of our people did not follow in. Alright, continue to monitor Miss Mu Xian's movements. If she targets Lin Fan, report to me immediately. Yiling Tian had promised his daughter to keep an eye on Lin Fan, and he certainly could not go back on his word. Moreover, Lin Fan could also help his daughter refine the realm-enhancing pill, so he could not let Lin Fan come to harm. This was crucial to his daughter's future cultivation progress. As for the rivalry between his daughter and Yimu Xian, he as a parent naturally could not intervene. As long as they did not become deadly enemies, it would be fine. In the coming months, Yimu Xian would often seek out Lin Fan for casual chats. Through this period of interaction, Yimu Xian's favorability towards Lin Fan grew increasingly high. Unknowingly, it had already reached 50. Even Yimu Xian herself was unaware of this point. On this day, Yi Liuli, who was the first to become pregnant, was finally going to give birth. In Yi Luli's residence, the maidservants were bustling about. Lin Haoqian, Lin Haoming, Lin Yuqi, and Lin Haocong all rushed over after receiving the news. At this moment, they stood excitedly behind Lin Fan. All four of them were born of Yi Liuli. Naturally, upon learning that their younger brother was about to be born, they had to come and take a look. Brother Qian, what do you think our younger brother's talent will be like? Lin Yuqi was the first to ask. However, before Lin Haoqian could respond, Lin Haocong interjected. Sister Yuqi, do we even need to say? Our younger brother's talent will definitely be stronger than ours. Yes, our younger brother's talent will surely surpass ours. Lin Fan listened to their discussion, showing no intention of interjecting. Soon the sound of a baby's cry echoed from inside the room. Upon hearing the cry, Lin Fan was the first to walk in. As for Lin Haoqian and the others, they lingered outside the door. It wasn't yet their time to enter. Liuli, you've worked hard. Husband, I'm not tired. Quickly give the child a name. Liuli, how about we name this child Lin Haolei? Hearing her child was to be named Lei Yi, Lioli was somewhat surprised. Husband, does this name have any special meaning? Lioli, our child possesses the heavenly thunder divine body. Hearing about the divine body again, Yi Lioli was overjoyed. Husband, I didn't expect our child to have a divine body. That's wonderful. Not only that, besides the divine body, Haoli's talent is also quite commendable, reaching the saint level top tier. Hearing this news, Yi Lioli became even happier. After chatting for a while, Lin Haoqian and the other three entered together. We greet you, mother. Upon seeing the four, Yi Lioli's smile deepened. They were all her children. No need for formalities. Why are you all here? Mother, with our younger brother born, of course we had to come and see. Saying this, all four looked towards Lin Haolei, who was lying there. Then Lin Yuqi quickly moved and picked up Lin Haolei. Our younger brother is truly adorable. As she spoke, Lin Yuqi looked at Lin Fan beside her. Father, what name did you give our younger brother? Your younger brother possesses the heavenly thunder divine body, so I named him Haolei. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuqi exclaimed, wow, our younger brother is so impressive, possessing the heavenly thunder divine body. At this moment, Lin Haoqian and the other two also showed expressions of surprise. The heavenly thunder divine body is among the top divine bodies. All right, Yuqi, stay and accompany your mother. As for you, Haoqian and the others, come with me. Don't disturb your mother while she rests. Yes, father. Ming'er, how are things at Qingluan's sect now? Father, I'm doing well at Qingluan's sect. I've basically stabilized my position. Once I break through to the godly realm, I can take over as the sect leader. By then, with Aunt Xia's help, I can essentially control Qingluan's sect completely. Moreover, recently our Qingluan sect and Ning Shuang sect joined forces and have already destroyed the Xianyin sect. Upon hearing that the Xianyin sect was destroyed, Lin Fan didn't pay it any mind. In his eyes, the Xianyin sect was insignificant. By the way, Ming'er, the Blood Shadow sect didn't get involved, right? Father, don't worry, with my relationship with Aunt Blood Shadow, I definitely won't have conflicts with the Blood Shadow sect. Moreover, the Blood Shadow sect is currently very low-key. No one has come out to cause trouble, so they had no involvement in this matter. Upon hearing that the Blood Shadow sect was fine, Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief, otherwise he would have a hard time explaining to Blood Charm. Then Lin Fan turned to Lin Haoqian. Chenner, how are things at the Golden Cloud Sacred Land? Father, I'm doing well here too, although some people are still not satisfied with my position as the Holy Son. But with the support of those supreme elders, they don't dare to confront me directly. Once I break through to the venerable realm in the future, I can easily resolve these issues. Lin Haoqian was confident that after he breaks through to the venerable realm, he could easily suppress Chu Hen and the others. Not bad. Lin Fan was very satisfied with the performance of his two sons. Lin Haozong, who was beside them, listened to the two's experiences, his eyes filled with longing. Brother Qian, Brother Ming, I didn't expect your experiences to be so exciting, but seems I need to speed up my cultivation. The Xiantian continent is our stage. Haha, then we will wait for Brother Chang's arrival. Lin Fan smiled as he watched the few of them, while also reminding Lin Haozong. Changer, having aspirations is a good thing, but cultivation must be gradual. Don't blindly rush to improve your realm. Your foundation must be solid. You must understand that a tall building rises from the ground. Only with a strong foundation can you go further. We have plenty of time, so there's no need to rush. Yes, father. I understand. You too should be the same. We have plenty of time, so there's no need to rush. With the divine mist realm, our Lin family will rise one day. Don't worry, father, we understand. That's good, you all chat. I won't disturb you brothers here. After Lin Fan finished speaking, he disappeared without a trace. Once Lin Fan left, Lin Haoqian began to gossip. Ming'er, how's your relationship with that saintess of the Ning Shuang sect? Brother Qian, why did you suddenly start gossiping? This has nothing to do with my gossiping. Everyone saw your performance in the arena space back then. That saintess of the Ning Shuang sect had eyes only for you. Don't let such a person slip away. Hearing Lin Haoqian's words, Lin Haozong showed curiosity. Ming'er, quickly tell us what's going on. Am I going to have a sister-in-law? Seeing the curious gazes of the two, Lin Haoming decided not to hide it any longer. My relationship with Weiner has been confirmed. Once Aunt Xia comes out of seclusion, the sect will have her take me to propose to the Ning Shuang sect. Upon hearing that the relationship had been confirmed, Lin Haoqian showed a look of relief. Ming'er, as your older brother, I congratulate you in advance. Ming'er, so do I. Lin Haozong chimed in beside him. Brother Qian, Brother Chong, my matters are not that important. Our father's matters are the priority. Ming'er, you mean that woman who was sitting next to father? Lin Haoming nodded. Brother Qian, you're right. I wonder how Brother Qian feels about this matter. That woman might pose some difficulty for father. I heard from the supreme elders of the sacred land that she should come from the imperial family, the Yi family. Brother Qian, I believe with father's charm, he will surely manage. Haha, Ming'er is right, a father will definitely be fine. Lin Fan was unaware that Lin Haoqian and the others were discussing him. He was only thinking about his gift pack and what good items it might yield. I hope this time the gift pack will yield something useful for me. With this in mind, Lin Fan immediately called out in his heart system, "Open the gift pack." Ding. Congratulations, host, for opening the gift pack. You have obtained 1,000 holy grade spirit stones and a holy grade top-tier array master inheritance. Haha, not bad, not bad. This is exactly what I need. With the holy grade top-tier array master inheritance, the defense of the family residence will greatly improve. Aside from those imperial-level forces, no other forces will be able to breach the family's defenses. System, you really love me. System. Lin Fan no longer dwelled on other matters and directly began to accept the inheritance of the array master. The family's defense was of utmost importance. He did not want to see his family attacked right after being established. Currently, the Wangyue mountain range was their Lin family's private territory. If this news got out, it might attract the jealousy of other forces. The things from the Yi family were not something those forces dared to seize. However, the Lin family that Lin Fan created was not within their fear. After spending an entire month, Lin Fan finally completed the acceptance of this inheritance. Just in time, the due date of Shui Mei was in these few days. Lin Fan did not delay and instantly flashed to Shui Mei's side. Seeing Lin Fan, Shui Mei revealed a joyful expression. Husband, you finally came out. I thought you wouldn't make it in time for the child's birth. Don't worry, didn't I make it just in time? Husband's sister Liuli gave birth to another divine body. Do you think our child will also have a divine body? Shui Mei, I believe the probability of our child having a divine body is very high. Lin Fan said this not to please Shui Mei. Currently, he possessed the chaos divine body, and Shui Mei also had a spiritual body, so the probability of their child having a divine body was indeed very high. As for the holy body above the divine body, Lin Fan could not guarantee it. It is not easy to give birth to a holy body. Unless Shui Mei also possesses a divine body, their child's probability of having a holy body would increase. Knowing that her child had a high probability of possessing a divine body, Shui Mei was very happy. She believed Lin Fan would not joke about such matters. 2 days later, the child was finally born, and this time it was another boy. Husband, quickly give our son a name. What about calling him Hao Ran? Hao Ran. This name is indeed nice. By the way, husband, have you already seen what kind of physique Ranner has? Shui Mei felt that the character Ran must be related to her son's physique. Shui Mei, you guessed right, Ranner possesses the heavenly fire divine body. Haha, I didn't expect our Ranner to truly possess a divine body. With the heavenly fire divine body, if he learns alchemy, it will definitely be twice the result with half the effort. Shui Mei was right. The heavenly fire divine body was indeed suitable for alchemy. Moreover, the divine wasteland realm possessed various kinds of exotic fires. If the heavenly fire divine body refines enough exotic fires, there is a chance it could evolve into the heavenly fire holy body. Not only exotic fires, but also things like thunder seeds, wind spirits, water souls with spirits, and so on could also enhance the physique. However, such items are extremely rare and hard to come by. After chatting with Shui Mei for a while and reminding her to rest well, Lin Fan returned to his palace. System, open the gift pack. Ding. Congratulations, host, for opening the gift pack. You have obtained 1,000 holy grade spirit stones and a holy grade top-tier alchemy inheritance. Seeing it was an alchemist inheritance, and it was holy grade top-tier, Lin Fan was overjoyed. System, you are too generous. Whatever I want, you bring it to me. Host, this is just your good luck. It has nothing to do with this system. Seeing the system deny it, Lin Fan didn't mind. The alchemist inheritance can wait. I must first upgrade the family's array. Unfortunately, although I possess the experience of a holy grade top-tier array master, my own strength is too low. With my current strength, I can barely inscribe a holy grade low-tier array. With this in mind, Lin Fan let out a helpless sigh. In fact, it was a miracle that Lin Fan could inscribe a holy grade low-tier array with the strength of a respected figure. If the news that Lin Fan could inscribe a holy grade low-tier array with the strength of a respected figure were to spread, it would shock countless people. Such a prodigy has been unparalleled from ancient times to the present. Those array masters in the divine wasteland realm, if they could inscribe a heavenly grade low-tier array with the strength of a respected figure, that would be quite remarkable. If they could inscribe a heavenly grade mid-tier array, they would undoubtedly be regarded as a genius. If they could inscribe a heavenly grade top-tier array, they would surely be an ancient millennium talent. As for the heavenly grade top-tier array, that is simply unattainable. It is easy to imagine that if Lin Fan's news were to spread, it would definitely shatter the perception of all cultivators in the divine wasteland realm. Lin Fan recalled the information in his mind and found that the materials needed to set up a holy grade low-tier array were insufficient. These were all holy grade materials which were quite valuable. Gathering them all would also be quite a challenging task. This is going to be troublesome. Should I ask Yi Mushuan for help? However, Lin Fan quickly dismissed this idea. Forget it, it's a bit unreliable to ask her. He'll wait for Yi Mayan to come out before discussing it. Although I cannot arrange a holy grade low-tier array, I can upgrade it to a heavenly grade top-tier array first. I do not lack heavenly grade materials. Also, their children are about to be born. I should wait a bit longer. In the next half-month, Mu Shishue and the others' children were gradually born. Mu Shishue and Mu Shiyu both gave birth to twins, and they were all dragon and phoenix twins. Including Luo Yiran, Su Qingwan, and Su Qingyuan, a total of 7 children were added. They consisted of 2 girls and 5 boys. What surprised Lin Fan the most was that the dragon and phoenix twins born by Mu Shiyu all possessed divine bodies. The boy had a sun divine body, while the girl had a moon divine body. As for their qualifications, they were a bit low, only heavenly grade top tier. However, since they possessed divine bodies, a slightly lower qualification was not a problem. Lin Fan named these 2 children Lin Haoxiu and Lin Yujuan. Aside from these 2 possessing divine bodies, the other 5 also all possessed spiritual bodies. What surprised Lin Fan the most was that the 5 spiritual bodies corresponded perfectly to the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. System first opened the 5 heavenly grade gift packs for me. As for the 2 holy grade top tier gift packs, they would naturally be opened last. Ding! Congratulations, host, for opening the gift pack. You have obtained 5,000 heavenly grade spirit stones. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the gift package and receiving a heavenly grade supreme spiritual rice seed, Yinji rice, which can be planted over 100 acres. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a heavenly grade supreme talisman master inheritance. Haha, this reward is quite good, especially the inheritance of the talisman master. With this inheritance, my Lin family members will have another means to confront enemies. However, it seems that the inheritance of the talisman master is not suitable for anyone else aside from me. Even if Ying Yao breaks through to the venerable realm after receiving the inheritance, she will probably only be able to create earth-grade supreme talismans. Even I, after receiving the inheritance, will likely only be able to barely create middle-grade heavenly talismans. It's a pity that Mu Yunxi is still in slumber, otherwise she would be the most suitable. Forget it, I will wait until I finish receiving the Saint-level alchemist inheritance before deciding on this matter. If I can refine Saint-level lower-grade pills, perhaps I could find a way to awaken Mu Yunxi. Thinking of this, Lin Fan no longer hesitated. Then he called upon the system in his mind again. System, opened the remaining 2 Saint-level supreme gift packages for me. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the gift package and receiving 2,000 Saint-grade spirit stones. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of Saint-level supreme pill creation pill, 10 pills. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Saint-level supreme weapon, the Burning Heaven Battle Blade. I didn't expect there would only be pills and weapons. Seeing these 2 rewards, Lin Fan felt a bit disappointed. However, this creation pill is likely a healing pill. If it is a healing pill, then Mu Yunxi can recover. This is a Saint-level powerhouse, and with her as a stronghold, the Lin family would have the confidence to establish themselves in the eastern region. System, please introduce the effects of the creation pill. The creation pill contains immense vitality and can repair foundations and heal injuries. For cultivators below the Quasi-Emperor level, even those on the brink of death can be healed. Note it is not suitable for those below Saint level, or they will die from explosion. It truly is a healing holy medicine. With the creation pill, Mu Yunxi can fully recover. Lin Fan did not delay, he flashed directly to the palace where Mu Yunxi was located. Looking at Mu Yunxi lying in the ice coffin, Lin Fan took out a creation pill and fed it to her. Soon Mu Yunxi's complexion visibly became rosy. No wonder it's a Saint-level supreme pill. The healing effect is simply incredible. Lin Fan quietly waited, and after about a quarter of an hour, Mu Yunxi's eyelashes slightly trembled. Soon she opened her eyes. Due to her prolonged coma, Mu Yunxi looked a bit confused at this moment. You finally woke up. Hearing Lin Fan's voice, Mu Yunxi finally reacted. Then she sat up from the ice coffin, looking at Lin Fan with a vigilant gaze. Who are you? Just as she was about to channel her sacred energy for defense, she realized that her sacred energy could not be activated. This discovery immediately changed her expression. What did you do to me? Mu Yunxi questioned. Rest assured, I saved you and will not harm you. The reason I sealed your cultivation was to prevent unnecessary trouble. Hearing Lin Fan's words, the vigilance in Mu Yunxi's eyes slightly diminished. Who exactly are you, and where is this place? She had deliberately chosen to hide in the illusory, secret realm to heal. Who would have thought that she could still be found, leaving her at a loss for words? Mu Yunxi could be sure that the place she was in was definitely not the illusory secret realm. Facing Mu Yunxi's inquiries, Lin Fan did not intend to hide. After all, if Mu Yunxi had not been marked by the family divine tree, he would not let her leave the Xinxiao realm. My name is Lin Fan, the head of the Lin family. I accidentally discovered you in the illusory secret realm and brought you back. As for this place, it's a small world under my control, and everything here will be governed by me. Are you sure this is a small world? Mu Yunxi looked at Lin Fan with suspicion. She was at the Saint King level and naturally possessed the ability to open up space. She was certain that the small world she had opened up was completely incomparable to this one. There was simply no basis for comparison. At the very least, the space she opened did not have the ability to control others. If an enemy stronger than her entered, they could easily destroy the space she had created. This small world couldn't have been opened by some great emperor, could it? Or did you inherit the legacy of some great emperor? Mu Yunxi had never seen space opened by an emperor, so she could only guess like this. Mu Yunxi, my small world cannot be compared to the kind of space opened by a great emperor. You may not have understood yet, mine is a small world and not a space that can be artificially opened. Hearing Lin Fan call out her name, Mu Yunxi was not surprised. She was quite famous in the eastern region, so it was not strange for Lin Fan to recognize her. However, she still did not understand what the difference was between a small world and space. Lin Fan, what do you mean by the small world and space you mentioned? Let me put it this way, whether it's a great emperor or a saint, what they open can only be called space. Only that which can naturally give birth to life can be called a world. Of course, the small world I currently control is merely a prototype and has not yet reached the conditions to give birth to life. But I believe that in the future this small world I control can surpass the divine wasteland realm. After hearing Lin Fan's statements, Mu Yunxi felt that he was simply daydreaming. She had never heard of such a small world existing in the world. Lin Fan looked at Mu Yunxi's expression and smiled slightly. What's wrong? Don't you believe what I said? Do you think I should believe what you say? You probably don't even know how big the entire divine wasteland realm is, let alone the size of the entire Xintian continent. Mu Yunxi's tone was filled with disdain. Since you can't do it, then I will take you to stroll around this small world and control your strength at the divine stage realm. As soon as Lin Fan finished speaking, Mu Yunxi felt that she could summon her primal energy. Just as Lin Fan had said, the primal energy she felt was precisely at the divine stage level. Lin Fan's methods truly shocked Mu Yunxi. Is this the power of the ruler of the world? At this moment, Mu Yunxi's heart began to believe Lin Fan's earlier words. Seeing her shocked expression, a slight smile appeared on Lin Fan's lips. Don't resist, I will show you my world. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Mu Yunxi complied readily. Her life and death were already under Lin Fan's control, so there was no need for her to resist. Seeing Mu Yunxi so compliant, Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. With a single thought, he took Mu Yunxi away from the palace, arriving at a spirit stone mine. Mu Yunxi, look at this spirit stone mine. Do you think a space opened by an emperor could give birth to a spirit stone mine? Hearing this, Mu Yunxi began to carefully examine the spirit stone mine beneath her feet. It really is a spirit stone mine. Mu Yunxi's eyes widened, the scene before her surpassing her understanding. Although she had never seen a space opened by an emperor, but she knew that a space opened by an emperor could never give birth to a spirit stone mine. Even if the emperor used his astonishing power to move a spirit stone mine into the space he opened, it would only be a dead vein. Once the spirit stones in the mine were excavated, there would be no possibility of regeneration. Yet in front of her, she could clearly feel that spirit stones were slowly forming. So do you believe what I said now? After calming her emotions, Mu Yunxi finally looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan, although your small world is indeed extraordinary, but why do you think this small world has the chance to surpass the divine wasteland? Is it possible for this small world to evolve? Mu Yunxi still found it hard to believe that this small world could be so remarkable. Even if this small world was different from the space opened, it couldn't possibly evolve. Mu Yunxi, do you know how small this small world was when I first obtained it? How small? At this moment, Mu Yunxi's curiosity was piqued. Initially, it was only 100 square kilometers, and now it has reached 1 billion square kilometers. This is impossible, Mu Yunxi exclaimed. The facts are right before us. There is nothing impossible. Don't worry, this world will evolve in the future, and you will see for yourself. Upon hearing this, Mu Yunxi fell silent. If what Lin Fan said was true, perhaps this small world would indeed one day surpass the entire divine wasteland. If that were to happen, how powerful would Lin Fan be? Now that he had shared such secrets with her, it was clear that leaving this small world would be nearly impossible. At least until she gained Lin Fan's trust, she would have no opportunity. But gaining Lin Fan's trust was no easy feat. If it were her, she also wouldn't easily let anyone leave. The fact that Mu Yunxi had such thoughts indicated that Lin Fan's objective had been achieved. If Mu Yunxi wanted to leave, she would definitely find a way to earn his trust. And to gain his trust, she would naturally have to make some sacrifices. In doing so, Mu Yunxi's favorability would also increase rapidly. After all, a holy king should not just be left and used in the divine sky realm. Lin Fan looked at the silent Mu Yunxi and decided to drop another bombshell. Mu Yunxi, let me tell you another secret. This small world not only evolves, but it also has an incredible function. Hearing this, Mu Yunxi's curiosity grew even more. Lin Fan, stop keeping me in suspense, and just tell me, what other functions does it have? Since she couldn't leave, she might as well hear more of Lin Fan's secrets. Looking at the eager expression on Mu Yunxi's face, Lin Fan decided not to tease her. Mu Yunxi, the most incredible function of my small world is that the flow of time here is different from the outside world. 10 days here is equivalent to 1 day outside. The most important thing is that staying in my small world for 10 days consumes only 1 day of lifespan. Take your Holy King realm of 3,000 years of lifespan as an example. If you live in my small world, it's equivalent to having 3,000 years of lifespan. And this is just temporary. As the small world continues to expand, the future time ratio will also increase. At this moment, Mu Yunqi was completely stunned by Lin Fan's words. In her mind, the only thought that remained was Lin Fan must be lying. What kind of heaven-defying treasure could exist in this world? Yet the facts were right before her, and she felt that Lin Fan couldn't be lying about something like this, because it made no sense. After a long while, Mu Yunqi finally came back to her senses. Lin Fan, you tell me such secrets, which means you don't intend to let me leave, right? Although Mu Yunqi was asking, her tone was filled with certainty. You're right, until I completely trust you, you can only stay here. Otherwise, if this matter were to leak out, I would face endless pursuit. Even if those emperors learned of this secret, they would not hesitate to strike at me. This is a tenfold increase in lifespan. Such a long time is enough for an emperor to advance further. No one could resist such temptation. Lin Fan spoke plainly, as there was no need for subtlety in such matters. After all, everyone was a smart person. Although she already knew the answer, hearing Lin Fan say this still left Mu Yunqi feeling powerless. However, staying here was not without its benefits. At least she could enjoy a tenfold lifespan. Unfortunately, Lin Fan had sealed her power, and in this situation, she couldn't cultivate it all. Lin Fan, you were able to heal my injuries. The pills you used must be quite valuable, right? Indeed, I used a top-grade saint-level creation pill to heal you. Upon hearing that Lin Fan used a top-grade saint-level creation pill, Mu Yunqi's eyes widened. She had heard of this pill, which was absolutely priceless. After all, with her strength, she could never come into contact with pills of such caliber. Not to mention, if this pill were to be used as a reward and sent to the Shadow Kill organization for a mission to assassinate a holy venerable, the Shadow Kill organization would likely take on the task. Using such a precious pill on her, a holy king, was simply too extravagant. After calming her emotions, Mu Yunqi looked at Lin Fan again. So tell me, what exactly do you want me to do? Mu Yunqi knew that Lin Fan had spent such a high price to heal her, so he must have ulterior motives. Mu Yunqi, I have established a family, but my family currently has few members. To help the family grow, I need to expand my lineage. So my request is simple, I want you to be my woman and bear my children. Lin Fan stated his purpose directly, without beating around the bush. Hearing Lin Fan's blunt words, Mu Yunqi was taken aback, followed by a surge of anger. She never expected that one day she would be asked to bear a child. Had it been before, with her temperament, she would have destroyed him with a single slap. Unfortunately, she had now become a fish on someone else's chopping board, utterly incapable of resistance. Mu Yunqi calmed her fury and finally spoke. Lin Fan, your request is a bit unreasonable. After all, we have just met. If you want me to agree to this now, I simply cannot do it. Can you give me some time to consider it? Mu Yunqi's tone was sincere. She had no choice. She dared not anger Lin Fan, and she had no idea what kind of person he was. In her current situation, if Lin Fan were to use force against her, she would have no means to resist. Thus, at this moment, she could only concede. Seeing Mu Yunqi's reaction, Lin Fan could guess what she was thinking. Mu Yunqi, I can give you time to think it over. At least I will give you time to understand my character. Of course, if you still don't want to buy, then I won't force you. But in that case, you can only stay in my world for a lifetime. I believe you understand my concerns. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Mu Yunqi breathed a sigh of relief, and her impression of him improved significantly. It should be noted that Lin Fan could have forcefully claimed her, but chose not to. As for why he wouldn't let her leave, she could understand. Anyone in his position would make such a decision. Lin Fan, what realm have you reached in your current strength? Late stage of the venerable realm, not far from perfection. Upon hearing that Lin Fan was only at the venerable realm, Mu Yunqi was somewhat dumbfounded. A dignified saint king being controlled by someone at the venerable realm. If word of this got out, she would surely be the laughingstock. What? Do you look down on my strength? Lin Fan asked with a smile. Mu Yunqi fell silent, as she did not want to answer that question. Angering Lin Fan at this moment would be unwise. Mu Yunqi, although my current strength is somewhat lacking with the existence of the Divine Sky Realm, how do you think my future will be? By the way, I named this little world the Divine Sky Realm. Upon hearing Lin Fan's rhetorical question, Mu Yunqi came back to her senses. With the Divine Sky Realm in existence, Lin Fan's future was undoubtedly limitless. Whether he could break through to the Emperor level, she was unsure, but breaking through to the Quasi-Emperor level was definitely not a problem. Once he reached the Quasi-Emperor level, he would be a dominant force throughout the entire Xintian continent. Let's go, I will take you to another place, Lin Fan said, and without waiting for Mu Yunqi's response, he directly brought her into the secret realm. When Mu Yunqi arrived here, she immediately noticed something unusual. Although her strength was sealed, her perception remained intact. Lin Fan, where is this place? It actually helps in condensing intent and domain. Having lived for thousands of years, she had never known there were such places in the world. This is a secret realm that can enhance the speed at which cultivators condense their intent and domain. Do you think what I control can help the family grow stronger? The reason Lin Fan told Mu Yunqi so much was naturally to entice her. Otherwise, with his current strength, it would be difficult for him to gain her favor. After all, she was a Saint King, and to her a venerable realm cultivator was merely an ant. How could a strong person be moved by an ant? Now that Mu Yunqi knew he was a potential powerhouse, it made all the difference. After listening to Lin Fan's introduction, Mu Yunqi began to feel numb. If what she saw today were to spread, she couldn't imagine how many people would go crazy. If this news reached other continents, the Xiantian continent might be destroyed in an instant. She could now understand why Lin Fan wanted her to bear a child. She was a saint body with qualifications that reached the highest level of saint quality. The child born would not have poor cultivation qualifications. There was even a considerable probability of inheriting her physique. Perhaps this is my opportunity. Staying by Lin Fan's side, I have a great chance of breaking through to the emperor level. Not to mention anything else, just the tenfold cultivation time is enough. With this thought, Mu Yunqi began to look forward to the future. At this moment, Lin Fan had already noticed that Mu Yunxi's favorability towards him had reached 20. Seeing this, a smile curved at the corner of Lin Fan's mouth. He knew his approach was correct. Lin Fan, who exactly are you, and how did you obtain these things? Since you want to know, I will tell you. However, it's not convenient to talk here. Let's change places. Saying this, Lin Fan took Mu Yunqi to a garden. He also had a maid brew them a pot of tea. I was just an ordinary member of a small family, and by the age of 30, I had only completed body refinement. And this small world suddenly appeared in my 30th year. Are you sure it appeared suddenly? Mu Yunqi frowned. It just appeared suddenly, Lin Fan affirmed. Lin Fan, did any other memories suddenly appear in your mind? The reason Mu Yunqi asked this was that she felt Lin Fan had a high probability of being the reincarnation of a certain powerful being. This being's strength had even surpassed the emperor level. Because an emperor absolutely cannot come into contact with treasures like the small world. In my mind, there are no unfamiliar memories, but there is a set of techniques. Although this technique is only the first volume, it can allow me to cultivate to the emperor level. Only the first volume can cultivate to the emperor level, Mu Yunqi exclaimed. She could already confirm that Lin Fan was undoubtedly a powerful reincarnation. As for how strong he was, that was beyond her imagination. Here, this is the technique. Lin Fan pointed to Mu Yunxi's forehead and transmitted the Imperial Void Sutra into her mind. After Mu Yunqi digested the information in her mind, she instantly widened her eyes in surprise at Lin Fan. This is the Imperial Sutra, you just gave it to me like that. It's fine to give it to you. Before you bear a child for me, you won't be able to cultivate this technique. This technique can only be cultivated by my bloodline and the woman who bears my child. Of course, as long as my daughter-in-law gives birth to a grandson or granddaughter, she can also cultivate it. Lin Fan finished speaking, looking at Mu Yunqi with a smile. He did not believe that in the face of the Imperial Sutra, Mu Yunqi would remain unmoved. Throughout the entire Xiantian continent, perhaps no one could resist the allure of the Imperial Sutra. Even those from imperial clans cannot cultivate the Imperial Sutra. Only the core members of the family are qualified to cultivate it. At this moment, Mu Yunqi was once again dumbfounded. She never expected that there would be such a requirement to cultivate the Imperial Scripture. Now she could only gaze at the treasure mountain, but could not possess it. This feeling was like countless ants gnawing at her heart. At this moment, Mu Yunxi's mind was experiencing a battle between her better self and her desires. Do I really have to submit to him and bear his child? No, I am a Saint King. How can I lower myself to a mere ant at the level of a venerable? But this is the Imperial Scripture. If I miss this opportunity, I might not have it for the rest of my life. Besides, Lin Fan might be a reincarnated immortal. Submitting to him wouldn't be a loss for me. However, I have already refused him just now. If I agree now, wouldn't that make me look cheap? Then I'll just agree after some time. In the end, Mu Yunqi had already made up her mind. The Imperial Scripture was right in front of her, and she did not want to miss it. With that thought, a slight smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. It's just having a child, it's not a big deal. Mu Yunqi, what happened back then? Why were you so severely injured? Mentioning her injury, Mu Yunxi's expression became somewhat unpleasant. I was injured by a foreign race. Foreign race? Lin Fan frowned. So far, Lin Fan had never seen what a foreign race looked like. Tell me, how did you provoke the foreign race? Since Lin Fan wanted to know, Mu Yunqi had no intention of hiding it. Back then, I went to the western region alone to search for a spiritual herb, but this herb only exists in the western region. There I encountered the young master of the Lionhead people who wanted to take me as his woman. Upon hearing this, I was ready to strike him down. Unfortunately, he was accompanied by 3 Beast King-level Lionhead warriors. In the end, I was outnumbered and severely injured on the brink of death. Fortunately, I had a teleportation talisman on me, which allowed me to escape. In the end, I hid in the illusory, secret realm to heal my wounds with my last breath. Saying this, Mu Yunqi cast a helpless glance at Lin Fan. She had escaped from the lion's den only to fall into a wolf's lair. It was truly too hard. Fortunately, Lin Fan was a human, so it wasn't unacceptable. If she had been taken back by that lion-head beastman, it would have been better to die. Lin Fan did not expect that Mu Yunqi was injured for this reason. Mu Yunqi, I wonder how strong the Lionhead clan is. What are you planning to help me get revenge? Mu Yunqi asked with a smile. If you become my woman, then naturally I would seek revenge for you. Of course it is impossible in the short term. I must wait until the Lin family's strength grows stronger. Mu Yunqi truly did not expect that Lin Fan would really want to help her get revenge. She did not think Lin Fan's words were a joke. Lin Fan seeking revenge in the short term is indeed not feasible. The Lionhead clan is one of the royal families among the Beastmen. There are sacred venerables among this clan. As for whether there is a quasi-emperor, I do not know. Lin Fan did not expect the Lionhead clan to be so powerful. But what if there is a quasi-emperor? In the short term, he cannot do anything about them, but things will be different later. Don't worry, I will remember this grudge, and I will help you get revenge in the future. Okay, I believe you can do it. After witnessing Lin Fan's secrets, she believed that the Lin family would definitely rise in the future. By the way, Lin Fan, do you know what year it is now? I want to see how long I have been in a coma. It is now the Xiantian New Calendar Year, 893668. I didn't expect that I would be in a coma for over 300 years. Saying this, Mu Yunqi revealed a bitter smile. If it weren't for Lin Fan saving her, she wouldn't know how many years she would sleep. Sigh, I can never repay the favor of the ultimate saint pill. Staying to have a child is also a good choice. Thinking of this, Mu Yunqi suddenly felt relaxed all over. Her gaze towards Lin Fan also changed. Let's go, you will live here from now on. I will introduce you to some people. Are they your women? Mu Yunqi asked with a smile. Seeing Mu Yunqi suddenly change her attitude, Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. But soon Lin Fan reacted. Yes, I want to build a family, so I have a few more wives. There is nothing to hide about such things. A few more? Do you have more than 10,000? Mu Yunqi asked curiously. Not really, currently I have a few dozen. Upon hearing that there were only a few dozen, Mu Yunqi was somewhat speechless. She thought there would at least be thousands, but it turned out to be just a few dozen. Such a good cultivation condition is simply wasted. Lin Fan, can a few dozen still be called many? Are you too restrained? If someone else had your conditions, they would have surpassed 10,000 long ago. If it were someone else with your conditions, they would have long surpassed 10,000. A few dozen people trying to develop the family that will take forever. Lin Fan did not expect that Mu Yunqi would say such a thing. Mu Yunqi, you are only in your 70s now. Having so many already is not bad. I have to say your small world is incredibly against the heavens. You have reached the venerable realm at just over 70 years old. In the entire Xiantian continent, you are definitely a unique existence. By the way, how many kinds of realms have you condensed so far? Mu Yunqi was still very curious about the realms Lin Fan had condensed. I have currently condensed 7 kinds of realms, but I can also say 2 kinds of realms, because I have condensed the Yin-Yang realm and the 5 elements realm. Now I have already fused these realms together. Saying this, Lin Fan revealed the Tai Chi Yin-Yang 5 elements diagram he had condensed. Seeing the scene before her, Mu Yunqi's eyes widened. After a long time, she finally came back to her senses. Lin Fan, you are simply a monster. Whether it is Yin-Yang or 5 elements, they are both top-tier realms. Each person who condenses one can be called a prodigy. Yet you have condensed 2 and merged them together. With your current strength, even an average quasi-saint would not be your opponent. At this moment, Mu Yunqi could be certain that Lin Fan was indeed a powerful being reincarnated. The grudges in her heart had completely disappeared. For Lin Fan to take a liking to her wasn't that a tremendous opportunity for her. Besides, how could she repay the life-saving grace? She could only offer herself in return. Lin Fan did not know what Mu Yunqi was thinking at this time. He was sending a message to Yi Liuli asking her to return to the divine celestial realm. Currently, Yi Liuli was taking care of Lin Haolei at the residence in the Wanhua mountain range. Whether it was Lin Haolei born from Yi Liuli or Lin Haoran born from blood charm, they would both be the visible successors of the Lin family. My lord, Knight Liuli and her companions approached Lin Fan and Mu Yunqi as soon as they spotted them. Their gazes then shifted to Mu Yunqi. Mu Xinwang. Although they felt a bit apprehensive, they greeted Mu Yunqi with smiles. Everyone, there's no need to be polite. If you wish, you can call me Sister Yunqi. Since she was to become one of them, Mu Yunqi naturally wanted to build a good relationship with them. Seeing her so approachable, the group felt relieved. They all smiled and called her sister. Following this, without Lin Fan needing to instruct them, they began introducing themselves to Mu Yunqi. Seeing them chatting so happily, Lin Fan chose not to interrupt. Originally, he intended to accept the inheritance of the supreme grade alchemist. However, at this moment, he decided to first secure Mu Yunxi. Later, he could pass this inheritance to her, maximizing the benefits. If Mu Yunxi became a supreme-grade alchemist, it was likely she wouldn't be able to refine supreme-grade pills, yet she could manage to produce high-grade pills. This was far better than his own inheritance, as even if he accepted it now, he could only barely refine low-grade pills. Most importantly, Mu Yunxi possessed a sacred body. Once secured, he would obtain an imperial-grade gift pack. As long as no cultivation methods were drawn, it would be perfect. Currently, what the Lin family needed least was cultivation methods. Time unknowingly passed 3 months, went by while 2.5 years had passed in the Xintian realm. After spending such a long time together, Mu Yunxi finally made a decision. That day, she directly approached Lin Fan and expressed her feelings. "Yunxi, have you really made up your mind?" Lin Fan asked with a cheerful smile. "What are you unwilling now that I have decided?" Mu Yunxi shot Lin Fan a glare. "Haha, of course I'm willing," Lin Fan exclaimed as he embraced Mu Yunxi. After such a long time together, their relationship had become quite intimate. "Should we hold some sort of ceremony? If so, I can have someone prepare it immediately." Mu Yunxi shook her head and replied, "Forget it, I don't like meaningless things. As long as you treat me well, that's enough. But seeing how you treat others, I believe you won't treat me poorly either, so I have nothing to worry about." During these 2.5 years, Mu Yunxi had been observing Lin Fan. She noticed that he treated all the women around him very well, and everyone got along happily. She had met all of Lin Fan's children. From this, she discovered that none of these children had lower cultivation talents than their mothers. Although she didn't know how Lin Fan managed it, the facts were evident. If this trend continued, the probability of her children possessing sacred bodies was quite high. If that were the case, she couldn't imagine the future of the Lin family. Since Mu Yunxi didn't like such scenes, Lin Fan had no choice but to give up. At the same time, Lin Fan also unsealed Mu Yunxi's powers. As she felt her strength returning, a look of joy appeared on her face. During these past 2 years, she could only use the power of the divine stage realm. As a sacred king realm expert, this was truly tormenting for her. Now that her powers had returned, she felt incredibly relieved. "Lin Fan, I didn't expect you to restore my power so soon. I thought it would be after I gave birth." "It's nothing new, I can seal it at any time," Lin Fan replied. "You?" Mu Yunxi was instantly at a loss for words. She had expected Lin Fan to say something reassuring, but she didn't anticipate such an answer. "Well, what's there to be angry about?" "Umph." Mu Yunxi huffed and turned away. "No way, I must make you pay for this." Mu Yunxi secretly vowed. Since she couldn't overpower Lin Fan with strength, she'd find another way. She didn't believe Lin Fan could outdo her in other aspects. With this thought, the corners of Mu Yunxi's mouth slightly curled up. She then turned to Lin Fan and gently said, "Let's go, it's time to rest." Seeing Mu Yunxi's sudden change, Lin Fan felt somewhat puzzled. However, since she had said it, he had no reason to refuse. 2 days later, glancing at the already sleeping Mu Yunxi, Lin Fan smiled with satisfaction. "You actually thought you could win against me in this aspect. You should check what cultivation method I practiced." Then Lin Fan sensed his own strength and revealed a satisfied smile. His power had reached the 3rd level of the semi-sacred realm. Even his talent had risen from high grade to supreme grade. "No wonder being a sacred king realm expert of the 5th level has increased my power so much." Fortunately, during this time, he had condensed the Yin-Yang 5 elements realm to the 7th layer. Otherwise, I would have had to suppress my realm. Moreover, in addition to the realm increase, he also gained 2 new realms of ice and snow, even directly reaching the 4th layer, which was quite a pleasant surprise. He never expected the Qian Kuan He Dao Ju to be so tyrannical that it could even elevate realms. None of Knight Lioli and the others had broken through to the venerable realm yet. Thus, Lin Fan had previously not realized that the Qian Kuan He Dao Ju could enhance realms. Next up is my Imperial Grade gift pack. I wonder what kind of good things it will yield. With this thought, Lin Fan couldn't help but rub his hands together. This was his first Imperial Grade gift pack, and he was filled with anticipation. "System, open the Imperial Grade gift pack for me." Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have opened the Supreme Imperial Grade gift pack and received 1,000 Imperial Grade Spirit Stones and the Imperial Weapon Qian Kuan Fan." Hearing that it was an Imperial Weapon, Lin Fan was overjoyed. His greatest concern was that it would yield a cultivation method. Now that it was an Imperial Weapon, this was indeed good news. "System, please introduce the Qian Kuan Fan." Host, the Qian Kuan Fan is a spatial attribute Imperial weapon containing the power of spatial laws. In terms of confinement, a single wave can create a spatial prison. Even a great Emperor-level expert would be momentarily trapped. In terms of offense, a single wave can cut through anything. Even great Emperor-level experts would be severely injured. Moreover, it can also be used for travel. A single wave can open a spatial passage. The distance of the spatial passage depends on the user's strength. With the host's current strength, this passage can span hundreds of billions of miles. Haha, what a treasure combining offense and travel. System, how much power can I exert? Host, with your current realm, you cannot unleash the full power of the Imperial weapon. However, Imperial weapons have spirits. They can cooperate with the host in battle. You should be able to contend with a general semi-emperor. But with your current strength, you won't be able to hold out for long. Not bad, I can already contend with a semi-emperor. Although the duration may not be long, Lin Fan was already quite satisfied. Lin Fan glanced at the sleeping Mu Yunxi, choosing not to disturb her. With a thought, Lin Fan found himself on an island within the Divine Sky realm. Next, Lin Fan directly sealed the surrounding space. Only then did he take out the Qian Kuan fan from the system space. The moment the Qian Kuan fan was revealed, a terrifying aura emerged within the space Lin Fan occupied. Fortunately, he had sealed this area, preventing it from spreading. Otherwise, most beings in the Divine Sky realm would have suffered severe injuries. Of course, as the master of the Qian Kuan fan, Lin Fan was naturally unaffected. Anything rewarded by the system would be under Lin Fan's control. When he opened the fan, ripples instantly spread throughout the space, as if it might tear apart at any moment. Feeling the immense power of the Imperial weapon, Lin Fan was quite pleased. What a magnificent treasure. Now I finally have the confidence to establish myself in the Xiantian continent. After playing with it for a while, Lin Fan put it away in the system's storage space and returned to his dwelling. 2 whole days passed before Mu Yunxi finally opened her eyes. "Yunxi, you're awake." Lin Fan greeted her with a smile. Mu Yunxi looked at Lin Fan, feeling somewhat embarrassed. She had thought that Lin Fan would let her take the lead in this regard. Unexpectedly, she had completely failed in this aspect, which was truly humiliating. "All right, stop thinking about other things. Let's go out for a walk." "No way. I must defeat you." Mu Yunxi looked at Lin Fan with a determined expression. "Since you insist, I shall gladly accompany you." 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Mu Yunxi no longer felt like moving. "Do you want to try again?" Lin Fan asked cheerfully. "No more tries, I concede." Mu Yunxi chose to surrender outright. "Huh. Don't be so stubborn next time." "Humph. All right, let's take a moment to recover. I'll take you out for a walk." Originally, Mu Yunxi didn't want to speak, but once she realized, she stood up. "Lin Fan, are you really willing to take me out?" At this moment, Mu Yunxi's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Lin Fan. "Of course. I keep my word, you are my woman now, so I won't restrict your freedom." After that day, Mu Yunxi's affection for Lin Fan skyrocketed, exceeding 70, and the family divine tree had already marked her. Lin Fan naturally had no worries about his secrets being exposed. "Lin Fan, you are quite bold. Remember, I am a Saint King, and you won't be able to control me outside. Aren't you afraid that I might leave, or even turn against you?" Mu Yunxi stared at Lin Fan with wide eyes. "Would you leave me?" Lin Fan asked with a grin. Upon hearing this, Mu Yunxi immediately felt deflated. Her heart was filled with thoughts of Lin Fan. How could she bear to leave? "Sai, I don't even know what you have that makes it so hard for me to leave you." "That's exactly right. Hurry up and get ready, we are going out." "All right." After Mu Yunxi finished getting ready, Lin Fan took her to the Wanhua mountain range. This is our Lin family's outpost in the outside world. It hasn't been built for long. What do you think? Lin Fan, if I'm not mistaken, this should be the Wanhua mountain range. This territory belongs to the Imperial Yi family. How did you acquire it? Mu Yunxi recognized the place because she had passed through here before, hence her impression. "This was given to me by the divine maiden of the Yi family." Then Lin Fan briefly explained his relationship with Yi Mu Yan. "You're impressive, being able to connect with the divine maiden of the Yi family. However, capturing her won't be so easy. This is the Imperial Yi family. Even though the true heir of the Yi family is the divine son, the divine maiden's status is not low. So if you want to win her over, it will be quite challenging. Fortunately, the Yi family is somewhat different from other families. They don't emphasize social standing, only the talent of the other party. With your talent, it shouldn't be a problem. But as the head of a family, you can't choose to marry into her family, right? According to what I've gathered, the partners of the Yi family's divine maidens must be from the imperial lineage. If they come from other smaller families or are loose cultivators, they will have to marry in." Hearing Mu Yunxi's explanation, Lin Fan was somewhat surprised. He really didn't know this information. However, as the head of the Lin family, how could he possibly marry in? "Yunxi, don't worry, I will find a way." Seeing Lin Fan's confidence, Mu Yunxi was also a bit surprised. But since Lin Fan said so, she believed he could do it. "Lin Fan, accompany me back to my cave. I still have some belongings there." Originally, Mu Yunxi wanted to go alone, but she feared that Lin Fan would worry. To avoid misunderstandings, she decided to invite Lin Fan to go with her. "Yunxi, where is your cave?" "My cave is in Xian Prefecture, guarded by one of my disciples. It's been over 300 years. I wonder how she has been doing." Mu Yunxi had initially gone to search for spirit herbs to prepare for this disciple's breakthrough. "In Xian Prefecture. Then let's return to the Divine Sky Realm first." "Why are we going back there?" Mu Yunxi asked, puzzled. "Don't worry, you'll know soon enough." The Xian Prefecture has a base of the Shadow Pavilion, so Lin Fan naturally didn't need to waste time traveling. Upon hearing this, Mu Yunxi didn't ask further. But when she found herself in Xian Prefecture in the blink of an eye, she was completely stunned. Lin Fan, how did you do that? I forgot to mention our divine sky realm actually has a powerful function, which is teleportation. Lin Fan then carefully explained this function to Mu Yunxi. After hearing this, Mu Yunxi's eyes widened again. She had thought that after her previous experiences, nothing could shock her anymore. However, she did not expect the divine sky realm to have such a function. It could be said that as long as the Lin family members were cautious, they wouldn't have to worry about being killed by enemies. Yunxi, I have already granted you permission, you can try it out later. Knowing that Lin Fan had given her permission, Mu Yunxi was deeply touched. Lin Fan, I never expected you to trust me so much. Enough, you are my woman, how could I not trust you? Mu Yunxi bit her lips, saying nothing. However, she secretly vowed in her heart that no matter what she would never betray Lin Fan. Yunxi, this is Xian Prefecture. You are more familiar than I am, so you lead the way from here. Alright, I will first take you back to my cave to gather my things, and later we can stroll around Xian Prefecture. Lin Fan naturally had no objections to this. Under the guidance of Mu Yunxi, they soon arrived at a picturesque valley filled with rich natural energy. Mu Yunxi's cave abode is located here. Though referred to as a cave, it is actually a space that Mu Yunxi has created. Whether it be a sage or an emperor, the spaces they create can only be fixed in one location and cannot be carried around. It is incomparable to Lin Fan's divine celestial realm. Yunxi, is your cave abode really built here? The scenery is quite nice. Of course, do you even need to ask who chose it? Mu Yunxi said somewhat proudly. Yes, my Yunxi is indeed impressive. Lin Fan replied with a grin. Humph. Mu Yunxi snorted coldly. I suppose you have good taste. If people from the outside world knew that the usually cold Mu Xinguang had such a cute daughter-like demeanor, they would surely be astonished. After that, Mu Yunxi fell silent. After forming a hand seal, an entrance suddenly appeared in the valley. Lin Fan, let's go in. Lin Fan said nothing more and followed Mu Yunxi inside. As they entered, the entrance vanished into thin air. Before Lin Fan's eyes was a sea of flowers, and they were no ordinary flowers, all reaching above the mystic level. The fragrance was refreshing and uplifting. Yunxi, it seems you really know how to enjoy life. This isn't my doing, it's all thanks to my disciple. Come on, I'll take you to meet my disciple. However, now that we are here, my disciple must have sensed our arrival. Hearing Mu Yunxi mention her disciple again, Lin Fan became interested. At that moment, in a palace deep within the cave, Hua Qingxi, who was in seclusion, suddenly opened her eyes. Who is it that has intruded into the cave? Could it be the master has returned? Upon thinking of this, Hua Qingxi's eyes brightened. Her master had been missing for over 300 years with no news. If she hadn't discovered that her master's life token was still there, she would have thought her master had already passed away. Without hesitation, Hua Qingxi immediately rose and left the palace. At that moment, Mu Yunxi and Lin Fan also appeared outside the palace. As soon as Hua Qingxi stepped out, she saw both Mu Yunxi and Lin Fan. However, Hua Qingxi's attention was entirely focused on Mu Yunxi. Her eyes began to redden. Master, is it really you who has returned? Qingxi missed you so much. Looking at Hua Qingxi, Mu Yunxi felt a pang of heartache. Alright Qingxi, I have returned, haven't I? By the way, let me introduce you to my husband Lin Fan. After hearing her master's introduction, Hua Qingxi finally turned her gaze to Lin Fan. She quickly bowed. Qingxi pays respects to the master's husband. Although she was shocked that her master had a husband, she knew she couldn't be rude. No need for such formalities, Qingxi. You haven't seen your master in so many years, go ahead and catch up with her. Don't mind me. Seeing Lin Fan being so easygoing, Hua Qingxi felt relieved. Then she turned her attention back to Mu Yunxi. Master, where have you been all these years? Why hasn't there been any news? That's quite a long story. Let's go back to the palace first, and then I'll explain it to you slowly. I should have informed you. Afterward, the three of them entered the palace together. As there were no servants around, Hua Qingxi personally brewed a pot of tea for Mu Yunxi and Lin Fan. Master, please have a taste, and see if it suits your palate. Lin Fan, Qingxi's tea brewing skills are quite good, you should try some. Master is joking, this is merely a simple brew, Hua Qingxi humbly replied. Seeing Mu Yunxi say this, Lin Fan understood the tea was extraordinary. Lin Fan lifted the teacup and was greeted by a delightful aroma that lifted his spirits. After taking a gentle sip, he felt his entire body and mind relax immensely. After a while, Lin Fan slowly spoke. Qingxi, this tea is excellent. Your tea master has likely reached the lower grade of the heaven level, right? Tea masters are one of the 100 arts. Although those spiritual teas can be brewed directly after picking, the effects would be greatly diminished. Only through the hands of a tea master can their effects be maximized, and the taste will also be better. Master is correct, Qingxi's tea master has indeed reached the lower grade of the heaven level. Unfortunately, even after hundreds of years, I still haven't broken through to the middle grade of the heaven level. Saying this, Hua Qingxi felt a bit downcast. Seeing Hua Qingxi's dejected expression, Mu Yunxi quickly comforted her. Alright Qingxi, there's no need to be discouraged. When the opportunity arises, there will definitely be no problem. Don't worry, Master, this small difficulty won't defeat me. I'm just a little disappointed, that's all. By the way, Master, you should tell me where you have been for these 300 years. You can't just be with Master's husband and forget about me. As she said this, Hua Qingxi felt a bit wronged. She was truly worried that her master, now having a husband, would neglect her as a disciple. Seeing the expression on her disciple's face, Mu Yunxi understood what Hua Qingxi was thinking. What are you thinking about, you silly girl? I haven't known your master for long either. For those 300 years prior, I was in a state of slumber. Regarding this matter, Mu Yunxi did not intend to hide it from her disciple. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain where she had been for the last 300 years. What? Master, you have been in slumber all these years. What on earth happened? Hua Qingxi looked at Mu Yunxi with a worried expression, because only serious injuries could lead to a state of slumber. Following that, Mu Yunxi began to recount the events to Hua Qingxi, while Lin Fan took this opportunity to check Hua Qingxi's information. Name: Hua Qingxi. Age: 1032. Talent: middle grade saint. Physique: 100 flower divine body. Realm: second layer of saint. Realm: second layer of flower domain. First layer of life domain. First layer of sword domain. 100 arts: lower grade heaven level T master. Top grade earth level spirit plant master. I didn't expect her to have the 100 flower divine body. No wonder this space is filled with a sea of flowers. Although this physique is not suited for battle, it is indeed exceptional for tea and spirit plants. At that moment, as Mu Yunxi recounted the story, Hua Qingxi understood the situation. Her eyes also began to glisten with tears. Master, this is all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have gone to the western region and suffered such serious injuries. You silly girl, Master is just fine. Moreover, you are already in the saint realm, yet still maintain such a daughter-like demeanor. Although Mu Yunxi was scolding her, her tone was filled with affection. Hua Qingxi couldn't help but smile upon hearing Mu Yunxi say this. By the way, Qingxi, has anything happened during the years I was gone? Hua Qingxi hesitated, unsure whether she should speak about it. Seeing Hua Qingxi's demeanor, Mu Yunxi furrowed her brows. She felt that Hua Qingxi was definitely hiding something from her. Qingxi, feel free to tell me anything. Your master will support you. At this moment, Lin Fan also spoke up. Qingxi, just tell us what's bothering you, or we will think of a way together. Hua Qingxi took a deep breath and decided to reveal the matter. Master, grandfather, the head of the Lu family, has been pestering me for years, wanting me to be his Dao partner. I dare not refuse him directly, but it has already dragged on for decades. I feel that he is growing impatient and might come to forcibly take me away at any moment. Upon hearing Hua Qingxi's account, Mu Yunxi was furious. The Lu family is quite bold to covet my disciple. Do they really think I am made of clay? I want to see how the Lu family intends to take you away. They will not withstand my wrath. Hearing that her master was going to confront the Lu family, Hua Qingxi's face was filled with worry. Master, perhaps we should leave here. The Lu family is powerful, and we are no match for them. Mu Yunxi had fallen into a deep slumber for over 300 years because of her. She did not want her master to take risks again. Qingxi, you need not worry, a master can handle this matter. Since the Lu family dares to bully you, they must give me an explanation, otherwise I will not let them off the hook. Previously, Mu Yunxi had some reservations. But now, with the powerful Xinxiao realm backing her, she felt no fear. If the two sacred kings from the Lu family dared to act against her, she could return to the Xinxiao realm at any time. Once the Lu family relaxes their guard, she will make them live in fear. Although she could not defeat the two sacred kings together. But the other members of the Lu family would not withstand her hunt. At this moment, Lin Fan also frowned upon hearing their conversation. If Hua Qingxi were to willingly marry into the Lu family, he would not say anything. But if the Lu family were to forcefully take her, he would absolutely not agree. However, he did not understand much about the Lu family mentioned by the two. The entire Xianzhou was unfamiliar to him. Yunxi, could you tell me more about the Lu family's specific situation? Before Mu Yunxi could respond, Hua Qingxi interjected. Master, grandfather, let me explain this matter. The Lu family is quite powerful in Xuanzhou, as they openly have two sacred kings stationed there. As for whether there are any hidden old monsters, that remains unknown. However, for such a long-standing family, even if there are no other sacred kings hidden, they must have other hidden depths. In addition to this, there are also over 10 cultivators at the sage level. Such powerful strength is absolutely not something we can contend with. Master, grandfather, please persuade master it is best for us to leave Xianzhou quickly. The reason Hua Qingxi had not left earlier was that she was waiting for Mu Yunxi to return. Now that Mu Yunxi was back, there was naturally no need to stay here. As long as they went to another state, the Lu family could do nothing to them. Upon hearing there were only two sacred kings, Lin Fan felt no pressure at all. Now, with the imperial weapon in hand, annihilating a lower-level sacred force was a piece of cake. However, before taking action, he needed to conceal his identity. Until he had absolute strength, he did not want to expose himself in public. If word got out that he possessed an imperial weapon, it would likely cause a sensation throughout the eastern region. Only the imperial clan Yi family and the Tianxiong sacred land possess imperial weapons in the eastern region. It is precisely because of the existence of imperial weapons that these two forces have stood strong for nearly 1,000,000 years. If a strange imperial weapon were to appear, it would definitely attract the attention of these two forces, leading them to act to seize it. No one would ever think they had too many imperial weapons. Thinking of this, Lin Fan smiled at Hua Qingzi. "Qingzi, you need not worry about this matter. With the Lu family's strength, they cannot do anything to us." Seeing Lin Fan say so, Hua Qingzi had no choice but to relent. "All right, Qingzi, go pack up everything in the cave. We will prepare to leave here in a few days." Hearing Mu Yongxi's words, Hua Qingzi was overjoyed. "Master, are you really going to leave here?" "We indeed must leave here, but not because of the Lu family. You go pack your things first. We will leave in a few days." "Okay, I will go pack right away." Hua Qingzi did not care why Mu Yunxi wanted to move. Since they were leaving, it was good news for her. She still did not want her master to take risks because of her and the Lu family. The risks involved were too great. After Hua Qingzi left, Mu Yunxi looked at Lin Fan. "Lin Fan, I want Qingzi to stay in the Shenxiao realm." "Yunxi, are you sure about this? You should know what this means." Although Lin Fan had this intention as well, he did not expect Mu Yunxi to make this request. At this moment, Mu Yongxi's gaze towards Lin Fan was somewhat complex, but she still decided to follow through. "Lin Fan, I do not feel at ease leaving Qingzi outside. The Shenxiao realm is the safest place in this world. Of course, regarding Qingzi, we must let things take their natural course. You cannot force her. You can rest assured you know my character, don't you?" Mu Yunxi held a good impression of Lin Fan's character. "Lin Fan, let's help pack up too. Qingzi has put in a lot of effort into the flowers in this space. It would be a shame to leave them here. We should transplant them all to the Shenxiao realm." "All right, I will leave you an island which is just right for transplanting all these flowers and plants onto that island." "Good, let's do it this way." Mu Qingzi was very pleased with Lin Fan's arrangement. The two then began to busily work together. When a sacred king takes action, the results are naturally extraordinary. A space of tens of millions of square kilometers was completely emptied in less than 2 days. Looking around, the entire space was now completely empty. Even the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was slowly dissipating. Because the spiritual veins providing this energy had all been extracted. These newly opened spaces cannot automatically absorb the heaven and earth's spiritual energy. They can only rely on the spiritual veins to provide this energy. The remaining spiritual energy here can probably sustain this space for about 10 more years. If after 10 years there are still no spiritual veins to replenish the heaven and earth's energy, then this space will collapse on its own and vanish into the void. However, although this space is empty, the Tianxian island in the Shenxiao realm has already become a sea of flowers. These flowers did not wither due to transplantation. On the contrary, they became more vibrant because of the richer spiritual energy in the Shenxiao realm. Looking at the empty space, Hua Qingzi was somewhat taken aback. Even if she had to move, there was no need to dig 3 feet into the ground. The key issue was that with so many things, she had no idea where her master was hiding them. She had never heard of anyone possessing such a vast spatial treasure. "Master, how did you manage this?" Hua Qingzi couldn't help but voice her doubts to Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled slightly. "Qingzi, you will know soon." Hearing this, Hua Qingzi stopped asking further. Just as Lin Fan was about to take Hua Qingzi back to the Xianxiao realm, Lu Qinyu, the head of the Lu family, arrived at the valley where the cave was located, carrying a bridal sedan chair accompanied by a group of people banging gongs and beating drums. At this moment, Lu Qinyu was all smiles as he shouted towards the entrance. "Qingzi, I have come to pick you up. Quickly open the cave and return with me to the Lu family. As for your master, Senior Mu, you need not worry. Our Lu family will certainly search with all our might." Upon hearing this voice, Hua Qingzi's expression changed drastically. She did not expect Lu Qinyu to arrive at such an opportune moment. If he had come half a day later, they would have already left. Now that Lu Qinyu was blocking the exit, how were they supposed to leave? "Master, what should we do next?" At this moment, Mu Yongxi's face was filled with a cold smile. "Qingzi need not worry. If these fellows have come at just the right time, saving me the trouble of finding them myself. Let's see if they have the sense to back off. If they don't, we'll leave them here forever." As Mu Yunxi spoke, he looked at Lin Fan beside him. "Shall we go out and have a look together?" "All right, I'll accompany you to meet these people." Outside the cave, Lu Qinyu and his group were becoming quite impatient. "Master, should we force our way in? With the jade talisman given by our ancestors, we can directly break through the cave's barrier." Upon hearing this, Lu Qinyu had similar thoughts. If they waited idly here, he felt that Hua Qingzi was unlikely to come out. However, he still intended to give Hua Qingzi one more chance. If they forcibly took her, it would damage the reputation of the Lu family. "Qingzi, please hurry and open the cave so we can enter. Rest assured, once you are at my Lu family, I will definitely treat you well. In time, you will become the matriarch of my Lu family. I am giving you 15 minutes to consider. If you do not open it, after that we will forcibly break in and take you away." I hope you won't make things difficult for me. Just then a cold snort came from within the cave. I want to see who gave you the audacity to invade my cave. Hearing this voice, Lu Qinyu and his group were instantly enraged. When had the Lu family ever been subjected to such humiliation in Xinzhou? Who dares to insult our Lu family? Lu Qinyu shouted angrily. It's me. As soon as the words fell, Lin Fan and the others walked out of the cave. Lu Qinyu had initially planned to shred the person who insulted him into pieces. However, upon seeing Mu Yunxi, his pupils shrank suddenly. But soon he revealed a flattering smile. So it's the revered Mu Saint King Lu Qinyu pays his respects. Internally, Lu Qinyu was lamenting he never expected that the long-missing Mu Yunxi would actually return. This truly caught him off guard. The Lu family had received intel that Mu Yunxi should be gravely injured and hiding in a secluded place to recover. It was precisely because of this that he dared to act against Hua Qingci. Moreover, he had his own little scheme in mind. As long as he obtained Hua Qingci and forced her into a situation, then even if Mu Yunxi returned, he wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Perhaps because of Hua Qingci, Mu Yunxi might even join the Lu family. At that time, the Lu family would possess 3 Saint King level powerhouses, and their family strength would take another leap forward. Furthermore, with Hua Qingci's divine body, her potential was limitless. It was only a matter of time before she broke through to Saint King. However, now that Mu Yunxi had returned safely, that plan was likely unfeasible. Although the Lu family had 2 Saint Kings, they could not afford to offend a Saint King so easily. Moreover, the Lu family's Saint Kings were not present with them. If they angered Mu Yunxi at this moment, it would be truly unwise. If Mu Yunxi were to kill him, now he would suffer a great loss. You Lu family truly have some nerve to bully my disciple in my absence. You must give me an explanation today, or otherwise you all shall remain here. Mu Yunxi's tone was filled with killing intent, which startled Lu Qinyu. He quickly forced a smile and said, Senior Mu, you have misunderstood. I truly have good intentions toward Qingci. He was genuinely afraid that Mu Yunxi would kill him on the spot. Even if his family sought revenge for him, he wouldn't live past this day. Is that so? I just heard you say that you would forcibly break into my cave and take my disciple away. As Mu Yunxi spoke, he released his Saint King level pressure. At that moment, Lu Qinyu, who was at the Sage Realm, broke out in a cold sweat under this pressure. He started to tremble slightly. At that moment, he didn't know what to say because those words were indeed his. He truly wanted to slap himself, regretting why he had said such things. What's wrong? Are you speechless? Mu Yunxi sneered. Senior Mu, please calm down. I am willing to compensate for the losses. Facing Mu Yunxi, Lu Qinyu could only concede. In that case, hand over the mid-grade holy weapon, the demon-slaying blade from your Lu family. Hearing Mu Yunxi directly demand their family's mid-grade holy weapon, Lu Qinyu's eyes widened. Senior Mu, this matter is something I cannot agree to. That demon-slaying blade belongs to our Lu family. Even if you kill me, I won't hand it over. Besides, the 2 ancestors of our Lu family would never agree to this. My position in the family is not as important as the demon-slaying blade. Please, Senior Mu, do not make things difficult for me. Lu Qinyu's mention of their 2 ancestors naturally carried a threatening tone. Lu Kid, it seems you truly are not afraid of death. Do you think that mentioning your 2 old ancestors will scare me? Mu Yunxi's tone grew colder. That killing intent made everyone else start to tremble. Some of those with lower strength had already collapsed onto the ground. Seeing this scene, Lu Qinyu could only brace himself. Senior Mu, it's not that I am not afraid of death, but your request is simply too high. You know our Lu family would never agree to such a condition. Why do you continue to make things difficult for me? At the Yi family residence, Yi Mushuan gazed at her maid after consuming a spirit fruit. Xiaozi, have you gathered any news regarding Yi Mayan during this time? Miss the goddess was seen strolling with a stranger in Lingguang City a few days ago. According to the information from our scouts, the goddess even gifted this stranger 3 shops. By the way, the stranger is currently residing in the goddess manor. The maid named Xiaozi revealed all she knew. Xiaozi, do you think Yi Mayan has a love interest? Otherwise, why would she personally accompany him? Curiosity filled Yi Muxuan's eyes. Miss, I do not know about such matters. However, their relationship seems quite good as they were chatting and laughing along the way. Upon hearing her maid's words, Yi Mushuan felt her suspicions were correct. She knew her cousin well. If Yi Mayan encountered someone she found unappealing, she would never acknowledge them. Although she was uncertain if Yi Mayan truly had a connection with Lin Fan, it was evident that their relationship was close. It seems I need to find a time to meet this man. After all, Yi Mayan is my cousin, and as her younger sister, I naturally must keep an eye on her. Miss, if the goddess truly has a love interest, then the position of goddess would be within your reach. Hearing this, Yi Mushuan smiled and shook her head. Xiaozi, whether she is a goddess or not does not matter to me. I just want to prove that I am not inferior to Yi Mayan. To be honest, even if she is not a goddess, the cultivation resources the family provides her will not be significantly less than those given to Yi Mayan. After all, her talent is evident, and the family naturally prioritizes her training. However, the title of goddess indeed represents power and status. Privately, she and Yi Muqing can use their cultivation talents to overshadow Yi Mayan, even if the family knows they would not say much. But in public, they must show sufficient respect to the goddess. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to the Yi family. By the way, Xiaozi, what is Yi Mayan doing now? Miss, the goddess has entered seclusion. Upon hearing that Yi Mayan was in seclusion, Yi Muxuan frowned. She is in seclusion? Is she trying to break through to the Quasi-Saint realm? However, she quickly dismissed her own speculation. Her strength was not much different from Yi Mayan's, and she did not believe Yi Mayan could break through to the Quasi-Saint realm at this moment. Perhaps she has gained some insight in terms of understanding. Thinking of this, Yi Muxuan no longer pondered. What she was most curious about was still whether Yi Mayan truly had a love interest. Xiaozi, come with me to meet this man tomorrow. I want to see what this man has that can make Yi Mayan fall for him. Moreover, since Yi Mayan is currently in seclusion, there is no need to worry about being discovered by her. As Yi Muxuan's maid, Xiaozi naturally had no objections to her decision. The next day, Yi Muxuan, dressed in a purple long dress, arrived at the entrance of the manor where Lin Fan resided, accompanied by her maid Xiaozi. Just as the two approached the main gate, the guard stationed there stopped them. Ladies, may I ask what brings you to the Lin family? Upon hearing the name Lin Family, Yi Muxuan was momentarily taken aback. Then she noticed the plaque above the gate, which prominently displayed the words Lin Mansion. It seems Yi Mayan's private manor has become the Lin Mansion. This is truly interesting. Yi Mayan's relationship with this Lin family is certainly extraordinary. With this thought, a smile appeared on Yi Muxuan's face. Everyone, I come from the Yi family, and my sister is Yi Mayan. Since she was unaware of the relationship between Yi Mayan and the Lin family, Yi Muxuan did not elaborate further and simply stated her identity. So you are Miss? Yes, sister. Please wait a moment while I go inform someone. Xiaozi's expression turned serious upon hearing this. How could someone of her mistress' status wait at the door? Just as she was about to step forward to reprimand the guard, she was stopped by Yi Muxuan. All right, we are here to gather information, not to create enmity. With Yi Muxuan speaking, Xiaozi naturally did not dare to say more. The guard quickly found Lin Fan. Master, we have guests. Oh, do you know who they are? Lin Fan asked, puzzled. The only ones who knew him in Lingguang City were Yi Mayan and Yi Fu. But since Yi Mayan was in seclusion, who else would come at this time? Master, the visitor claims to be Miss Yes, sister. Yi Mayan's sister. Lin Fan was even more puzzled. He knew that Yi Mayan had only one brother and one sister. It seems she is Yi Mayan's cousin. But what could she want with me, eh? Forget it, let's meet her first. With this thought, Lin Fan stopped worrying. You go and bring her here. Yes, master. Ladies, our family invites you. Please follow me. All right, thank you. The two followed the guard while Xiaozi's expression was quite grim. Then she transmitted a message to Yi Muxuan. Miss, this Lin family head is truly too arrogant. Upon learning your identity, he did not come out to greet you personally. Enough, do not complain here. How could someone close to Yi Mayan be an ordinary person? Yi Muxuan understood that Xiaozi was defending her and was not angry. By the way, Xiaozi, you must not speak randomly later. Miss, I understand. Soon the guard brought them before Lin Fan. Master, the guests have been brought, I will take my leave now. After receiving a nod from Lin Fan, the guard turned and left. Once the guard left, Lin Fan focused his gaze on the two of them. With a thought, their information appeared in his mind. Name Yi Muxuan. Age 83. Talent Imperial Grade Upper Tier. Physique Pure In Sacred Body. Realm Perfected Respecter Realm. 7 layers of In Intent, 6 layers of Water Intent, 6 layers of Ice Intent. Identity Yi Mayan's cousin. Name Easy. Age 73. Talent Heavenly Grade Top Tier. Physique Wood Spirit Body. Realm Perfected Divine Platform Realm. Identity Yi Muxuan's maid. Another sacred body. Indeed, as expected of an imperial family, their foundation is profound. At this moment, Yi Muxuan was also sizing up Lin Fan. When her gaze met Lin Fan's, she suddenly felt as though she were being seen through. This sensation genuinely startled Yi Muxuan. After settling Hua Qingzi, Mu Yunxi pulled Lin Fan back to her residence. Lin Fan, you previously said you have the strength to annihilate the Lu family. After Mu Yunxi finished speaking, her eyes were fixed intently on Lin Fan. Lin Fan remained silent and took out the Qinquan fan. However, the aura of the Qinquan fan had already been restrained, so Mu Yunxi did not feel uncomfortable. Looking at the fan, Mu Yunxi's eyes flashed with surprise. Is there something special about this fan? Saying that she intended to take it and have a look. Seeing this scene, Lin Fan quickly stopped her. Yunxi, you are being too reckless. This is an imperial weapon, you can't just touch it. Hearing this, Mu Yunxi's eyes widened in shock. Lin Fan, is this really an imperial weapon? At this moment, Mu Yunxi's voice trembled slightly. This is an imperial weapon, only imperial level forces can possess one. If it's true, then as long as the Lin family produces a quasi-imperial cultivator, they can possess the strength to contend with imperial level forces. Yunxi, would I lie to you? This is indeed an imperial weapon. Lin Fan said as he manipulated the Qianquan fan to release a trace of imperial might. Sensing this aura, Mu Yunqi immediately felt a sense of impending death. Hiss! This is imperial might. It truly is an imperial weapon. At this moment, Mu Yunqi looked at Lin Fan with eyes full of delight. She could now confirm 100% that Lin Fan was definitely a terrifying powerhouse reincarnated. To have such an existence as her man was an incredible fortune. So do I now have the strength to annihilate the Lin family? Lin Fan asked cheerfully. With an imperial weapon, what is a mere Lin family worth? At this moment, Mu Yunqi was filled with confidence. Not to mention a mere Lin family, even an upper-tier holy-level force the Lin family would not fear. However, Lin Fan, given our current strength, it is not the right time to reveal the imperial weapon. Although we have the existence of the Xinyao realm, we are not worried about those imperial-level forces finding us. But if we expose it, it will still be somewhat inconvenient. Mu Yunqi pondered for a moment and voiced her concerns. Yunqi, you need not worry about this. If I take action, I will certainly conceal myself. My apparent identity is just an ordinary head of the Lin family. Seeing Lin Fan so composed, Mu Yunqi felt her worries were unnecessary. However, it was true. Had she not seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that an ordinary family of the respectful realm could hide such terrifying power. Had it been a more ostentatious person, it would probably already be common knowledge by now. Meanwhile, Lu Qingyu and his group had returned to the Lu family in a disheveled state. At this time, the Lu family was already decorated with lanterns and looked festive. In the eyes of the Lu family, this trip to welcome the bride was sure to go smoothly. After all, Hua Qingci was just a second-tier Saint Realm cultivator. Their family head, however, was a fifth-tier Saint Realm powerhouse. With such a disparity in strength, how could Hua Qingci possibly be their opponent? However, the Lu family did not publicize this matter, so they did not invite any other guests. At this moment, those present were all internal family members. But when they saw Lu Qingyu and his group return home in such a disheveled state, everyone present revealed looks of shock. As the family's elder, Lu Qingsong was the first to speak. Family head, what happened? Why are you all so disheveled? Upon hearing Lu Qingkang's inquiry, Lu Qingyu's face turned extremely grim. Elder, an unexpected incident occurred. Mu Yunqi has returned. What? Isn't Mu Yunqi severely injured? How could she return at this time? Their Lu family had received news that Mu Yunqi had been gravely injured and left for dead in the western region at the hands of an alien race. She had barely escaped using a teleportation jade. If she didn't have a mid-grade healing holy pill, she wouldn't possibly have recovered by now. I am also puzzled as to why Mu Yunqi would appear at this time. At this point, Lu Qingyu felt quite frustrated. Elder, let's send everyone away for now. I have other matters to discuss with you all later. At this point, Elder Lu Qingsong felt it was not appropriate to say anything further. Since Mu Yunqi had returned, it was almost impossible to marry Hua Qingci back. Lu Qingsong stopped thinking too much and immediately dismissed the surrounding family members, leaving only the family's elders behind. Although the family disciples wanted to know what had happened, they did not dare to ask at this moment. Lu Qingyu spoke to the remaining elders in a deep voice. Everyone follow me to the conference hall to discuss. After Lu Qingyu finished speaking, he was the first to walk toward the conference hall. The other elders exchanged glances and then followed suit. Soon nearly 30 people were seated in the Lu family's conference hall. These individuals were all elders of the Lu family, and their strengths had all reached at least the quasi-holy level. At this moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on Lu Qingyu at the main seat. Everyone, Mu Yunqi has returned. Our Lu family is in trouble. Upon hearing Lu Qingyu's words, they finally understood why their family head was in such a disheveled state. At this moment, the second elder, Lu Qingfei, looked very displeased. Family head, I warned you not to set your sights on Hua Qingci. Look, trouble has arisen now. This Mu Yunqi was never someone easy to deal with. Hearing this, the elder Lu Qingsong immediately frowned. Second elder, this matter cannot be blamed on the family head. It was something we collectively agreed upon back then. Now that this situation has arisen, it is not the time to shirk responsibility. Moreover, this matter was approved by both ancestors. Are you questioning the two ancestors? Hearing this, Lu Qingfei snorted coldly and ceased to speak. He had strongly opposed this matter at the time. Unfortunately, only he and the other two elders opposed it, which had no real impact. In fact, because of this matter, the three of them had been isolated by these people. After the ancestors agreed, they were even more powerless. After a while, the third elder, Lu Qingqian, spoke up. Family head, since Mu Yunqi returned you safely, did she propose any conditions? Upon hearing Lu Qingqian's words, Lu Qingyu's face became even more grim. Mu Yunqi said she wants our Lu family's holy yuan fruit tree. Hearing Lu Qingyu's words, the entire conference hall was in an uproar. Mu Yunqi actually dares to demand our Lu family's holy yuan fruit tree? What audacity! Family head, we absolutely cannot agree to this. If she has the ability, let her come and take it herself. Don't think that just because she is at the Saint King level, our Lu family fears her. Do they really think our Lu family is easy to bully? Looking at the noisy crowd, the grand elder Lu Qingsong furrowed his brows. All right, everyone, please quiet down and listen to what the family head has to say. As the grand elder Lu Qingsong still held some authority, at this moment everyone present fell silent and turned their gazes towards the family head Lu Qingyu. Seeing the gazes of the crowd, Lu Qingyu felt a bit overwhelmed, realizing that this matter had originated from him. Elders, no matter what, Mu Yunxi is a saint king. We absolutely cannot allow her to become our enemy. Although she is just one person and not a match for our two ancestors, who can guarantee that Mu Yunxi won't ambush our other disciples? We cannot keep retreating into the family and never go out, can we? Hearing Lu Qingyu's words, the elders present were startled. If Mu Yunxi truly wanted to go against the Lu family, then their clan members, including themselves, would face immense danger. Being targeted by a saint king is certainly not a good thing. These individuals had no chance of resistance in front of a saint king. Although their two ancestors were powerful, if Mu Yunxi were to hide in the shadows and not confront them directly, their ancestors would have no means to deal with her. Family head, what should we do next? Do we really have to hand over the holy origin fruit tree? The grand elder Lu Qingsong asked somewhat reluctantly. Elders, Mu Yunxi will come to our Lu family in 10 days to demand the holy origin fruit tree. This matter is beyond my authority, and I need to consult our two ancestors. Upon hearing that Mu Yunxi would come to their Lu family in 10 days, the third elder, Lu Qingyu's eyes brightened. Family head, since Mu Yunxi is coming to us, our two ancestors can lay an ambush in the shadows. As soon as Mu Yunxi arrives, we can capture her. The second elder, Lu Qingfei, immediately stood up to object. Third brother, I absolutely disagree with this plan. If we can capture Mu Yunxi, that would be great. But if we fail, it would be a disaster for our Lu family. We cannot gamble with the fate of our clan. As soon as Lu Qingfei spoke, the elders present became displeased. Second elder, why do you always bolster others' ambitions while diminishing your own prestige? I refuse to believe that our two ancestors cannot handle a single Mu Yunxi. If she dares to come, our Lu family will ensure she cannot return. Seeing the commotion starting again, Lu Qingyu became angry. Enough, everyone be quiet. This matter will be reported to our two ancestors, and they will decide how to proceed. All right, everyone disperse. I will meet with the two ancestors now, Lu Qingyu said, and then he ignored the crowd. He directly left the conference hall to meet with the two ancestors. Observing this scene, the elders exchanged glances and then gradually dispersed. Looking at the empty conference hall, the second elder, Lu Qingfei, couldn't help but sigh. I hope the two ancestors do not make any more wrong decisions. Otherwise, our Lu family is in danger. Our clan is large and prosperous. There's no way to hide. Meanwhile, Lu Qingyu had already arrived outside the cave of the two ancestors. He respectfully bowed at the entrance of the cave. Qingyu seeks an audience with the two ancestors. Come in. Soon an elderly voice came from within the cave. Lu Qingyu did not dare to delay and hurriedly walked inside. At this moment, the two elders were playing chess. Lu Qingyu, seeing this, did not dare to disturb them and quietly stood to the side waiting. Once the game concluded, the two elders finally lifted their heads to look at Lu Qingyu. Young Lu, if I am not mistaken, today is a day of great joy for you. What brings you here at this time? Seeing the elders inquire, Lu Qingyu did not dare to be negligent. Elders, this matter has gone awry. Mu Yunxi has returned. Now Mu Yunxi is very angry. She demands our Lu family's holy origin fruit tree as compensation. Upon hearing this, the two elders immediately became furious. Mu Yunxi is truly audacious to dare demand our Lu family's holy origin fruit tree. She has completely disregarded us. Second brother, calm down. We were in the wrong first. It seems that I did not consider this matter thoroughly at the time. After the grand elder spoke, a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. Elder brother, are you truly going to give the holy origin fruit tree to her? That fruit tree is crucial for both of us. A mere Mu Yunxi cannot be a match for both of us, right? Second brother, although Mu Yunxi is not our match, when we work together, if she chooses to escape, we would be unable to stop her. Have you considered the harm that could come to our Lu family after she escapes? Who else in the family can resist her attacks besides the two of us? Surely we cannot be beside every family disciple at all times. The second elder, upon hearing this, also became somewhat speechless. He had indeed not considered this issue. Now, after his elder brother's insight, he genuinely did not know how to respond. Elder brother, what should we do next? What else can we do? Just give her the holy origin fruit tree. After all these years, our Lu family has accumulated thousands of holy origin fruits. It is more than enough for our use. However, we can leave a branch of the tree hoping to cultivate a new holy origin fruit tree. Upon hearing this, the second elder was still somewhat reluctant. Yet in the end, he compromised. He could not gamble with the lives of his family members. Moreover, the Lu family certainly had enemies. If Mu Yunxi allied with their enemies, it would bring great trouble to the Lu family. Considering this, the second elder looked at Lu Qingyu. Qingyu, when Mu Yunxi arrives, you will hand over the holy origin fruit tree to her. We will not intervene. If I were to step forward, I might not be able to help but confront Mu Yunxi. After hearing the decision of the two elders, Lu Qingyu sighed in relief, but felt a bittersweet pang in his heart. This is a low-grade holy fruit tree, and they were just giving it away. It would be impossible not to feel heartbroken. Elders, this matter is entirely my fault for being too indecisive. If I had snatched back Hua Qingxi decades ago, this wouldn't have happened. Perhaps I could have even won Mu Yunxi over. Now I have caused the family to lose the holy origin fruit tree. I truly am a sinner of the clan. After saying this, Lu Qingyu directly knelt down before the two elders. All right, you can get up now. This matter is not your fault. Neither of us anticipated such a turn of events. Originally, we calculated that Mu Yunxi would remain in slumber for at least several hundred more years before awakening. Who would have known she has recovered now? Perhaps she was rescued by some powerful figure. Now she dares to confront our Lu family directly, which likely indicates she has some backing. Until we uncover her backing, our Lu family absolutely cannot act against Mu Yunxi. From now on, send someone to closely monitor her every move. Our Lu family's Shenyuan fruit tree is not so easily acquired. Storing the Shenyuan fruit tree with her isn't out of the question. The elder's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness as he spoke. Although the Lu family cannot be said to be untouchable in Xianzhou, the only family stronger than us is the Su family. The Su family has a sage-level ancestor overseeing them, which naturally puts them in a league far above our Lu family. But for a Saint King to dare threaten our Lu family so openly is simply intolerable. Unfortunately, Mu Yunxi only has one disciple, and calling her a lone wolf would not be an exaggeration. If such a person manages to escape, it would surely lead to endless troubles. Before we have the absolute strength to suppress Mu Yunxi, we dare not act rashly. After receiving the orders from the two elders, Lu Qingyu took his leave. Soon he conveyed this news to all the elders within the family. Upon learning of the elders' decision, the elders of the Lu family were all incredulous except for the second elder, Lu Qingfei, who sighed in relief. On the other side, Mu Yunxi was enjoying the scenic views of Xianzhou with Lin Fan. Yunxi, with your understanding of the Lu family, do you think they will hand over the Shenyuan fruit tree? Lin Fan, those two old geezers from the Lu family will definitely agree. They know that it won't be easy to keep me around. Therefore, without the assurance of capturing me, they would not dare to completely offend me. However, the Lu family definitely cannot swallow this humiliation. If I find myself in a desperate situation one day, they will surely take advantage. Mu Yunxi had dealings with those two old geezers from the Lu family before, so she naturally knew what kind of people they were. In that case, I might as well eradicate the Lu family. Mu Yunxi shook her head, saying, forget it. As long as they hand over the Shenyuan fruit tree, I will let them off this time. If the Lu family is destroyed, it will definitely attract the attention of many forces. At that point, they will surely trace it back to me. I don't want to remain stuck in the Divine Sky realm indefinitely. Since Mu Yunxi had said so, Lin Fan felt he should not say anything more. By the way, Lin Fan, when the time comes, I will go to the Lu family alone. You should avoid getting involved in this matter. Given your current strength, it's best not to expose yourself. Although Lin Fan was present earlier, he did not attract Lu Qingyu's attention. In Lu Qingyu's eyes, Lin Fan was likely just Mu Yunxi's new disciple. All right, but you must be careful. If anything seems amiss, return to the Divine Sky realm immediately. Rest assured, I am aware of what I am doing. I won't joke around with my life. In the following days, Mu Yunxi took Lin Fan to many places. Unfortunately, they did not discover anything precious. Soon they arrived at the agreed time with the Lu family. After Lin Fan returned to the Divine Sky realm, Mu Yunxi alone arrived at the Lu family's estate. The Lu family also had a space opened up by a Saint King. However, the spiritual energy in that space is not sufficient to support the cultivation of billions of clansmen. Hence, most of them live in the outside world. The members of the Lu family were aware that Mu Yunxi would be coming today, so they had already made preparations. At this moment, upon seeing Mu Yunxi arrive, they all bowed and greeted her, saying, "Greetings, Holy King Mu." Mu Yunxi glanced over the crowd and finally fixed her gaze on Lu Qingyu. Enough with the pleasantries. Oh, where is the item I requested? Lu Qingyu knew that the Shenyuan fruit tree could no longer be kept, so he did not delay. He directly ordered someone to bring out the Shenyuan fruit tree. Holy King Mu, this is the Shenyuan fruit tree you wanted. Mu Yunxi examined it and noticed that the Shenyuan fruit tree was missing a branch, but it did not significantly affect it. After confirming there were no issues, she stored the Shenyuan fruit tree away. You Lu family are quite perceptive, so let the previous grudges be written off. I hope you will not provoke me again, otherwise I will not be so easy to deal with next time. I am clearly informing you that I am threatening you. After Mu Yunxi finished speaking, she swept her gaze over the crowd once more and then turned to leave. At this moment, the members of the Lu family, faced with Mu Yunxi's blatant threat, turned pale. They did not expect that even after surrendering the Shenyuan fruit tree, Mu Yunxi would show them such disrespect. Head, this Mu Yunxi is going too far as she simply does not regard our Lu family. So what? Her strength is evident. Oh, what can we do to her? Lu Qingyu said darkly. We will remember this humiliation. Oh, I hope she does not give us a chance in the future. Our Lu family's possessions are not so easily taken. All right, everyone disperse. And remember to keep this matter confidential. If anyone dares to leak this information, they will face the family law. The Grand Elder, upon hearing this, quickly assured, rest assured, head, oh, we will handle this matter properly. If this information were to leak, the Lu family's reputation would certainly suffer greatly. Moreover, other forces might even take the opportunity to trample on them. After Mu Yunxi left the Lu family, she found a secluded spot and returned to the Divine Sky Realm. Then she found Lin Fan with the Xingyuan fruit tree in hand. Lin Fan, I have obtained the Xingyuan fruit tree. It seems the Lu family is quite perceptive. Lin Fan said with a smile. At least they know their place, otherwise I would make the Lu family restless. Mu Yunxi said coldly. However, the Lu family left a branch, likely intending to cultivate a new Xingyuan fruit tree. No matter, without a treasure land like the Divine Sky Realm, it won't be so easy for them to cultivate a saint-level fruit tree. Come on, Yunxi, you haven't seen the place where we grow saint-level spiritual herbs. They'll take you to have a look and plant this Xingyuan fruit tree properly. Upon hearing this, Mu Yunxi immediately became interested. Then with a thought, Lin Fan took Mu Yunxi to the location of the family's divine tree. This place was set up with a barrier by Lin Fan. Without his permission, no one could enter. As soon as they arrived, Mu Yunxi was captivated by the sight of the Ling Sui fruits before her. Lin Fan, are these all Ling Sui fruits? Mu Yunxi was not unfamiliar with Ling Sui fruits. She had participated in many auctions, so she was well aware of what they looked like. Not bad, these are all spirit essence fruits. The one about to ripen is the mother plant. As for these 30 plants, they are all cultivated from the seeds of spirit essence fruits. After listening to Lin Fan's introduction, Mu Yunxi silently thought, indeed it is, as such. At this moment, she had a deeper understanding of the power of the Divine Sky Realm. With the Divine Sky Realm in existence, these holy-grade spiritual herbs can be mass-produced in the future. In contrast, the spiritual plant masters who are highly sought after in the outside world hold little significance in the Divine Sky Realm. Because in the Divine Sky Realm, any spiritual herb that has vitality can be cultivated. The role of a spiritual plant master is merely to enhance the growth speed of the herbs. After that, Mu Yunxi shifted her gaze to other spiritual herbs. Lin Fan, what are the remaining few spiritual herbs? This is the lower grade holy fruit dragon blood fruit, the main ingredient for refining the holy king pill. This is the supreme grade holy tea, the heavenly heart tea tree. The one that has just sprouted is the longevity holy fruit. Indeed, the seed of the longevity holy fruit has successfully sprouted. The longevity holy fruit, which countless factions could not cultivate, has been brought to life by Lin Fan. Upon hearing that there was still a longevity holy fruit, Mu Yunxi was left dumbfounded. She naturally knew how precious the longevity holy fruit was. One fruit was equivalent to 500 years of lifespan. Although only the first one consumed is effective for each person, it is still a priceless treasure. It's a pity we have too few holy grade spiritual herbs on hand. Mu Yunxi said regretfully. Having such a treasure land, yet lacking resources, truly felt unfortunate. By the way, Lin Fan, don't you know the goddess of the Yi family? See if she can help you get some holy-grade spiritual herbs or seeds of spiritual fruits. For an imperial family like the Yi family, they surely won't lack such things. After finishing her words, Mu Yunxi smiled at Lin Fan. Given the relationship between Lin Fan and Yi Mu Yin, it shouldn't be difficult to obtain some seeds. Let's discuss this matter later. Although my relationship with Yi Mu Yin is good, it hasn't reached that level yet. Mu Yunxi nodded and did not say much more. By the way, Yunxi, I have 2 inheritances to pass on to you. Upon hearing that Lin Fan had inheritances for her, Mu Yunxi's eyes lit up. Lin Fan, quickly tell me what the inheritances are. They are the supreme grade alchemist inheritance and the top-tier talisman master inheritance. After receiving these 2 inheritances, you will instantly become a supreme grade alchemist and a top-tier talisman master. Hearing this, Mu Yunxi's eyes widened in amazement. Lin Fan, you're not joking with me, are you? After using these 2 inheritances, I can instantly become a supreme grade alchemist and a top-tier talisman master. She had never heard of such a means of inheritance in the world. No matter what kind of inheritance it was, it always required starting from the basics. Yunxi, do you think I would joke about such matters? Saying this, Lin Fan took out 2 inheritance jade slips. Here, this is the inheritance of the supreme grade alchemist and the top-tier talisman master. Looking at the jade slips handed over by Lin Fan, Mu Yunxi excitedly took them in her hands. Just as Lin Fan said, he wouldn't joke about such things. Thus, she was convinced that both inheritances were genuine. After a while, once Mu Yunxi calmed her emotions, she spoke up. Lin Fan, I suggest you hand over the inheritance of the supreme grade alchemist to me. As for the top-tier Talisman Master inheritance, how about giving it to my disciple Qing Ci? She is currently at the saint level, and accepting this inheritance would be just right for her. Upon saying this, Mu Yunqi worried Lin Fan might think she had selfish motives, so she quickly added, Lin Fan, if you are unwilling, I can also accept this inheritance myself. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan felt that Mu Yunxi's reasoning made sense. It indeed would be more suitable to give the top-tier Talisman Master inheritance to Hua Qing Ci. Yunqi, let's do it your way. Seeing that Lin Fan agreed with her suggestion, Mu Yunqi was very pleased. Lin Fan, I will go and hand over the inheritance to Qing Ci first, and then I'll come back. After Mu Yunqi finished speaking, she gave Lin Fan a flirtatious glance and quickly turned to leave. Watching Mu Yunqi's departing figure, Lin Fan's lips curled up slightly. However, thinking about how he had already used the inheritance of the Supreme Grade Formation Master, he felt a bit regretful. If he had given this inheritance to Mu Yunqi, they could have maximized the benefits in a short time. Not long after, Mu Yunqi returned to Lin Fan's side. Let's go, Lin Fan, to my residence. Lin Fan responded with a hearty laugh. Then with a thought, the two of them disappeared from the spot. A month later, Mu Yunqi began to enter seclusion to accept the inheritance. Lin Fan would also start inscribing formations next. Sigh, there's a lot to be busy with next. Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh. Inscribing formations is a very tedious task. A slight mistake while inscribing formations could lead to all efforts being wasted and materials would be squandered. After several months, Lin Fan finally completed the making of the formation flags. This used the time of the main world, while in the Divine Sky realm, several years had already passed. Moreover, this set of formations could only protect the main peak of the Wangyue mountain range. To protect the entire Wangyue mountain range, at least a holy grade formation would be required. Seeing that Lin Fan had already made the formation flags, Mu Yunqi immediately appeared beside him. During these past few months, Mu Yunqi had already finished receiving the inheritance and had exited seclusion. Now she was already a supreme grade alchemist. Although due to her own strength, she still couldn't refine supreme grade pills. But refining upper grade holy pills was already a piece of cake. It's a pity that the holy grade spiritual herbs in the Divine Sky realm are insufficient, not enough to concoct a batch of holy grade pills. Thus, she had no opportunity to practice. However, during this period, she attempted to refine a batch of heavenly grade pills, and the result was quite good. Although it didn't reach a full 12 pills, she successfully refined 10 pills. Each pill reached a purity of 90. Having such results is already quite impressive, considering this was her first time refining pills. Once she becomes more skilled, the results will surely improve. Yunqi, do you want to go out and see how my formations are inscribed? Of course. Soon the two left the Divine Sky realm and appeared directly on the main peak of the Wangyue mountain range. Lin Fan, I must say the teleportation function of the Divine Sky realm is truly powerful. You have to know, we were in Xian Prefecture before, and in the blink of an eye we returned to the Wangyue mountain range. If I had flown you back, it would have taken at least half a month. Although it was not her first experience, Mu Yunqi was still filled with awe at this moment. Yunqi, this is just the beginning. In the future, even if we travel to other continents, we can instantly return here. Mu Yunqi envisioned such scenes in the future, her heart filled with longing. Lin Fan, with such a powerful Divine Sky realm, the future of our Lin family is beyond imagination. What we need to do now is to develop quietly. Rest assured, I am very low-key. As long as outsiders do not provoke me, I generally won't take action. Whenever I do take action, I will eradicate the root. It's not that I'm ruthless, but it's just how this world operates. Being merciful to enemies is being cruel to oneself. Next, Lin Fan, accompanied by Mu Yunqi, completed the arrangement of the formation. How does this formation feel? Lin Fan asked with a smile. This formation is quite powerful. In my view, even a sage-level expert would find it difficult to deal with it. Even I would need considerable effort to break it. Although this formation is only classified as a top-tier heavenly-level formation, it already possesses some characteristics of low-grade sage-level formations. Unfortunately, the materials for the formation flags are too low-grade, restricting the level of this formation. To be honest, Mu Yunqi was still quite shocked. It should be noted that Lin Fan was only at the third level of the quasi-sage realm. The formation he arranged was one that even sage-level experts could not decipher. If a sage were to enter the formation, they might even be in danger. The most important thing is that this is still due to the limitations of the materials. If there were higher-grade materials, Lin Fan could definitely sketch out a sage-level formation. By then, even she, a Sage King, would have no means to deal with Lin Fan. It is important to note that formations are not only used for defense, there are also many offensive formations. At that time, using the formation to counterattack a Sage King would also be a possibility. In other words, without resorting to imperial weapons, Lin Fan's current capabilities are already sufficient to contend with Sage King-level experts. Seeing Mu Yunqi praise this formation incessantly, Lin Fan felt quite satisfied. Indeed, it was because of the low grade of the materials that this formation only reached the top-tier heavenly level. To enhance its power further, these materials simply cannot withstand it. Unfortunately, those materials that reach the sage level only appear at high-level auctions. Aside from that, one can only search in perilous locations and secret realms. However, time has passed for quite a while, and neither the illusory sea secret realm nor the bewilderment marsh has yielded any good finds. During this period, the number of people Lin Fan dispatched to these two places has exceeded 1,000. The most dangerous of these places is the bewilderment marsh, where members of the Shadow Pavilion can inadvertently encounter life-threatening dangers. This is because it is filled with many demon beasts. Due to the low visibility, they often unintentionally run into these beasts. What's more terrifying is that these demon beasts have become accustomed to this environment and can move freely within it. Fortunately, these members can return to the Divine Sky realm at any time, so no one has lost their life. However, hundreds have sustained varying degrees of injuries. By the way, Lin Fan, should I open up a space here? After pondering for a moment, Lin Fan shook his head. Yunqi, regarding our relationship, I would prefer to keep it under wraps for now. After Yi Mu Yin exits her seclusion, she will definitely come here, and she is accompanied by a sage emperor who can easily discern the truth. Moreover, most members of the Lin family are in the Divine Sky realm, and there aren't many exposed to the outside world, so there is no need to rush to open up a space. Upon hearing this, Mu Yunqi felt that Lin Fan's reasoning was very sound. Alright, let's postpone the matter of opening a space for now. The Lin family still needs to develop discreetly, and it is indeed not suitable for her to expose herself. After this, the two strolled around the Wanhua Mountains before returning to the Divine Sky realm. At this time, Mu Yunqi was very eager for the imperial scripture that Lin Fan had transmitted to her. So she must seize the time to have a child. Otherwise, she could only look at this cultivation method, but could not practice it. Unbeknownst to her, several months had passed, and Yi Ning Shuang and Bai Qing Yan's children had been born, a boy and a girl respectively. Unfortunately, the qualifications of these two children were only top-tier heavenly level, and their physiques were also spirit bodies. The gift pack yielded a stack of top-tier heavenly level relocation talismans, 10 pieces, and a weapon. Lin Fan was quite satisfied with the relocation talismans. In the Divine Sky realm, in order to possess more mineral resources, relocation talismans are indispensable. Seeing that Lin Fan had 2 more children, while there was still no sign of movement in her own belly, Mu Yunqi felt a bit anxious. Lin Fan, is it too hard to get pregnant? Why hasn't there been any movement after so long? Yunqi, you are already at the Sage King level. How could it be so easy to conceive? Lin Fan's words of course resonated with Mu Yunqi. However, looking at the cultivation method, she could not practice it genuinely made her feel distressed. By the way, Yunqi, you have already obtained the inheritance of a top-tier sage-level alchemist, so see if there are any pills that could help with pregnancy. Upon hearing this, Mu Yunxi's eyes brightened. After acquiring the inheritance of an alchemist, countless pill formulas had appeared in her mind. However, she had not yet examined them closely. Perhaps among these formulas there really is a pill that increases the chance of pregnancy. Wait for me a moment, I will look for it. After Mu Yunqi finished speaking, she began to review the pill formulas in her mind. A quarter of an hour passed, and a formula for the Holy Infant pill came into view. Seeing this, Mu Yunqi revealed an expression of anticipation. Holy Infant pill, a top-tier sage-level pill. When taken simultaneously by both genders, it can enhance the chance of pregnancy and is effective below the Emperor level. Moreover, it can guarantee that the child's qualifications will not be lower than top-tier sage level. Refining materials, top-tier sage level. Holy Infant fruit, top-tier sage level. Dragon saliva fruit, low-grade sage level. Dragon blood fruit, low-grade sage level. Heavenly transformation flower, low-grade sage level. 10,000 spirits grass, and several heavenly level materials. Seeing this, Mu Yunqi displayed an expression of delight. Lin Fan, I didn't expect such a pill to exist. She then recounted the effects of the Holy Infant pill. Lin Fan was also somewhat surprised after hearing this. The Holy Infant pill actually has such effects. However, thinking about the materials needed to refine the pill, Lin Fan felt a bit of a headache. Yunqi, the other herbs are fine, and we happen to have the dragon blood fruit. But we have no leads at all for the Holy Infant fruit and dragon saliva fruit. How could it be easy to find them? Upon hearing this, Mu Yunqi also frowned. Lin Fan, I have heard of the dragon saliva fruit. Perhaps it can be found on those islands deep within the Wu Wang Sea. As for the Holy Infant fruit, I have no clue whatsoever. Seeing Mu Yunqi frown, Lin Fan smiled and comforted her. Alright, Yunqi, there is no need to rush on this matter. We can search slowly. A few years later, it will be the Star River Merchant Association's auction, which happens once every 100 years. Perhaps it will be available at the auction. If all else fails, isn't there the Heavenly Mystery Sect? Perhaps we can ask the Heavenly Mystery Sect to deduce the whereabouts of the Holy Infant fruit. Hearing Lin Fan mention the Heavenly Mystery Sect, Mu Yunxi's eyes lit up. If the Heavenly Mystery Sect were to deduce it, perhaps they could really find the Holy Infant fruit. However, soon Mu Yunqi became somewhat conflicted. If the Heavenly Mystery Sect deduces the Holy Infant Fruit, does that mean they could indirectly deduce the formula for the Holy Infant Pill that she possesses? This formula is so precious that it must not be exposed. After Mu Yunqi expressed her worries, Lin Fan smiled mysteriously. Yunqi, you need not worry about this. Even the ancestors of the Tianji sect would be unable to deduce any information about us. Upon hearing this, Mu Yunxi's eyes widened again. Lin Fan, is this yet another function of the divine Xia realm? Lin Fan shook his head with a smile. Yunqi, do you still remember the great tree that was with the sacred herb? At Lin Fan's reminder, Mu Yunqi instantly recalled the towering tree that stood several dozen meters high. When she first saw that great tree, she felt an unusual kinship towards it. It was precisely for this reason that she forgot to ask Lin Fan what kind of tree it was. Lin Fan, I felt that tree was special. It gave me a sense of closeness. I even had the impulse to not allow anyone to harm it. What could this possibly mean? To be honest, Mu Yunqi couldn't comprehend why she felt so attached to a tree. Yunqi, that is the divine tree of our Lin family. It can prevent anyone from spying on us. Not even the emperors can do that. Hiss. Mu Yunqi gasped in surprise. She never expected such a divine tree to exist in this world. Just as Lin Fan was about to say something, he suddenly sensed unusual movements within the secret realm. Ying Yao has finally broken through to the venerable realm. Lin Fan smiled at this scene. At that moment, Mu Yunqi, who had come back to her senses, noticed the change in Lin Fan's expression. Lin Fan, you look so happy. Could it be that something good has happened? Yes, Ying Yao has broken through to the venerable realm. Would you like to come with me to see? Of course. After all, we are sisters, so I must meet her. Although Mu Yunqi had been to the secret realm with Lin Fan, she had not discovered Xia Ying Yao at that time. Mainly because Lin Fan was afraid someone would disturb Xia Ying Yao's cultivation, he had set up a barrier to protect her. Soon Lin Fan brought Mu Yunqi into the secret realm. At that moment, Xia Ying Yao had just retracted her aura. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Lin Fan and Mu Yunqi not far away. She hurriedly got up and walked over to Lin Fan. Husband, I've broken through. The joy on Xia Ying Yao's face was impossible to conceal. Ying Yao, congratulations. Lin Fan said with a grin. At this moment, Mu Yunqi also smiled and spoke. Congratulations, Sister Ying Yao. I suppose I don't need to introduce myself, right? Miss Mu, you flatter me. My husband has already introduced you. That's good, but calling me Miss Mu feels distant. You should call me Sister Mu instead. Hearing Mu Yunxi's words, Xia Ying Yao quickly realized that Mu Yunqi had already become her. So she hurriedly called out, Sister Mu. Mu Yunqi was the strongest and also the eldest, so addressing her as Sister Mu was not a loss for Xia Ying Yao. By the way, Sister Ying Yao, what kind of realm did you condense? I condensed the realm of fire. Xia Ying Yao replied, releasing her realm. At that moment, a blazing sea of fire appeared above Xia Ying Yao's head. Not bad, you've just condensed your realm and already reached 2/10 of it. Mu Yunqi couldn't help but praise. Sister Mu, you flatter me. I'm far from my husband. Enough, you need not compare yourself to him. He belongs to the level of a prodigy. In Mu Yunxi's eyes, Lin Fan was the reincarnation of a great being from the higher realms. Therefore, one should not use the standards of the divine wasteland to measure Lin Fan. Seeing Mu Yunqi say this about him, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. How did he become a prodigy? Let's go. This isn't a place for chatting. We should leave here first. Lingguang City, Yi Mushuan returned to the estate that Yi Mayan had given to Lin Fan. At this time, she was being received by the steward Li Han. Lin Fan had entrusted all the business of Lingguang City to Li Han, so he resided there permanently. Of course, if there were any unresolved matters, she would still report them to Lin Fan. Steward Li, why haven't I seen your master? Miss Mushuan, our master, is currently constructing the family estate in the Wangyue mountain range. May I ask if Miss Mushuan is looking for our master for any particular reason? If you have something, I can send a message to our master right now asking him to come over. Upon hearing that Lin Fan was building a family in the Wangyue mountain range, Yi Mushuan felt somewhat disappointed. She had no particular business with Lin Fan, she just intended to chat with him after not seeing him for several months. Steward Li, I came here without any particular business, so there's no need to inform your master. Constructing the family estate is more important. Regarding Yi Mayan giving the Wangyue mountain range to Lin Fan, it was not a secret within the Yi family. Moreover, the Wangyue mountain range belonged to the assets of Yi Mayan's lineage, so she could handle it as she pleased, which is why no one said anything. Since Lin Fan was not present, Yi Mushuan did not plan to stay here for long. She then took out a communication jade talisman and handed it to Li Han. Steward Li, this is my communication jade talisman. If your master comes, remember to give this talisman to him. Understood, Miss Mushuanu. When the master arrives, I will definitely give this talisman to him. All right, then I shall take my leave. After Li Han saw Yi Mushuan off, he immediately returned to the divine Xia realm and found Lin Fan. Greetings, master and ladies. When Li Han arrived, Lin Fan was somewhat surprised. Li Han, have you encountered any issues? Master Miss Muxuan just came to the estate looking for you. Seeing that you were not there, she left immediately. Before she left a communication jade talisman for me to give to you. After Li Han finished speaking, he handed the jade talisman to Lin Fan. Alright, I understand, you can go about your business. Yes, Li Han takes his leave. Lin Fan looked at the communication jade talisman in his hand, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Seeing Lin Fan's expression, Mu Yunxi couldn't help but ask with a smile, Lin Fan, may I ask who this Miss Muxuan is? She is also from the Yi family and a strong competitor of the Yi family goddess. Upon hearing this, Mu Yunxi couldn't help but twitch her lips. She never expected Lin Fan to be so bold. Lin Fan, it's fine if you pursue one Yi family goddess, but I didn't expect you to want to pursue another. If this matter were discovered by the higher-ups of the Yi family, they might come to settle scores with you. Lin Fan felt somewhat awkward upon hearing this. Initially, his only target was Yi Mayan, but who knew that another Yi Muxuan would appear later? After spending more time together, Yi Muxuan's fondness for him kept increasing. He couldn't really blame himself for this. He could only inwardly marvel at his own charm. Even the goddess of the Yi family couldn't resist. To avoid embarrassment, Lin Fan decided to change the topic. He then looked towards Xia Yingyao. Yingyao, now that you have emerged from seclusion, you should pay a visit to the Qinglan sect. Ming'er has set his sights on the saintess of the Ning Shuang sect and is waiting for you to take him to propose. Xia Yingyao showed immediate interest upon hearing this. Naturally, she was familiar with the saintess of the Ning Shuang sect. If Lin Haoming could succeed with her, that would indeed be a good thing. Husband, I will return to the Qinglan sect right away to help Ming'er bring Su Wan back. Yingyao, then this task falls upon you. Husband, what are you saying? Ming'er does call me aunt. Even without that relationship, I am still his grandmaster, so it is only my duty to help. After finishing her words, Xia Yingyao greeted Mu Yunxi and left. Soon she appeared in the cave dwelling of the Qinglan sect. Just as she was about to leave the cave, she suddenly paused. I can't just leave like this, I need to create some commotion first. Thinking of this, Xia Yingyao sat cross-legged and immediately released the aura of a respectable realm. She put on an act of just breaking through to the respectable realm. As this aura spread out, it instantly attracted the attention of all the high-ranking members of the Qinglan sect. Lu Xingmian, who was drinking tea, was immediately drawn in by this aura. This is the aura of breaking through to the respectable realm. That location is the cave where Sister Xia is in seclusion. Ha ha ha. Lu Xingmian burst into hearty laughter. Sister Xia has finally broken through to the respectable realm. Our Qinglan sect's strength has significantly increased again. After expressing his feelings, Lu Xingmian vanished from the spot. The other elders also hurried towards Xia Yinjiao's cave. After noticing that all the elders had arrived, Xia Yingyao retracted her aura and walked out of the cave. As soon as everyone saw her appear, they quickly smiled and congratulated her. Sister Xia, congratulations on successfully breaking through to the respectable realm. Lin Haoming also arrived at this moment, smiling as he congratulated her. Disciple congratulates Master on breaking through to the respectable realm. Thank you, fellow disciples. I believe that in no time all of you will gradually step into the respectable realm. Then thank you for your good wishes, Sister Xia. After they had chatted for a while, Ancestor Yun Jinghong appeared before them. Seeing this, everyone bowed and greeted. Disciple pays respects to the ancestor. Everyone need not be overly polite. Now that Yingyao has broken through to the respectable realm, the position of the sect leader will be held by Yingyao. At this point, Ancestor Yun Jinghong turned to look at Lu Xingmian. As for you, Xingmian, after the handover, go into seclusion for cultivation immediately. Look at you, Yingyao has already broken through before you. You truly disappoint me too much. From now on, if you do not break through to the respectable realm, you shall not step out of the sect. Disciple obeys, Lu Xingmian said with a bitter face. Although he had long since reached the perfected stage of the divine power realm, he still had not touched the threshold of the realm of comprehension. In such a situation, how could it be easy to break through to the respectable realm? Unfortunately, since the ancestor has spoken, he had no choice but to comply. After speaking to Lu Xingmian, the ancestor looked at the others. You all are the same. You must learn well from Yingyao, and do not let me down. Disciple will certainly obey the ancestor's command and strive to cultivate hard from now on. I hope so. After saying this, Yun Jinghong disappeared without a trace. Seeing the ancestor leave, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure from the ancestor was simply too strong. After congratulating Xia Yingyao once more, they all gradually left. Only Lu Xingmian remained in place. At this moment, Lu Xingmian looked at Xia Yingyao with a hint of resentment. Sister Xia, you have truly caused me great suffering. Brother Lu, this matter cannot be blamed on me. Blame yourself for not putting in the effort to cultivate. You must know that your cultivation talent is better than mine. Now your strength is lower than mine. Isn't it normal for the ancestor to scold you? Hearing Xia Yinjiao's words, Lu Xingmian's mood worsened, and he began to self-doubt. Could it be that I have delayed my cultivation because of handling sect affairs? But I have always cultivated diligently, and as long as the sect has no issues, I have been cultivating without any slack. But it's fine to relinquish the position of sect leader. From now on, I can devote myself entirely to cultivation without being delayed by sect matters. Thinking of this, Lu Xingmian's mood brightened. Sister Xia, I will leave the affairs of the sect to you from now on. I believe that under your leadership the sect will become stronger and stronger in the future. As for me, I will focus on my cultivation. Hearing Lu Xingyan mention sect matters, Xia Yingyao became serious. Brother Lu, you can rest assured. I will ensure that the Qinglan sect becomes powerful. Xia Yinjiao's tone was filled with determination. She considered the Qinglan sect as part of the Lin family, so she would naturally take care of it with all her heart. Although doing so was somewhat selfish for the disciples of the sect, was it not also a kind of opportunity? After being busy with the handover for 5 days, Xia Yingyao became the new sect leader of the Qinglan sect. Originally, the handover between the new and old sect leaders was supposed to invite other equal forces to witness the ceremony. However, since the last time Lin Haoming took over as the Holy Son, the ancestor had already declared Xia Yingyao as the acting sect leader. Therefore, Xia Yingyao found it troublesome and did not want to be too ostentatious, so she did not want to make a big deal out of it. Anyway, when Lin Haoming marries Su Yao, other forces will also be invited to attend, so it would not be too late to announce this matter then. On the 6th day after Xia Yingyao officially took over as sect leader, she personally went to the Ning Shuang sect with Lin Haoming to propose, which also gave the Ning Shuang sect some face. The sect leader of the Ning Shuang sect, Lu Qinghan, knew that they were coming and had long prepared for their arrival. Sect leader, Xia, congratulations on successfully breaking through to the respectable realm. As soon as Lu Qinghan saw Xia Yingyao, she smiled and congratulated her. However, her tone carried a hint of envy. She and Xia Yingyao were contemporaries. Among her peers, her talent and strength were higher than Xia Yinjiao's. Yet who would have thought that in the blink of an eye Xia Yingyao would actually be the first to break through to the respectable realm? And now she had not even touched the threshold of the respectable realm. The distance to break through to the respectable realm was still far away. With Xia Yinjiao's current strength, Lu Qinghan could not hide her envy. Sect leader Lu, you need not envy me, I believe it won't be long before you also break through to the respectable realm. Lu Qinghan revealed a bitter smile upon hearing this. If breaking through to the respectable realm were that easy, she wouldn't have been stuck at the perfected stage of the divine power realm for so long. It seems sect leader Lu does not believe what I say. Sect leader Xia, it's not that I don't believe you, but I know my own situation. It is nearly impossible to break through to the respectable realm in a short time. Lu Qinghan sighed helplessly as she said this. Master Lu, we will discuss this matter later. Today I have come to propose marriage for my disciple Xiaoming. So let us first talk about the marriage between the two. Upon hearing about the marriage, Lu Qinghan's gloom was immediately dispelled. Master Xia, I am very satisfied with this child Xiaoming. Weiner has deep feelings for Xiaoming as well, so I agree to this marriage. If it weren't for your recent seclusion and breakthrough, they would have been married long ago. Seeing Lu Qinghan's decisive nature, Xia Yingyao was quite pleased. Since Master Lu has no objections, let us discuss the wedding date. Good, the union of our two sects is a major event, and it will definitely attract the attention of other Quasi-Saint forces, so we need to plan carefully. After finishing his words, Lu Qinghan looked at Lin Haoming, who was standing nearby. Xiaoming, you should go find Weiner, she has been waiting for you for a long time. As for the other matters, I will discuss them with your master. Hearing this, Lin Haoming's face showed joy. Senior Lu, I will go find Weiner right now. With that, Lin Haoming turned and left the area. He had Su Wan's communication jade talisman with him, so he didn't need to worry about not being able to find her. After some discussion between the two, they decided to hold the wedding in 6 months. Master Lu, since the wedding date has been set, the betrothal gifts cannot be lacking. Saying this, Xia Yingyao took out a storage bag and handed it to Lu Qinghan. Lu Qinghan was somewhat surprised as she did not expect Xia Yingyao to have even prepared the betrothal gifts. Master Xia, since it's a betrothal gift, I will accept it. With that, Lu Qinghan put the storage bag away. Master Lu, there is a surprise among the betrothal gifts, I hope you will like it. Upon hearing this, Lu Qinghan showed a hint of surprise. However, she did not check the contents of the storage bag at that moment, as it would have been somewhat impolite. It could wait until after Xia Yingyao left. Next, Lu Qinghan began to arrange for the disciples to prepare the banquet. Today was the day of the engagement between the Holy Son and Holy Maiden of the two sects, so it certainly couldn't be too shabby. In fact, many disciples of the Ning Shuang sect felt quite uncomfortable. Su Wan was their holy maiden, and many people had feelings for her. Unfortunately, Lin Haoming was too powerful. His performance on the arena was still fresh in everyone's minds. Therefore, no one dared to humiliate themselves by approaching him. The only one who gritted his teeth was Ren Tianxing, the holy son of the Ning Shuang sect. He had always coveted Su Wan. As the holy son of the Ning Shuang sect, he and Su Wan seemed like a perfect match. If it weren't for Su Wan's indifference towards him, he would have already won her affection. Watching Lin Haoming and Su Wan being so close not far away, Ren Tianqing felt an overwhelming jealousy. But despite his jealousy, he had seen Lin Haoming's strength with his own eyes. If he charged over, it would definitely be self-humiliation. In the end, Ren Tianqing could only turn away and stop looking at the two. In a daze, he wandered to the back mountain of the Ning Shuang sect. This place was overgrown with weeds, and usually no one came here. Oh, I am truly useless watching the woman I love marry someone else, and I can do nothing. Ren Tianqing let out a long howl to the sky. However, just then a mocking voice reached his ears. You are indeed useless. If I were you, I would have killed myself already. Who? At that moment, Ren Tianqing was filled with vigilance. Who I am is not important. What matters is that I can help you. I just don't know if you want to take back your woman. As the voice fell, a figure appeared before Ren Tianqing. This person was dressed in black robes, completely wrapped in them. Aside from a pair of eyes, nothing else was visible. Who exactly are you, and what is your purpose in coming to find me at this time? Ren Tianqing, being the holy son of the Ning Shuang sect, was no fool. He did not believe that there was such a thing as a free lunch in the world. If he agreed to this person in front of him, he would surely have to pay a great price. Kid, my purpose is simple. Oh, I want you to become my demonic servant. Demonic servant? Wait, are you from the demon clan? Ren Tianqing's heart sank with fright. He then revealed a look of terror. Although he had never seen the demon clan, he had heard of their terror. The demon clan is inherently violent, as some of them cultivate by slaughtering, and some even devour countless beings to cultivate. Countless races see the demon clan as their greatest enemy. It is said that 300 years ago, the demon clan invaded the Xintian continent, causing heavy losses at that time. If it weren't for the return of several emperors, the Xintian continent would have likely become the paradise of the demon clan. It seems you have some knowledge and have heard of our demon clan. The person from the demon clan coldly said, Kid, do you want to become my demonic servant? I am a human cultivator and will never ally with your demon clan. If you want to kill me, then go ahead. Ren Tianqing said, and then directly closed his eyes. This person from the demon clan could appear silently before him, clearly not someone he could deal with. As for escaping, that would be a futile effort. This demon clan person had evidently controlled everything around, leaving him no chance of escape. Becoming a demonic servant was even more out of the question. He had seen the outcome of becoming a demonic servant in an ancient book. Once one became a demonic servant of the demon clan, there would never be a chance to turn back. At that point, he would only become a killing tool in the hands of this demon clan person, forever under their control. Unless his strength surpassed that of this demon clan person, he could never break free. But wanting to surpass was absolutely impossible, because before he could surpass, he would be killed by the demon clan. This demon clan person did not expect that Ren Tianqing could act like this. This truly surprised him. If it had been someone else, they would have probably agreed long ago when faced with the situation of their woman being taken. However, this matter was not difficult for him. The demon clan was best at manipulating human hearts. Kid, being my demonic servant is something many people dream of. Now that the opportunity is in front of you, you must seize it well. If you become my demonic servant, I can help you rapidly increase your strength. Then you can easily take back the woman you love. In the past, someone like you would not even have the qualification to become my blood demon emperor's demonic servant. So you should cherish this opportunity well. At this time, the tone of this demon lord was laced with a seductive power. Ren Tianqing's gaze became hazy. He had already fallen into temptation. His strength was too low. He could not resist the temptation of this demon clan person. From the self-proclaimed title of this demon clan person, it could be inferred that he had previously been a powerful demon emperor. The demon emperor is equivalent to the realm of a holy emperor among humans. Although it is unknown what the reason is for this demon emperor's significant drop in strength, his seductive power was not something Ren Tianqing could withstand. When the blood demon emperor deemed the timing appropriate, he left a demonic seed within Ren Tianxing's sea of consciousness. This is a method used by the demonic race to control other beings. With the demonic seed implanted, Ren Tianxing's face contorted in agony, clearly suffering greatly. Ultimately, he could not withstand the erosion of the blood demon seed and became a servant of the blood demon emperor. I have met the great demon emperor. What are your orders, great demon emperor? His eyes were filled with reverence as he gazed at the blood demon emperor. Seeing Ren Tianqing easily under his control, the blood demon emperor nodded with satisfaction. Ren Tianqing, I cannot reveal myself just yet. Next, I will assist you in rapidly enhancing your strength. Once your power increases, I need you to take over the position of the sect master of the Ning Shuang sect, making it serve my purpose. Rest assured, great demon emperor, I will accomplish this task flawlessly. Good, you may return for now, and come back to find me tomorrow. The servant takes his leave. After Ren Tianqing departed, the blood demon emperor began to mumble to himself. I did not expect to be in a deep slumber for over 10,000 years, and now my strength has dwindled to almost nothing, only able to exhibit power at the croissant level. It seems I need to secretly accumulate strength lest the human cultivators discover me. I wonder how many of my old friends are still alive. If I had a few people to rely on, I could quickly recover my power. After speaking, the blood demon emperor vanished without a trace. After the banquet concluded, Xia Yingyao and Lin Haoming prepared to depart. Wainer will come to pick you up in 6 months. Brother Ming, I will be waiting for you. Su Wan looked at him lovingly. Lu Qinghan felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. His beloved disciple was being taken away by someone else. All right, it's only 6 months. You two don't need to be so mushy. Su Wan felt a bit shy and lowered her head at her master's teasing. Seeing this, Lu Qinghan ceased to tease her and approached Xia Yingyao. Not far away, Ren Tianqing observed this, seeing a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Although he had become a servant of the blood demon emperor, his thoughts had not changed. In fact, due to the demonic seed, his obsession with obtaining Su Wan grew even stronger. Xia Ming, I have become the servant of the great demon emperor. In 6 months, I will suppress you. Lin Haoming sensed a malicious intent behind him and immediately turned to look at Ren Tianqing. Ren Tianqing noticed Lin Haoming's gaze and quickly retracted his malice, instead revealing a faint smile. However, this smile made Lin Haoming feel very uncomfortable. Yet he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong with Ren Tianqing. To be safe, Lin Haoming decided to give Su Wan a warning. Wainer, during this time, you need to be cautious of that holy son of yours. I feel something is off with him. If anything happens, send me a message immediately. I will come here as quickly as possible. Lin Haoming had arranged for members of the Shadow Pavilion in the Ning Shuang sect. This person was also one of Su Wan's maids. Thus, for him to come here was merely a matter of thought. Although Su Wan did not understand why Lin Haoming said this, she unconditionally trusted his words. Brother Ming, don't worry, I will be careful around him. But should I inform Master about this? Upon hearing this, Lin Haoming shook his head directly. There's no need to inform your master for now. I haven't discovered anything wrong yet. If you tell her, she might find it hard to believe Ren Tianqing is a problem, and that could alert him. In any case, you need to keep your distance from him during this time. All right, Brother Ming, I will do as you say. Wainer Master is calling me. I need to return to the Qinglan sect. Be careful on the way. I will. In the end, under Su Wan's reluctant gaze, Lin Haoming and Xia Yingyao left together. Of course, Lin Haoming did not forget to send a message to the Shadow Pavilion member. He instructed her to keep an eye on Ren Tianxing's movements and to ensure Su Wan's safety. The servant pays respects to the great demon emperor. The next day, Ren Tianqing arrived at the blood demon emperor as promised. Upon seeing him, the blood demon emperor tossed him a jade slip. This is the cultivation method for you. Thank you, great demon emperor, for the gift. After speaking, Ren Tianqing eagerly placed the jade slip against his forehead. Soon the information from the jade slip appeared in Ren Tianxing's mind. The name of this cultivation method was Blood Demon Scripture, the ultimate art of the blood demon emperor. However, the process of cultivating this method was extremely cruel. He needed to devour living beings to enhance his strength. What Ren Tianqing did not know was that the method given to him by the blood demon emperor was a sub-technique of the blood demon scripture. Once he practiced this sub-technique, he would never be able to escape the control of the blood demon emperor. Furthermore, when Ren Tianqing devoured living beings during his training, 60% of the energy would be fed back to the blood demon emperor. Ren Tianqing would only receive the remaining 40% of the energy. However, cultivating the sub-technique of the blood demon scripture also required special conditions. The cultivator must possess a dark attribute physique. Fortunately, Ren Tianqing, with his blood spirit body, met this condition perfectly. This was also the reason why the blood demon emperor chose to accept him as a servant. Otherwise, a mere Ren Tianqing at the divine platform realm would not have caught his eye. It should be noted that during his peak, he had more than 10 servants at the Holy King realm. There were even more servants at the Saint realm. Unfortunately, in the battle over 10,000 years ago, all of these servants perished. However, this method could currently only be cultivated up to the Demon Emperor realm. The subsequent realms had yet to be created by the Blood Demon Emperor. After reviewing all the contents of this method, Ren Tianqing felt as if he could howl skyward. However, he ultimately restrained himself. He was afraid of attracting the attention of the sect elders. Subsequently, Ren Tianqing immediately knelt before the Blood Demon Emperor. The servant thanks the Demon Emperor for the treasure. Ren Tianqing, once you master the technique, you will devour and refine these 3 6-stage demon beasts. After you refine them, you should be able to break through to the divine ability realm. At that point, a mere Ren Tianqing at the divine platform realm will be nothing to fear. Looking at the 3 corpses of 6-stage demon beasts tossed over by the blood demon emperor, Ren Tianqing swallowed hard. Thank you, great demon emperor. The servant will not hesitate to go through fire and water for you. All right, take your things and leave. I will be gone for a while, but I will find you when I return. Remember to be discreet while practicing the technique. If it gets exposed, I cannot save you. After saying this, the blood demon emperor vanished without a trace. The demon servant respectfully bids farewell to the demon emperor. After bowing respectfully towards the direction where the Blood Demon Emperor had left, Ren Tianqing slowly stood up. Xiaoming, just wait for me. On the day you come to marry, I will definitely give you a surprise. After saying this, a wicked smile appeared on Ren Tianqing's face. Ren Tianqing then surveyed his surroundings, noticing that no one was around before leisurely leaving the area. However, what Ren Tianqing did not know was that shortly after he left, a figure emerged from behind a large tree. This person was a member of the Shadow Pavilion arranged by Lin Haoming. The reason she was not discovered by the Blood Demon Emperor was naturally due to the power of her family's sacred tree. The family's sacred tree concealed all her auras, and she had also cultivated a top-tier secret technique of invisibility. Thus, even during the Blood Demon Emperor's peak, he could not detect her existence. Ren Tianqing has actually colluded with the demon race. I must report this to the family head. After pondering for a moment, the Shadow Pavilion member vanished without a trace. Ren Tianqing returned to his residence and quickly activated all the formations. After ensuring everything was secure, he began studying the Blood Demon scripture. With this technique, not to mention the quasi-saint realm, even the saint realm is within my reach. Su-Wan, you are mine, and I will definitely have you. After saying this, a glint of red light flashed in Ren Tianxing's eyes. He then took out the corpse of a sixth-tier demon beast and began his cultivation. It would take quite some time to completely devour this sixth-tier demon beast. Meanwhile, the Shadow Pavilion member had immediately found Lin Fan in the Divine Sky Realm. Family head young master Haoming has been targeted by the demon race. What? How could Haoming be targeted by the demon race? At this moment, Lin Fan was somewhat puzzled about why his son was suddenly being pursued by demons. Even Mu Yunqi, who was beside him, turned serious upon hearing about the demon race. Although she had never encountered them, she knew about their terrifying reputation. Quickly tell me what on earth is going on. Mu Yunxi's tone was somewhat urgent. Madam, it is like this. The Shadow Pavilion member then recounted everything she knew. After understanding the situation, Lin Fan was quite surprised. He had not expected that this incident was actually instigated by his future daughter-in-law. A demon servant actually dared to set his sights on his daughter-in-law. It was simply reckless. However, he decided to let Lin Haoming handle this matter himself. For him, it was also a form of training. Alright, I understand the situation. You should return to the Ning Shuang sect and ensure my daughter-in-law's safety. If it really becomes unavoidable, then bring her back to the Divine Sky Realm. Rest assured, family head, I will definitely protect the young mistress. The Shadow Pavilion member finished speaking and quickly left. She had to return to Su-Wan's side as soon as possible. After the Shadow Pavilion member departed, Mu Yunqi looked at Lin Fan with a serious expression. Husband, how do you plan to handle this matter? Upon hearing this, Lin Fan frowned. This Ren Tianqing is easy to deal with. I'll leave it to Haoming to handle it in due time. However, the Demon Emperor behind him is a bit tricky. We are currently uncertain about the Demon Emperor's true strength, so we should avoid alarming him for now. Let's observe for a while before taking action. Mu Yunqi thought for a moment and supported Lin Fan's decision. Then Lin Fan sent a message to Lin Haoming asking him to return to the Divine Sky Realm. Upon receiving Lin Fan's message, Lin Haoming immediately returned to the Divine Sky Realm. I pay my respects to Father and Aunt Mu. May I ask what brings me back? Haoming, you have been targeted by the demon race. Lin Fan said with a serious expression. What? I've been targeted by the demon race. Lin Haoming was somewhat dumbfounded at this moment. Father, what is going on? I don't recall having provoked the demon race, and I have never even seen this species. How could they target me? Haoming, it is like this. Lin Fan then explained the whole situation to Lin Haoming. So it was Ren Tianqing. No wonder I felt uncomfortable around him yesterday. I didn't expect this guy to have actually allied with the demon race. As Lin Haoming said this, a hint of killing intent appeared on his face. How could he let this guy who dared to covet his woman go unpunished? Moreover, since he was now colluding with the demon race, he had to kill him. Haoming, that guy will definitely break through to the divine power realm after devouring those 3 sixth-tier demon beasts. At that time, on the day of your wedding, he will surely make a move against you. So do you have confidence in breaking through to the divine power realm before your wedding? Rest assured, Father. If I seclude myself in the divine sky realm, I have confidence in breaking through to the divine power realm. Originally, Lin Haoming planned to enter seclusion after his wedding. Now that such a situation has arisen, he could only enter seclusion earlier. Haoming, after you handle your affairs, go into seclusion. Sure, Father. By the way, Father, while I'm in seclusion, please keep an eye on Wainer. I'm worried that Ren Tianqing might do harm to her. Rest assured, she is my future daughter-in-law, and I will not allow anything to happen to her. With Lin Fan's promise, Lin Haoming was free of worries. After returning to the Qinglan sect and giving some instructions, he entered seclusion. Several months later, at the Yi family, Yi Mu Yin successfully emerged from her long seclusion. After Yi Ling Tian received the news, he immediately appeared before Yi Mu Yin. Yinner, how were the results? Yi Ling Tian eagerly inquired as soon as he saw Yi Mu Yin. His eyes were filled with anticipation. Father, I have successfully condensed the realm of death. I have even fused it with the realm of life to form the realm of life and death. With my current strength, I can easily suppress my former self. Ha ha. Hearing this, Lin Fan burst into laughter. Yenna, you have truly brought me great honor. If this news reaches the family ancestors, your position as a goddess will be unshakable. The ancestor that Lin Fan referred to was not the ancestor of their line, but the quasi-emperor ancestor within the family. The quasi-emperor was the true pillar of the Yi family. However, the quasi-emperor ancestor generally does not concern themselves with worldly affairs. It is not easy to see them. Father, let's not spread this news for now. It would be better to catch everyone off guard later, right? Yin said with a smile. All right, I will do as you say. By the way, Father, I wonder how Lin Fan has been during this time. Yin, are you so concerned about him? You wouldn't have feelings for him, would you? Upon hearing her father's words, Yan's face turned red. However, she quickly opened her mouth to refute. Father, don't speak nonsense. Lin Fan is my friend. Is it not permissible to show concern for him? Moreover, I am able to condense the essence of death, and Lin Fan is greatly responsible for that. If it weren't for the pills he refined, I wouldn't dare to take risks. So Lin Fan is not just my friend, he is also my benefactor. Isn't it natural to care for a benefactor? After finishing her words, Yin rolled her eyes at her father. All right, since you have no feelings for Lin Fan, I can rest easy. You should know that during your closed-door training, that girl Mu Xian often went to chat with Lin Fan. From what I understand, Mu Xian definitely has feelings for Lin Fan. After Lin Fan finished speaking, he carefully observed Yan's expression. If his daughter truly had feelings for Lin Fan, she would surely be anxious upon hearing this news. Just as Lin Fan thought, a trace of panic flashed in Yan's eyes upon hearing this news. Then she eagerly began to inquire further. Father, you aren't lying to me, are you? Mu Xian really often seeks out Lin Fan to chat. Does she even have feelings for Lin Fan? Seeing this scene, Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He could now confirm that his daughter definitely had feelings for Lin Fan. However, he did not reveal it at this moment. I would never joke about such matters. According to the news from my informants, Mu Xian indeed often goes to find this Lin Fan to chat. After confirming the truth of this matter, Yin felt a bit angry. Father, this Mu Xian must be doing it on purpose. She knows my good relationship with Lin Fan, so she is deliberately getting close to him, just to annoy me. No, I need to go find Lin Fan and have a talk. I'm worried he might be deceived by her. With that, Yin prepared to find Lin Fan. Wait a moment, right now Lin Fan is at Wangyue Mountain and not in Lingguang City. Upon hearing that Lin Fan was at Wangyue Mountain, Yin didn't feel as anxious. Ultimately, she decided to go tomorrow. However, before going to find Lin Fan, she planned to have a conversation with Mu Xian. Father, I'm stepping out for a bit. Go ahead, but you can't make a scene within the clan, otherwise it would have a bad influence. As Yan's father, Lin Fan, naturally knew what his daughter intended to do. Rest assured, Father, I'm not going to look for her to fight. After finishing her sentence, Yin hurriedly left. Soon she arrived at Mu Xian's residence. Mu Xian come out. Inside the palace, Mu Xian, who was drinking tea, frowned upon hearing Yan's shout. Yan actually came out of closed-door training so quickly. It seems she already knows that I went to find Lin Fan, so she has come to seek me out for an explanation. As Mu Xian pondered, her maid Xiaozi asked with some concern, Miss, should we go out? Of course, why not? What do I have to be afraid of? If she Yin can be friends with Lin Fan, why can't I? Let's go, follow me outside to take a look. With that, Mu Xian stood up and walked towards the palace entrance. Seeing this, Xiaozi hurriedly followed her. As Mu Xian stepped outside the palace and saw Yin, she immediately put on a smiling face. Sister Mu Yin, what brings you here? I've heard you were in closed-door training before. So how was your experience this time, Sister Mu Yin? Looking at Mu Xian's expression, Mu Yin sneered. Mu Xian, you are a clever person. You should know the purpose of my visit, so stop beating around the bush with me. Upon hearing this, Mu Xian secretly thought to herself that this was indeed the case. She knew Mu Yin had come over because of Lin Fan. Sister Mu Yin, it's not convenient to talk here. Shall we go back to the palace to discuss? Humph. Mu Yin snorted coldly and took the lead towards the palace. Mu Xian smiled and followed behind Mu Yin. After Mu Yin sat down, Mu Xian instructed her maid Xiaozi, Xiaozi, go brew me a pot of tea. Yes, miss. Once Xiaozi left, Mu Yin looked at Mu Xian with a cold expression. Mu Xian, tell me the truth. What is your purpose in getting close to Lin Fan? If it's just to target me, then you better not involve Lin Fan. I will make it very clear Lin Fan is my benefactor, and if you dare to harm him, I will never let you go. Mu Xian was surprised to hear this. She had no idea that Lin Fan was actually Mu Yan's benefactor. However, she had no intention of targeting Lin Fan. At first, she was merely curious about what kind of person Lin Fan was. How could he attract Mu Yan's attention? But as time passed, she gradually developed feelings for him. Because Lin Fan had an inexplicable aura that attracted her. As long as she was near him, she felt a sense of peace. Seeing Yimu Xian lost in thought at that moment, Yimu Yin felt somewhat annoyed. Yimu Xian, I am talking to you. What is your purpose in getting close to Lin Fan? Looking at the angry Yimu Yin, Yimu Xian snapped back to her senses. Sister Mu Yin, I think you misunderstand. I absolutely have no intention of harming Lin Fan. Seeing Yimu Xian speak so seriously, Yimu Yin was somewhat skeptical. She didn't know whether to believe Yimu Xian's words. Yimu Xian, then tell me, why did you get close to Lin Fan? Sister Mu Yin, when I first approached Lin Fan, I just wanted to understand what kind of person he was. Since he could attract your attention, he must have some exceptional qualities. But later, as I interacted more with Lin Fan, I found that I seemed to be unable to live without him. Sister Mu Yin, I don't intend to compete with you, but I have indeed fallen for Lin Fan. After listening to Yimu Xian's explanation, Yimu Yin fell silent, because she could sense that Yimu Xian was most likely speaking the truth. After a moment, Yimu Yin looked at Yimu Xian and questioned, Yimu Xian, how much do you know about Lin Fan? What gives you the right to like him? Do you know what Lin Fan has done for me? To Yimu Yan's inquiries, Yimu Xian was completely unconcerned. Sister Mu Yin, what you said has nothing to do with me. In any case, I have no intention of targeting you in this matter. Moreover, Sister Mu Yin, you are the clan's goddess. Given Lin Fan's current status, the family would absolutely not allow you to marry him unless you give up your position as goddess. Since you, Sister Mu Yin, cannot marry, you might as well support me and Lin Fan. At that moment, Yimu Yin was truly infuriated by Yimu Xian's words. She had never encountered such shamelessness. Yimu Xian, I will not allow you to be with Lin Fan. Hearing this, Yimu Xian immediately sneered. Sister Mu Yin, are you being too nosy? You are not even someone important to Lin Fan. I have asked Lin Fan, and you are currently just friends. If you think you are more important than me and Lin Fan's heart, then we can compete fairly. I just wonder if you have the courage to do so. After saying this, Yimu Xian looked at Yimu Yin with a provocative gaze. Yimu Xian, don't think that just because you have spent a few days with Lin Fan you can replace my position. If you insist on this, then let's wait and see. You may not know what Lin Fan has done for me, right? I can tell you clearly that with Lin Fan's help my strength has progressed further. So who holds more weight in Lin Fan's heart is crystal clear. Dreaming of replacing my place in Lin Fan's heart is simply absurd. After finishing her words, Yimu Yin unleashed her full pressure. This was not only to showcase her power, but also to put Yimu Xian in her place. However, this pressure was fleeting, so it did not affect Yimu Xian or her maid Xiaozi. After sensing Yimu Yan's strength, Yimu Xian's expression changed dramatically. She did not expect that Yimu Yin, who was previously on par with her, now possessed the power to crush her. This truly left her feeling a bit incredulous. If it weren't for sensing that Yimu Yan's strength was still at the peak of the venerable realm, I would have thought she had broken through to the Quasi-Saint realm. Looking at Yimu Xian's incredulous eyes, Yimu Yin felt a bit smug. Yimu Xian, now do you understand the gap between us? I advise you to retreat while you can, or you will be embarrassed later. After saying this, Yimu Yin left with a smug expression. Once she departed, Yimu Xian's expression turned somewhat grim. What else has Lin Fan concealed from me? He actually helped Yimu Yin increase her strength. Such a thing even our clan's ancestors could not achieve. No, I must find a time to ask Lin Fan clearly. Perhaps he has a way to help me increase my strength. I absolutely cannot fall too far behind Yimu Yin, or how can I compete with her? I just wonder if Lin Fan would be willing to help me. With this thought, a trace of worry appeared on Yimu Xian's face. She was still uncertain whether Lin Fan had any feelings for her. The two of them had not discussed such matters yet. Seeing Yimu Xian's fluctuating expression, Xiao Zi quietly asked, Miss, you aren't really interested in that Lin Gongzi, are you? Why not? Or do you think Lin Fan does not have any powerful forces behind him, and that he is unworthy of me? That's not it. I also think Lin Gongzi is very outstanding, but I fear the ancestors won't agree. Hearing Xiao Zi mention the ancestors, Yimu Xian felt a bit of a headache. At present, her lineage had only her to support the younger generation. As for the others, they didn't even have a divine body. Compared to Yimu Yan's lineage, the gap was too significant. If she really wants to marry Lin Fan, the ancestors will definitely make it difficult for her. Xiaozi, help me think of a way. Miss, I am just a maid, what can I do? Xiaozi said with a mournful face. Think carefully, perhaps you will come up with a good idea. With no choice, Xiaozi as a maid dared not disobey Yimu Xian's order. After a while, Xiaozi indeed had an idea in her mind. However, she hesitated, not knowing whether to voice this plan. Seeing Xiaozi's expression, Yimu Xian's eyes brightened. Xiaozi, did you think of something? Hurry and tell me. Miss, if I say this method, you must not blame me. Rest assured, I absolve you of guilt. Just tell me. Although Yimu Xian did not believe that Xiaozi could come up with anything good, she still wanted to hear it. Perhaps this method would inspire her. Miss, I believe the only method now is to keep it from the ancestors for the time being, and then you and Lin Gongzi can consummate your relationship. If you and Lin Gongzi can produce a sacred body child, I believe the ancestors will not say anything more. Upon hearing this, Yimu Xian felt somewhat tempted. However, having a sacred body child was easier said than done. Moreover, even if a sacred body child were born, she felt Lin Fan would certainly not allow it to carry the Yi surname. If the family found out later, it might bring danger to Lin Fan. Yet after thinking it over, it seemed this was the only effective method. However, currently, it was only her unilateral idea. Whether Lin Fan would agree was still unknown. Yimu Xian planned to find a time to test Lin Fan's feelings. Meanwhile, after Yimu Yin returned to her residence, her expression was somewhat unsightly. Yimu Xian, just wait, you cannot outshine me for the position of goddess. In other aspects, you cannot surpass me either. But have I truly fallen for Lin Fan, or am I just competing with Yimu Xian? Yimu Yin felt somewhat confused as she did not know if she had truly developed feelings for Lin Fan. Forget it, I won't think about this, I'll let things take their natural course. In the Divine Sky realm, Lin Fan was unaware that the conflict between Yimu Yin and Yimu Xian had intensified due to his presence. However, at this moment Lin Fan was quite happy, because Mu Yun she was finally pregnant. Not only was Lin Fan delighted, but Mu Yun she was even happier. Once the child was born, she could begin cultivating the spirit control scripture. She had been looking forward to this skill for a long time. Of course, she was also very excited about her child. Yin Shi, from now on you should take good care of yourself in the Divine Sky realm. Because staying in the Divine Sky realm can enhance the child's aptitude. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun's eyes widened again. The power of the Divine Sky realm once again refreshed her understanding. Husband, I thought I wouldn't be shocked again, but I am still amazed. I wonder what other secrets you have not told me. But if you don't tell me, I won't ask. After all, when you need me to know, you will surely tell me. Seeing Mu Yun, she so understanding, Lin Fan felt quite gratified. By the way, husband, I possess a sacred body. Do you think our child will also have a sacred body? Mu Yun's eyes revealed a look of anticipation as she said this. Naturally, she hoped that her child would possess a powerful physique. Yunshi, you need not overthink. The probability of our child possessing the sacred body is quite high. Even if not the sacred body, they will at least be a god body. Learning that her child can at least possess the god body made Mu Yunshi very happy. The next day, as Lin Fan appeared in the Wangyue mountain range, he received a message from Yimu Yin. At this moment, Yimu Yin was on her way here. Upon hearing this news, Lin Fan was quite surprised. I didn't expect Yimu Yin to emerge from seclusion so quickly, as she truly deserves to be a prodigy with a sacred body and imperial-level top-tier qualifications. After a moment of admiration, Lin Fan instructed the maid to prepare tea. With Yi Fu, the sacred emperor, accompanying her, Yimu Yin did not take long to reach here. Subsequently, Lin Fan shared this news with Yi Lu Li and Xue Mei. Since their birth, Lin Hao Lei and Lin Hao Ran had lived in the Wangyue mountain range. Thus, aside from their cultivation time, Yi Lu Li and Xue Mei basically spent most of their time living in the Wangyue mountain range. By the time Lin Fan and the others were almost ready, Yi Fu and Yimu Yin had already arrived at the Wangyue mountain range. Oh, I didn't expect such great changes to have occurred in such a short time. As soon as Yi Fu arrived at the Wangyue mountain range, he noticed the alterations to the main peak. Uncle Fu, is there something wrong? Yimu Yin asked, somewhat perplexed. Miss, the formation here was merely top-tier Earth level before, but now it has been replaced with a top-tier heaven-level defensive formation. In fact, the power of this formation is already close to subpar sacred level. As a sacred emperor, Yi Fu could see the power of this formation at a glance. Uncle Fu, it's just a top-tier heaven-level formation. It must have cost Lin Fan a fortune. The previous Earth-level formation was somewhat weak. It indeed needed to be replaced with a top-tier heaven-level formation. Yi Fu nodded slightly at this, not dwelling on the matter of the formation any longer. It's just a top-tier heaven-level defensive formation. Given Lin Fan's identity as an alchemist, he could easily afford it. At this moment, the Dragon Guard stationed at the main peak quickly noticed the two. Recalling Lin Fan's earlier instructions, the Dragon Guard immediately stepped out from the formation. Goddess Yi, Senior Yi, please follow me into the residence. Then I shall trouble you. Yimu Yin replied with a smile. Inside the residence, Lin Fan also sensed their arrival, so he quickly stood up to greet them. Yi Fu is a sacred emperor, and Lin Fan must show some respect. Just as Lin Fan stepped out of the residence, Yi Fu and Yimu Yin arrived outside. Upon seeing Lin Fan, Yimu Yin immediately showed a smile on her face. Young Master Lin, I have come to disturb you again, with Uncle Fu. Miss Yi, you flatter me. I welcome your visit with open arms. As long as young Master Lin doesn't mind. Of course not, come let us return to the residence for a chat. As Yimu Yin entered the residence, she saw Yi Lu Li and Xue Mei playing with the children. So she hurried over. Lu Li, Xue Mei, I said I would come to see your child after they were born. Yet after emerging from seclusion, I found your child has grown so big. I truly apologize. Miss Yi, please don't say that cultivation is the most important. It's just as good to come now. Hao Lei Hao ran quickly greet Aunt Mu Yin. Hello, Aunt Mu Yin. The two little ones greeted Yi Mu Yin in babyish voices. You two little cuties are simply adorable. Saying this, Yi Mu Yin took out two precious garments. Hao Lei Hao ran, these are gifts from Aunt Mu Yin. Seeing that the two garments were top-tier heaven-level, Yi Lu Li and Shui Mei couldn't help but gasp in surprise. They thought to themselves that the Yi family truly deserves to be an imperial clan. Their generosity is evident. Coming back to her senses, Yi Lu Li hurriedly said, Miss Yi, are these gifts too extravagant? Lu Li, compared to the pills young Master Lin refined for me, these two garments are nothing. Moreover, it is also a token of my goodwill, so you must not refuse. Since Yi Mu Yin had said so, Yi Lu Li felt it was inappropriate to refuse. Then thank you very much, Miss Yi. No need for thanks. At this moment, Yi Fu also turned his attention to these two children. Because Lin Fan had not hidden anything intentionally, Lin Hao Lei and Lin Hao Ran's physiques naturally could not escape the eyes of Yi Fu, the sacred emperor. Upon realizing the physiques of the two children, even though Yi Fu's Dao heart was extremely stable, his heart was currently tumultuous. The younger generation of the Yi family had several with sacred bodies. However, that does not mean that god bodies are commonplace. As long as the god body does not perish midway, and with sufficient cultivation conditions, it is certain that they will become sacred sovereigns. A sacred sovereign is a formidable figure throughout the entire Xiantian continent. Yet now a newly established small family has given birth to two god bodies. If we include the two from the arena before, that would make four god bodies. For god bodies, if they can grow in the future, the Lin family will undoubtedly become a dominant force. What exactly is Lin Fan's background? One child possesses the heavenly thunder god body, and the other the heavenly fire god body. This is simply incredible. Could it be that Lin Fan's ancestor was a great emperor, and now the bloodline is beginning to awaken? Aside from this explanation, Yi Fu truly couldn't think of any other reason. Thinking of this, Yi Fu did not say much. He planned to discuss this matter thoroughly with Yi Ling Tian after returning. Next, Yi Mu Yin stayed at the Lin residence for a day, during which everyone chatted about mundane matters. After dinner, Yi Mu Yin sought out Yi Fu. Uncle Fu, I plan to stay here for a few days, so please inform my father when you return. Upon hearing this, Yi Fu did not refuse. He understood that Yi Mu Yan's intention was to set him aside. It seemed she had some private matters to discuss with Lin Fan. After all, matters of messaging can easily be conveyed through the messaging jade talismans to Yi Ling Tian. There was no need for him to make a trip in person. Miss, remember to message me when you return. I will come to pick you up then. After saying this, Yi Fu left directly. As for Yi Mu Yan's safety, Yi Fu was not concerned. This place belongs to the Yi family's sphere of influence. If Yi Mu Yin truly encountered danger, the Yi family could provide timely rescue. The reason he accompanied Yi Mu Yin was simply because of his fast flying speed. If Yi Mu Yin had come here alone, it might have taken her several days to arrive. Once Yi Fu left, Yi Mu Yin directly approached Lin Fan. Young Master Lin, I plan to stay here for a few days. I wonder if it's convenient for you. Hearing that Yi Mu Yin planned to stay for a few days, Lin Fan was somewhat surprised. However, there was no reason to refuse such a thing. Missy, you can stay as long as you wish. Seeing Lin Fan agree, Yi Mu Yin nodded with satisfaction. By the way, where is Elder Yi? I sent Uncle Fu back and asked him to inform my father. Upon hearing that Yi Fu had already left, Lin Fan felt a lot more relaxed. With a holy emperor present, he always felt somewhat uneasy. After all, every move he made was beyond the perception of the holy emperor. Lin Fan, would you accompany me for a walk? Of course, no problem. Soon by a lake on the main peak, the two figures appeared. After walking for a while, Yi Mu Yin broke the silence. Young Master Lin, what do you think of Yi Mu Xian? Hearing Yi Mu Yin mention Yi Mu Xian, Lin Fan was somewhat taken aback. Miss Yi, why do you suddenly ask about Mu Xian? How can you say that? After I emerged from seclusion yesterday, Yi Mu Xian found me and said she liked you, telling me not to bother you. You have no idea how angry I was at that moment. After listening to Yi Mu Yan's account, Lin Fan was somewhat dumbfounded. He felt that Yi Mu Xian shouldn't have said such things. Miss Yi, my relationship with Mu Xian has not reached that level. She shouldn't say such things, right? After confirming that Lin Fan and Yi Mu Xian had no substantial relationship, Yi Mu Yin breathed a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, Yi Mu Yin did not give Lin Fan a good expression. Young Master Lin, look at how familiar you are with her, calling her Miss Mu Xian so affectionately. You don't call me that kindly at all despite us knowing each other for so long. You still insist on calling me Miss Yi. Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle at her words. He sensed that Yi Mu Yin was a bit jealous. Miss Yi, how about I call you Mu Yin from now on? Seeing you so perceptive, I will reluctantly agree. As Yi Mu Yin said this, she suddenly changed the topic. Lin Fan, with Yi Mu Xian being so beautiful, don't you have any thoughts? I can tell you clearly that what I just said is true. Yi Mu Xian told me directly that she likes you. Now that she knows I am here, it won't be long before she comes to see you herself." Lin Fan was stunned. He didn't expect Yi Muxian had really said such things. However, with Yi Muyan asking such a question, he truly didn't know how to respond. Looking at you like this, you must have some feelings for Yi Muxian." Seeing Yi Muyan's displeased expression, Lin Fan awkwardly scratched his head. "Muyan, you know I want to establish a family. And the core of a family is its population. If my Lin family wants to stand firm in the Xiantian continent, we must quickly branch out." "Humph." Yi Muyan snorted coldly and rolled her eyes at Lin Fan. She could understand Lin Fan's actions. If it were anyone else, she wouldn't have any objections. But the other party was Yi Muxian, which made her somewhat displeased, because they had always been rivals since childhood. Looking at the fuming Yi Muyan, Lin Fan suddenly found her somewhat adorable. "Muyan, why are you so concerned about this matter? Are you jealous?" Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Yi Muyan suddenly became flustered. "Lin Fan, what are you talking about? How could I be jealous? If you aren't jealous, then why are you so agitated?" Yi Muyan quickly defended herself. "You are my friend, naturally I must care about you. Do you think just because Yi Muxian is willing you can marry her? If this matter reaches the ears of the ancestor of their lineage, they might just erase you. Besides, their ancestor is a powerful, holy, venerable. If you truly provoke her, even I won't be able to save you." Lin Fan was not surprised by what Yi Muyan said. After all, he was too insignificant in front of such a colossal entity as the Yi family. As the holy body of the Yi family, Yi Muxian was absolutely not someone a small person like him could touch. If the ancestor of the Yi family were to learn of such matters, at best, they would demand him to come to their door, thus keeping the holy body in the Yi family. At worst, they would simply kill him to eliminate future troubles. But would he be afraid of such things? With the presence of the god Xiaojia, he was already in an invincible position. Seeing Lin Fan indifferent to her words, Yi Muyan became somewhat anxious. "Lin Fan, I am telling the truth. You must believe me, Yi Muxian is truly not suitable for you. Their lineage relies solely on Yi Muxian now. So the ancestor behind her absolutely will not allow Yi Muxian to marry out." Lin Fan first patted Yi Muyan's shoulder, signaling her not to be agitated. "Muyan, I do not doubt you, but it's just that I can handle this matter well. Even if the ancestor behind her intervenes, I have ways to cope." "Lin Fan, are you joking with me? With your strength at the venerable realm, how will you deal with a holy venerable ancestor?" Lin Fan did not reveal his strength, so at this moment Yi Muyan did not know that Lin Fan had already broken through to the quasi-holy realm. Lin Fan checked Yi Muyan's favorability and found it had exceeded 70. "In that case, it would be easier. Muyan, I plan to take you to a mysterious place, which is my greatest secret. Once we arrive, you will understand why I am so calm." Hearing Lin Fan's words, a glimmer of curiosity flashed in Yi Muyan's eyes. "Muyan, from now on, do not resist." Naturally, Yi Muyan trusted Lin Fan, so she followed his instructions. In the blink of an eye, Yi Muyan found herself in an unfamiliar place. Seeing Lin Fan right beside her, Yi Muyan did not feel scared. Instead, she was filled with curiosity about this place. Moreover, the natural energy here was denser than that of the place where her ancestor from their lineage was in seclusion. Although she had never been to the place where the family's quasi-emperor ancestor was in seclusion, she felt that the natural energy there must not be as rich as here. She had never imagined that Lin Fan could control such a treasure land. Once she regained her senses, Yi Muyan finally asked, "Lin Fan, is this the mysterious place you mentioned?" "Indeed, how does it feel here?" Lin Fan asked with a smile. "Lin Fan, I can confidently say that this is an unparalleled treasure land. At least in our Yi family, we have not found any place that can compare to this. But now that you have brought me here, are you not afraid that I might divulge this secret to my family?" After Yi Muyan finished speaking, she stared wide-eyed at Lin Fan. "Muyan, I believe you wouldn't do such a thing." Although it was just a simple sentence, it made Yi Muyan feel extremely touched. She never expected that Lin Fan would trust her so much. "Lin Fan, since you trust me so much, I will never let you down." Yi Muyan silently swore in her heart. No matter what, she would never leak the news from this place. Next, Lin Fan began to explain the situation of the Divine Sky Realm to Yi Muyan. As she delved deeper into the understanding of the Divine Sky Realm, Yi Muyan was left in a state of astonishment. As a divine maiden of the imperial clan, Yi Muyan had a broad perspective. Therefore, she understood even more how powerful the functions of the Divine Sky Realm truly were. With the existence of the Divine Sky Realm, the Lin family was already in an invincible position in the Xiantian continent, and even the Divine Wasteland Realm, even though there were currently no strong practitioners in the family. As long as there was enough time for development, the future Lin family would undoubtedly become a dominant force in the Divine Wasteland Realm. By then, the entire Yi family would be nothing in front of the Lin family. Thinking of this, Yi Muyan looked at Lin Fan with admiration. "Muyan, do you think I still need to worry about that saint-level ancestor behind Miss Muxian?" Lin Fan with the Divine Sky Realm naturally does not need to worry about his safety. However, the Lin family currently needs time to develop, so I don't recommend you to be too ostentatious. If all factions focus their attention on the Lin family, it would not be a good thing. Rest assured, Muya, I know what I am doing. Thinking of how Lin Fan had been hiding his strength all these years, Muya felt relieved. By the way, Muya, I need more spirit herb seeds. The higher the level, the better. I wonder if you can help me with this. After Lin Fan finished speaking, he looked at Muya with some anticipation. He was also unsure if Muya could help him get some high-level spirit herb seeds. Just spirit herb seeds. Count on me. Even if it's saint-level spirit herb seeds, I can get you a lot. But I can't get anything above imperial level, as they are too rare. Our Yi family's imperial-level spirit herbs are guarded by quasi-emperor-level ancestors, and others simply cannot come into contact with them. Upon learning that Muya could acquire saint-level spirit herb seeds, Lin Fan was overjoyed. Muya, am already very satisfied to have saint-level seeds. I can't hope for imperial-level seeds. Lin Fan had never imagined that Muya could provide him with imperial-level spirit herb seeds. Because most imperial-level spirit herbs are unique. Before this imperial-level spirit herb perishes, a second one will never be born. However, Lin Fan was still curious if the Divine Sky Realm could break this rule. If it could, then he could even mass-produce imperial-level spirit herbs. Seeing that Lin Fan was not coveting imperial-level spirit herbs, Muya breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Fan, after I return, I will prepare the seeds for you. At this moment, Muya finally understood why Lin Fan had been so fond of spirit herbs during the auction. With such a small world, it would be a shame not to fill it with spirit herbs. Muya, I will trouble you with this matter. Alright, why are you being so polite with me? Since you brought me here, I don't believe you have no intentions towards me. After Muya finished speaking, she directly rolled her eyes at Lin Fan. Seeing his goal exposed by Muya, Lin Fan awkwardly coughed twice. If I knew this was what you were after. Originally, she just wanted to tease Lin Fan, but upon seeing his expression, it was evident that she had guessed correctly. Though she said this, there was still a hint of excitement in her heart. Muya, you are so beautiful, isn't it normal for me to have this kind of thought? At least you have some discerning eyes. But capturing me won't be that easy, Muya said with a proud expression. Then what other tests do we have, divine maiden Yi? Lin Fan asked with a smile. Well, I haven't thought it through yet. I'll tell you when I figure it out. After Muya finished speaking, she smiled cunningly. The two then playfully bantered for a while before Muya became serious. Lin Fan, you haven't really managed to grow that longevity divine fruit seed I gave you last time, have you? As she spoke, Muya felt a bit of anticipation. If even the longevity divine fruit could be successfully cultivated, it would definitely be a miracle. Muya, you guessed it right, that seed has already sprouted. Hearing that the longevity divine fruit seed had already sprouted, Muya was extremely excited. Lin Fan, take me to see it quickly. This was a longevity divine fruit, a highly sought-after treasure throughout the entire divine wasteland realm. Since Muya wanted to see it, Lin Fan naturally would not refuse. He then focused his thoughts and brought Muya to the sacred herb garden. Muya, look, this is the seedling of the longevity divine fruit. As Muya looked in the direction Lin Fan was pointing, a small sapling, less than 20 centimeters tall, came into her view. It really is the longevity divine fruit, Muya exclaimed. The reason she could recognize it was that the seed shell on the root system of the longevity divine fruit had not completely disappeared. Lin Fan, you are truly amazing. You have created a miracle. At this moment, Muya could not hide her excitement. The longevity divine fruit was extraordinarily precious, equivalent to 5,000 years of lifespan. Even compared to ordinary imperial-level herbs, it was not inferior. Moreover, imperial-level herbs possess uniqueness and cannot be mass-planted. Now that the longevity divine fruit has been successfully cultivated, once the first batch of fruit ripens, it can be planted in large quantities. Muya, this is not my credit, but the credit of the divine sky realm. I merely planted it here and did not care for it afterward. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Muya gained a new understanding of the power of the divine sky realm. It seems I need to quickly send the seeds to you. Such a treasure land absolutely must not be wasted. Thinking of this, Muya looked at the other sacred herbs in the sacred herb garden. Soon she was attracted by the spirit marrow fruits. When she saw the shapes of these fruits, she suddenly widened her eyes. Lin Fan, could this be the main ingredient, spirit marrow fruit, for the heaven-repairing pill? Muya, you are not mistaken, this is indeed the spirit marrow fruit. After confirming that it was spirit marrow fruit, Muya was once again shocked. With spirit marrow fruit, it means the heaven-repairing pill can be mass-refined. And a single heaven-repairing pill can raise a person's aptitude to the heavenly grade pinnacle. As a result, the lowest cultivation aptitude of the Lin family members would be of heavenly grade pinnacle. Even among the Yi family, heavenly grade pinnacle aptitude is considered a key training target. In the future, these individuals would grow up to become the backbone of the family. The thought that the lowest cultivation aptitude of the Lin family would be heavenly grade pinnacle was indeed terrifying. Next, Yi Muya shifted her attention to the glazed sacred lotuses in the spirit pool. Regarding these lotus flowers, Yi Mu-yin did not recognize them. However, she knew that being planted here by Lin Fan, they must be extraordinary. Lin Fan, do you know what variety of lotus flower this is, and what effects it has? Upon hearing Yi Mu-yan's inquiry, Lin Fan smiled and began to explain. This lotus flower is called the Liuli Holy Lotus, a rare spiritual herb. As for its effects, the 1,000-year Liuli Holy Lotus is classified as a top-tier heavenly spiritual herb. Cultivators at the peak of the divine ability realm can use it to accelerate the speed of comprehending their intent. On the other hand, the 10th-year Liuli Holy Lotus is considered a low-grade holy spiritual herb. Those at the 9th level of the quasi-saint realm can use it to hasten the formation of their domain. After listening to Lin Fan's introduction, Yi Mu-yin was greatly shocked. She never expected that the lotus flowers before her had such impressive effects. If paired with the intent pill, wouldn't the effect be even better? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Lin Fan, when I am cultivating, can you give me a 1,000-year Liuli Holy Lotus? Of course, no problem. Lin Fan regarded Yi Mu-yin as one of his own and naturally would not hesitate to part with a Liuli Holy Lotus. Seeing Lin Fan agree, Yi Mu-yin felt very happy. Mu-yin, now that we've finished looking at the holy herbs, let me introduce you to the others. Sure, I want to see just how many people are in the Lin family. Meanwhile, after returning to the Yi family, Yi Fu immediately found Yi Ling Tian. Yi Ling Tian, seeing that only Yi Fu had returned, felt a bit puzzled. Ah Fu, why did you come back alone? Where's Mu-yin? Master, the young lady is still at the Wanhua mountain range. She said she would stay there for a few days and asked me to come back first to let you know. Yi Ling Tian frowned slightly upon hearing that Yi Mu-yin was staying at Wanhua mountain range. This girl really doesn't make things easy. Master, should I go and bring the young lady back? Yi Ling Tian waved his hand, saying, no need to bring her back, let her stay there for a few days. I trust that Lin Fan wouldn't dare to do anything to my daughter. Yi Ling Tian was not worried at all about Yi Mu-yan's safety. If Lin Fan really dared to do anything to his daughter, he would definitely suffer the consequences. For the sake of his daughter's safety, he had left many trump cards with Yi Mu-yin. Even if she encountered a saint sovereign, she would be able to handle herself. With this buffer of time, he would be able to rush over for rescue at the first opportunity. His only concern was whether his daughter would be too naive. If that were the case, there would be nothing he could do. He wouldn't intervene too much in his daughter's choices. Moreover, he was quite satisfied with Lin Fan. Master, I feel that Lin Fan is even more extraordinary than we imagined. Upon hearing Yi Fu's words, Yi Ling Tian immediately became interested. Ah Fu, what did you discover today? Quickly tell me. Master, I saw Lin Fan's 2 newborn children today. However, both of these children possessed divine bodies, one with a heavenly fire divine body and the other with a heavenly thunder divine body. Hearing that Lin Fan had 2 children with divine bodies, Yi Ling Tian stood up from his seat. Ah Fu, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Both children have divine bodies. Yi Ling Tian was genuinely shocked by this news. If only one child had a divine body, it could be attributed to luck. But if both children had divine bodies, that was definitely not due to mere chance. Master, I observed carefully for a long time, and I definitely did not make a mistake. Yi Ling Tian had great faith in Yi Fu's eyesight. As a saint sovereign, if he couldn't even discern the constitution of a baby, that would be too unreasonable. The reason he asked was that this news was simply too shocking. Ah Fu, do you know anything about the mother of these 2 children? How is her aptitude? I have seen the mother of the 2 children. Her aptitude is decent, all are top-tier heavenly. Furthermore, one possesses a charmed spirit body. It is hard to believe that the mother of these children, who is so ordinary, gave birth to children with divine bodies. The charmed spirit body is extremely tempting to those at the quasi-saint level. However, in the eyes of Yi Fu and Yi Ling Tian, it was just that. Master, I believe that the constitution of these 2 children either inherited Lin Fan's constitution, or there was some remarkable figure among Lin Fan's ancestors. Yi Ling Tian agreed with Yi Fu's analysis. However, he leaned more towards the former. Only if Lin Fan himself had an extraordinary constitution would there be a high probability of producing 2 children with divine bodies. Ah Fu, didn't you mention before that Lin Fan's other 2 children are also quite extraordinary? Did you see what kind of constitution those 2 children have? Upon hearing Yi Ling Tian inquire about Lin Fan's other 2 children, Yi Fu also came back to his senses. He had indeed overlooked Lin Fan's previous 2 children. Master, although I couldn't discern the constitution of those 2 children at the time from their combat power, the probability of them having divine bodies is quite high. They might even possess a sacred body. Yi Ling Tian's eyes flashed with brilliance upon hearing this. If that's the case, does Lin Fan have at least 4 children with divine bodies? Yes, Master. At this point, Yi Ling Tian could already conclude that Lin Fan's constitution was definitely not simple, and he could even be certain that Lin Fan's constitution was definitely a sacred body. Moreover, it was not an ordinary sacred body. Among sacred bodies, it was surely one of the top existences. Thinking of this, Yiling Tian was even more satisfied with Lin Fan. "Afu, let's not make a fuss about this matter for now." Yifu nodded in reply. He had no intention of spreading this matter around. At this moment at Yi Mu Xian's residence, Xiao Zi was reporting to Yi Mu Xian about Yi Mu Yan's situation. "Miss, according to the report from the scout, Miss Mu Yan left the Yi family today and has not yet returned. That shameless Yi Mu Yan must be looking for Lin Fan. No, we absolutely cannot let her succeed. We will go to Wangyue mountain range to find Lin Fan tomorrow. Miss, why don't you think about it some more? I've heard that girls should be reserved and not too proactive. No more reservations. If I wait any longer, Yi Mu Yan might have children already." Xiaozi felt a bit helpless upon hearing this. "Xiaozi, pack up some things. We will set off early tomorrow morning. Also inform my father that I will be going out to train for a while, and it will take about 4 to 5 years. Miss, are we going to stay there for that long? Didn't you say you want to turn raw rice into cooked rice? I don't even know if 4 to 5 years will be enough." Xiaozi was taken aback upon hearing this. She didn't expect her young lady to actually go through with it. "What are you standing around for? Hurry up and pack your things." "All right, miss, I will go and pack my things right now." In the divine realm, under the introduction of Lin Fan, Yi Mu Yan was introduced to everyone. What astonished her even more was that Lin Fan had actually secured the favor of the Saint King Mu Yunxi. It was indeed quite incredible that Mu Yunxi was already pregnant. It was not easy for a Saint King to conceive. With bad luck, it could take hundreds or even thousands of years to bear a child. Just look at her father, who is nearly 6,000 years old. Yet counting herself, her father had only 3 children in total. It was shocking, but she did not ask Lin Fan how he managed to do it. Time quickly passed to the next day. Yi Mu Xian left the Yi family early in the morning with her maid Xiao Zi. Once they stepped out of Lingguang City, they directly boarded a low-grade holy class flying boat, heading straight for Wangyue mountain range. As the owner of a holy body, her family naturally did not skimp on her. A low-grade holy class flying boat was standard equipment. This was a life-saving artifact crucial in times of danger. At the speed of the low-grade holy class flying boat, it would take about half an hour to reach the Wangyue mountain range. Meanwhile, Lin Fan and Yi Mu Yan had also returned to the Wangyue mountain range from the divine realm. Currently, Yi Mu Yan could not stay too long in the divine realm. If she remained in the divine realm, the communication jade talisman on her would not receive any news from the outside world. At that time, the people of the Yi family would surely worry if they did not receive any messages from her, suspecting that she might be in danger. It would not be good if a large group of powerful Yi family members came rushing to the Wangyue mountain range. Lin Fan did not want to cause unnecessary trouble. "Mu Yan, your insight pills must have been used up by now, right?" Yi Mu Yan nodded, saying the pills have indeed been exhausted. As she said this, Yi Mu Yan looked at Lin Fan with a grateful expression. "Lin Fan, I owe my strength enhancement this time to your pills. Without the insight pills you provided, I wouldn't even have dared to attempt condensing the concept of death. Now I have merged the concepts of life and death, forming the concept of life and death. Looking across the entire Xuantian continent, I should be among the top in terms of strength at the same realm." At this moment, Yi Mu Yan was filled with confidence in her own power. This was the confidence brought by the concept of life and death. Hearing about Yi Mu Yan's significant gains, Lin Fan felt delighted. "Mu Yan, here are 100 insight pills for you. Take them. Then I won't be polite." Yi Mu Yan smiled as she accepted the pills Lin Fan handed over. After all, she would soon become a member of the Lin family, so there was no need to be polite with Lin Fan. Yi Mu Yan's hesitation in fully committing to Lin Fan was not to test his sincerity. She planned to return in a few days to gather spiritual herb seeds for Lin Fan. If she were to lose her virginity at this time, it would definitely not escape the perception of the powerful figures in her family. Losing her virginity would be a significant issue, and the elders in the clan would certainly inquire about it. In Yi Mu Yan's view, Lin Fan was not yet suitable to enter the sight of the elders in her family. Once she collected the seeds, she would announce a retreat to break through to the quasi-saint realm. At that time, retreating for several decades, or even hundreds of years, would be quite normal. Such a long time would be enough for her to find other solutions. Moreover, while 100 years in the outside world equates to thousands of years in the divine realm, such a lengthy period combined with the rich aura of heaven and earth in the divine realm might allow her to break through to the Saint King realm. With the strength of a Saint King to conceal herself, as long as she avoided exposing herself before the quasi-emperor ancestor, there would be no need to worry about being discovered. An hour later, the flying boat, carrying Yi Mu Xian and Xiao Zi, appeared outside the main peak of the Wangyue mountain range. Soon after, the two stepped out of the flying boat. "Miss, there is a formation guarding this place. How do we get in?" "Don't worry, our flying boat has made such a commotion that the guards of the formation must have noticed us already. Let's just wait here for a while." Just as Yimu Xian said, the sudden appearance of the flying boat caught the attention of the dragon guards. Soon 2 dragon guards stepped out from the formation. Who are you two, and what brings you to the Lin family? The dragon guards had not seen Yimu Xian before, and Lin Fan had not expected her to come here personally. Thus, they did not inform everyone about Yimu Xian's arrival. This led to the dragon guards not recognizing her. I am a friend of your family head. Please inform your family head that Yimu Xian is here to visit. Upon hearing that she was a friend of the family head, the dragon guards did not dare to delay. Please wait a moment, I will report to the family head right away. Saying this, one of the dragon guards turned and left. Soon he found Lin Fan, who was walking in the garden with Yimu Yan. Reporting to the family head, someone is here to visit. Her name is Yimu Xian, claiming to be a friend of the family head. Upon hearing that Yimu Xian had arrived, Yimu Yan's expression immediately soured. This guy actually came so quickly. Looking at the fuming Yimu Yan, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile wryly. Then he gently patted Yimu Yan's shoulder, saying, "Alright, don't compete with her in temper." Yimu Yan pouted, saying, "Who wants to compete with her? She's clearly trying to provoke me. She only acted friendly after knowing my relationship with you. I suspect she is not sincere towards you and is just trying to irritate me." Seeing Yimu Yan's jealousy, Lin Fan felt a bit helpless. It seemed these two would not reconcile anytime soon. But it was okay, Lin Fan believed he would find a way to bring them back together. Then Lin Fan instructed the dragon guards to bring Yimu Xian over. Looking at the still upset Yimu Yan, he smiled to comfort her. "Mu Yan, rest assured, whether she is sincere or not, it will not escape my eyes." Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Yimu Yan curiously scrutinized Lin Fan's eyes. She had always thought Lin Fan's eyes were extraordinary, and now hearing him say this made her even more curious. Lin Fan found her gaze puzzling. "Mu Yan, why are you looking at me like that? Lin Fan, tell me honestly, do your eyes possess any special traits?" Saying this, Yimu Yan added, "But I have observed for so long, and I haven't noticed anything unusual about your eyes. This truly puzzles me. If you had special traits, your eyes would certainly be different from ordinary people. Hiding it would be impossible." Hearing Yimu Yan mention special traits, Lin Fan thought that it would be nice to have a pair of special eyes. This would make it easier to explain certain things in the future. Moreover, with the system in place, there might indeed be a chance to acquire special eyes in the future. Upon thinking of this, Lin Fan feigned confusion and said, "Different pupils. I don't even know if I truly possess them. However, with my eyes, I can view others' basic information, such as their cultivation levels, ages, training qualifications, and physical attributes." After hearing Lin Fan's explanation, Yimu Yan suddenly understood. "Lin Fan, it seems you really do have different pupils. The reason you don't have any offensive abilities is likely because your different pupils have not fully awakened yet," Yimu Yan said, revealing a look of anticipation. "Lin Fan, I wonder what kind of different pupils you possess. Different pupils are innate talents. Once your different pupils completely awaken, your combat power will become even more terrifying. Hopefully." Lin Fan also showed an expression of anticipation at this moment. As the two were conversing, Long Wei brought Yimu Xian and Xiao Zi over. Lin Fan smiled and greeted them. "Miss Mu Xian, welcome to my Lin family." Yimu Yan could not help but let out a cold snort upon seeing this scene. Yimu Xian looked at Yimu Yan and feigned surprise, saying, "Oh, so Sister Mu Yan is also here, what a coincidence." Yimu Yan glanced at Yimu Xian with some disgust. "You're truly hypocritical. Ooh, I don't believe you didn't know I was here." Upon hearing this, Yimu Xian immediately looked at Yimu Yan with an innocent expression. "Sister Mu Yan, I have no idea what you're talking about." She certainly would not admit such things in front of Lin Fan. "Alright, Mu Yan, for my sake, don't hold it against Miss Mu Xian. Fine, as long as she doesn't provoke me, it's okay." After Yimu Yan finished speaking, she no longer paid attention to Yimu Xian. Seeing that the two were no longer at odds, Lin Fan also breathed a sigh of relief. "Miss Mu Xian, you traveled a long way here, you must be tired. Why don't you come in and sit in the living room for a while?" "Sure, then I will trouble young Master Lin." Just as Lin Fan turned around preparing to lead the way, Yimu Yan suddenly walked up to his side and linked her arm with his. "Let's go, Lin Fan, we'll go in together." Saying this, Yimu Yan provocatively glanced at Yimu Xian. Upon seeing this, Yimu Xian felt a surge of anger in her heart. "Yimu Yan, you wait for me. When I find an opportunity, I will make you experience this feeling too." Despite thinking this, her face still wore a smile. Lin Fan knew Yimu Yan's intentions, but he was not in a position to interfere in such matters right now. Thus, he calmly walked towards the living room. Once in the living room, Yimu Yan and Yimu Xian would occasionally bicker. Fortunately, with Yilu Li and Shui Mei mediating beside them, the situation did not become too tense. As night fell, Lin Fan and Yimu Yan returned to the Xunxiao realm. "Lin Fan, I plan to go back tomorrow to collect spiritual herb seeds for you. It will probably take about a year. The reason it takes so long is that the Yi family's business spans the entire eastern region. The space in the Xunxiao realm is so vast, leaving it empty would be a tremendous waste." Yi Mu Yin intends to collect all the seeds she can gather. Even yellow-level spiritual herb seeds cannot be overlooked. Mu Yin, this task will require your hard work. It's just a minor task, but you must promise me one condition. What condition? Lin Fan asked curiously. Before I become your woman, you cannot lay a hand on Yi Mu Xian. Hearing this condition, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. What are you laughing at? Just say if you'll agree or not. Yi Mu Yin asked irritably. Since you put it that way, how could I not agree? That's more like it. Yi Mu Yin was very satisfied with Lin Fan's answer. By the way, Mu Yin, I have already lifted the restrictions on your access. Even when you are in the Yi family, you can freely enter and exit the Xin Xiao realm. What? The Xin Xiao realm has such a feature? Yi Mu Yin was immediately shocked by this news. Did I not mention this to you before? When did you tell me about this? Yi Mu Yin glared at Lin Fan with annoyance. I must have overlooked it, knowing now is not too late. Lin Fan awkwardly smiled. Lin Fan, are there any features of the Xin Xiao realm that I still don't know about? If there are, you should tell me all at once. Yi Mu Yin was genuinely worried that if she didn't ask, Lin Fan would not tell her. It seems there is still a teleportation feature I haven't told you about. Upon hearing about the teleportation feature, Yi Mu Yan's eyes brightened. Fortunately, she asked, otherwise she wouldn't know for how long before she learned about this feature. Then Lin Fan thoroughly explained the teleportation function to Yi Mu Yin. After hearing the function of teleportation, Yi Mu Yin was extremely excited. Lin Fan, I'm glad I asked. This feature is truly powerful. With this teleportation feature, even if I want to travel to other continents in the future, I can instantly return to the Xiantian continent. Other continents? I will go there in the future. Lin Fan's dreams have never been confined to one corner. Lin Fan wanting to go to other continents will require some waiting. Without the strength of a quasi-emperor or an imperial-grade flying artifact of at least low grade, crossing the starry sky is extremely dangerous. In the starry sky, there are countless dangers. Even a holy sovereign might fall in the starry sky with just a moment's carelessness. Lin Fan truly did not expect the starry sky to be so perilous. Mu Yin, have you ever been to other continents? Of course not, but my father once went with a quasi-emperor ancestor from our clan. At that time, they went to participate in some grand competition. What I just said were all things my father told me. My father also mentioned that the closest continent to our Xiantian continent is called Tianwu continent. This Tianwu continent is comparable in strength to our Xiantian continent and is also a continent dominated by the human race. Mu Yin, do you know how far Tianwu continent is from our Xiantian continent? Yi Mu Yin shook her head. I'm not sure how far it is, but my father and the others took an imperial-grade medium flying treasure. Yet even so, it took them a full 15 years to reach Tianwu continent. It's actually that far. Keep in mind that the speed of an imperial-grade medium flying treasure is comparable to that of a quasi-emperor at the 9th level, reaching speeds of at least 1.0 times the speed of light. Thus it seems that the Xiantian continent is at least 1.5 million light-years away from Tianwu continent. Considering the great distance, Lin Fan decided to abandon the idea of traveling to other continents for the time being. It was better to focus on strengthening his family's power. By the way, Mu Yin, after you return home, the more spiritual herb seeds you collect, the better. Of course, I won't let your father work in vain. When the time comes for every 100 spiritual herb seeds, I will compensate you with a mature spiritual herb. Naturally, I must wait until these herbs mature before I can fulfill my promise. Upon hearing this, Yi Mu Yin felt a surge of joy in her heart. With the tenfold time flow of the divine sky realm, the growth cycle of the spiritual herbs would be significantly shortened. With the spiritual herbs provided by Lin Fan, the strength of their lineage would greatly increase. The key was that 100 seeds could be exchanged for a mature spiritual herb, which was simply too cost-effective. It should be noted that planting spiritual herbs is not an easy task. For lower-tier spiritual herbs, the survival rate of 100 seeds could reach 30%. However, after germination, the spiritual herb must be carefully tended by a spiritual planter. A moment's neglect could lead to widespread death of the herbs. The higher the tier of the seeds, the lower the survival rate, and the costs incurred would be higher. Moreover, in the outside world, the price of 100 seeds cannot be exchanged for a mature spiritual herb. Lin Fan's actions were essentially a great benefit to the Yi family. Of course, Yi Mu Yin also understood that Lin Fan's actions were surely because of her. This made her feel deeply touched. Lin Fan, rest assured, I will not let you down in this matter, Yi Mu Yin said with a firm tone. Hearing this, Lin Fan smiled and nodded. His actions were not only for Yi Mu Yin, but also to ensure that her father would take this matter seriously. The foundation of the imperial family was terrifying. Even if it were just a branch of the imperial family, it could collect a large number of spiritual herb seeds for him. In any case, he would not suffer losses. Once the herbs mature, he could keep seeds. Early the next morning, Yi Mu Yin sent a message to Yi Fu asking him to come to the Wangyue mountain range to take her home. The reason she did not teleport directly back to the Lingguang City estate was naturally to avoid raising suspicion from her family. If she suddenly appeared in Lingguang City, her family would certainly become suspicious. Fortunately, it would not be so troublesome in the future. In the future, she could directly enter the Divine Sky realm from the estate. Yi Fu was quick. Shortly after Yi Mu Yin sent the message, he arrived at the Wangyue mountain range. "Uncle Fu, I'm sorry to trouble you to run again. The young lady doesn't need to be so polite. This is my duty." After saying this, Yi Fu did not intend to linger here. He directly took Yi Mu Yin away from the Wangyue mountain range. Upon returning to the family, Yi Mu Yin did not dawdle. She immediately found her father. When Yi Ling Tian saw his daughter return, he carefully scrutinized her. Seeing that Yuan Yin was still there, he breathed a sigh of relief. If his daughter casually entrusted herself to someone else, that would be infuriating. After all, Lin Fan should at least come to meet him. Otherwise, he might have to personally teach Lin Fan a lesson. However, this thought passed in an instant, and a smile already brightened Yi Ling Tian's face. "Yinner, didn't you say you would stay in the Wangyue mountain range for a while? Why are you back so soon?" Yi Mu Yin did not notice her father's oddness. Upon hearing her father's inquiry, she decided not to beat around the bush and directly spoke about the matter. "Father, I need your help with something this time." "Oh, what is it? Does it have to do with that Lin Fan?" Yi Ling Tian asked with a profound expression. Although this matter is related to Lin Fan, it is also a great opportunity for our lineage. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Yi Ling Tian's eyes lit up. "Yinner, quickly tell me." Yi Ling Tian was very curious about what kind of matter could be deemed a great opportunity by his daughter. He knew that his daughter never exaggerates. "Father, I need a large number of spiritual herb seeds. The higher the tier, the better. When the time comes, 100 seeds can be exchanged for a mature spiritual herb." Yi Ling Tian, upon hearing this, widened his eyes in disbelief. "Yinner, is this true? Can 100 seeds really be exchanged for a mature spiritual herb? If they are 100 heavenly or even holy level spiritual herb seeds, can they also be exchanged for a mature, holy level spiritual herb?" Yi Ling Tian was not very concerned about spiritual herbs below the heavenly level. However, spiritual herbs above the heavenly level were different, especially holy level spiritual herbs. For the Yi family, holy level spiritual herbs were also extremely precious. Primarily because holy level herbs not only took a long time to mature, but also had high requirements for spiritual fields, making cultivation incredibly difficult. Let alone 100 holy level spiritual herb seeds, even 100 seeds. Cultivating a mature, holy level spiritual herb would still be a lucrative deal. Most of the holy level spiritual herbs possessed by the Yi family were actually obtained from dangerous locations or auctions. Those cultivated by themselves were exceedingly rare. "Father, I am speaking about serious matters. Oh, I certainly wouldn't joke with you. However, you must provide the seeds first. As for the spiritual herbs, I can only give them to you once they mature." "Alright, it's just some seeds. Aside from the seeds we need for ourselves, the rest will be yours." Yi Ling Tian agreed to this matter without a second thought. He also speculated that Lin Fan's physique might be related to spiritual herbs. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to make such a promise. Yi Ling Tian firmly believed his daughter's words. He felt that his daughter must have seen Lin Fan's abilities to make such a decision. Exchanging 100 seeds for a mature spiritual herb was practically like giving it away for free. "Mu Yin, tell me, is Lin Fan's physique related to cultivating spiritual herbs? Is it the Wan Yao Dao body or the Divine Farmer Saint body?" "Father, you don't need to ask about this. In short, Lin Fan's physique is even stronger than you can imagine." Yi Mu Yin answered ambiguously. Although she did not know what kind of physique Lin Fan possessed, it did not hinder her from boasting in front of her father. With the power of the Divine Sky realm, how could it be compared to these two types of physiques? Yi Ling Tian became even more excited upon learning that Lin Fan's physique was stronger than the Divine Farmer Saint body. The stronger his daughter's future husband was, the happier he naturally felt. However, since his daughter had said so, he didn't pursue the matter further. "By the way, Father, you must keep the whereabouts of these spiritual herb seeds confidential." "Oh, absolutely. Do not leak Lin Fan's information." Yi Ling Tian understood his daughter's meaning upon hearing this. "Rest assured, Yenera, Lin Fan is my future son-in-law, and I will not let him be in danger. So I definitely won't expose this matter. As for Uncle Fu, I will remind him as well." "Father, what are you talking about? Who is your son-in-law?" Yi Mu Yin pouted. After saying this, she couldn't help but stomp her foot. "Enough. Do you think your thoughts can deceive me? If you had no interest in Lin Fan, would you be so concerned about his matters?" Seeing the determined gaze of her father, Yi Mu Yan's face turned slightly red. She did not expect to show her feelings so obviously. Noticing his daughter's silence, Yi Ling Tian continued. "Yinner, you could discuss with Lin Fan and see if he is willing to join our Yi family. If he is willing, our lineage could possess dual sacred bodies. Once you both mature, our lineage will surely become the strongest within the entire family. At that time, your children would also have a high chance of possessing sacred bodies." Thinking of such a scenario, Yi Ling Tian's eyes were filled with anticipation. At this moment, upon hearing about Lin Fan joining Yimu, Yin directly rolled her eyes at Yiling Tian. Father, don't even think about that. Lin Fan would never join. In Yimu Yan's view, it was only a matter of time before the Lin family surpassed the Yi family. How could Lin Fan possibly join? It was an absurd thought. At that time, if the Yi family's strength wanted to advance further, they might just need to rely on the Lin family. Hearing that Lin Fan was unwilling to join Yiling Tian felt somewhat disappointed. However, such matters cannot be forced. After chatting for a while, father and daughter began to have people collect spiritual herb seeds. Mount Wangyue Lin residence. Yimu Xian was extremely happy upon learning that Yimu Yin had returned, so she eagerly sought out Lin Fan. As soon as she saw Lin Fan, she greeted him with a smile. Young Master Lin. Miss Mu Xian has arrived, please take a seat. Did you rest well last night? If there is anything uncomfortable, feel free to let me know. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Yimu Xian was even happier. Thank you for your concern, young Master Lin. I rested very well last night. That's good. If you need anything, just let the servants know. Upon hearing this, Yimu Xian nodded with a smile. By the way, young Master Lin, why haven't I seen Sister Mu Yin? Yimu Yin pretended to be puzzled. Mu Yin had something to attend to at home. Sister Mu Yin is really something. She didn't even inform me before leaving. I guess she is still mad at me. Seeing Yimu Xian's subtle jab at her, Lin Fan felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. It seems it will take some time for these two sisters to get along well. With this in mind, Lin Fan decided not to continue on that topic. Miss Mu Xian, would you like me to show you around the Lin family? Sure. Yimu Xian responded without hesitation. Seeing this, Lin Fan's lips curled slightly upward. Given the current situation, securing Yimu Xian seemed quite feasible. However, thinking of the promise he made to Yimu Yin, Lin Fan naturally intended to keep his word. At most, he would just wait another year. A month passed by unknowingly. Finally, Yimu Xian summoned her courage and confessed to Lin Fan. Lin Fan naturally would not refuse. Next, he brought her back to the Divine Sky Realm. He also explained the functions of the Divine Sky Realm to her. Yimu Xian took a long time to digest the information before calming down. Young Master Lin, did Sister Mu Yin know about the existence of the Divine Sky Realm already? Not at all. I only recently informed Mu Yin about the Divine Sky Realm. Hearing that Yimu Yin only learned of it recently, a smile once again appeared on Yimu Xian's face. The fact that Yimu Yin just found out indicates that she hasn't fallen too far behind Yimu Yin. By the way, young Master Lin, did Sister Mu Yin rush home for any particular reason? However, just as Yimu Xian asked this question, Yimu Yin happened to appear in the Divine Sky Realm. Yimu Xian, as soon as I entered, I heard you talking behind my back. What are your intentions? After Yimu Yin spoke, she fixed her gaze on Yimu Xian. Yimu Yin was actually not surprised that Yimu Xian was here, because last night Lin Fan had already informed her about this matter. During this past month, Yimu Yin had been busy collecting seeds during the day, and at night, she would come to the Divine Sky Realm to meet Lin Fan. Now Yimu Yin had already established a good rapport with Mu Yunxi and the others. At that moment, seeing Yimu Yin suddenly appear, Yimu Xian felt somewhat awkward. However, she quickly regained her composure. Sister Mu Yin, I had no intention of talking behind your back. I was just curious about what you have been busy with recently. If you'd better mean it that way. After Yimu Yin spoke, she ignored Yimu Xian. She had come over with an important matter to discuss with Lin Fan. Now that a month had passed, she had already collected a lot of spiritual herb seeds. Every month from now on, more and more spiritual herb seeds would be sent over. To avoid wasting time, she had brought the spiritual herb seeds back to the Divine Sky Realm as soon as she got them. Lin Fan, these are the spiritual herb seeds collected over the past month. Saying this, Yimu Yin directly handed Lin Fan 10 storage rings. Mu Yin, are all these rings filled with spiritual herb seeds? What else could it be? However, most of them are Xian level and Huang level spiritual herb seeds. There isn't even one ring filled with Tian level and De level seeds combined. After confirming that they were all spiritual herb seeds, Lin Fan was somewhat taken aback. To be honest, it was the first time he had seen storage rings filled with spiritual herb seeds, and there were 10. He could hardly imagine how many spiritual herb seeds were contained within those rings. The key was that this was just the first batch, and there were more spiritual herb seeds to come. It could only be said that it was worthy of an imperial family. Their generosity was indeed remarkable. By the way, I also have some sacred level spiritual herb seeds here, not many, just over 2,000 pieces. As for the types, there are Sheng Yuan flowers, Sheng Long grass, Sheng Soul fruits, and Sheng Huang flowers. These are all low-grade sacred level spiritual herbs. After finishing speaking, Yimu Yin handed Lin Fan another storage bag. Upon learning that there were sacred level spiritual herb seeds, Lin Fan was even more delighted. Yimu Xian, who was beside them, finally understood why Yimu Yin had hurriedly left. So it turns out she went to collect spiritual herb seeds. Thinking of this, she quickly stood up. Young Master Lin, I can also help you go back to collect spiritual herb seeds. Lin Fan shook his head upon hearing this. Mu Xian, you cannot go back to collect spiritual herb seeds, or it will attract the attention of others in the Yi family. At this time, Yi Mu Yin also spoke up. Lin Fan is right, my father's collection of seeds has already alarmed the elders in the clan. Fortunately, my father managed to handle it. If you go back to collect spiritual herb seeds, it will be hard to explain later. So it's best to leave the matter of spiritual herb seeds to my father to handle. Yi Mu Yin said this without any intention of targeting Yi Mu Xian. She simply did not want Lin Fan's situation to be exposed. Seeing that both Lin Fan and Yi Mu Yin were saying this, Yi Mu Xian also understood. She was not foolish and naturally recognized the gravity of the matter. Thinking about how she couldn't help Lin Fan, Yi Mu Xian felt a bit hurt. Lin Fan glanced at the downcast Yi Mu Xuan and gently embraced her head. It's all right, Mu Xuan, don't overthink it. I know you want to help me, but there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Feeling the affectionate gesture from Lin Fan, Yi Muxuan's heart filled with joy. She eagerly said, Young Master Lin, if you ever need me, just let me know. As long as it is within my ability, I will definitely not refuse. Great. I won't hesitate to ask for your help when needed. Seeing that Lin Fan did not refuse, Yi Muxuan instantly broke into a smile. Meanwhile, Yi Muxuan observed the scene with a slight pout, but she did not say anything further. After all, she was in the leading position now. Muxuan, would you like to join me in planting these spirit herb seeds? Of course I want to go. Yi Muxuan was the first to speak. Upon seeing this, Yi Muxuan quickly echoed, I want to go too. All right, let's get started. Then with a thought, Lin Fan brought the two of them to an island in the Divine Sky realm in an instant. This island covered an area of 500 square kilometers. The island was mostly covered with grass and did not contain any precious spiritual plants. Following the last evolution of the Divine Sky realm, there were now hundreds of such islands varying in size. Currently, most of the islands were in an undeveloped state. Then with a thought, Lin Fan caused the soil on the island to begin to churn. In the blink of an eye, the land on this island transformed into large plots of spirit fields, each spanning hundreds of square kilometers. Yi Muxuan and Yi Muxuan were utterly astonished by the sight before them. Although they knew Lin Fan was capable of anything in the Divine Sky realm, witnessing such a scene was a first for them. Destroying this island posed no difficulty for them. However, transforming the soil into spirit fields like Lin Fan did was certainly beyond their capabilities. Lin Fan paid no mind to their thoughts. After preparing the spirit fields, Lin Fan controlled the water from the lake, letting it rain down upon the spirit fields. Once all the soil was thoroughly soaked, he ceased the rainfall. Then with a thought, Lin Fan evenly scattered the spirit herb seeds over the spirit fields. After filling the island, he had only consumed 5 seeds from his spatial ring. However, these seeds were all of the yellow-grade spirit herb variety, ranging from low to top quality. Yellow-grade spirit herbs mature quickly. Within half a year, they would all be ready for harvest. In fact, given the environment of the Divine Sky realm, these spirit herbs would grow even faster than in the outside world. Their efficacy would also be significantly enhanced. After all, no force in the outside world would use heavenly-grade spirit fields to plant yellow-grade spirit herbs. That would be a waste of resources. Even in the most barren areas of the current Divine Sky realm, heavenly-grade low-tier spirit fields could be cultivated. In the area where the family's divine tree is located, even imperial-grade spirit herbs can be planted freely, as the level of the spirit fields there has surpassed the imperial grade. Lin Fan was unsure if this was due to the family's divine tree. However, he did not delve deeper, as it was good news for him. In the future, when he opens the gift package to obtain imperial-grade herbs, he won't have to worry about not having a place to plant them. Looking at his masterpiece before him, Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. Once these spirit herbs mature, he will be able to cultivate even more spirit herb seeds. Seeing Lin Fan pause his actions, Yi Muxuan quickly asked, Lin Fan, is it done? Of course, now we just let them grow on their own. At most, just water them when there's no rain. Yi Muxuan and Yi Muxuan were left speechless upon hearing this. They had never imagined that planting spirit herbs could be this easy. Just thinking about the possibility of filling the Divine Sky realm with spirit herbs was almost unimaginable. Let's go, we need to head to the next island. I still have 5 spatial rings left to plant. Upon hearing this, the two immediately followed in Lin Fan's footsteps. Since the 2 islands were relatively close, the 3 of them flew directly over. Next, Lin Fan successively filled 3 islands with spirit herbs. 1 island covered 400 square kilometers, planted with mystic-grade spirit herbs. The remaining 2 islands, one spanning 600 square kilometers, was planted with earth-grade spirit herbs. The other island covered 400 square kilometers and was planted with heavenly-grade spirit herbs. In fact, these 3 islands were temporarily divided by Lin Fan for easier management. In the next 11 months, seeds would arrive every month. If there are this many each time, we can fill tens of millions of square kilometers with spirit fields. As long as we wait for these spirit herbs to mature and produce seeds. I believe it won't be long before we can fill the divine sky realm. Thinking about the completion of his goal, Lin Fan was very happy. Of course, he certainly wouldn't fill the entire divine sky realm. Filling half of its land would suffice. This way, if any plans arise later, adjustments would be easier. Lin Fan did not dwell on it further and led the two to the area for planting holy grade spirit herbs. Soon all over 2,000 holy grade spirit herb seeds were also planted. Mushuan, the yellow grade and mystic grade spirit herb varieties across the entire Xinjiang continent should be nearly complete. So next, let your father focus on collecting earth grade and above spirit herb seeds. Alright, Lin Fan, I will discuss this with my father when I return. A few months later, in the cave abode of the Ning Shuang sect where Rin Tianqing resided. At this moment, he had already devoured all 3 of the demon beasts. His cultivation level had successfully broken through to the divine ability realm. After completing his training, Rin Tianqing opened his eyes. At this moment, a crimson light flashed in his eyes, but was quickly reined in. Xiaoming, the time for you to come and take the bride is drawing near. I will make sure you lose face then. Su Wan can only be mine. In the divine sky realm, Lin Haoming was also at a critical moment in his training. Break for me. With a low roar from Lin Haoming, his aura surged explosively. At this moment, Lin Haoming successfully broke through to the divine ability realm. After sensing his own strength, Lin Haoming revealed an excited expression. Is this the power of the divine ability realm? Indeed, formidable. I believe Rin Tianqing has also broken through by now. That guy is probably thinking about how to embarrass me right now. There's still time. To be safe, I should go train my martial skills at the trial tower. With that thought, Lin Haoming left his secluded cultivation area and headed straight to the trial tower. Upon sensing Lin Haoming's movements, Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. Haoming's temperament is commendable. Even after his own breakthrough, he does not look down on his opponents. With the members of the Shadow Pavilion watching closely, Lin Fan understood Rin Tianxing's situation thoroughly. With Lin Haoming's current strength, defeating Rin Tianqing would be a piece of cake. The only thing worrying Lin Fan now was the Blood Demon Emperor behind Rin Tianqing. He knew nothing about this Blood Demon Emperor. I wonder if the Yi family has any information about this Blood Demon Emperor. Thinking this, Lin Fan directly contacted Yi Mu Yin, who was still in the outside world. As for Yi Mu Xian, she was currently in seclusion in the secret realm of the Divine Sky Realm. Yi Mu Yan's strength far surpassed hers, and she naturally did not want to fall too far behind. Not long after Yi Mu Yin returned to the Divine Sky Realm. Lin Fan, I wonder if you were looking for me at this time for some reason. Yi Mu Yin knew that Lin Fan wouldn't contact her at this time unless it was urgent. Mu Yin, do you know anything about the Demon Clan? What have you encountered the Demon Clan? Yi Mu Yin exclaimed. She was well aware of how ruthless the Demon Clan could be. The Yi family had once resisted the invasion of the Demon Clan. As a result, many quasi-emperors within the clan fell, and several holy lords also perished. If it weren't for the timely return of a great emperor from the clan, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Therefore, the people of the Yi family harbored deep hatred for the Demon Clan. Seeing Yi Mu Yin react so strongly took Lin Fan by surprise. Mu Yin, it's not that I encountered the Demon Clan, but that my son did. Lin Fan then recounted the situation regarding the Ning Shuang sect. Upon hearing this, Yi Mu Yin furrowed her brows. Lin Fan, since the opponent claims to be the Blood Demon Emperor, he must be a powerful figure at the Emperor level. The Demon Clan has strict hierarchies, and without the strength to back it up, one would never dare to take on such a title. However, judging by the task he assigned to Rin Tianqing, it seems that the Blood Demon Emperor's strength has waned. It seems he must have suffered a significant blow. Otherwise, a mere Ning Shuang sect wouldn't warrant such caution from him. Lin Fan found Yi Mu Yan's analysis quite reasonable. Mu Yin, could you please help me investigate information about this Blood Demon Emperor? Given his strength, your Yi family may have some records on him. Sure, I'll go back and have my father investigate right away. After finishing her sentence, Yi Mu Yin left the Divine Sky Realm directly. I hope the Yi family has some information on this Blood Demon Emperor. Since such a formidable enemy exists, he naturally needed to understand it thoroughly. Soon Yi Mu Yin found her father. Seeing his daughter coming, Yi Ling Tian immediately showed a smile. You know what brings you here at this time? Father, I need your help to investigate someone who I need to know everything about him. Yi Ling Tian's eyes flickered with a hint of curiosity. Yinner, who is this person? Does it have something to do with Lin Fan? Father, the other party is from the Demon Clan and seems to be called the Blood Demon Emperor. What? It's actually from the Demon Clan. Yes, it is indeed from the Demon Clan. Yi Mu Yin then recounted what Lin Fan had told her. Do these remnants of the Demon Clan think they can return again? They were exterminated by us once 10,000 years ago, and I never expected them to rise from the ashes. At this point, Yi Ling Tian's face was filled with malevolence. Wait, this Blood Demon Emperor sounds somewhat familiar. Father, have you seen him before? Yi Mu Yin asked with some excitement. What are you thinking? I wasn't even born 10,000 years ago. How could I have seen him? Yi Ling Tian shot Yi Mu Yin a glare. Come, let us go meet your grandfather. 10,000 years ago, your grandfather had a confrontation with the demon clan and might know something about this blood demon emperor. Then let's hurry to find grandfather. At this moment, Yi Mu Yin was already quite impatient. She had to complete the task Lin Fan had given her. She certainly did not want to disappoint Lin Fan. Seeing his daughter in such a state, Yi Ling Tian couldn't help but shake his head. If it weren't for Lin Fan, his daughter wouldn't be so troubled by such matters. Afterward, Yi Ling Tian brought Yi Mu Yin to her father, Yi Zhenye's cave. At this time, Yi Zhenye was attempting to break through to the Holy Lord realm. If it weren't for the issue with the demon clan, Yi Ling Tian definitely wouldn't have come to disturb him at this time. Father Ling Tian seeks an audience. Not long after, a voice came from the cave. Come in. Mu Yin, come in with me. Yi Mu Yin nodded and quickly followed in Yi Ling Tian's footsteps. Ling Tian greets father. Mu Yin greets grandfather. When the two saw Yi Zhenye, they quickly bowed in greeting. Yi Zhenye looked at the two before him and revealed a kind smile. Get up, there is no need for formalities among family. Thank you, father. Thank you, grandfather. I wonder why you both have come to find me at this time. Once the two stood up, Yi Zhenye inquired about their purpose. Father, there is another emergence of the demon clan. Upon hearing the words demon clan, Yi Zhenye's eyes flashed with a cold glint. These rats hiding in the shadows have appeared again. Oh, quickly tell me the specifics. Mu Yin, you explain this matter. All right. Yi Mu Yin then recounted what she knew. However, she did not mention her matters with Lin Fan. She simply portrayed the matter as something she had overheard. So it's the blood demon emperor. Oh, I never expected that this guy still isn't dead. Hearing her grandfather's words, Yi Mu Yan's face lit up with joy. Grandfather, have you heard of this blood demon emperor? Not only have I heard of him, but I also faced him in battle 10,000 years ago. I must say his strength is indeed terrifying. Back then, the three of us holy emperors teamed up, and only then were we able to severely injure him. Just as we were about to kill him, he used a secret technique to escape. Now, based on what you say, it is evident that this blood demon emperor must have been in a state of slumber for the past 10,000 years. He should be in a weakened state now, unable to exert much strength. I just wonder how many of his kind are still out there. If these guys rise again, it will be yet another disaster for our Xiantian continent. As he spoke, a hint of worry flashed in Yi Zhenye's eyes. Having faced the demon clan in battle, he knew just how terrifying they could be. Father, there's no need to worry. Even if the demon clan returns, so what? We were able to wipe them out twice, we can certainly do it a third time. As for this blood demon emperor, we will not allow him to escape easily. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhenye burst into hearty laughter. Ling Tian, you must handle this matter well. Whenever you encounter the demon clan, do not show any mercy. I don't know about other forces, but our Yi family has a deep-seated enmity with the demon clan. Father, rest assured I know what to do. Afterward, Yi Mu Yin asked some more about the general situation of the blood demon emperor. Naturally, Yi Zhenye shared everything he knew. Leaving Yi Zhenye's cave, Yi Mayan directly headed to the estate she had gifted to Lin Fan. Every time she visited the Shunshao realm, she would come here. If she were to enter the Shunshao realm directly from her family, there would be a risk of being discovered. Soon Yi Mayan returned to the Shunshao realm. Mayan, do you have any news about the blood demon emperor? Yes, my grandfather fought the blood demon emperor 10,000 years ago. Following this, Yi Mayan shared all the information she had about the blood demon emperor with Lin Fan. After listening to Yi Mayan's account, Lin Fan appeared deep in thought. Mayan, since this blood demon emperor was severely injured 10,000 years ago, he must have just awakened recently. Given his cautious demeanor, he should be quite weak now. I just don't know if that guy will show up on Minger's wedding day. Lin Fan, do you need me to ask Uncle Fu for help? Fearing Lin Fan might refuse, Yi Mayan added. Although this guy has been severely injured and his strength has certainly diminished as a demon emperor, he must have some hidden trump cards. If he chooses to take us both down with him, that would be troublesome. Yi Mayan said, a trace of worry appearing on her face. Mayan, I understand your good intentions, but I will handle this matter well. A mere weakened demon emperor, even at his peak, I could slay him. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Yi Mayan's eyes widened. She knew Lin Fan was not someone who boasted. For him to say this, he must have powerful cards up his sleeve. Lin Fan, do you have any means to deal with the blood demon emperor? Yi Mayan could not contain her curiosity and asked Lin Fan. Lin Fan did not speak, but directly took out the Qinquan fan. He then commanded the Qinquan fan to unleash a hint of imperial might. When Yi Mayan sensed the imperial might from the Qinquan fan, she was completely stunned. After a long while, she finally reacted. Lin Fan, I didn't expect you to possess an imperial weapon. Moreover, it was one that could be freely controlled. It is known that while imperial weapons are terrifying, not everyone can wield them. If one does not gain the recognition of the imperial weapon, even a quasi-saint like Lin Fan would not be able to control it, let alone a quasi-emperor. Imperial weapons are exclusive to emperors. If cultivators below the emperor level forcibly activate an imperial weapon without its recognition, they will suffer a backlash from the weapon. Such consequences are something a quasi-emperor cannot bear. In fact, low-grade and mid-grade divine weapons can only be considered quasi-emperor weapons. Only when reaching the upper-grade emperor level can one be considered a true imperial weapon. Although there is only a small rank difference between them, the gap is absolutely vast. The Lin Fan is classified as a top-grade imperial weapon. Its power is certainly greater than that of upper-grade imperial weapons. Seeing Yi Mian's incredulous expression, Lin Fan smiled slightly. So do you still think I need to worry about the Blood Demon Emperor? With an imperial weapon in hand, a mere demon emperor is naturally nothing to fear. While speaking, Yi Mian's gaze never left Lin Fan. She truly did not expect that Lin Fan even possessed an imperial weapon, especially since it seemed that this imperial weapon had already recognized Lin Fan as its master. Their Yi family also possessed imperial weapons. However, unless facing a life-and-death crisis, they would never use an imperial weapon. For every imperial clan and supreme holy place, imperial weapons represent their foundation. Unless in a life-and-death crisis, no force would dare use their imperial weapons. The reason for this is that every emperor left an instruction for their respective imperial weapons before departing. As for why such an instruction was given, it may be because the destructive power of imperial weapons is too terrifying. Those emperors did not want the Xintian continent to be destroyed, which is why they issued this command. Otherwise, if various imperial forces clashed over minor disputes using imperial weapons, the Xintian continent would eventually decline. Of course, if faced with an invasion from other races, this restriction would not apply. Lin Fan, tell me, are you a reincarnated immortal? What I see now is not something an emperor could possess. Only a legendary immortal could have such means. Yi Mian had wanted to ask this question for a long time, but she had been worried that Lin Fan would be angry, so she held back. But at this moment, she could not hold back any longer. Looking at Yi Mian's big bright eyes fixed on him, Lin Fan smiled gently. Mian, whether or not I am a reincarnated immortal is not important. The current Lin Fan is the true me. As for who I was in my previous life, it has nothing to do with the present me. Upon hearing this, Yi Mian fell into contemplation. In her view, Lin Fan's words already indicated that he was an immortal in his past life. However, since Lin Fan was unwilling to discuss his past, she chose not to press further. However, thinking about Lin Fan being a reincarnated immortal made her particularly excited. Following Lin Fan, she might have a chance to become an immortal herself. Time quickly arrived at the day of Lin Haoming's wedding. Both Qinglan sect and Ningxuang sect were filled with festivity. On the Qinglan sect side, Lin Haoming set off early in a flying boat to Ningxuang sect to court the bride. The two sects were not too far apart, and taking a mid-grade heavenly flying boat would take about an hour to reach. At this moment, Ren Tianqing, the holy son of Ningxuang sect, was waiting outside the sect's main gate with a group of disciples. Having the holy son greet guests at the gate demonstrated Ningxuang sect's importance placed on Lin Haoming. At this moment, a trace of shadow occasionally flickered in Ren Tianqing's eyes. Xiaoming, oh Xiaoming, so many guests have come today. As long as I crush you in front of these guests later, I can make you lose face. And Sister Su Wan will surely be thoroughly disappointed in you. Then I will see how you face her when you marry Sister Su Wan. As for killing Lin Haoming, he did not dare to do so at the moment. If he angered the Qinglan sect, he would definitely fail the task given to him by the Blood Demon Emperor to control Ningxuang sect. He did not dare to ruin the Blood Demon Emperor's plans. So even though he hated Lin Haoming to the bone, he could only endure. Just as Ren Tianqing was lost and thought the flying boat carrying Lin Haoming had already arrived outside Ningxuang sect's main gate. Next, amidst the sound of drums and gongs, Lin Haoming, dressed in a red robe, flew down from the flying boat. Following him were many disciples from Qinglan sect. Seeing this scene, Ren Tianqing immediately put on a smiling face and welcomed him. Holy Son Xia, you have finally arrived. Please come in quickly, Sister Su. One has been waiting for a long time. Lin Haoming noticed Ren Tianqing's behavior, and the corner of his mouth twitched. If it weren't for the fact that he knew what Ren Tianqing was planning, he might have been deceived by Ren Tianqing's show. However, Lin Haoming did not expose him at this moment. Since Ren Tianqing wanted to put on a show, he naturally would play along. With this thought, a smile appeared on Lin Haoming's face. Holy Son Ren, I truly appreciate you waiting for so long. Haha, what are you saying, Holy Son Xia? Since you have married our holy maiden, our two sects are now in-laws, so there is no need for such formality. Let's go, come inside with me. We cannot keep the sect master waiting. Ren Tianqing said as he immediately turned to the disciples of the Ningxuang sect behind him, saying, Junior brothers and sisters, quickly welcome Holy Son Xia into the sect. Hearing Ren Tianqing's words, all the disciples spoke in unison. Please welcome Holy Son Xia into the sect. Thank you, junior brothers and sisters. Soon Lin Haoming and his group, guided by the disciples of the Ningxuang sect, arrived at the plaza outside the main hall of the sect. At this moment, the plaza was already packed with people. Not only the higher-ups and disciples of the Ningxuang sect gathered here, but countless guests were also present. Next, amidst the congratulations of the multitude, Lin Haoming walked up to Lu Qinghan. "Master, I have come to pick up Wainer." Lu Qinghan was Su Wan's master, and at this moment Lin Haoming naturally had to address him as master. Hearing Lin Haoming call him master, Lu Qinghan felt very pleased. Then he looked at the two female disciples beside him. "Go bring your senior sister over here." Disciples obeyed. Soon Su Wan, covered by a red veil, walked over with the help of the two female disciples. "Wainer greets master. From now on, Wainer cannot serve by your side anymore, so please take care of yourself, master." Seeing this, Lu Qinghan hurriedly helped Su Wan up. "Wainer, your master is not an ordinary person, so there is no need for you to serve. I am very happy to see you find a suitable partner. However, after marrying, you must not neglect your cultivation. At that time, master will certainly assess you, so do not disappoint me. Rest assured I will not let you down, master." Lu Qinghan nodded and then looked at Lin Haoming beside him. "Haoming, from today onwards, I will entrust Wainer to you. I hope you will treat her well and not bully her. Otherwise, I will not spare you. Master, rest assured I will definitely treat Wainer well." "Good, I believe you." "All right, it is getting late. Take Wainer back to the Qinglan sect." "Sect master, please wait a moment." Ren Tianqing quickly stepped forward upon seeing this scene. Lu Qinghan glanced at Ren Tianqing, frowning slightly. "Tianqing, do you have something to say?" Ren Tianqing's smile remained unchanged. "Sect master, as the holy son of the Ning Shuang sect, I naturally need to consider Sister Su. So, I want to test Holy Sun Xia's strength to see if he is capable of protecting Sister Su." Hearing Ren Tianxing's words, Lu Qinghan's expression turned grim. She had personally witnessed Lin Haoming's strength. With Ren Tianxing's level of power, he would not even be able to withstand a single blow from Lin Haoming. At this moment, stepping forward would only be self-humiliation. If he lost, it would be a disgrace to their Ning Shuang sect. "Tianqing, are you sure you want to compete with Xiaoming?" Lu Qinghan's tone was filled with authority. She wanted to use this authority to intimidate Ren Tianqing. This occasion was not suitable for conflict. Unfortunately, Ren Tianqing was not intimidated and took a few steps forward. "Sect master, for Sister Su's happiness, I must do this." At this moment, Su Wan also looked a bit unhappy. "Ren Shixiang, you know Lin Guest's strength. Why would you humiliate yourself at this time? Or say, do you have an issue with me that you deliberately chose this moment to cause trouble during my wedding?" Seeing Su Wan speak up for Lin Haoming, Ren Tianxing's heart was filled with anger. However, he did not show it and smiled at Su Wan. "Sister Su, you misunderstood. Oh, I am doing this for your sake. As for my strength, you will know soon enough." Ren Tianqing finished speaking and turned his gaze to Lin Haoming. "Holy Sun Xia, I am doing this for Sister Su's sake. Oh, I hope you won't take offense. Of course, if Holy Sun Xia is unwilling to compete with me, then it is fine." Ren Tianqing, fearing that Lin Haoming would refuse, decided to take a step back. He did not believe that having said this, Lin Haoming would still refuse. Moreover, with so many guests present, if Lin Haoming refused, he would undoubtedly be laughed at in the future. Since Holy Sun Ren has said so, if I refuse, wouldn't that be disrespectful? Seeing Lin Haoming agree, Ren Tianqing felt a surge of joy. His goal had finally been achieved. "Holy Sun Xia, I will wait for you at the arena." After Ren Tianqing finished speaking, he did not wait for Lin Haoming's response and left directly. The guests present began to discuss this scene. What is up with Ren Tianqing? With his strength, how could he possibly be Lin Ming's opponent? Could it be that this guy has some masochistic tendencies? To challenge Lin Ming in such a setting, he really has no fear of humiliation. Who knows what is wrong with this guy? But this has nothing to do with us. Let's just enjoy the show. Haha, you are right. Let's just enjoy the show. If Lin Haoming were to severely injure Ren Tianqing on the arena, it would still be good news for them. The alliance between the Qinglan sect and the Ning Shuang sect would certainly increase their power significantly. At that time, they would encroach upon the cultivation resources of these forces. If Lin Haoming were to severely injure Ren Tianqing, the relationship between the two sects would surely crack. Soon these guests began to move towards the location of the arena. Seeing that this matter could not be stopped, Lu Qinghan said to Lin Haoming, "Haoming, teach that guy a good lesson later. He is truly lawless, daring to cause trouble at this time." To be honest, Lu Qinghan was genuinely infuriated by Ren Tianqing. "Master, don't worry, I know what to do." After that, they also headed towards the location of the arena. Ren Tianqing, who had arrived early, saw Lin Haoming arrive and immediately shouted, "Holy Sun Xia, let's have a battle at the arena." As he spoke, he took the lead and walked into the arena. "Wainer, I will be back soon." "Lin, go, be careful. Ooh, I feel something is off with Ren Tianqing today. Rest assured I have it under control." After comforting Su Wan, Lin Haoming secretly sent a message to Lin Fan in the Xinjiao realm. Their goal today was not just a minor character like Ren Tianqing, but the Blood Demon Emperor hidden in the shadows. Upon receiving a message from Lin Haoming, Lin Fan did not hesitate and directly manifested in a deserted corner of the Ning Shuang sect. Members of the Shadow Pavilion were waiting here. "I've seen the family head." Lin Fan raised his hand. "What is the current situation?" Young Master Haoming is about to begin his competition with Ren Tianqing. All right, you may leave. With Lin Fan's command, the members of the Shadow Pavilion instantly vanished. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan had already arrived among the crowd. There were many guests today, and Lin Fan's appearance did not attract anyone's attention. Moreover, everyone's focus was entirely on the arena. Lin Fan looked around, but did not spot the Blood Demon Emperor. He had thought that the Blood Demon Emperor would conceal his identity and hide among the crowd. If that were the case, it would be impossible to evade the system's detection. Unfortunately, he had miscalculated. The Blood Demon Emperor did not appear. Since the Blood Demon Emperor is not present, Ren Tianqing cannot be killed directly, otherwise it would be impossible to draw out the Blood Demon Emperor. Thinking of this, Lin Fan directly sent a voice transmission to Lin Haoming. Haoming, the Blood Demon Emperor has not appeared. You do not kill Ren Tianqing yet. Just teach him a lesson for now, we need him here to lure out the Blood Demon Emperor. Otherwise, having that guy hiding in the shadows would be quite troublesome. Hearing that the Blood Demon Emperor had not come, Lin Haoming felt somewhat disappointed. It seems that Ren Tianqing will have to live a while longer. At this moment, Ren Tianqing saw Lin Haoming stepping onto the stage, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Young Saint Xia, I wonder if you are prepared? Seeing Ren Tianqing's expression, Lin Haoming certainly understood what he was thinking. Lin Haoming did not wish to engage in unnecessary banter. He simply made a gesture for him to attack. Upon seeing this, Ren Tianqing's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. What an arrogant fool who dares to underestimate me. I hope after witnessing my strength you can still remain so arrogant. With this thought, Ren Tianqing no longer concealed himself and directly revealed all his strength. Then he looked at Lin Haoming with disdain. Young Saint Xia, I have already broken through to the divine ability realm. If you want to concede now, it's not too late. After all, our strengths are not equal, and I do not wish to bully you. Facing Ren Tianqing's provocation, Lin Haoming's smile did not wane. Young Master Ren, you may attack. Seeing Lin Haoming unafraid, even appearing relaxed, Ren Tianqing was suddenly filled with doubt. What's going on with this Xia Ming? Even after I revealed all my strength, he still dares to remain so calm. Could it be that he is bluffing? Just as Ren Tianqing was lost in thought, the audience outside the arena was stunned by the strength Ren Tianqing had displayed. How is this possible? This Ren Tianqing has actually broken through to the divine ability realm. It seems he hasn't been long since his breakthrough to the perfect divine stage, right? Now this young Saint Xia is probably going to be humiliated. No matter how powerful the divine stage is, it cannot compete with the divine ability realm. The guests present discussed among themselves, wearing expressions of eager anticipation. Just as mentioned earlier, they did not wish for a good relationship between the Ningxuang sect and the Qinglan sect. Once today's events reach the Qinglan sect, it will surely create a rift between the two sects. This was naturally good news for them. At this moment, Lu Qinghan, upon witnessing Ren Tianqing's strength, also revealed an incredulous expression. She never expected that Ren Tianqing could break through to the divine ability realm. From what she knew of Ren Tianqing, it was impossible for him to break through to the divine ability realm at this time. It seems Ren Tianqing has some secret he's hiding from everyone. Well, it's normal for a young master to have some secrets. Moreover, Ren Tianqing becoming a divine ability realm expert is also a great boon for our Ningxuang sect. Thinking of this, Lu Qinghan revealed a look of relief. After all, as long as the young master does not encounter any accidents, he will be taking over the position of sect leader in the future. The stronger the young master, the better it is for the sect. Contrary to Lu Qinghan's thoughts, Su Wan was filled with worry at this moment. Now that Ren Tianqing has broken through to the divine ability realm, she feared he would harm Lin Haoming. With no other options, she could only seek help from her master. Master, this competition is simply unfair. Senior brother Ren has clearly broken through to the divine ability realm, yet is still hiding it from everyone. He even deliberately challenged brother Ming, who is only at the divine stage, which is truly malicious. If this matter were to spread, it would surely bring ridicule upon our Ningxuang sect. Lu Qinghan realized this too. It is indeed despicable for a divine ability realm expert to challenge someone at the divine stage. If this reaches Xia Yinjiu's ears, the relationship between the two sects might very well come to an end. Do not worry, Wainer, I will have them stop right away. However, just as Lu Qinghan was about to call for a halt, Ren Tianqing had already made his move. Young Saint Xia, since you allowed me to attack first, then I will not hold back. Ren Tianqing no longer cared whether Lin Haoming was bluffing, he was ready to strike first. Immediately, Ren Tianqing drew out his low-grade earth-tier long knife and slashed towards Lin Haoming. As the blade cut through the air, the atmosphere changed dramatically. A terrifying aura spread throughout the arena. Fortunately, there was an array for protection, so there was no impact on the area outside the arena. Lu Qinghan's expression changed drastically upon seeing this scene. If Lin Haoming were to get hurt at this moment, the Qinglan sect would very likely declare war on their Ningxuang sect. But at this moment, even if she wanted to intervene, it was already too late. Just as Lu Qinghan thought Lin Haoming was about to die under this strike, Lin Haoming moved. He clenched his fist tightly and suddenly threw a punch. In an instant, the intent of Lin Haoming's fist collided with Ren Tianxing's knife intent. With a resounding boom, Lin Haoming's fist intent instantly shattered Ren Tianxing's knife intent. Moreover, after shattering Ren Tianxing's knife intent, Lin Haoming's fist intent showed no sign of weakening and continued towards Ren Tianxing. Ren Tianxing's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. At this moment, he could no longer consider why Lin Haoming was so powerful. All he thought about was how to evade Lin Haoming's attack. Otherwise, even if he did not die, he would suffer severe injuries. However, how could Lin Haoming's attack be so easily dodged? Although Ren Tianxing tried to flee, he was still swept away by the residual force. After falling to the ground, Ren Tianxing immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His face paled slightly. After a while, he slowly stood up. At this moment, he looked at Lin Haoming with eyes filled with horror. "Xiaoming, how is your strength so strong?" "Ren Xingzi, it is not that my strength is superior, but rather that your strength is too weak." Hearing Lin Haoming's words, Ren Tianxing's expression turned extremely grim. Yet he did not know how to refute. Looking at Ren Tianxing's distressed face, Lin Haoming's lips curled into a slight smile. "Ren Xingzi, do we need to continue?" "Xia Xingzi is formidable, oh, I am not his match." Ren Tianxing was not foolish. He did not wish to seek humiliation. "In that case, can I take Weiner and leave?" Hearing Lin Haoming's words, Ren Tianxing's heart bled, wishing he could tear Lin Haoming into pieces. Yet at that moment, he still managed to force a smile. "Xia Xingzi is joking. With Xia Xingzi's strength, he can certainly protect Sister Su." Lin Haoming's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness upon hearing this. If it were not for needing to keep this guy to lure out the Blood Demon Emperor, he would not have held back in his previous strike. Outside the arena, everyone stared at the now tranquil platform, all struck dumb. They never expected Lin Haoming to have also broken through to the Divine Ability realm. Moreover, his strength was not merely at the initial level of the Divine Ability realm. Judging by the power Lin Fan had just displayed, none of the people present would be his match in an unknown fight. It should be noted that these individuals were either the sect leaders or elders, all having stepped into the Divine Ability realm for hundreds of years. Yet before Lin Haoming, they found themselves lacking the courage to confront him. This Xia Ming is simply a prodigy. Having just broken through to the Divine Ability realm, he possesses such strength. We old fellows would probably end up like Ren Tianxing, utterly defenseless. With Xia Ming in the Qinglan sect, it is destined to rise, and perhaps it will have a chance to become a lower-grade holy land. Who can deny that? The Qinglan sect's fortune is truly remarkable. It should be noted that just before, everyone had been mocking the Qinglan sect for losing two outstanding talents. But now, not long after, they welcomed an even more terrifying prodigy. At this moment, those present were filled with envy for the Qinglan sect. Lin Haoming disregarded their discussions. After leaving the arena, he walked directly to Lu Qinghan and Su Wan. "Master, you won't blame me for injuring Ren Xingzi, will you?" Hearing Lin Haoming's question, Lu Qinghan also regained her senses. Even she had been shocked by Lin Haoming's strength just now. With her perfected Divine Ability realm power, she could not casually injure Ren Tianxing. At this moment, her gaze toward Lin Haoming was filled with admiration. "Xia Ming, your strength is truly unbelievable. In the future, you will surely astonish the entire eastern region." As for that Ren Tianxing, if he got injured, it was merely his own fault. Lu Qinghan was already displeased with Ren Tianxing's antics. If not for Lin Haoming's immense strength, she would not have known how to explain things to Xiao Yao. Seeing Lin Haoming finish his conversation with her master, Su Wan finally spoke up. "Brother Ming, you're not injured, are you?" "Don't worry, Weiner, I'm fine." "That's good." After hearing that Lin Haoming was unhurt, Su Wan finally breathed a sigh of relief. As for Ren Tianxing, she could not concern herself with him. "Xiao Ming, it is getting late. You should take Weiner back to the Qinglan sect. It would not be good to delay any longer." "Understood, master, I will take Weiner back right away." After Lin Haoming and his group left, the guests began to bid farewell to Lu Qinghan. They still had to go to the Qinglan sect to attend the wedding of Lin Haoming and Su Wan. Especially after witnessing Lin Haoming's strength, they all thought about befriending the Qinglan sect. Even if they could not become friends, they at least could not become enemies. If they became enemies once Lin Haoming grew stronger, he would likely target them first. Meanwhile, Lin Fan also left the Ning Shuang sect along with these guests. The Blood Demon Emperor was not present at the scene, and there was no point in him staying here. However, Lin Fan was not anxious. As long as Ren Tianxing was around, the Blood Demon Emperor would eventually appear. He had already arranged for members of the Shadow Pavilion to monitor Ren Tianxing's every move. With the departure of these guests, Lu Qinghan then had someone bring Ren Tianxing before her. "I have seen the sect leader." Although she was pleased with Ren Tianxing's breakthrough to the Divine Ability realm, she was furious about his actions today. "Ren Tianxing, do you even see me, the sect leader, in your eyes? Or do you think that now that you have broken through to the divine ability realm, you no longer regard me the sect leader? Facing the angry Lu Qinghan, Ren Tianxing felt a bit flustered. Sect leader, I was actually thinking of Sister Su. Lu Qinghan scoffed at Ren Tianxing's words. Enough you might fool others with those words, but you won't fool me. I know you have feelings for Weiner. I let Weiner marry Xia Ming, and you must be very unhappy about it. Your actions today were deliberately meant to embarrass Xia Ming. But you should know Weiner has no feelings for you. If you dare to harbor any ulterior motives, then do not blame me, the sect leader, for being ruthless. Looking at Lu Qinghan's icy gaze, Ren Tianxing hurriedly assured, Sect leader, rest assured, I will not have any other thoughts. Though he said this deep down, he was already filled with hatred for Lu Qinghan. Had it been the old him, he would never have thought this way. But ever since he practiced the Blood Demon Classic, his disposition had changed significantly, becoming very bloodthirsty. Come, take the Shengzi away to rest. For 3 years he is not to step out of the Shengzi hall. Let him reflect on his actions. Upon hearing Lu Qinghan's order, 2 disciples quickly took Ren Tianxing away. On another side, Lin Haoming and his party had already returned to the Qinglan sect. Fortunately, the earlier battle had not wasted too much time, so they did not delay. After Lin Haoming held his wedding, Lin Fan returned to the Divine Sky Realm. At this time, Yi Mayan was already waiting in the Divine Sky Realm. Upon seeing Lin Fan's return, she hurriedly pulled him aside and asked Lin Fan what happened. The Blood Demon Emperor did not appear. He must be busy with other matters. Hearing that the Blood Demon Emperor did not show up, Yi Mayan revealed a look of disappointment. Alright, don't be too disappointed. The Blood Demon Emperor will eventually appear. As long as he appears, he cannot escape my grasp. It can only be that way. After chatting with Yi Mayan for a while, Lin Fan called for Yi Liuli. Lin Haoming would soon bring his daughter-in-law in. As Lin Haoming's parents, he and Yi Liuli certainly needed to meet this daughter-in-law together. In the Qinglan sect, in Lin Haoming's cave residence, Lin Haoming and Su Weiner were nestled together chatting. Weiner, I will take you to a place soon and you'll meet my parents. Just don't be nervous. Hearing that Lin Haoming was going to introduce her to his parents, Su Weiner was taken aback. Brother Ming, are your parents also in Qinglan sect? Why didn't they show up during our wedding earlier? You'll find out soon. I'm taking you there now. Su Weiner nodded obediently upon hearing this. She felt there must be a valid reason for Lin Haoming's parents not appearing earlier. Weiner, don't resist. I'm taking you now. Although Su Weiner was somewhat puzzled, she complied. Then with a thought, Lin Haoming made the two of them disappear from the spot. When Su Weiner blinked and found herself in an unfamiliar place, her eyes widened in surprise. Once she regained her senses, she eagerly asked Lin Haoming beside her, Brother Ming, where is this? They'll explain later, but first let's meet my parents. However, you should know my mother, so please don't be shocked. Upon hearing Lin Haoming's words, Su Weiner was momentarily stunned. She was curious about who Lin Haoming's mother was. Before long, Lin Haoming brought Su Weiner before Lin Fan and Yi Liuli. Haoming presents his wife Su Weiner to greet father and mother. Seeing Lin Haoming bow, Su Weiner didn't dare to be slow. She hurriedly bowed to Lin Fan and Yi Liuli, saying, Daughter-in-law, Su Weiner greets father and mother. Lin Fan laughed heartily at the sight. Minger Weiner, there's no need for such formalities. Please sit and talk. Once they were seated, Su Weiner looked up to observe Lin Fan and Yi Liuli. Soon her attention was focused on Yi Liuli. When she clearly saw Yi Liuli's appearance, she stood up from her chair in shock. You are Yi. Saying this, Su Weiner suddenly halted. Yi Liuli was now her mother-in-law. She naturally couldn't address her by name. However, she never expected that Lin Haoming's mother would be Yi Liuli. After all, they had once been rivals. The sudden shift in identity was truly surprising. At that moment, Yi Liuli noticed Su Weiner's shocked expression and chuckled softly. Weiner, are you surprised to see me? Surprised? It's simply too surprising. Of course, this was only what Su Weiner thought in her heart. She would never say it out loud. Mother, I truly am surprised. Just now Brother Ming said I know you, but I couldn't figure out who it would be. Haha, this matter is quite complicated. You can ask Haoming to explain it to you later. Su Weiner nodded gently upon hearing this. At this moment, she indeed had many questions she wanted to ask Lin Haoming. Moreover, upon hearing the name Haoming, she realized that the name he had previously used was an alias. Seeing that the two were done chatting, Lin Fan smiled and spoke up. Weiner, today is a joyous day for you and Minger. As your father, I cannot be stingy. As Lin Fan spoke, he took out a long sword from his storage space. Weiner, this is a top-grade, Earth-level long sword, a gift for your protection. It wasn't that Lin Fan was unwilling to gift a higher-grade weapon. It's just that with Su Weiner's current peak divine stage power, using a top-grade, Earth-level weapon would still be quite challenging. If he were to give her a sky-level long sword, it might not be as practical as this top-grade, Earth-level weapon. Su Weiner accepted the long sword handed to her by Lin Fan, her expression somewhat dazed. She never imagined Lin Fan would directly gift her a top-grade, Earth-level long sword. After all, the long sword she had been using before was only a low-grade, Earth-level one. Among the entire younger generation of the Ning Shuang sect, only she the Saintess and Run Tianqing the Saint Sun were qualified to possess such a weapon. As for the top-grade, Earth-level long sword, even her master Lu Qinghan had only one. As for sky-level weapons, only the old ancestor of the Ning Shuang sect had one. Once she regained her senses, Su Weiner looked at Lin Fan with some trepidation. Father, such a valuable gift makes me feel unworthy. Oh, please take it back. Before Lin Fan could respond, Lin Haoming quickly interjected. Weiner, just accept the gift from father. Moreover, it's just a top-grade, Earth-level long sword. To my father, it's nothing significant. Once your strength improves, I will have father gift you an even stronger weapon. Hearing Lin Haoming's words, Lin Fan shot him an annoyed glance. You little rascal, now that you've married, you're turning your elbow outwards, huh? Lin Haoming chuckled in response. Father, I'm just speaking the truth. By the way, father, don't be stingy with the pills either. Weiner has been at the peak divine stage for quite a while. It's time for her to break through to the divine ability stage. Lin Fan rolled his eyes at Lin Haoming. However, since his daughter-in-law wanted to break through, he naturally wouldn't be stingy. He then produced several bottles of pills and tossed them to Lin Haoming. Hurry and take the pills and get lost, and make sure I get to hold my grandchild sooner, otherwise just wait and see how I deal with you. Lin Haoming accepted the pills, his smile deepening. Then Lin Haoming quickly took Su Weiner and left in a hurry. As for letting Lin Fan hold a grandchild, that would have to happen naturally. Watching Lin Haoming's departing figure, Lin Fan couldn't help but murmur, this little brat, how come I never noticed before that he's so shameless. Beside him, Yi Liuli pinched Lin Fan's arm upon hearing him speak. Husband, what are you saying? How can you talk about your own son like that? That Haoming can do this only shows that he has matured and knows how to care for his wife. What you said makes sense. On the other side, Lin Haoming had already brought Su Weiner to his residence, which was located on an island in the Divine Sky Realm. For their children, once they get married, they can choose an island to settle down. The island selected by Lin Haoming had an area of 1,000 square kilometers. Compared to other islands, it was considered relatively small. However, it was more than sufficient for now, and as the Divine Sky Realm expanded, the island would grow along with it. So there was no need to worry about the island being too small. At the very center of the island was a complex of palaces adding up to several dozen buildings. Numerous exotic flowers and plants surrounded the palaces, making the scenery extraordinarily beautiful. All of this had been arranged by Lin Haoming in advance. Weiner, this will be our home from now on. Do you like it? Looking at the beautiful scene before her, Su Weiner nodded repeatedly. Of course I like it. It's simply too beautiful here. By the way, Brother Ming, what exactly is this place? Why is the spiritual energy so rich? There's no rush. Today is our joyous day. I'll tell you more about it in a few days. Okay. Su Weiner also understood that today wasn't the time to discuss these matters. On this day, Lin Fan brought Yi Mu Yin to the island where he had originally planted the yellow-grade spiritual herbs. 5 months had already passed in the outside world. The first batch of yellow-grade spiritual herbs had all matured. Many of the herbs had successfully evolved, with all the low-quality yellow-grade herbs upgraded to mid-quality. Although the yellow-grade mid-quality herbs did not evolve, their efficacy had increased several times. Yi Mu Yin was already aware of the power of the Divine Xia realm. However, witnessing the scene before her was still immensely shocking. Although these were all yellow-grade herbs, the sheer expanse of 5,000 square kilometers of yellow-grade herbs was truly astonishing. Lin Fan, are you planning to harvest these herbs now? Lin Fan shook his head in response. I only intend to collect the seeds of these herbs. As for these herbs, it's better to leave them here to continue growing. After all, if they stay here, we won't have to worry about them wilting. With enough time, they might evolve into higher-grade herbs. Yi Mu Yin nodded slightly at Lin Fan's reasoning, finding it quite sensible. Currently, the Divine Xia realm is not lacking in land for planting herbs, so there is indeed no need to harvest them right away. As for Lin Fan's promise to share the herbs with the Yi family, there is no rush. It would be best to wait 5 years in the outside world before giving them. If the herbs were sent over now, her father would inevitably ask why they matured so quickly. In that case, she wouldn't know how to explain it to her father. She certainly couldn't let him know about the matters of the Divine Xia realm. Next, with just a thought, Lin Fan collected all the seeds. The number of seeds from each type of herb varied. Some had as few as 5 or 6 seeds, while others had dozens. Ultimately, after planting these seeds, nearly 8 million square kilometers of yellow-grade herbs appeared in the Divine Xia realm. However, Lin Fan did not plant these herbs on the island. Instead, he planted them on the eastern continent of the Divine Xia realm. This made it easier for future expansion of planting areas. Next, Lin Fan went through all the herbs in the Divine Xia realm and organized them. Yellow-grade herbs were designated to one area, while the mysterious earth and sky-grade herbs were also divided into different regions. Finally, Lin Fan took stock of the area designated for herb cultivation. The total area of all yellow-grade herbs in the Divine Xia realm approached 15 million square miles. The types of herbs exceeded several 100,000, covering nearly all the yellow-grade herbs of the Shantian continent, including poisons. The total area of mysterious grade herbs was also considerable, nearing 2 million square kilometers. The reproduction speed of mysterious grade herbs is somewhat slower, with most requiring over 10 years, so there are significantly fewer compared to yellow-grade herbs. The total number of types of mysterious grade herbs exceeded 1,000. Aside from a few mysterious grade herbs that had gone extinct in the Shantian continent, they could mostly be found in the Divine Xia realm. Earth-grade herbs are relatively scarce, totaling less than 6,000 square kilometers. Most of these herbs were seeds provided by the Yi family during this period. Currently, most earth-grade herbs are still in the seedling stage. These herbs grow slowly, and expanding the planting area will take quite some time. There are not many types of earth-grade herbs, with less than 10,000 species, and many types have yet to be collected. Sky-grade herbs are even scarcer, totaling less than 2,000 square kilometers. Having this many is also thanks to the Yi family. However, only 5 months have passed in the outside world, and there are still 7 months left. Perhaps the upcoming harvest will be even greater. As for saint-grade herbs, they are quite rare. Currently, there are less than 40 varieties in total. If it weren't for the fact that most of these saint-grade herbs are fruit trees, which have wider spacing, they probably wouldn't even fill a square kilometer. However, looking at the results of his efforts, Lin Fan felt quite satisfied. By the way, Mu Yin, do you know where I can find high-potential demon beasts, preferably those with imperial potential? I need to catch some for training. Yi Mu Yin fully supported Lin Fan's idea. With the treasure land of the Divine Xia realm, cultivating some demon beasts was not a problem. High-potential demon beasts can grow to be quite formidable. They would also be a great asset to the family. For high-grade demon beasts, the Central Region's Demon Beast Forest is the place to go, where even quasi-imperial level demon beasts can be found. When the Star River Commerce Association holds its auction once every 100 years, next time we can go take a look. As for our eastern region, while there are some high-potential demon beasts, they are harder to find. Seeing Yi Mu Yin say this, Lin Fan had no choice but to give up. There were still less than 10 years until the Star River Commerce Association's auction. This amount of time was still bearable for him. Just then, Lin Fan suddenly received a message from a member of the Shadow Pavilion. A spiritual fruit tree of a not low level has been discovered in the illusory secret realm. This spiritual fruit tree seems to possess spiritual intelligence, and we cannot approach it. We ask for your command, head. After seeing this message, Lin Fan revealed an excited expression. If the spiritual fruit tree has spiritual intelligence, there is a high probability that it has reached the imperial level. How could Lin Fan not be excited about an imperial level spiritual fruit tree? Even if it were a low-quality imperial grade, it would still be a priceless treasure. He had invested significant manpower in the illusory secret realm and the bewildering swamp. Now that so much time had passed, he finally had a reward, making his efforts worthwhile. Seeing Lin Fan smile, Yi Mu Yin couldn't help but feel curious. Lin Fan, why are you suddenly so happy? Is there some great news? Lin Fan chuckled and decided not to hide it. Mu Yin, news has come from the illusory secret realm. They have discovered something valuable. Upon hearing it was from the illusory secret realm, Yi Mu Yin immediately grew interested. I didn't expect that you had laid plans in the illusory secret realm. You should know that it's a perilous place and not many can survive coming back out. But then again, with the Divine Xia realm in your possession, you can allow people to move freely in there. Even if they encounter danger, they can instantly return to the Divine Xia realm for refuge. So how about it? Do you want to go there with me to take a look? Lin Fan asked with a smile. Of course. I'm also very interested in the illusory secret realm. Seeing that Yi Mu Yin wanted to go, Lin Fan did not delay. With a thought, he brought Yi Mu Yin into the illusory secret realm. A few members of the Shadow Pavilion saw Lin Fan appear and hurriedly saluted. We greet the head and madam. Upon hearing the term madam, Yi Mu Yin's face flushed, but she did not refute it, tacitly accepting the title. Lin Fan smiled at her reaction. He then addressed the group, saying, "Everyone please be at ease, you've worked hard. Head, this is what we should do, but cannot be considered hard work." They were genuinely grateful to Lin Fan. If it weren't for him, they would still be just ordinary children from common families. In such circumstances, they couldn't even afford to eat. Now they had all entered the Divine Platform realm. Moreover, the Divine Platform realm was just the beginning. They had a much brighter future ahead. Lin Fan looked at their determined faces and smiled with satisfaction. All right, you can go back and rest for now. I will reward you later. Upon hearing this, several of them showed expressions of delight. Thank you, Patriarch. After expressing their gratitude to Lin Fan, they returned to the Divine Sky realm. With Lin Fan present, they had no need to stay here as they could not help with anything. Once they left, Lin Fan turned his gaze to the spiritual fruit tree not far away. This spiritual fruit tree was lush and towering, reaching several dozen feet in height. Its canopy covered an area of more than 10 acres. Additionally, there were 300 fiery red fruits hanging from this tree. Among them, 270 fruits appeared to be ripe, while the remaining 30 looked rather immature and were significantly smaller than the ripe ones. From a distance, these fruits seemed to emit a fiery aura, making it unwise to approach. Lin Fan glanced at Yi Mu Yin and noticed that her gaze had already fixed on the spiritual fruit tree. There was even a glimmer of excitement flashing in her eyes. Seeing this, Lin Fan thought that Yi Mu Yin must have recognized the spiritual fruit tree, otherwise she wouldn't be displaying such an expression. Mu Yin, have you recognized what kind of spiritual fruit tree this is, eh? Hearing Lin Fan's inquiry, Yi Mu Yin came back to her senses. However, her expression quickly turned to one of excitement. As a divine maiden of the imperial family, her knowledge was naturally profound. Although she had never seen this tree in person, there were records of this spiritual fruit tree in the ancient texts of her Yi family. Lin Fan, you've struck it rich this time. If I am not mistaken, this is the yin-yang burning heaven fruit of an imperial grade. Its effects are astonishing, capable of helping a quasi-emperor at the 9th level comprehend the laws of fire. Although comprehending the laws does not guarantee one will become a supreme emperor. To become a supreme emperor, one must comprehend the laws of power. But comprehending the laws is not that easy. Most quasi-emperors at the 9th level can meet other requirements, yet they are blocked by the laws of power. Now that we have this yin-yang burning heaven fruit tree, it can be said to remove the greatest obstacle to breaking through to become a supreme emperor. Although it is only effective for the single fire attribute laws, it is still extremely precious. At least in our Yi family, we do not have any spiritual fruit that aids in comprehending the laws. After listening to Yi Mu Yan's explanation, Lin Fan checked again with the system. Name: yin-yang burning heaven fruit. Grade: imperial grade. Growth cycle: 100 years, to bloom 100 years, to bear fruit 100 years, to mature, producing 30 fruits each time. Effects: continuously refining 30 fruits can enable quasi-emperors at the 9th level to comprehend the laws of fire. Moreover, it is also the main ingredient for the imperial grade pill, Fire Law Pill. Looking at the growth period, Lin Fan couldn't help but be astonished. That's a total of 300 years. A quasi-emperor's lifespan is only about that long. Moreover, each time the yin-yang burning heaven fruit bears fruit, it is only enough for one quasi-emperor to consume. Of course, if refined into a pill, the effect would definitely be better than consuming the spiritual fruit directly. It would also allow multiple quasi-emperors to use it. Now that there were 300 fruits on this yin-yang burning heaven fruit tree, it indicated that it might have been growing here for nearly 3 million years. Perhaps even longer. Just as Lin Fan was about to collect the yin-yang burning heaven fruit into the divine sky realm, Yi Mu Yin suddenly pulled him back. Lin Fan, this is an imperial grade spiritual fruit tree with considerable spiritual intelligence. It won't be easy to subdue it. Although its spiritual intelligence does not possess strong offensive power, its defensive capabilities are exceptionally formidable. If you want to forcefully subdue it, it is nearly impossible without the strength of a quasi-emperor. Upon hearing Yi Mu Yan's words, Lin Fan also came to realize. He had just been too excited and had forgotten this crucial point. Mu Yan, I will go communicate with it first and see if it is willing to come with me. Although Yi Mu Yin held little hope, she still nodded. For apart from communication, the only option left was to use an imperial artifact. Even seeking external help was impossible, as the Mirage Sea secret realm only allowed those at the Saint King level to enter. Anyone above the Saint King could not enter. Soon Lin Fan stood before the yin-yang burning heaven fruit tree. Are you willing to come with me? However, the yin-yang burning heaven fruit tree showed no response to Lin Fan's inquiry. Clearly, the yin-yang burning heaven fruit tree completely ignored Lin Fan. A mere quasi-saint was simply beneath its notice. Lin Fan felt somewhat embarrassed at this sight. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart, am I not the protagonist? When other protagonists encounter such opportunities, these imperial medicines willingly follow. Why can't I? I can't possibly resort to using an imperial artifact, can I? Forget it, let me see if the system has any solutions. If all else fails, I will have to resort to force. Thinking of this, Lin Fan called out to the system in his heart. System, do you have a way for me to collect this yin-yang burning heaven fruit tree? Host, don't you have the family divine tree? You just need to leak some of the family divine tree's aura to it, and it will willingly follow you. Lin Fan was delighted upon hearing this. He did not expect the family divine tree to have such an effect. Without further delay, Lin Fan contacted the family divine tree, allowing it to leak some aura through him. Once the family divine tree's aura was transmitted, the branches of the yin-yang burning heaven fruit tree immediately began to sway. Seeing the reaction of the yin-yang burning heaven fruit tree, Lin Fan felt a surge of joy. He knew that this was the effect of the family divine tree's aura. Are you now willing to come with me? With Lin Fan's words, the reaction of the yin-yang burning heaven fruit tree became even more intense. Lin Fan couldn't determine whether its reaction indicated willingness or reluctance. However, this did not stump Lin Fan. He directly stated, "If you are willing, just come out of the ground on your own so I can take you away." As soon as Lin Fan's words fell, the area began to tremble. Soon the roots and stems of the yin-yang burning heaven fruit tree all emerged from the soil. Yimu Yin was dumbfounded at this scene. She did not expect that Lin Fan merely had to say a few words for the yin-yang burning heaven fruit tree to be willing to leave with him. At this moment, Lin Fan was also extremely pleased upon seeing the yin-yang burning heaven fruit tree's reaction. He couldn't help but marvel at the power of the family divine tree. Just with some aura, he could make an imperial-grade spiritual fruit tree willingly follow him. In the future, if he encounters spiritual medicines of this level, he wouldn't need to worry about not being able to take them. Thinking of this, Lin Fan turned to Yimu Yin beside him. "Mu Yin, we should head back." "All right," Yimu Yin responded somewhat dazedly. She still couldn't understand why the yin-yang burning heaven fruit tree would willingly follow Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked once more at the immobile yin-yang burning heaven fruit tree. "Do not resist, I will take you away from here now." Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the yin-yang burning heaven fruit tree shook its branches, indicating it would not resist. Next, Lin Fan enveloped it with his divine sense and brought it into the divine sky realm. However, Lin Fan did not leave immediately. Instead, he began to survey the area where the yin-yang burning heaven fruit tree had taken root. The fact that the yin-yang burning heaven fruit tree could grow here clearly indicated that this place was extraordinary. Perhaps he could find something valuable. Originally, Yimu Yin was ready to return to the divine sky realm, but when she saw Lin Fan walking to the spot where the yin-yang burning heaven fruit tree was rooted, she hurriedly followed. Soon Lin Fan discovered some crimson crystals in the soil. Without hesitation, he directly dug out a fist-sized crystal from the earth. After carefully sensing it, he found that these crystals contained a surge of intense energy. Furthermore, this crystal was also quite heavy. The fist-sized crystal in his hand weighed at least 1.0 gene. Upon seeing the crystal in Lin Fan's hand, Yimu Yan's face once again showed an expression of excitement. "Lin Fan, we are going to get rich this time." Lin Fan, who was about to check the information about these crystals using the system, paused upon hearing Yimu Yan's words. "Mu Yin, from what you said, it seems these crystals are indeed valuable." Yimu Yin nodded repeatedly. "These crystals are not just valuable. They are called Yin Yuan crystals, a top-tier imperial-grade material of the fire attribute. Their uses are extensive. Not only can they be used by emperors of the fire attribute for cultivation, but they can also be used to forge imperial weapons. Furthermore, they can enhance the fire attribute constitution. Take this Yin Yuan crystal in your hand, for example. It is enough to elevate a fire attribute spirit body to a divine body of the fire attribute. If there are enough Yin Yuan crystals, it can even enhance the constitution to that of a holy body. As for the market price of Yin Yuan crystals, it is 10 imperial-grade spirit stones per gene. However, such things are extremely rare and can usually only be found at auctions. Thus, the actual price would be even higher. After listening to Yimu Yan's explanation, Lin Fan was also shocked. He had not expected that the crystal in his hand was so precious. At 1 gene for 100 imperial-grade spirit stones, this one in my hand could easily be exchanged for 10 million imperial-grade spirit stones. If placed at an auction, the price might even multiply several times. Of course, Lin Fan definitely would not sell such a treasure. Without further delay, he began to continue digging for these Yin Yuan crystals. Seeing this, Yimu Yin also came over to help with the digging. This time, Lin Fan did not call others to help. Sometimes digging for treasures was a kind of enjoyment, and Lin Fan relished the process. The two spent about a day and finally dug out all the Yin Yuan crystals from this area. Looking at the huge pile of Yin Yuan crystals before them, both of them could not help but smile broadly. "Lin Fan, we really struck it rich this time. These Yin Yuan crystals add up to at least 100 million gene. Enough for our Lin family to cultivate 5 fire attribute holy bodies." Lin Fan looked at the Yin Yuan crystals and felt very pleased. Currently among the family, the only fire attribute divine bodies were Lin Hao Qian's Yin Yang divine body and Lin Hao Ran's heavenly fire divine body. As for Lin Hao Ze's sun divine body and Lin Hao Rui's pure yang divine body, while they could still be used, they were not very compatible for them, so it was better to wait until later. Lin Fan did not think much more. After putting the Yin Yuan crystals into his storage space, he returned to the divine sky realm with Yimu Yin. Then the two of them arrived at the location of the family sacred tree. Previously, Lin Fan had brought the Yin Yang burning heaven fruit tree here and had not paid much attention to it since. However, at this moment, the Yin Yang burning heaven fruit tree had already taken root not far from the family sacred tree. Judging by its current condition, it seemed even more spirited than in the outside world. Clearly, the growing environment here was more suitable for it. Seeing the Yin Yang burning heaven fruit tree thriving so well, Lin Fan no longer bothered with it. As for the ripe fruits on it, Lin Fan did not plan to pick them. Leaving them would not affect the growth of other fruits. Every 3,000 years, it could produce 30 more fruits. Lin Fan, how did you manage to make the yin-yang burning heaven fruit tree willingly follow you? You must know that this is an imperial-grade top-tier spirit root. Even a quasi-emperor might not be able to catch its eye. Yi Mu Yin, seeing the yin-yang burning heaven fruit tree before her, could not help but voice her doubts. Mu Yin, this is not my achievement, but the sacred tree's merit. At that time I merely released a trace of the sacred tree's aura, and it willingly followed me. Upon hearing this, Yi Mu Yin was greatly shocked. She had not expected that this sacred tree would have such an effect. Just a hint of its aura was enough to make an imperial-grade top-tier spirit root willingly follow. This was enough to prove that the grade of this sacred tree far exceeded imperial grade. Once back at his residence, Lin Fan began to send a message to Lin Hao Qian, asking him to come over. As for Lin Hao Ran, who was still young, they would talk about him later when he started his cultivation. Lin Hao Qian, who was handling affairs in the Golden Cloud Sacred Land, hurried back immediately upon hearing Lin Fan's message. Hao Qian has seen father and auntie. I wonder why you call me back. As for Lin Hao Qian's reference to her as Auntie, Yi Mu Yin had gladly accepted it by now. After all, too many people had called her Auntie during this time. It wouldn't be long before she truly became the Auntie of Hao Qian and the other children. There was nothing wrong with calling out early. Qianer, I just acquired some good things that can elevate your constitution to a holy body. Upon hearing that it could elevate his divine body to a holy body, Lin Hao Qian was instantly astonished. He had not expected that his father had obtained such a divine object. However, before he could inquire further, Lin Fan pulled out some yin yuan crystals. Qianer, these are yin yuan crystals. When you cultivate next, just absorb the energy from these yin yuan crystals. Once you absorb about 20 million jin, you will be able to elevate your divine body to a holy body. However, considering your current strength, this process will still be exceedingly long and may take several hundred years. Upon hearing it would only take several hundred years, Lin Hao Qian let out a sigh of relief. Father, do not worry, it is merely a matter of a few hundred years. As long as I can elevate my divine body to a holy body, this amount of time is nothing to me. Seeing Lin Hao Qian so composed, Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. Qianer, here are 20 million jin of yin yuan crystals, take them. Hao Qian, thank you, father. After receiving the yin yuan crystals Lin Fan handed to him, Lin Hao Qian took his leave. Yi Mu Yin, seeing Lin Fan give away such a precious item so readily, could not help but feel that Lin Hao Qian and the others were truly fortunate. However, thinking about how good Lin Fan was to everyone in the family, she felt relieved. After glancing at the remaining yin yuan crystal, Lin Fan buried it on an island in the Xintian realm. Although the yin yuan crystal was not brought in using a relocation talisman, it is highly unlikely that a new vein will be formed during the next upgrade of the Xintian realm. However, Lin Fan still intended to see if any miracles would occur during the next upgrade of the Xintian realm. After all, there was nothing to lose by giving it a try. If a new yin yuan crystal were to emerge, it would be a tremendous gain for him. Lin Fan organized the supplies in his hands and discovered that he still had a considerable number of relocation talismans. He had 20 heavenly grade relocation talismans and 50 earth grade relocation talismans. All of these were rewards given when his grandchildren were born. Over the years, Lin Fan had quite a few sons who had already started families. Together, his grandchildren now numbered more than 20. Unfortunately, during these past weeks, aside from a few relocation talismans being somewhat useful, there were no other valuable items. Most were rewards such as weapons and skills. Looking at these relocation talismans, Lin Fan planned to find a time to use them first. Otherwise, if they were still in use by the time the family upgraded, it would be a significant loss. Lin Fan thought for a moment and decided to wait until Mu Yunxi's child was born before proceeding with this matter. In the meantime, he focused on cultivating and waiting for Mu Yunxi to give birth. Months passed in the blink of an eye, and Lin Fan finally awaited the birth of Mu Yunxi's child, which turned out to be a girl. Yunxi, you've worked hard. Husband, I'm not tired. Let me see our child quickly. As a saint king, giving birth was not a big deal for her. It merely consumed some of her vitality. After resting for a while, she would be able to recover. Seeing Mu Yunxi's eagerness, Lin Fan brought the child to her side. Looking at the chubby child, a gentle expression appeared on Mu Yunxi's face. After a moment, she turned to Lin Fan and said, Husband, quickly check our child's qualifications. With Mu Yunxi's strength, she could naturally discern the child's qualifications. However, at this moment, she, like Yi Liuli, was a bit hesitant to check. The main reason was her concern that her child's qualifications might be poor. Especially since there had been no signs at all when the child was born. This made Mu Yunxi even more anxious. Of course, Mu Yunxi also understood that the lack of signs was due to the Xintian realm. The main world could not detect any information about the Xintian realm. Moreover, the Xintian realm was still in its infancy and would not exhibit any signs. If it were in the main world, even the birth of a spiritual body would generally show some signs. If a saint body were to be born, the signs would be even more terrifying. As long as a saint body is born, basically all cultivators above the saint level in the eastern region could sense it. unless it was one of those cases where the physique was not activated at birth. In such cases, no signs would arise. However, when the physique activates, signs would also emerge. Seeing Mu Youngsis' nervous yet expectant expression, Lin Fan first signaled her not to be anxious. After comforting Mu Yunxi, Lin Fan began to check the child's information. Name: gender female. Age just born. Qualifications: Saint level supreme. Physique: Ice Phoenix Saint body. Upon seeing that his child possessed a saint body, Lin Fan smiled. Now he could open an Imperial level supreme gift package. Lin Fan was filled with anticipation for the items within the gift package. However, it was not the time to think about that. Mu Yunxi was looking at him with eager eyes. Yunxi, our child has the Ice Phoenix Saint body, so you can rest assured now. What? She actually has the Ice Phoenix Saint body. That's even stronger than my physique. This is wonderful. Upon learning that her child possessed a saint body, Mu Yunxi laughed heartily and finally felt a sense of relief. After a while, she finally calmed down. Thinking that her child still had no name, Mu Yunxi turned to Lin Fan and said, "Husband, please give our child a name quickly." "How about Yuang?" "Yuang. This name corresponds perfectly with the Ice Phoenix Saint body. It's a great name." Mu Yunxi was very satisfied with this name. The child's name was thus decided. Afterwards, Lin Fan instructed Mu Yunxi to rest well before returning to his palace. Just as Lin Fan was about to check the Imperial level gift package, Yi Mu Yan approached him at that moment. "Lin Fan, I heard that Sister Yunxi has already given birth." As soon as Yi Mu Yan arrived at the Xintian realm, she heard this news. After learning that Mu Yunxi was currently resting, she did not want to disturb her at that time. So she hurriedly found Lin Fan. "Yunxi indeed has given birth, and it's a girl. How is her qualification?" Yi Mu Yan asked curiously. "Naturally, my child's qualifications cannot be poor as she has reached the Saint level supreme." "Saint level supreme? That's indeed quite good. What about her physique? Is it a divine body or a saint body?" Yi Mu Yan asked again. "Her physique is similar to yours, but you have the true Phoenix Saint body while the child has the Ice Phoenix Saint body. She actually has the Ice Phoenix Saint body." Upon hearing this physique, Yi Mu Yan felt somewhat incredulous. The reason she could possess the true Phoenix Saint body was that there had been an ancestor of their lineage who married into a family of Phoenix bloodlines. Now that Lin Fan's daughter possesses the Ice Phoenix Saint body, does that imply that Mu Yunxi also has some connection to the Phoenix family? Yi Mu Yan pondered for a moment, intending to find a time to ask Mu Yunxi about this matter. Seeing Yi Mu Yan's expression, Lin Fan was somewhat surprised. "Mu Yan, are you so astonished because this physique has something special?" "Lin Fan, it's like this." Then Yi Mu Yan explained the matters related to the Phoenix family. The Zhongzhou Phoenix family is an ancient family with Phoenix bloodlines possessing terrifying power. Looking across the entire Xintian continent, they are among the top existences. As long as the members of their clan possess a physique, it is always related to the Phoenix. After listening to Yi Mu Yan's explanation, Lin Fan fell into thought. "Mu Yan, are you suggesting that Yunxi has connections with the Phoenix family?" Yi Mu Yan nodded. It is highly likely. She had already inquired about Lin Fan's background, and she knew that Lin Fan came from the remote area of the 100 Nations. A small family from such a place would naturally have no connection to the Phoenix family. Thus, the only explanation is that Mu Yunxi has ties to the Phoenix family. Of course, it is also possible that Mu Yunxi, like her, had someone from the Phoenix family in her ancestry. By the way, Lin Fan, do you think our future children will also possess the holy body? Hearing Yi Mu Yan suddenly say this, Lin Fan was somewhat taken aback. "Why are you looking at me like that? Do you have no thoughts about me?" Yi Mu Yan pouted playfully. Lin Fan chuckled, saying, "You can rest assured our children will definitely be of the holy body." "Well, don't let me down then." "However, Lin Fan, if our child truly is of the holy body, could they stay in the Yi family?" Yi Mu Yan was afraid Lin Fan would disagree, so she continued to explain. "You know, in our lineage, I am the only one with the holy body. If no holy body is born in the future, our lineage might decline over time. It was already quite fortunate for their lineage to have her as the holy body. No one knows if another holy body will appear in their lineage in the future. It is not easy to cultivate a holy body. Not everyone has a treasure land like the divine sky realm. Don't be fooled by the fact that the Yi family has 4 holy bodies among the younger generation, including the divine son. At first glance, it seems like holy bodies are quite common. In fact, the Yi family does not have many existing holy bodies. There were many generations that did not give birth to any. For example, in the generation of Yi Mu Yan's father and the previous generations, no holy body was born. It was a miracle that their generation directly produced 4 holy bodies. Counting the 4 of them, the Yi family currently has only 7 holy bodies. As for the remaining 3, they are all ancient relics of the Yi family. Currently, the strength of these 3 holy bodies is either a quasi-emperor or a holy venerable. They are the true stabilizing force of the Yi family. Upon hearing Yi Mu Yan's desire for their child to stay in the Yi family, Lin Fan had no objections. After all, with the divine sky realm, his child could always return for reunions. Mu Yin, I agree to your terms. Seeing Lin Fan agree without a second thought made Mu Yin very happy. Lin Fan, thank you. You don't need to be so polite with me, but isn't your father worried about our child dominating the entire Yi family? Upon hearing this, Mu Yin shook her head with a smile. We don't need to worry about that. Our child has Yi family blood. If our child really has that capability, then dominating the Yi family is not out of the question. I would even hope that our child possesses such abilities, though I believe my father would be very pleased with this outcome. As for whether the other branches agree or not, that is a matter for the future. As long as our child has the strength to dominate them, they will have to agree. Lin Fan did not expect Mu Yin to have such ambitions. But that's not a bad thing. If their child could take over the entire Yi family, it would naturally be a good thing for the Lin family. By the way, Mu Yin, have you discussed this matter with your father? If it were just Mu Yin's idea, it would not work. She needed her father's support. Don't worry, I've already discussed this with my father. He encouraged me to do this. Since it was decided by Mu Yin's father, Lin Fan naturally had no objections. After that, the two chatted for a while longer before Mu Yin left Lin Fan's palace. Now that I'm not being disturbed, let me see what good things this Emperor-level ultimate gift pack can yield. After calming his emotions, Lin Fan began to call upon the system in his mind. System, open the Emperor-level ultimate gift pack for me. Ding. Congratulations to the host for opening the Emperor-level ultimate gift pack and obtaining 1,000 Emperor-grade spirit stones. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reincarnation eye. It turned out to be the reincarnation eye which can rival the holy body. Lin Fan was quite satisfied with this reward. I just wonder what abilities this reincarnation eye possesses. Integrating the reincarnation eye takes some time. Lin Fan did not delay. He directly transmitted his voice to everyone, informing them that he needed to enter seclusion for a while. Upon hearing that Lin Fan was going into seclusion, Mu Yin was a bit curious. She had just left Lin Fan and was unaware of why he suddenly needed to enter seclusion. He isn't going to break through again, is he? This is too fast. Thinking about the speed at which Lin Fan was improving, Mu Yin felt a bit uneasy. After all, when she first met Lin Fan, he was merely at the venerable stage. Now Lin Fan's strength had already broken through to the 5th level of the quasi-holy stage, which was simply unreasonable. But all of this was thanks to Mu Yunxi. With her strength at the Holy King stage, she could naturally help Lin Fan gain numerous benefits. This was also the reason why Lin Fan could rapidly increase his strength. Soon Lin Fan arrived at the cave, where he would be in seclusion. Since he was not consolidating his intent, he did not go to the secret realm for seclusion. System, merge the reincarnation eye for me. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan felt a warm current suddenly appear in his eyes. Next, he could feel this warm current transforming his eyes. At first, Lin Fan was worried that the integration of the reincarnation eye would be painful. But unexpectedly, there was no pain at all. Rather, it felt very comfortable. Unknowingly, half a year had passed in the outside world, and Lin Fan finally completed the integration of the reincarnation eye. So this is the reincarnation eye. It truly is powerful. After integrating the reincarnation eye, Lin Fan understood its capabilities. The left eye can see the opponent's weaknesses, while the right eye can see through the opponent's upcoming moves. This is just the basic ability of the reincarnation eye. Once the reincarnation eye reaches full maturity, it can open up a reincarnation space. Trapping enemies in the reincarnation space can erode their cultivation and lifespan, letting them die in agony. System, open the attribute panel. Host Lin Fan. Lifespan 768,000. Identity, head of the Lin family. Family level 4. Family luck 5.06 billion. Strength, quasi-holy stage, 7/8 layer of yin-yang 5 elements, intent 6th layer of ice, and snow intent 3rd layer of reincarnation intent. Qualification, low-grade holy level. Physique, reincarnation eye, chaos, divine body. Cultivation method, Qian Kuan, He Dao Ju. Weapons, Emperor level ultimate Qian Kuan Fan, holy level ultimate Linglong Pagoda, low-grade holy level split sky spear. 100 arts, holy level ultimate array master, low-grade heavenly level brewmaster, low-grade heavenly level refiner ultimate, earth level alchemist, medium grade, earth level beast master. Small world area 1 billion square kilometers. Time flow rate is 10 times that of the main world. Not bad. After merging the reincarnation eye, my strength has directly increased from quasi-holy 5th level to quasi-holy 7th level. Not only that, but it also allowed me to condense the reincarnation intent. This is yet another powerful intent. Lin Fan was very satisfied with such a harvest. Lin Fan tidied up and left the cave where he had been in seclusion. Upon returning to his palace, he did not forget to send a message to everyone informing them of his emergence from seclusion. Upon learning that Lin Fan had come out of seclusion, Mu Yunxi and the others all arrived at Lin Fan's palace. After some casual conversation, Mu Yunxi finally inquired about Lin Fan's experience during his seclusion. Husband, what did you gain from this seclusion? I have made significant advancements. My heavy eye has fully awakened. My cultivation has also risen from the 5th level of the quasi-saint realm to the 7th level of the quasi-saint realm. Hearing that Lin Fan had awakened his heavy eye, everyone was filled with immense joy. After regaining her senses, Yin could not help but ask, Lin Fan, what type of heavy eye did you awaken? Lin Fan did not explain, but directly manifested his heavy eye. In an instant, Lin Fan's eyes radiated with a purple light. The inner circle displayed the ripple patterns of reincarnation and the patterns of Taiji, while the outer circle of the heavy eye created a daunting sense of oppression. Husband, did you awaken the reincarnation heavy eye? Mu Yunqi exclaimed. Naturally, Luo Iran and the others could not recognize the heavy eye. They had no prior knowledge about such matters. Lin Fan also did not possess any ancient texts on this. However, as a Saint, King Mu Yunqi and Yi Mu Yin, who hailed from an imperial clan, immediately recognized it as the terrifying reincarnation heavy eye. Facing Mu Yunxi's inquiry, Lin Fan smiled and nodded. Yunqi is correct. I have indeed awakened the reincarnation heavy eye. However, it is currently in its initial awakening state, so its power is limited. Upon hearing this, Yi Mu Yin rolled her eyes at Lin Fan. Lin Fan, don't be modest. This is the reincarnation heavy eye, something that countless people dream of possessing. Although it's only in its initial awakening, it's still incredibly powerful. Once you reach the minor achievement stage, you will be able to unleash the reincarnation divine light, specifically targeting the souls of your enemies. If the enemy's soul is not protected by treasures or secret techniques, there is virtually no one in the same realm who can withstand it. Of course, if the opponent possesses a constitution that can counter the reincarnation heavy eye, they could still manage to resist it somewhat. Not only that, but the bearer of the reincarnation heavy eye is also a nemesis to races such as the Shadow Clan and the Soul Spirit Clan. Their hidden methods are rendered useless in the face of the reincarnation heavy eye. After listening to Yi Mu Yan's explanation, Luo Iran and the others were all astonished. They had not expected the reincarnation heavy eye to be so powerful. However, they soon felt happy for Lin Fan. The stronger Lin Fan became, the happier they were. However, Lin Fan's attention was drawn to the Soul Spirit Clan that Yi Mu Yin had mentioned. He had a slight understanding of the Shadow Clan, but it was the first time he heard about the Soul Spirit Clan. Mu Yin, what kind of race is the Soul Spirit Clan? Upon hearing Lin Fan's question about the Soul Spirit Clan, Yi Mu Yin became serious. Lin Fan, the Soul Spirit Clan is very powerful. They lack a physical form and exist in a transparent state. Their method of gaining strength is by devouring the souls of all living beings to grow. The most terrifying part is that they are immune to most attacks. Of course, I am referring to situations within the same realm. If one is a full realm above them, they can be easily killed. If in the same realm, one can only inflict harm on them by practicing secret techniques specifically designed to deal with souls. Not only that, but the Soul Spirit Clan stealth techniques are no less impressive than those of the Shadow Clan. The Soul Spirit Clan prefers to appear in large battlefields. They hide in the shadows, devouring the souls of the recently deceased to grow. Because of this, basically all races harbor a deep hatred for the Soul Spirit Clan. Once discovered, they are usually met with a collective assault. After hearing Yi Mu Yan's explanation, Lin Fan had gained some understanding of the Soul Spirit Clan. He felt that the Soul Spirit Clan must exist in a soul state. Mu Yin, since the Soul Spirit Clan is in a transparent state, aren't soul-devouring insects their nemesis? Upon mentioning the soul-devouring insects, both Yi Mu Yin and Mu Yunqi were taken aback. They had naturally heard of the soul-devouring insects. Like the Soul Spirit Clan, both rely on devouring souls to grow. However, the soul-devouring insects are even more terrifying due to their vast numbers. Every appearance is truly overwhelming. Just imagining such a scene sends shivers down one's spine. Fortunately, this race has already gone extinct. They knew of the horror of the soul-devouring insects from ancient texts. According to those records, the primary reason for their extinction was their low intelligence. Even if a soul-devouring insect breaks through to the imperial level, its intelligence does not reach very high. They only know how to kill and devour endlessly. Basically, all insect races share this flaw. If an insect race possessed extremely high intelligence, it would be a nightmare for all living beings. After regaining her senses, Yi Mu Yin began to answer Lin Fan's question. Lin Fan, the soul-devouring insects are indeed the nemesis of the Soul Spirit Clan. Even we humans would suffer heavy casualties when facing soul-devouring insects. Because they lack intelligence, they only know how to kill regardless of what race their opponent is. In the eyes of the soul-devouring insects, all living beings are their prey. The key is that their stealth techniques are equally refined. If cultivators of the same realm do not possess special detection techniques, they will not be able to discover their presence at all. Most importantly, the soul-devouring insects do not act alone, they operate in swarms. Once soul-devouring insects are spotted, it means facing the onslaught of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of them. Such a terrifying number makes it difficult for beings of one great realm above the soul-devouring insects to escape. Of course, this excludes those powerful beings like emperors. Even quasi-emperor level soul-devouring insects cannot contend with an emperor. Yi Mu-yin said this and looked at Lin Fan with some confusion. Lin Fan, why did you suddenly mention soul-devouring insects? According to ancient texts, soul-devouring insects have long been exterminated by all races. At least in our Xintian continent, there have been no sightings of soul-devouring insects for hundreds of thousands of years. Lin Fan thought for a moment and decided to show them his soul-devouring insects. After all, there was no need to worry about the news of the soul-devouring insects leaking out. With that in mind, Lin Fan summoned the pair of soul-devouring insects. In recent years, the soul-devouring insects had been cultivating on the family's divine tree. Although they had not devoured many living beings, they had successfully advanced to the 7th tier. The rapid growth of the soul-devouring insects might be attributed to the divine tree of the family. A 7th tier soul-devouring insect's power already equates to that of a human's respected realm cultivator. Not only that, but under the propagation of this pair of soul-devouring insects, the current number of soul-devouring insects has reached over 1,000. Now these young soul-devouring insects have generally reached the 3rd tier. Although the number is extremely rare compared to ordinary insects, it is still quite terrifying compared to other races. If they had the reproductive speed of ordinary insects, one can hardly imagine how frightening that would be. Sensing the arrival of the soul-devouring insects, Lin Fan opened his palm. The two soul-devouring insects obediently stayed in Lin Fan's palm. The stealth ability of the soul-devouring insects is indeed powerful. Even the esteemed Yi Mu-yin could only instinctively sense a hint of danger. But she could not ascertain the specifics. Thinking that this is the divine sky realm, Yi Mu-yin felt nothing to worry about. So she had no intention of being defensive. However, Mu-yin, she being a holy king, was wide-eyed at this moment because she saw the soul-devouring insects in Lin Fan's hand. It was naturally impossible for a 7th tier soul-devouring insect to deceive Mu-yin, although she had visited her family's divine tree numerous times before. However, with the cover of the family divine tree, she had not discovered the existence of the soul-devouring insects. At this moment, Mu-yin, she had confirmed that the insects in Lin Fan's hand were definitely soul-devouring insects. She had seen it in an ancient text before, so she was sure. Mu-yin, she calmed her emotions and then looked at Lin Fan. Husband, is the insect in your hand a soul-devouring insect? Is it possible that the legendary soul-devouring insects did not go extinct? Hearing Mu-yin's words, Yi Mu-yin almost jumped up. What did she just hear? Lin Fan had soul-devouring insects in his hand. She felt like she was going crazy, as the ancient texts clearly recorded that the soul-devouring insects had gone extinct. How could there be soul-devouring insects in Lin Fan's hand? Could it be that Sister Yin, she made a mistake? Yi Mu-yin shook her head, feeling that Mu-yin, she would definitely not be mistaken. Lin Fan, can I take a look at this soul-devouring insect? Of course, no problem. After Lin Fan finished speaking, he directly gave the command to the soul-devouring insects to reveal themselves. Upon receiving Lin Fan's command, the soul-devouring insects immediately revealed themselves. Their appearance is similar to that of beetles. Their color is transparent, resembling crystal. At this moment, Yi Mu-yin was intently staring at Lin Fan's palm. It really is a soul-devouring insect, just like the description in the ancient texts. The others also gathered around, carefully examining the two soul-devouring insects. If they were outside, they would certainly not dare to. But now in the divine sky realm, they naturally had nothing to fear. After a while, Yi Mu-yin spoke up again. Lin Fan, where did you find these two soul-devouring insects? Could it be that the soul-devouring insects did not go extinct, but are hiding somewhere? Upon hearing Yi Mu-yin's words, everyone became tense. They were not afraid of the soul-devouring insects, but were anxious for Lin Fan. They felt that Lin Fan must have taken a huge risk to catch these two soul-devouring insects. Understanding their anxious expressions, Lin Fan knew what they were thinking. You don't need to worry, this pair of soul-devouring insects was not discovered outside, but rather found by me within the divine sky realm. To prevent them from overthinking, Lin Fan fabricated a lie. After all, the system had already stated that the soul-devouring insects no longer existed in the divine wasteland. If the system said they were gone, then they must be. Upon learning that they were from the divine sky realm, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Mu-yin, she glanced at the soul-devouring insects in Lin Fan's hand, her mind deep in thought. This scene was perfectly observed by Lin Fan. Yinshi, do you have any thoughts? Hearing Lin Fan's inquiry, Mu-yin, she did not hide anything. Husband, I wonder how many soul-devouring insects are still in the divine sky realm. Once we leave the divine sky realm, will you still be able to control them? The others perked up at this, closely watching Lin Fan. If Lin Fan could control them even outside, then the soul-devouring insects would definitely be a powerful trump card for the Lin family. Rest assured, no matter where I am, I can control them. As for the quantity, there was only this pair before. However, after so many years of reproduction, this pair of soul-devouring insects has already produced thousands of offspring. In the future, the number of soul-devouring insects will only increase. Upon learning that Lin Fan could control these soul-devouring insects outside, everyone was immensely excited. It is known that before reaching the Emperor-level soul-devouring insects had no bottleneck. As long as they devoured enough souls, they could continuously advance. The reason why those thousands of soul-devouring insects quickly reached the third tier is mainly because their souls were devoured by the beasts of the divine sky realm. Of course, Lin Fan would not allow the soul-devouring insects to recklessly devour the beasts in the divine sky realm. They only devoured those beasts regarded as food in the divine sky realm, and their levels were not high. Typically, they were around levels 1 to 3. When these beasts were slain, their souls would be consumed by the soul-devouring insects. It was indeed killing multiple birds with one stone. After everyone carefully observed the soul-devouring insects, Lin Fan let them return to the family divine tree. By the way, Lin Fan, during your time in seclusion, I have brought over the remaining spirit herb seeds. The yellow and mysterious grades are no longer needed, so I did not continue to collect them. This time, I brought over earth grade and heaven grade spirit herb seeds, and there are also some holy grade spirit herb seeds. Among them, a total of 5 spatial rings were filled with earth grade spirit herb seeds. There are relatively few heaven-grade spirit herb seeds, only half a spatial ring filled. As for the holy-grade spirit herb seeds, there are only over 3,000. However, there are many varieties with nearly 50 types, most of which are of medium and low quality. There are 2 types each of high quality and top quality. Upon learning that so many spirit herb seeds were obtained, Lin Fan was very happy. By the way, Lin Fan, my father will continue to help collect spirit herb seeds. However, the next batch may take a little longer, about 10 years or so. Good, that's not urgent. Now that I have so many seeds, I am already very satisfied. To be honest, if we relied solely on our Lin family to collect them, I don't even know when we would be able to gather so many varieties. Although the treasure-gathering pavilion has already taken root in the eastern region, unfortunately its strength limits it, and the strongest currently is only at the divine platform level. There is simply no chance to access higher-level items. Once every treasure-gathering pavilion has a sage station, we will be able to gather some higher-level items. Looking at the spirit herb seeds in his hand, Lin Fan did not delay and directly planted all these seeds into the spirit field. After looking at the additional 50,000 square kilometers of heaven-grade spirit herbs and 500,000 square kilometers of earth-grade spirit herbs, Lin Fan was very satisfied. However, heaven-grade spirit herbs take a long time to grow, most needing dozens to hundreds of years or even several hundred years to mature. Earth-grade spirit herbs also take several decades to mature. Therefore, in the short term, these spirit herbs cannot be relied upon. On this day, Yimu Yen found her father. "Yenner, did you come to see me for something?" "Father, I am going to enter closed-door training to break through to the Quasi-Saint realm. It will likely take a long time." "You're going to break through to the Quasi-Saint, are you confident?" Yiling Tian asked with some concern. Breaking through carries risks. If the preparations are insufficient and the attempt fails, it could severely harm one's foundation. If one falls into demonic deviation, the consequences are even more unimaginable. The mildest outcome is the complete destruction of one's cultivation, while the worst could lead to the loss of the divine pool and the path. "Father, don't worry. Since I've decided to enter closed-door training, I am definitely confident. However, this closed-door training may take quite a long time. It might take over 10 years to possibly succeed in the breakthrough." Hearing that she was confident, Yiling Tian felt much more at ease. "As long as you are confident, just tell me what you need, and I will have someone prepare it for you. 10 years is nothing. It's just 10 years. Once you reach the Quasi-Saint realm, you will understand. After that, closing oneself off could mean decades of solitude. Currently, your mother is also in closed-door training, striving for the Saint Emperor realm, and it is unknown when she will emerge." "Father, don't worry. Mother prepared very thoroughly before entering closed-door training. She will definitely break through to the Saint Emperor realm." Yi Muyan's mother began her closed-door training to break through to the Saint Emperor realm when she was in her 20s. Now she has been in closed-door training for several decades with no signs of breakthrough. However, this is normal. Generally, a Saint King requires at least several hundred years of closed-door training to break through to the Saint Emperor realm. Those who succeed in less than a century are all extraordinary talents. Yi Muyan's mother possesses a divine body, and with ample resources, the probability of breaking through within a century is still quite high. Yiling Tian is not worried about whether his wife can succeed in her breakthrough. He only mentioned that as a casual remark. "Yenner, should I send a message to your elder brother and second sister?" If your elder brother and second sister knew you were entering closed-door training to break through to the Quasi-Saint realm, they would surely be very happy. Unfortunately, both of them are currently training in the central region and won't be able to return for a while. To be honest, Yiling Tian is very satisfied with his 3 children. Father, it's best not to disturb my elder brother and second sister at this time. I am only breaking through to the cross-ascendant realm. There's no need for such a fuss. I can tell them after I successfully break through, but it won't be too late then. Alright, let's wait until you break through before telling them, so they don't worry. Yi Mu Yan's elder brother Yi Xingchun is now nearly 1,000 years old and possesses a star divine body. His personal strength has already reached the 8th level of the Saint Realm. Yi Mu Yan's second sister Yi Mu Shui is also over 600 years old and possesses a heavenly wind divine body. Her current strength is also impressive, having reached the 2nd level of the Saint Realm. It can be said that all 3 siblings Yi Mu Yan are extraordinary talents, making the other branches envious. Many branches do not even have divine bodies, let alone a saint body. Moreover, Yi Mu Yan's position as a divine girl is also influenced by her elder brother and second sister. With the talents of Yi Xingchun and Yi Mu Shui, as long as they do not encounter setbacks, they will undoubtedly become the pillars of the family in the future. Next, Yi Mu Yan took the cultivation resources given by her father and directly entered her exclusive cave dwelling. Once inside, she activated all the formations within the cave. This way, outsiders would know that she has entered a state of closed-door training. Under such circumstances, no one is allowed to disturb her. This is also a rule of the Yi family. After completing all of this, she can safely head to the Shengxiu realm. Soon Yi Mu Yan appeared in the Shengxiu realm. When Lin Fan saw Yi Mu Yan appear before him again, he immediately broke into a happy smile. Mu Yan, have you arranged everything at home? Everything has been arranged. You truly got lucky, didn't you? I don't know why I was so foolish as to fall for you. Upon hearing this, Yi Mu Yan couldn't help but roll her eyes at Lin Fan. Haha, once you've boarded my pirate ship, there's no way to disembark. Let's go. It's already late, we should get some rest. Yi Mu Yan looked at the sky and noticed that the Shengxiu realm was already dark. Seeing this, Yi Mu Yan softly replied with an and did not refuse Lin Fan's suggestion. Thinking about what was about to happen, next a hint of shyness appeared on Yi Mu Yan's face. Unknowingly, the time came to the next morning. However, at this moment, a surprised exclamation came from within Lin Fan's palace. Husband, what is happening? Why has my cultivation broken through? I have actually broken through to the cross-ascendant realm. How is this possible? At this moment, Yi Mu Yan's face was filled with disbelief. She knew her own strength well. Not to mention 10 years, she had no opportunity to break through to the cross-ascendant realm in at least 5 or 6 years. Now only after one night she broke through. It was nothing short of a miracle. Yi Mu Yan is not foolish. The only explanation is that her breakthrough must be related to Lin Fan. Looking at Yi Mu Yan's incredulous gaze, Lin Fan smiled slightly. Mu Yan, you don't need to be surprised. This is a normal phenomenon. In fact, it wasn't just Yi Mu Yan who broke through. Even Lin Fan's strength had now also broken through to the 8th layer of the cross-ascendant realm. Although this gain is not as significant as the benefits brought by the Saint King Mu Yuanshi, it is still considerable. After all, Yi Mu Yan's previous strength was merely at the level of a venerable. Not only that, but Lin Fan also touched upon the essence of the realm of life and death. Although it hasn't fully manifested yet, Lin Fan believes that it won't be long before he can condense the realm of life and death. Seeing Lin Fan's expected demeanor, Yi Mu Yan showed a curious expression. Husband, please tell me what exactly is going on. This has saved me several years of hard cultivation. And will this have any negative effects on you? Yi Mu Yan is not unfamiliar with the technique of drawing benefits from others. However, witnessing someone helping another break through is her first experience. Looking at Yi Mu Yan's worried expression, Lin Fan smiled to reassure her. Don't worry, Mu Yan, and not only did you benefit, but I also benefited. The cultivation method I practice is not the kind of self-serving technique that others can compare to. Hearing that it was due to the cultivation method, Yi Mu Yan was curious but did not inquire further. She just wanted to know that it was harmless for both parties. By the way, Mu Yan, now that you are a member of the Lin family, I will pass you another set of cultivation techniques. Hearing that Lin Fan wanted to pass her cultivation method, Yi Mu Yan quickly waved her hand. Husband, there's no need for the cultivation method. The one I practice is our Yi family's imperial scripture, which is not weak at all. Yi Mu Yan still doesn't want to give up her family's imperial scripture. Seeing Yi Mu Yao's rejection, Lin Fan was not surprised. After all, for Yi Mu Yao, who had been cultivating the family's imperial scripture since childhood, she naturally had never considered switching to another technique. The imperial scripture is already the top-tier technique in the Xiantian continent. Mu Yao, don't rush to refuse. After you see the technique, you can decide for yourself whether to cultivate it or not. Alright. Since Lin Fan was insistent on passing the technique to her, Yi Mu Yao could not refuse any longer. Moreover, she wanted to see what kind of technique Lin Fan was offering. A technique that Lin Fan praised might not be simple. Lin Fan did not delay. He directly pointed his finger at Yi Mu Yao's glabella and transmitted the technique into her mind. Once Yi Mu Yao digested the information in her mind, her eyes widened in shock. The Yushu Jing, that Lin Fan transmitted to her could indeed only cultivate up to the 9th level of the Great Emperor realm. But she discovered that this technique was far more powerful than their family's imperial scripture. Perhaps this technique is not just a simple Great Emperor technique. Thinking of this, Yi Muyao looked directly at Lin Fan. Husband, this technique is not just a Great Emperor technique, right? It must be of a higher level. Or is it just a fragment of the technique? Upon hearing Yi Muyao's words, Lin Fan was somewhat surprised. It could only be said that Yi Muyao, coming from an imperial family, had a keen eye. Muyao, you are correct. The Yushu Jing currently only has the first volume. I do not have the subsequent techniques yet. After hearing that this technique was only the first volume, Yi Muyao couldn't help but think to herself as expected. To be honest, at this moment, she was already considering changing her cultivation technique. She felt that this technique must have been collected by Lin Fan in his past life. The reason there was only the first volume now was that Lin Fan's strength was not yet powerful enough. Once Lin Fan reached a certain realm, he might be able to obtain the follow-up techniques. A technique that surpassed the imperial scripture. How could Yi Muyao let it slip by? By the way, Muyao, you currently cannot cultivate this technique. Before Yi Muyao could ask why, Lin Fan continued to explain. This technique is our Lin family's heritage technique, and you can only cultivate it after you have children. Hearing about such a restriction, Yi Muyao was quite shocked. With such a confidentiality measure, even if the technique were leaked, it would not be a big deal. Because even if outsiders obtained the technique, they would not be able to cultivate it. She previously only knew that some techniques required a special physique to cultivate. She had never heard of a situation like the Yushu Jing. Although she felt somewhat regretful that she could not cultivate it now, Yi Muyao was not in a hurry. After all, having children was not so easy. Thinking of this, Yi Muyao mischievously looked at Lin Fan. Husband, I need to consolidate my cultivation next, so you must help me. Okay, I will help you right away. Naturally, he was willing to meet such a request. System, open the Emperor-level gift pack for me. After Yi Muyao fell asleep, Lin Fan directly called upon the system in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for opening the Emperor-level exquisite gift pack, acquiring 1,000 Emperor-grade spirit stones. Acquired 1 ancient Bodhi tree of Emperor-level excellence. Rewards have been distributed. The host can check them at any time. Hearing that the reward was an ancient Bodhi tree, Lin Fan was not disappointed. However, the effects of this Bodhi tree required an introduction from the system. System, please introduce the effects of the Bodhi tree. Host, the Bodhi tree has many effects. Effect 1, as long as cultivators meditate under the Bodhi tree, their comprehension will be greatly enhanced. Whether it is comprehending techniques, martial skills, or various arts, the speed will significantly increase. In addition, it can also greatly enhance the efficiency in condensing realms and domains, as well as in understanding the laws of gifts. Effect 2, wearing the Bodhi seeds can nurture the soul, purify inner demons, and prevent the risk of losing control. Effect 3, the Bodhi tree can purify evil spirits and transform beings. Those transformed cannot exceed the host's realm. After hearing the system's introduction, Lin Fan was somewhat shocked. He did not expect the Bodhi tree to be so powerful. Moreover, he could enjoy the benefits of the Bodhi tree right now. Unlike the previously obtained yin-yang burning heaven fruit, he could only stare at it. After pondering for a moment, Lin Fan decided to plant the Bodhi tree in the secret realm of the Xinxiao realm. With the enhancement of the Bodhi tree, the effects of the secret realm might improve. Deciding to act, Lin Fan simply thought and arrived at the secret realm. He then went to the center of the secret realm and planted the Bodhi tree. Looking at this Bodhi tree, which stood hundreds of feet tall with branches and leaves covering an area of dozens of square kilometers, Lin Fan was filled with astonishment. More importantly, the current state of the Bodhi tree was still in its growth phase. If it were to reach maturity, Lin Fan could hardly imagine how large it would become. I'll try out the effects of the Bodhi tree. Then Lin Fan sat cross-legged and began to comprehend the realm of life and death. Time began to pass slowly, and in the blink of an eye, a day had already passed in the Xinxiao realm. In Lin Fan's palace, the sleeping Yi Muyao slowly opened her eyes. Seeing that Lin Fan was not by her side, Yi Muyao was somewhat surprised. So she got up, tidied herself, and then left Lin Fan's palace. Soon Yi Muyao arrived at the palace where Mu Yunxi was. Mu Yunxi was somewhat surprised to see Yi Muyao arrive. Muyao, what brings you here? Where is your husband? Sister Yunxi, I just didn't see my husband, so I came to ask you. Upon hearing that Lin Fan was not there, Mu Yunxi showed a look of surprise. Muyao, your husband has not come to my place. He may have gone to Wanghua mountain range. I will help you look for him. That would trouble you, Sister Yunxi. Right now she was not suitable to go out. At least within Lingzhou, it was not suitable to go out. She had already publicly announced her closed-door cultivation. If she were discovered by the Yi family in Wanghua mountain range, it would be hard to explain. Lingzhou was the territory of the Yi family, and the probability of being discovered was high. Yi Muyao did not want to take that risk. Yi Muyao did not wait long before Mu Yunxi returned. Muyao, your husband did not go out. I think he should still be in the Xinxiao realm. How about we check the secret realm? I think your husband is most likely there. All right, let's go check the secret realm. They decided to go right away, and soon Mu Yunxi and Yi Muyao arrived in the secret realm. Just as the two of them were about to search for Lin Fan's figure, they were suddenly drawn to the ancient Bodhi tree in the center of the secret realm. Even though they were quite far from the Bodhi tree at this time, they could still see its outline clearly. As for what kind of tree it was they needed to get closer to observe. Then Yi Mayan looked over at Mu Yunxi. Sister Yunxi, when did such a large tree appear in the secret realm? Mu Yunxi shook her head saying, I'm not sure when this big tree appeared either. I think it must have been planted by my husband not long ago. I didn't notice it during my last visit. But a tree that can be planted here by my husband must be extraordinary. Yi Mayan's eyes lit up as she said, Sister Yunxi, let's go take a look. Okay. Mu Yunxi was also curious about the suddenly appeared tree. Before long, the two arrived at the feet of the ancient Bodhi tree. At this moment, they had already spotted Lin Fan, who was engaged in cultivation. Seeing Lin Fan practicing, they naturally wouldn't disturb him. Then they began to carefully observe the towering tree before them. After a while, the two exchanged glances, and each saw the astonishment reflected in the other's eyes. After a moment, Yi Mayan broke the silence. Sister Yunxi, could this be the legendary emperor-grade supreme spiritual plant, the Bodhi ancient tree? Mu Yunxi nodded, somewhat puzzled. Mayan, judging by the characteristics of this tree, it is most likely the legendary Bodhi ancient tree. Although Mu Yunxi had never seen a real Bodhi ancient tree, she had heard of its characteristics. Sister Yunxi, where on earth did my husband find this Bodhi ancient tree? It's incredible. Moreover, my husband previously brought back a flame sun-burning fruit tree from the illusionary sea secret realm. With this Bodhi ancient tree, our Lin family now possesses 2 emperor-grade supreme spiritual roots. If we also count my husband's emperor-grade weapon, our Lin family's foundation has now surpassed many emperor-level forces. At this point, Yi Mayan was particularly excited. Mayan, you know my husband is mysterious. Even if he takes out a divine artifact in the future, I wouldn't be surprised. Hearing this, Yi Mayan also came to her senses. In their minds, Lin Fan was undoubtedly a reincarnated immortal. Sister Yunxi, it seems that these items are likely the foundation left over from my husband's past life. And as my husband's strength increases, these treasures will gradually reveal themselves. Yes, Mayan, that's exactly what I think. If Lin Fan knew how the two of them were overthinking things, he would probably be very pleased. In the future, when he brings out some precious treasures, he won't need to explain anything extra. After confirming the origins of the Bodhi ancient tree, Yi Mayan and Mu Yunxi turned their gaze back to Lin Fan, who was still cultivating. At this moment, above Lin Fan's head, a black and white lotus flower appeared, occasionally alternating between withering and thriving. When the white lotus flower manifested, it radiated vitality. Various spiritual embryos, celestial flowers, and auspicious beasts emerged one after another. When the black lotus flower appeared, however, there was a chilling silence, and all things withered away. Seeing such an anomaly, Yi Mayan was inexplicably shocked. At this point, she realized that Lin Fan was currently condensing the concept of life and death. From the anomaly above Lin Fan's head, it was evident that it was several times more powerful than the concept of life and death she had condensed. Her own manifestation of the concept of life and death was merely a giant tree that was half withered and half flourishing. Although it appeared strong, the difference compared to Lin Fan's lotus flower was very apparent. At this moment, neither Yi Mayan nor Mu Yunxi dared to move an inch. They knew that Lin Fan was now at a critical moment and absolutely could not be disturbed. A few days passed quickly. Under the watchful eyes of the two, Lin Fan successfully condensed the concept of life and death. However, Lin Fan's cultivation was not yet over. At this moment, he released another anomaly, the Taiji Yin-Yang 5 Elements diagram. He decided to merge the anomalies of the Taiji Yin-Yang 5 Elements diagram and the black and white lotus flower. Of course, Lin Fan had long since noticed the arrival of Yi Mayan and Mu Yunxi. However, he needed to focus on merging the anomalies, so he couldn't afford to be distracted. Not far away, Yi Mayan and Mu Yunxi watched Lin Fan's other anomaly, their eyes wide open. This was the first time they had seen Lin Fan's Taiji Yin-Yang life and death diagram. They had not expected Lin Fan's other anomaly to be so terrifying. They couldn't even discern what kind of manifestation of intent this anomaly represented. Then, under the astonished gazes of the two, Lin Fan began to merge the black and white lotus flower anomaly into the Taiji Yin-Yang 5 Elements diagram. They both felt a thrill of fear at Lin Fan's actions. Although the power would greatly increase after the anomaly fusion, it was extremely dangerous during the merging process. Most cultivators would not dare to attempt merging anomalies together. At this moment, Yi Mayan and Mu Yunxi were silently worried for Lin Fan. At the same time, they prayed that Lin Fan would successfully merge the anomalies. Unknowingly, another half-month passed. At this point, the anomaly fusion had reached a critical moment. When the black and white lotus flower successfully took root atop the Taiji Yin-Yang 5 Elements diagram, The aura radiating from Lin Fan instantly increased several folds. Seeing this scene, Yi Mian and Mu Yunxi were overjoyed. They knew Lin Fan had succeeded. Not long after, Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes. Yi Mian and Mu Yunxi quickly approached him. "Congratulations, husband, on advancing your strength." "Haha, it's just a small gain, you don't need to be too excited." Upon hearing this, both of them were somewhat speechless. Given the strength Lin Fan had displayed, he was undoubtedly unmatched in the Croissant realm. Such an achievement was merely a small gain. If this were to reach the ears of others, who knows what kind of outrage it would provoke. After a moment, Yi Mian could not help but ask Lin Fan, "Husband, please tell us, is this tree the Bodhi ancient tree?" At this moment, Mu Yunxi also stared intently at Lin Fan. Although both of them already had an answer in their hearts, they still wanted to confirm it. "Mian, your insight is indeed remarkable. This is the Bodhi ancient tree." After receiving a definite answer, both of them felt a sense of relief. Although it was rumored that the Bodhi ancient tree was a treasure of the Buddhist sect from the Tianfu continent. Moreover, it was said that the Bodhi ancient tree there was even larger. So it was clear that this one before them was not the one from the Tianfu continent. The two were somewhat baffled as to why a second Bodhi ancient tree would appear in the divine wilderness realm. In their understanding, any spiritual plant that reached emperor-grade high quality or above was unique. However, they did not plan to inquire further about such matters. After all, Lin Fan was capable of possessing a small world like the Shangxiu realm. Having an extra Bodhi ancient tree was not a big deal. Seeing that the two did not intend to continue questioning, Lin Fan was also quite satisfied. If they had continued to press for answers, he would probably have to concoct a story. After a while, Mu Yunxi suggested, "Husband, since there is a Bodhi ancient tree here, let's transform some cultivation caves right here. Once the caves are established, everyone can cultivate in seclusion without disturbing each other." On the side, Yimiya echoed, "Indeed, husband, it is necessary to create some cultivation caves. Otherwise, making too much noise during cultivation will disturb others. Transforming the caves is simple." Lin Fan naturally had no objections to their proposal. Even if they hadn't mentioned it, he would have done so. Soon under his control, one cave after another began to take shape. Currently, the area covered by the Bodhi ancient tree's canopy is only several dozen square kilometers. Therefore, to save space, these caves are not large, merely around 100 square meters. After all, they are just places for seclusion and do not require much space. When the Bodhi ancient tree matures in the future, it can be remodeled. Of course, Lin Fan also constructed some caves over 1,000 square meters. These caves are reserved for him, his women, and his children. Before long, tens of thousands of caves appeared within the area covered by the Bodhi ancient tree. Realizing that the Bodhi ancient tree also has the ability to enlighten, Lin Fan constructed a prison here. In the future, if he encounters some exceptionally talented enemies, he might be able to capture them here for enlightenment. Although the family divine tree can leave a mark, it requires loyalty and goodwill. It is quite difficult to make some enemies loyal to him. However, having the Bodhi ancient tree changes everything. Once the Bodhi ancient tree enlightens them, their loyalty will naturally increase. Once loyalty increases, the family divine tree can leave a mark. The combination of the two is truly unstoppable. However, Lin Fan wouldn't just capture anyone. He would only capture the enemies of the Lin family, and they must possess high cultivation talent. Lin Fan wouldn't attack those who had not offended him without reason. While he desires to rapidly enhance the family's strength, he wouldn't resort to inhumane actions. Just as Lin Fan completed the construction of the caves. In another cave within the secret realm, Yi Mu Xian, who had been in seclusion for a long time, slowly opened her eyes. At that moment, excitement radiated from her face. "Haha, I finally fused the water and ice realms. The fusion of the two realms has significantly increased my strength. Now I should be able to contend with Yi Mu Yan, right? However, Yi Mu Yan has condensed the life and death realm. There is still some gap between us. But I still have the Yin realm. If I can condense the Yang realm, then I won't have to fear Yi Mu Yan. I just wonder if Lin Gongzi can assist me in condensing the Yang realm. Otherwise, relying solely on myself, it might be quite difficult. After all, I am a pure Yin body, and the Yang realm does not match my physique. I hope Lin Gongzi has a Yang attribute physique. That way, condensing the Yang realm will be much easier. By the way, why do I feel like my cultivation speed has suddenly increased significantly?" Thinking of this, a curious expression appeared on Yi Mu Xian's face. The reason her cultivation speed had accelerated was, of course, due to the Bodhi ancient tree. Although her cave is not within the area covered by the Bodhi ancient tree's canopy, the Bodhi ancient tree's roots had already influenced the entire secret realm. However, in terms of effectiveness, it is far inferior to the cultivation effect under the Bodhi ancient tree. Yi Mu Xian did not dwell on it too much. After tidying up her appearance, she left the cave. Now that her strength had improved, it was time to find Lin Fan to express her feelings. Upon exiting the cave, she was immediately captivated by the suddenly appearing Bodhi ancient tree. There is actually such a large tree in the secret realm, it must be the handiwork of Lin Gongzi. It must be a precious treasure to be planted here by Lin Gongzi. Thinking of this, Yimu Xian decided to fly over for a closer look. As she approached the Bodhi ancient tree, she quickly spotted Lin Fan and the other three. Yimu Xian had no time to think much. A smile appeared on her face. Lin Gongzi's sister Yunqi's sister Mu Yin, I didn't expect you all to be here. Seeing Yimu Xian's arrival, Lin Fan also smiled. Mu Xian, you have exited seclusion. Did you gain anything this time? I made good progress, though I have fused the ice realm and water realm. To fuse two realms in such a short time is truly impressive. Hearing Lin Fan's praise, Yimu Xian gave Yimu Yin a somewhat provoking glance. Yimu Yin, seeing this, could not help but feel a bit speechless. However, she is now a member of the Lin family. Given Yimu Xian's demeanor, it seems she will soon become a member of the Lin family as well. Thinking of this, Yimu Yin decided not to compete with Yimu Xian anymore, as it was meaningless. So she directly ignored Yimu Xian. Upon seeing Yimu Yin ignore her, Yimu Xian felt somewhat displeased and puzzled. From her understanding of Yimu Yin, she should not ignore her. However, with Lin Fan and Mu Yunqi present, she felt it inappropriate to say too much. Then she turned her gaze back to the Bodhi ancient tree. After a while, Yimu Xian's expression mirrored that of Mu Yunqi and the others. Having read numerous ancient texts from her family, she recognized the origins of the Bodhi ancient tree. Lin Gongzi, is this the legendary Bodhi ancient tree? Hearing Yimu Xian's inquiry, Lin Fan smiled and nodded. Indeed, this is the Bodhi ancient tree. No wonder I thought I felt my cultivation speed increase before it turns out it was thanks to the Bodhi ancient tree. Looking at the Bodhi ancient tree before her, Yimu Xian's eyes filled with fervor. With such a treasure tree, her cultivation speed would likely increase several times. Let's go. This is not a place for chatting. Let's return to the palace first. Alright. Naturally, they would not refuse Lin Fan's suggestion. Next, with a thought, Lin Fan brought the three back to his palace. After considering for a moment, he summoned Luo Iran and the others as well. Next, he prepared to hold a family meeting to discuss the family's future development. Once everyone had gathered, Lin Fan began to narrate the current situation of the Lin family. Currently, the Lin family's highest combat power is the Holy King. Unfortunately, there is a severe gap in strength. Apart from Mu Yunqi, the Holy King, and Hua Qingzi, the Saint, along with himself, the Quasi Saint, there are no other experts. Individuals like Yimu Yin, the Quasi Saint, and Yimu Xian and Xiaoying Yao, both at the revered level, cannot officially represent the Lin family. Therefore, the only ones the Lin family can present are the Divine Ability Realm cultivators, like Luo Iran. Currently, there are no Divine Ability Realm members born in the Shadow Pavilion. However, many members have already entered seclusion one after another. It is believed that it won't be long before several Divine Ability Realm members are born. Everyone listened quietly to Lin Fan's narration. When Lin Fan reached the key points, she would ponder carefully. After all, they were now all members of the Lin family. Naturally, considerations for the future development of the Lin family were essential. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Fan had nearly conveyed the family's situation to everyone. The current state of the family is like this. I wonder what everyone thinks about the family's future development. Feel free to voice any concerns. At that time, everyone could discuss together, and perhaps a better solution could be devised. Hearing Lin Fan's words, all eyes turned to Mu Yunqi. Mu Yunqi was at the Saint King level, the strongest among them all, and she was also the oldest. Hence, they all acknowledged her status as the eldest sister. Seeing everyone's gaze upon her, Mu Yunqi did not decline. Husband, it is already impressive that you have built the family to this scale in such a short time. Moreover, you have achieved great success in both intelligence and business. In terms of the family's strength, excluding myself and Qingzi, other factions would need at least thousands, if not tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years to reach the scale of our Lin family. And our Lin family has only developed for a mere few decades. Facing Mu Yunxi's praise, Lin Fan felt a bit proud. However, he did not interrupt Mu Yunxi's words. Husband, the only thing our Lin family lacks is a direct bloodline. Even counting ourselves and all the younger generations, there are only a few hundred people, not even reaching 1,000. This number is negligible compared to other families of the same level, which often have hundreds of thousands, even millions or billions of members. Therefore, what we need to do next is to increase the number of direct family members. At the same time, we should focus on nurturing some exceptionally talented subordinates. After all, our Lin family is not lacking in resources. We need to cultivate some revered realm and even quasi-saint realm cultivators in a short time. After all, only by reaching the revered realm or even quasi-saint realm can we have a certain voice in the eastern region. Once the family has some revered realm and quasi-saint realm members, it will facilitate the future development of our Lin family and allow us to expand into other regions. Alright, that's all I have to say. After Mu Yunqi finished, she said no more. Lin Fan nodded slightly at her suggestion. The Lin family indeed needs to vigorously train some capable talents who can stand alone. At the very least, they need to reach the revered realm. With this in mind, Lin Fan looked at the others regarding Yunxi's proposal. Does anyone have anything to add? Hearing Lin Fan's inquiry, everyone began to discuss among themselves. After a long while, Yi Mu Yin spoke up. Husband Sister Yunqi's suggestions are very comprehensive. We have nothing to add. Good, since no one has anything to add, we will proceed with the development of the Lin family according to Yunxi's plan. After the meeting concluded, Lin Fan issued this command. Naturally, such a command from Lin Fan caused a huge sensation. Many exceptionally talented individuals showed expressions of delight. Soon thousands were arranged to enter the secret realm for closed-door cultivation along with many cultivation resources. These individuals had talents that were not lower than the heavenly grade, and many possessed spiritual bodies. There were even over 100 with saint-level qualifications. With such a multitude of resources combined with the blessing of the Bodhi ancient tree, they would surely make rapid progress in their cultivation in a short time. Of course, others could also enter the secret realm for closed-door cultivation. Lin Fan placed no restrictions on this. After all, the secret realm space was vast enough to accommodate these people. However, the coverage of the Bodhi ancient tree was limited, so they could only cultivate in other areas of the secret realm. Although the effects would be diminished, it was still much better than outside the secret realm. Soon some members without tasks began closed-door cultivation, including Lin Fan's children. Currently, the busiest ones were the alchemists in the family. With so many people entering closed-door cultivation, a large quantity of pills would naturally be consumed. The alchemists of the family, amid countless spiritual herbs, had rapidly improved their alchemy levels. Many had already become earth-level alchemists. As for profound-level alchemists, there were already over 10,000, with many being born each day. The number of yellow-level alchemists was even greater. It could be said that the alchemists of the Lin family were the happiest. Not only did they have Mu Yunqi, a top-tier saint-level alchemist, guiding them from time to time, but they also never had to worry about the materials for pill refining. Instead, they were troubled by the mountains of herbs piling up, as they simply could not exhaust them. Fortunately, alchemists could refine pills while also improving their strength. During the process of alchemy, they could absorb the medicinal power released from these herbs to enhance their own strength without any side effects. Thus, the speed at which these alchemists improved their strength was not slow at all. They remained very enthusiastic about alchemy and had never considered slacking off. If outside alchemists knew how fortunate the Lin family's alchemists were, they would undoubtedly rush to join the Lin family. On this day, Lin Fan was inspecting the conditions of the spiritual herbs. Yi Mu Xian took the opportunity to approach Lin Fan when she saw he was alone. Mu Xian, what brings you here? Is there something you need? After confirming that no one else was around, Yi Mu Xian asked quietly. What do you think of me, Lin Gongzi? After saying this, Yi Mu Xian's face turned slightly red. You are certainly wonderful. Hearing this, Yi Mu Xian was very happy and eagerly asked Lin Fan, Lin Gongzi, can I stay by your side forever? Of course, otherwise why would I bring you into the Xintian realm? The reason I brought you here is that I consider you one of my own. After learning Lin Fan's feelings, Yi Mu Xian let out a sigh of relief and her face was filled with joy. Lin Gongzi, I will return for a while. I plan to declare that I am in closed-door cultivation like Sister Mu Yin, and then I will secretly come to the Xintian realm. Good, the sooner you go and return the better. Yi Mu Xian nodded repeatedly. Originally, she planned to use the excuse of traveling, but after careful consideration, this excuse carried considerable risk. Because if she traveled, someone would inevitably send her messages inquiring about her situation. And in the Xintian realm, she would definitely not receive those messages. If she couldn't reply in time, it would likely alarm the family's ancestors. A saint-level individual going missing would undoubtedly be a significant matter for the Yi family. At that time, the family would surely send people to search the entire eastern region. She did not want to create such a blunder, as it would make explanations to her family even more difficult. Next, Yi Mu Xuan and Xiao Zi did not choose to appear directly in the estate of Lingguang City. They had once left the city in broad daylight. As the holy body of the Yi family, there were many who paid attention to her in the outside world. If they appeared in the estate at this time, they might be discovered. Thus, for the sake of safety, they planned not to appear directly in Lingguang City. Fortunately, there was a base of the Shadow Pavilion not far from Lingguang City. The base of the Shadow Pavilion was quite secretive and changed locations from time to time, making it difficult for outsiders to find. After arriving at the base through the anchor point function of the Shunxiao realm, the two did not linger there and flew straight towards Lingguang City. This time they did not take a flying boat, but flew directly. After about half an hour, they had already returned to Lingguang City. Miss, are we going back to the family directly now? Yi Mu Xuan shook her head slightly upon hearing this. As soon as she returned to Lingguang City, she felt someone was watching her. Xiaozi, let's go to the estate first. Upon hearing they were going to the estate, Xiaozi was somewhat puzzled. Miss, what are we going to the estate for? Of course, it's to pretend to pay a visit to young Master Lin. This way, we can also mislead those who are watching us. I believe many forces outside already know that my relationship with young Master Lin is quite good. After all, we had accompanied young Master Lin to stroll around Lingguang City several times. Now that we have returned from our travels, not visiting would raise suspicion. Xiaozi chuckled upon hearing this. Miss, you truly have a meticulous mind. All right, stop flattering me. Let's hurry over. After Yi Mushuan finished speaking, she headed directly towards the location of the estate. Miss, wait for me, Xiaozi said hurriedly as she followed closely behind. At this moment in the Xinxiao realm, Mu Yunqi found Hua Qingzi, who was tending to the flowers and plants. Qingzi, I have come to see you. Master, why have you come? Is there something you need from your disciple? What can I come to see you if I have nothing to do? Mu Yunqi replied with a hint of annoyance. Hua Qingzi knew that her master was not truly angry, so she playfully smiled. Of course now my master can come whenever she wants. By the way, master, why didn't you bring little junior sister along? The little junior sister referred to by Hua Qingzi was naturally Mu Yunxi's daughter Lin Yuhuang. Hua Qingzi was quite fond of this little junior sister, having personally cared for Lin Yuhuang for several years. Of course, those several years were in the time frame of the Xinxiao realm. Qingzi Yuhuang is currently cultivating, so I didn't call her over. If you miss her, you can go find her anytime. Hearing that Lin Yuhuang was cultivating, Hua Qingzi had to give up. Lin Yuhuang had been in the Xinxiao realm since her birth. In terms of time in the Xinxiao realm, Lin Yuhuang was already around 7 or 8 years old. Now, once the newborns of the Lin family reached 6 years old, they would begin their cultivation. Lin Yuhuang had already been cultivating for more than 2 years. Due to her high innate talent for cultivation, she had already reached the consummation of the Kaiyuan realm. This was the result of suppressing her realm to the utmost. Otherwise, Lin Yuhuang would at least be a practitioner in the mid to late stage of the Qixi realm. However, this was normal given the cultivation environment of the Xinxiao realm and the abundance of cultivation resources. Moreover, Lin Yuhuang was a holy body, so it was not surprising to have such a cultivation speed. What was even more astonishing was Lin Yuhuang's current combat strength. Even practitioners at the consummation of the Qixi realm would not be her opponent. When Lin Fan saw his daughter's combat strength, he was silent for a long time. It should be noted that when he was 30 years old, he was only at the consummation of the body refining realm. However, thinking that this was his daughter Lin Fan was particularly happy. It can only be said that as a holy body, she was not comparable to ordinary practitioners. One could only wonder how Lin Haolei and Lin Haoren would feel when they learned of this. Currently, these two brothers were living in the Wangyue mountain range. They did not return to the Xinxiao realm often, and each time they came back, they did not stay long. Adding up the time spent in the Xinxiao realm, their ages were barely under 3. However, someone must take on some losses, as the family still needed some members to appear publicly. The Lin family could not develop alone indefinitely. They had to communicate with the outside world. Therefore, Lin Haolei and Lin Haoren would not be the last ones. In the future, Lin Fan would still arrange for some family members to live in the Wangyue mountain range. Only when they reached their teens could they freely return to the Xinxiao realm for cultivation. After a while, Hua Qingzi couldn't help but sigh. Master, I must say that the Xinxiao realm is truly terrifying. If it were in the outside world, little junior sister wouldn't even be a year old. With such a powerful Xinxiao realm, I can only imagine the future of our Lin family. Seeing that Hua Qingzi considered herself part of the Lin family, Mu Yunqi naturally felt very pleased. Qingzi, have you ever thought about becoming a true member of the Lin family? Hua Qingzi was momentarily taken aback by her master's sudden question. After a while, she quietly asked, Master, what do you mean? At this moment, Hua Qingzi had already vaguely guessed her master's thoughts, but she did not want to state it outright. Qingzi, my meaning is exactly as you think, Mu Yunqi said with certainty. However, she then added, but Qingzi, you don't need to rush to give me an answer. You can think about it carefully. Even if you are unwilling, it is not a problem. I will not force you into such matters. Mu Yunqi certainly would not coerce her disciple in such matters. The reason she mentioned this to her disciple was also for Hua Qingzi's benefit. The Yusu Jing is so powerful, but only true members of the Lin family can cultivate it. She did not want her disciple to miss this opportunity. Seeing that her master did not pressure her, Hua Qingzi let out a sigh of relief. It wasn't that she was unwilling, she just hadn't considered this issue before. However, she still assured Mu Yunqi immediately, Master, I will think carefully about this matter. Good. Mu Yunqi did not continue discussing this topic. After chatting for a while, she then took her leave. Watching Mu Yunxi's departing figure, Hua Qingzi fell into deep thought. Unconsciously, the image of Lin Fan appeared in her mind. After a while, a smile suddenly appeared on Hua Qingzi's face. Perhaps becoming a true member of the Lin family is also not a bad thing. Thinking of this, Hua Qingzi began to continue tending to the flowers and plants on the island. As 100 flowers holy body, she had a natural affinity for flowers and plants. While tending to these flowers and plants, it also helped her enhance her strength. This is the advantage of the wooden attribute constitution. After Mu Yunqi returned to her palace, she fell into deep contemplation. As the matriarch's wife of the Lin family, she naturally had to do something for the family, especially now that they lacked direct descendants. It seems I need to find some time to visit my few friends and see if I can bring them on board. I just wonder if the feelings have faded after not seeing each other for hundreds of years. Although Mu Yunqi did not join any other forces, she had traveled to many places over the past thousands of years and made a few friends. However, unlike her, those friends were not lone wolves. They either had families or sects backing them. Thinking of this, Mu Yunqi sought out Lin Fan and explained her thoughts in detail. After listening, Lin Fan began to ponder. Mu Yunxi's friends were all at the Saint King level, and with their backing, it would not be easy to bring them over. However, Mu Yunqi was determined, and Lin Fan found it hard to refuse. Yunqi, it would be best if this can work out, but even if it doesn't, there's no need to force it. Don't worry, husband, I know what I'm doing. Mu Yunqi was well aware that such matters could not be forced. Meanwhile, Yi Mushuan had stayed at the estate for about half an hour before returning home. However, at this moment, she was stopped by Yi Muqin. Looking at Yi Muqin blocking her way, Yi Mushuan frowned slightly. Yi Muqin, what are you stopping me for? Yi Mushuan, where have you been these days? Yi Muqin interrogated with an air of authority. Seeing Yi Muqin's attitude, Yi Mushuan naturally would not give her a good face. She looked coldly at Yi Muqin and said, where I went seems to be none of your business. Just take care of yourself, and if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. After saying this, Yi Mushuan did not give Yi Muqin a chance to respond and walked past her. She truly did not want to waste time on Yi Muqin. She had lost all interest in such childish dramas. Seeing that Yi Mushuan was giving her no face at all, Yi Muqin was infuriated and stamped her foot. Very well, but don't get too complacent. The divine maiden position in the family will only belong to me, we shall see. After saying this, Yi Muqin angrily left the place. The reason she came to find Yi Mushuan was to discuss Yi Muya's retreat for a breakthrough to the Quasi Saint level. She wanted to see if the two of them could unite to deal with Yi Muya first. After all, if Yi Muya succeeded in breaking through to the Quasi Saint realm, she would definitely not be able to compete alone. Only by joining forces with Yi Mushuan would she have a chance. Little did she know that Yi Mushuan was giving her no face at all, which genuinely infuriated her. Yi Mushuan naturally had no idea about Yi Muqin's thoughts. If she did, she would surely scoff. At this moment, Yi Muya had already broken through to the Quasi Saint realm. With Lin Fan's help in the future, she would only grow stronger. Moreover, there was also the divine treasure from the divine sky realm. By then, with 10 years passing in the outside world and the blessing of the Bodhi ancient tree, Yi Muya would have a great chance to break through to the saint level. How could Yi Muqin compare to a saint level Yi Muya? Not to mention Yi Muya, she herself also had a significant probability of breaking through to the saint level. However, she had already decided not to compete with Yi Muya, because it no longer held any meaning for her whether she became the divine maiden of the Yi family. The position of divine maiden was now dispensable to her. However, thinking of Yi Muqin's demeanor, Yi Mushuan also hoped that she would not become the divine maiden of the family. Otherwise, with Yi Muqin's spoiled personality, once she became the divine maiden, she would certainly seek trouble with her and Yi Muya from time to time. She did not want Yi Muqin to create trouble for her. Therefore, it would be most suitable for Yi Muya to assume the position of divine maiden. Yi Mushuan had already made up her mind that after returning to the divine sky realm, she would find some time to discuss this matter with Yi Muya. The divine maiden position must not fall into Yi Muqin's hands. After parting with Yi Muqin, Yi Mushuan planned to visit her father Yi Lingfeng to discuss her upcoming retreat. Yi Lingfeng was not the lineage master. The lineage master of their branch was Yi Lingfeng's elder brother. After all, Yi Lingfeng's cultivation level was not high, only at the 9th stage of the saint level. Compared to his elder brother's strength at the saint emperor level, the difference was substantial. In fact, the reason Yi Lingfeng's cultivation level was so low was not due to a lack of resources. After all, he had given birth to Yi Mushuan, a holy body, which was a great merit, so the family took good care of him. At least he did not have to worry about cultivation resources. The main reason for his low strength was that his cultivation aptitude was only of the top-tier heaven grade, and he had no special physique. Such aptitude would undoubtedly be considered a genius in ordinary forces. However, among the higher echelons of the imperial family, it was quite ordinary. After all, with such aptitude, breaking through to the Saint King realm was not easy. Basically, reaching the 9th stage of the saint level was already the limit unless one encountered an extraordinary opportunity. Fortunately, Yi Lingfeng had a good mindset and did not care about his cultivation. Father, I'm back. Seeing his daughter return, Yi Lingfeng was naturally very happy. Shina, why are you back so soon? Yi Lingfeng remembered that his daughter had said before leaving that she would be away traveling for several years. It had only been a short while, it seemed not even a year had passed. Father, I had a small adventure this time, so I returned early to prepare for my breakthrough to the Quasi Saint realm. Hearing that his daughter was going to break through to the Quasi Saint realm, Yi Lingfeng was overjoyed. However, he immediately cautioned Yi Mushuan. Shina, are you really confident about breaking through to the Quasi Saint realm? You aren't thinking of competing with Muya just because she has already entered seclusion, are you? You must know that a failed breakthrough can damage your foundation. Father, rest assured, I am truly confident in my ability to break through to the Quasi Saint realm. Seeing his daughter so confident, Yi Lingfeng sighed in relief. Since you're confident, then you can focus on your seclusion. But do you need me to prepare anything for you? Upon hearing this, Yi Mushuan quickly shook her head. Father, I have already prepared everything I need. There's no need for you to prepare anything else. All right, when do you plan to start your retreat? In another 2 days. This time the retreat will be longer, so I need to spend some time with my mother. Hearing Yi Muxuan's words, Yi Lingfeng was very pleased. By the way, Father, don't you have 10 seeds of the dragon blood fruit in your collection? I wonder if you could give them to me. This news was something Yi Mushuan had inadvertently overheard from her father once. At that time, she did not pay much attention to the seeds. But now it was different. Lin Fan was collecting high-grade spiritual herb seeds in large quantities, and she could just give these seeds to Lin Fan. Since you want the dragon blood fruit seeds, he'll give them to you. Although he did not know why his daughter wanted the seeds since she had asked, he naturally would not be stingy. After all, these seeds were something he had obtained by chance during his travels. 2 days later, Yi Mushuan officially announced her retreat to break through to the Croissant realm. This news reached Yi Mujan's ears, instantly filling her with a sense of crisis. How is this possible? If Yi Mayan can break through to the Croissant realm, what right does Yi Mushuan have to do the same? Could it be that she encountered some fortuitous opportunity during her travels? No, I can't just sit and wait. I must also work hard to cultivate. Yi Mushuan disregarded Yi Mujan's thoughts and returned to the Xinshao realm. Young Master Lin, I have brought you something good this time. Yi Mushuan approached Lin Fan, presenting her treasure. What good thing is it? Lin Fan asked with curiosity. It's this, the seed of the dragon blood fruit. Yi Mushuan said, handing the seed to Lin Fan. Lin Fan took the dragon blood fruit seed, his face immediately lighting up with joy. He remembered that the dragon blood fruit was one of the main materials for the Saint Infant pill. Moreover, the heavenly essence flower and myriad spirit grass provided by Yi Mayan were already available among the saint-level seeds. The main materials for the Saint Infant pill were now limited to the Saint Infant fruit and the dragon saliva fruit. Seeing Lin Fan so happy, Yi Mushuan was somewhat confused. Young Master Lin, it's just a low-grade seed of the dragon blood fruit. There's no need to be so happy, right? Mushuan, the main reason is that the dragon blood fruit is very important to our Lin family. Lin Fan then explained the significance of the Saint Infant pill to her in detail. After hearing the specific effects of the Saint Infant pill, Yi Mushuan was also excited. I didn't expect there to be such a powerful elixir in this world. If we can refine it, it will be difficult for our Lin family not to rise. Thinking of the Lin family's future, Yi Mushuan was filled with anticipation. Mushuan, the Saint Infant pill is indeed miraculous, but unfortunately the required spiritual herbs have not yet been gathered. Especially the Saint Infant fruit and dragon saliva fruit, we haven't found any trace of them. Seeing Lin Fan so troubled, Yi Mushuan quickly smiled and comforted him. Young Master Lin, there's no need to rush regarding the spiritual herbs. I believe we will definitely find them in the future. The auction held by the Xinghe Chamber of Commerce, which occurs once every 100 years, is not far away. Perhaps these 2 spiritual fruits will appear there. Lin Fan smiled and nodded at her words. I hope so. For now, let's plant the dragon blood fruit seeds first. All right. Next, after Lin Fan planted the dragon blood fruit seeds, he and Yi Mushuan casually strolled around the Xinshao realm. Unknowingly, the sky of the Xinshao realm had gradually darkened. Mushuan, it's getting late. Shall we head back to rest? Yi Mushuan, who had been somewhat lost in thought, suddenly jolted at Lin Fan's words. She then revealed a look of surprise. She had been pondering how to take the initiative to speak. Now it was good as she didn't have to feel shy. Seeing Yi Mushuan not responding, Lin Fan smiled and asked, What's wrong, Mushuan? Are you not ready yet? No, I am already ready. Yi Mushuan blurted out directly. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she felt a bit embarrassed and lowered her head. Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle at her reaction. Yi Muxuan's shy demeanor was somewhat adorable. Then with a thought, Lin Fan took Yi Mayan back to his palace. Young Master Lin, how did you manage to help me break through to the Croissant realm? Not only that, I even condensed the embryonic form of the Yang realm. I believe it won't take long before I can condense the Yang realm. Looking at the changes in her body, Yi Mushuan was filled with disbelief. Mushuan, this is a normal phenomenon. Also, from now on, you should call me husband, not young Master Lin. Husband, please tell me what is going on. Okay, then I will reveal some secrets to you. Lin Fan then explained the functions of his cultivation technique. He also didn't forget to pass on the Yusu Jing to Yi Mushuan. Upon learning about the characteristics of Lin Fan's cultivation technique, Yi Mushuan was filled with excitement. At the same time, her gaze towards Lin Fan was filled with fervor. At this moment, she had already developed the motivation to surpass Yi Mayan. Because as long as she occupied Lin Fan's time more than Yi Mayan, her cultivation speed would definitely be faster than Yi Mayan's. Thinking of this, she directly pounced into Lin Fan's arms. Unknowingly, a month had passed in the Xinshao realm. With Yi Muxuan's efforts, she successfully condensed the Yang realm. Seeing her remarkable gains, Yi Mushuan was overjoyed. Next, she only needed to merge the Yang realm with the Yin realm to be able to contend with Yi Mayan. Husband, I am going to the secret realm to break through for a while and merge the Yang realm and Yin realm. Go ahead. Before leaving, Yi Mushuan kissed Lin Fan on the cheek and then left his palace. Watching Yi Mushuan leave, Lin Fan smiled and shook his head. This girl is really working hard to catch up with Mayan. Thinking about the Imperial-level gift pack that he hadn't opened yet, Lin Fan's heart began to fill with anticipation. I hope I can get something useful for me right now. Thinking of this, Lin Fan immediately called out to the system in his heart. System, open the Imperial-level gift pack for me. Ding. Congratulations to the host for opening the Imperial-level gift pack and obtaining 1,000 Imperial-grade Spirit Stones. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a portion of the source of the Chaos Sacred Body. After absorbing the source of the Chaos Sacred Body, the host's physique can evolve into the Chaos Sacred Body. The source of the Chaos Sacred Body has arrived just in time. After merging this source, perhaps it will help me break through to the Saint Realm in one go. However, before that I need to condense any one realm to the 9th level. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if the realm holds me back. Thinking of this, Lin Fan did not immediately enter seclusion. He first spent some time with Mu Yunxi and the others before heading to the secret realm to begin his retreat. Half a year later, after Lin Fan entered seclusion, Mu Yunxi left the Shunxiao realm and arrived at the territory of the Yao family in Lanzhou. The Yao family had considerable power in Lanzhou, with several Saint King realm experts stationed within the family. One of the Saint Kings, Yao Mengli, was her friend. Mu Yunxi did not go directly to the Yao family, but first settled down at an inn before sending a message to Yao Mengli. In a cave of the Yao family, upon sensing the movement of the communication jade talisman, Yao Mengli slowly opened her eyes. Who would send me a message at this time? Yao Mengli showed a puzzled expression. Without delay, she picked up the communication jade talisman to check. After all, there were not many who could send her messages. Oh, it's actually Yunxi. After being missing for several hundred years, she finally reappeared. When she learned of Mu Yunxi's disappearance, it was already 100 years later. She had sent someone to investigate the matter back then, but unfortunately it yielded no results, and she could only leave it unresolved. Now seeing that Mu Yunxi had sent her a message, Yao Mengli also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, she only had Mu Yunxi as a friend. After replying to a message, Yao Mengli quickly arrived at the tavern where Mu Yunxi was located. Upon seeing Yao Mengli, Mu Yunxi stood up and warmly greeted her. Mengli, long time no see. Yao Mengli, seeing Mu Yunxi in person, also showed a joyful expression. Yunxi, where have you been for these past few hundred years? Why haven't you sent any news? This is a long story, Mu Yunxi responded, then glanced around and said, Mengli, let's find a quiet place to talk. All right. Soon Yao Mengli led Mu Yunxi to a manor. This manor was the property of the Yao family. Yunxi, now can you tell me what has happened over these past few hundred years? Seeing Yao Mengli's eager demeanor, Mu Yunxi did not hesitate. She then recounted her situation over the past few hundred years. Upon learning that Mu Yunxi had been in a deep sleep for all these years, Yao Mengli couldn't help but stand up in surprise. She complained to Mu Yunxi. Yunxi, you are being reckless. How can you venture into the western region alone? That's the territory of foreign races. Even a saint emperor must be cautious there. If you accidentally encounter a powerful foreign race, there's a high chance you could lose your life. After all, the foreign races are not friendly towards our human race. Seeing Yao Mengli's concern for her, Mu Yunxi felt quite pleased. At least this friend was not in vain. Mengli, let's not talk about this anymore. I'm doing well now, right? You can only consider yourself lucky to have had a teleportation talisman on you. If you hadn't had the teleportation talisman, do you know what the outcome would have been? Yao Mengli said with a hint of frustration. All right, I promise I won't step into the western region without certainty in the future. Upon hearing this, Yao Mengli rolled her eyes at Mu Yunxi. However, since Mu Yunxi had said so, she didn't press the issue further. By the way, Yunxi, how did you recover from your injuries? Given the extent of the injuries you mentioned earlier, you would probably need hundreds of years to recover on your own. If you wanted to fully heal, it would take even longer. But I see that your cultivation seems stronger than when we last met. Although Yao Mengli's cultivation level was not comparable to Mu Yunxi's, she could still perceive some changes in Mu Yunxi. After a cultivator breaks through to the Saint King realm, each small breakthrough can take hundreds or even thousands of years. Naturally, the higher the talent, the shorter the required time. However, in a situation like Mu Yunxi's, heavily injured and in deep sleep, one would expect her strength to stagnate, if not regress. If her foundation was damaged, it might be impossible to break through for a lifetime. This was precisely why Yao Mengli felt puzzled. Yao Mengli was correct. Currently, Mu Yunxi's cultivation had risen from the 5th level of the Saint King realm to the 6th level. She had only made this small breakthrough because Lin Fan's strength was currently at the quasi-saint realm. If Lin Fan were at the Saint King realm, the benefits she would have received would have been even greater. Mengli, I have indeed broken through to the 6th level of the Saint King realm. Before Yao Mengli could ask, Mu Yunxi continued, "The reason I was able to break through so quickly is not solely due to my own efforts, but rather because of my husband's contributions." "What? You actually have a husband? When did this happen?" Yao Mengli was truly shocked by this news. Given her previous understanding of Mu Yunxi, it was impossible for her to have found a husband. After all, Mu Yunxi had told her before that she would never consider romantic relationships. She only wanted to focus on cultivation, not seeking to become a supreme powerhouse, but aiming to become a quasi-emperor. Yet now Mu Yunxi was telling her that she already had a husband. How could this not astonish Yao Mengli? "Mengli, the reason I was able to recover so quickly is that my husband gave me a saint-level supreme pill, the creation pill. Otherwise, given my previous injuries, I would have had no hope of making further progress in this life. My husband gave me a new life, who I truly have nothing to repay him with, so I can only offer myself in return." Upon hearing about the saint-level supreme creation pill, Yao Mengli was somewhat moved. She finally understood why Mu Yunxi would get married. A saint-level supreme pill, especially the top-tier healing pill, would make even a Saint Venerable envious. After all, a pill like that is equivalent to an additional life. If Saint Venerables are envious of such items, how could someone at the Saint King realm like them even hope to come into contact with it? She was curious about who this husband of Mu Yunxi was. To give away such a precious pill so freely was indeed generous. If it were her, she would probably make the same choice. Although she also had no thoughts of marrying, if she encountered such a man, marrying him would not be a bad idea. With that thought, Yao Mengli showed a look of envy. "Yunxi, how fortunate you are to have encountered such a perfect husband." Seeing Yao Mengli's envious expression, Mu Yunxi felt a surge of joy in her heart. She felt there was a great chance of getting Yao Mengli to join the Lin family. The reason she had told Yao Mengli so much was precisely because she had this idea in mind. With this in mind, a smile immediately appeared on Mu Yunxi's face. "Mengli, you don't need to envy me. If you are willing, I can introduce you to him." Upon hearing Mu Yunxi's words, Yao Mengli's eyes widened in disbelief. "Yunxi, what nonsense are you talking about?" "Mengli, I am not speaking nonsense. My husband just established his family not long ago. Right now, what he lacks the most is direct descendants." "I see." Yao Mengli was one of the ancestors of the Yao family at the Saint King realm. She naturally knew that when a family is newly established, the most lacking thing is direct descendants. However, the higher the cultivation level, the more difficult it becomes to bear offspring. Since Mu Yunxi's husband could provide a saint-level supreme pill, he must have a high cultivation level. In such a situation, if they wanted to quickly increase the family population, he would need to take many wives. However, Yao Mengli soon looked at Mu Yunxi with a suspicious expression. "Yunxi, you didn't come to find me just for this, did you?" Yao Mengli was not foolish, she felt that Mu Yunxi had this intention. Seeing her thoughts exposed, Mu Yunxi felt a bit embarrassed. But she didn't show it on her face. "Mengli, I didn't expect you to see through me so quickly. This could be considered my selfishness. After all, you are my friend, so I thought of you first. But rest assured, I can guarantee that this will be a tremendous opportunity for you, and you will absolutely not regret it. As for what kind of opportunity it is, I cannot disclose that to you right now." After hearing Mu Yunxi's words, Yao Mengli fell silent. This matter came too suddenly for her, and for a moment, she didn't know what to do. Seeing that Yao Mengli couldn't make a choice right away, Mu Yunxi continued, "Mengli, there's no need to rush into this matter. You can take your time to consider it. Of course, if you ever find the time, I can also take you to meet my husband. At that point, whether you want to or not, you can decide for yourself." Upon hearing Mu Yunxi say this, Yao Mengli no longer hesitated. "Yunxi, I really need to meet your husband to make a decision. After all, this decision concerns my entire life, and the Yao family behind me will also be affected. Well then, let's settle it like this. Currently, my husband is in seclusion. Once he comes out, I will contact you right away." Yao Mengli initially planned to go with Mu Yunxi to take a look in a few days. She was quite curious about Mu Yunxi's husband. A person capable of producing top-grade holy pills was certainly not an ordinary figure. However, hearing that he was still in seclusion, she could only let it go. "By the way, Yunxi, you haven't told me how you managed to break through to the 6th level of the Saint King realm so quickly. You must know that I haven't slacked off at all for the past few hundred years, yet I am still stuck at the 2nd level of the Saint King realm. To break through to the 3rd level, I fear it will take me another 1 or 200 years. As she spoke, Yao Mengli's gaze fixed intently on Mu Yunxi. "Mengli, the reason I was able to break through so quickly is naturally because of my husband. However, this is a secret of our family, and I can't tell you right now. If you truly become my sister in the future, you will naturally understand." This was a secret of the Lin family, and Mu Yunxi certainly wouldn't reveal it to Yao Mengli right now. Although Yao Mengli was eager to know, upon hearing it was a secret, she refrained from asking further. Having finished discussing important matters, the two began to engage in philosophical discussions. Cultivation cannot be done in isolation. Discussing and verifying each other's insights is indeed very necessary. Thus time unknowingly passed, and after 2 months the two finally concluded their discussions. Yao Mengli greatly benefited from this exchange. Mainly because the cultivation techniques Mu Yunqi practiced were very advanced, her breadth of knowledge naturally surpassed that of Yao Mengli, which Yao Mengli recognized. She knew that Mu Yunxi's significant changes must be attributed to her husband. Thinking of this, Yao Mengli was even more eager to meet Lin Fan. Mengli, I've been away for quite some time, so I should head back. Once my husband comes out of seclusion, I will inform you. All right, I will await your news. After leaving the manor, Mu Yunqi didn't directly leave Lanzhou. Instead, she found a secluded spot and returned to the Divine Sky Realm. On Yao Mengli's side, after Mu Yunqi left, she returned to her cave abode to continue her cultivation. She had gained a lot from this philosophical discussion and needed to digest it thoroughly. As long as she fully digests what she learned, she could save at least 20 years of arduous cultivation. At this moment in the Divine Sky Realm's secret area, Lin Fan, who had been in seclusion for a long time, finally opened his eyes. I finally condensed the Yin-Yang 5 elements realm to the 9th layer. It's time to begin merging the source of the Chaos Sacred Body. I hope that after the successful fusion of the Chaos Sacred Body, I can break through to the Saint Realm in one go. With this thought, Lin Fan immediately called upon the system in his mind. System, I want to fuse the source of the Chaos Sacred Body. Host, the source of the Chaos Sacred Body has been provided. As the system's voice fell, Lin Fan immediately felt a vast energy surge into his body. Fortunately, this energy was quite gentle and did not cause Lin Fan any pain. Next, Lin Fan needed to refine this source by himself. With the experience of previously refining the source of the Chaos Divine Body, Lin Fan quickly entered the right state. Fortunately, he was currently in the Divine Sky Realm. If he were outside, it would definitely cause terrifying phenomena. At that time, he would be exposed to the eyes of those top powerhouses in the eastern region. It can be said that the Divine Sky Realm spared Lin Fan a lot of unnecessary trouble. Unknowingly, another 3 months passed in the outside world. Lin Fan finally refined the source of the Chaos Sacred Body. His physique had transformed from the Chaos Divine Body to the Chaos Sacred Body. At this moment, the Divine Sky Realm began to expand rapidly. The people in the Divine Sky Realm looked on in delight at this scene. They knew that every expansion of the Divine Sky Realm signified a new breakthrough in Lin Fan's strength. System, open my personal panel. Host, Lin Fan. Lifespan 771-5000. Identity, head of the Lin family. Family level 4. Family fortune 5. 59 billion. Realm second level of Saint Realm second layer of Yin-Yang 5 elements, domain 9th layer of ice, and snow realm 7th layer of life, and death realm 5th layer of reincarnation realm. Qualification low grade emperor level. Physique reincarnation heavy I chaos sacred body. Cultivation method Qian Kuan, He Dao Ju. Weapon emperor grade top quality Qian Kuan Fan, holy grade top quality Linglong treasure tower, holy grade low quality Lycong spear. Mastery holy grade top quality array master heaven grade low quality brewer heaven grade low quality refiner earth grade top quality alchemist earth grade middle quality beast tamer. Small world area 10 billion square kilometers. Time flow rate is 15 times that of the main world. Truly the source of the chaos sacred body not only elevated my strength to the second level of the saint realm, but even my qualification has risen to low grade emperor level. Now my combat power without using an imperial weapon might be able to contend against a saint king. I should find Yunqi to practice and see how my real combat power stands. Soon Lin Fan found Mu Yunqi. When Mu Yunqi saw Lin Fan appear, a joyful expression immediately spread across her face. Husband, you've come out. Just as Mu Yunqi was about to say something, she sensed that Lin Fan's strength had indeed reached the second level of the saint realm. Seeing this scene, Mu Yunqi was instantly astonished. Although in her eyes Lin Fan was a reincarnated immortal, this rapid increase in strength was just too fast, wasn't it? It was simply unfathomable. Husband, how has your strength increased so quickly? It's just normal operations, mainly my physique has also completely awakened, so my strength has risen a bit. Hearing that Lin Fan's physique had also awakened, Mu Yunqi immediately displayed a curious expression. They had never inquired about Lin Fan's physique before. It wasn't that they didn't want to know, but rather that Lin Fan didn't mention it, and they felt uncomfortable asking too much. Now hearing that Lin Fan's physique had fully awakened, Mu Yunqi could no longer hold back. Husband, I wonder if you could tell me what other physique you possess besides the reincarnation heavy IA. Seeing Mu Yunxi's curious eyes, Lin Fan smiled and nodded. Yunqi, you are my wife, so you naturally have the right to know my physique is the chaos sacred body. What, it's actually the chaos sacred body? Mu Yunqi couldn't help but exclaim. The chaos sacred body is one of the supreme physiques in the divine wilderness realm. As long as the possessor does not perish prematurely, they will undoubtedly become the most powerful existence in the divine wilderness realm. Yunqi, it's just a chaos sacred body, there's no need to be too excited. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Mu Yunqi, who was initially thrilled, suddenly found herself speechless. This is a chaos sacred body, how could she not be excited? It should be noted that in the entire Xintian continent, there hasn't been a single Chaos Sacred Body born in millions of years. Not only has the Chaos Sacred Body never been born, but also the top-ranking physiques, such as the innate Tao body, have not been born either. Only those continents with high rankings and strength have given birth to such powerful physiques. Of course, one could also say that it's precisely because those continents have birthed physiques of the same level as the Chaos Sacred Body. That is why the strength of those continents is so formidable. Because if a physique like the Chaos Sacred Body were to become an emperor, its combat power would naturally be the strongest among the same realm. With such a powerful being to oversee the overall strength of the continent would naturally become increasingly stronger. As the strength of the continent grows, it will naturally attract more powerful beings and prodigies to settle there. Over time, the strength of those continents will become increasingly formidable. However, upon realizing that Lin Fan is the reincarnation of an immortal Mu Yunxi, felt relieved. Perhaps the Chaos Sacred Body is not that outstanding in the eyes of immortals. By the way, Yunxi, I have now broken through to the Saint Realm, and I want to see how my specific combat power is, so let's spar. Lin Fan did not forget the purpose of his visit to Mu Yunxi. Since my husband wants to spar, I shall naturally oblige. Following that, their figures flashed, and they arrived on an island in the Divine Sky Realm. With the expansion of the Divine Sky Realm, the area of these islands has also expanded. The island Lin Fan selected now spans tens of millions of square kilometers. There are no precious spiritual plants on this island, which is also why Lin Fan chose it. Next, Lin Fan set up a restriction on this island to prevent the residual waves from their battle from affecting other areas. Husband, you go first. Let me see how strong your combat power is. All right, but you must pay attention. Without any hesitation, Lin Fan directly released his Yin-Yang 5 Elements domain. Facing Lin Fan's domain, Mu Yunxi did not evade, but allowed Lin Fan's domain to envelop her. Mu Yunxi did this to verify just how powerful Lin Fan's domain was. If it were a real enemy, she certainly wouldn't stand by and let them trap her with their domain. Watching Mu Yunxi trapped in the domain, Lin Fan did not continue his attack. Yunxi, try to see if you can break free from my domain's restraints. Alright, I'll give it a try. If anyone else had said this, Mu Yunxi would have definitely scoffed. A Saint Realm domain trying to trap a Saint King realm is simply wishful thinking. However, the person before her is Lin Fan, who possesses a Chaos Sacred Body and reincarnation eyes, so Mu Yunxi naturally would not underestimate him. Next, Mu Yunxi began to carefully observe Lin Fan's domain. Is this the domain of my husband? It actually encompasses Yin-Yang and the 5 elements. Regardless of whether it is Yin-Yang or the 5 elements, any form of domain is incredibly powerful. When the two are combined, the power is even more multiplied. Let me first test the power of the first layer of Saint King and see if I can break through purely by force. With this thought, Mu Yunxi directly activated the Saint Origin power within her and gathered it in her palm. Immediately after, she struck at this domain with a palm. Boom! A deafening sound rang out, yet the entire domain merely shook slightly without causing any substantial damage. Seeing this, Mu Yunxi's mouth slightly opened. This domain is unexpectedly strong. Although I didn't use any martial skills, I indeed used the power of the first layer of Saint King. Even a Saint King realm cultivator's domain wouldn't be able to withstand this strike without any preparation. However, knowing that the opponent is her husband, Mu Yunxi felt very excited. Her husband, naturally, the stronger the better. Husband, you should pay attention. I'm going to increase my attack power now. Alright, continue. Mu Yunxi's previous attack did not have much effect on Lin Fan. Next, Mu Yunxi adjusted her strength time and again. When Mu Yunxi adjusted her strength to the 5th layer of the Saint King realm, and then used martial skills, she finally broke through Lin Fan's domain. At this moment, seeing Lin Fan's face slightly pale, she hurried over. Husband, are you alright? Mu Yunxi asked with concern. I'm fine, it's just that my Saint Origin power has been somewhat overexerted. Maintaining the domain I created requires a substantial amount of Saint Origin power. Upon learning that it was just overexertion of Saint Origin power, Mu Yunxi finally sighed in relief. After that, Lin Fan rested for a while to recover his Saint Origin power. Then he had a real battle with Mu Yunxi. In the end, they concluded that Lin Fan's current combat power could already rival the 3rd layer of the Saint King realm. Moreover, it was not the kind of ordinary 3rd layer of the Saint King realm. Mu Yunxi possessing the sacred body is far stronger than an ordinary Saint King realm cultivator. Of course, if a Saint King realm cultivator wanted to escape, Lin Fan would still be unable to stop them without using an imperial weapon. Although his power is formidable, his own realm is only at the 2nd layer of the Saint realm. The Saint realm is certainly much slower in flying speed compared to the Saint King realm. While having combat power is one thing, failing to catch up to someone is another. However, if he were to set up formations in advance to trap them, the opponent would be unable to escape. Husband, you are simply too impressive, being at the 2nd layer of the Saint realm and possessing such strength. It seems I need to work hard on my cultivation, otherwise it won't be long before I get surpassed by you. Saying this, Mu Yunshi felt a sense of urgency. Haha Yunshi, you don't need to worry. Who knows, as my strength increases, your cultivation speed will also accelerate. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Mu Yunshi immediately reacted. As Lin Fan said, as long as he improves his strength, her cultivation speed would also accelerate. Now that Lin Fan has broken through to the Saint Realm, Knight Lioli and the others' cultivation will certainly see a significant boost. At least it won't be a problem for them to break through to the revered realm in a short time. She couldn't help but marvel at the power of Lin Fan's cultivation method. As long as Lin Fan breaks through, he can quickly elevate the strength of others. Moreover, everyone has vaguely sensed that not only can their strength be enhanced, but even their cultivation aptitude can improve. Although the improvement in aptitude is somewhat slow, given time, they will eventually reach the emperor level. Mu Yunshi couldn't imagine what heights the Lin family would reach under Lin Fan's leadership in the future. After tidying up, the two returned to the palace. After a session of cultivation, Mu Yunshi affectionately lay in Lin Fan's embrace. Husband, there's something I almost forgot to tell you. Oh, what is it? Lin Fan said, instinctively tightening his hold on Mu Yunshi. Husband, while you were in seclusion, I met a friend of mine. After hearing about us, he wanted to meet you. Do you have time? Hearing that it was Mu Yunxi's friend who wanted to see him, Lin Fan had no intention of refusing. Yunshi, since it's your friend, of course it's not a problem. But who is this friend of yours? You haven't mentioned her before. Upon Lin Fan's inquiry, Mu Yunshi explained Yao Mengli's identity and their relationship. By the way, husband, Yao Mengli is about the same age as me. Although she doesn't possess a sacred body, she has a red lotus divine body, and her cultivation aptitude has reached the inferior level of the emperor rank. With both qualifications combined, her cultivation talent is quite impressive. Currently, her cultivation has also reached the second level of the Sacred King realm. Mu Yunshi continued, looking at Lin Fan. Husband, our Lin family currently lacks high-end combat power. It would be perfect to recruit her to our Lin family. Lin Fan hadn't expected that Mu Yunshi was thinking in this direction. However, for him, it was certainly a good thing. Yunshi, I support this idea of yours. However, this friend of yours is the elder of the Yao family. It surely won't be easy to bring her to our Lin family. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Mu Yunshi was full of confidence. Husband, if it were someone else, it would definitely be impossible. I mentioned our situation to Yao Mengli before, and she was very envious. You must have confidence in yourself, husband. You are so outstanding, I believe this matter won't be difficult for you. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's lips curled into a slight smile. He loved hearing such words. Yunshi, since you say so, I will definitely not let you down. You and Yao Mengli should make the arrangements, and once the meeting time is confirmed, just let me know. Alright, I will take care of this matter. After chatting for a while longer, the two of them got up and left the palace together. Now that the Xintian realm had expanded, Mu Yunshi naturally wanted to see what changes had occurred. After wandering around the Xintian realm, she couldn't help but express her feelings. Husband, the Xintian realm has expanded again, and the natural energy has become even denser. I fear that throughout the entire Xintian continent, there isn't a place where the natural energy can compare to here. Lin Fan was also very pleased with the changes in the Xintian realm. Not only had the natural energy become denser, but Lin Fan also noticed that many more mineral veins had appeared in the Xintian realm. There were both spirit stone veins and various refining materials. Fortunately, all the relocation talismans for the previous mineral veins had already been used. However, those relocation talismans were not used by Lin Fan himself. Instead, they were all handed over to the members of the Shadow Pavilion. Recently, the members of the Shadow Pavilion discovered a large number of mineral veins in a valley within the illusory Sea Secret realm. Without hesitation, Lin Fan handed all the relocation talismans over to them for handling. After using up all the relocation talismans for the mineral veins, there were still quite a few mineral veins left in that valley. Not only that, but there was even a sacred-grade spirit stone vein there. After careful consideration, Lin Fan decided not to have anyone excavate the mineral veins there. Instead, he sent some members of the Shadow Pavilion to guard the area. When they had sacred-level relocation talismans in the future, they would then relocate it to the Xintian realm. Although many cultivators from the outside world risked going to the illusory Sea Secret realm for cultivation resources, it wasn't that easy to find that place. Even if outsiders really discovered that place, the members of the Shadow Pavilion could call for reinforcements at any time. Thus, Lin Fan was not worried about someone getting to the sacred-grade spirit stone vein first. If they were to excavate the sacred-grade spirit stone vein at this time, it would indeed be quite wasteful. The Xintian realm had not yet given birth to a sacred-grade spirit stone vein. Whether the Xintian realm could give birth to a sacred-grade spirit stone vein in the future depended on that vein. Although this expansion of the Xintian realm did not elevate these mineral veins to a higher level, the reserves of ores within the veins had significantly increased. In addition to the mineral veins that had been brought in, many new mineral veins had also emerged within the Xintian realm. The only regret was that none of them had reached the sacred grade. The flame source crystals buried deep underground also showed no reaction. However, Lin Fan did not plan to excavate them. After all, they were not needed at the moment, and leaving them buried underground would not cause any loss. Perhaps in the future there would really be an opportunity for them to generate a vein. However, seeing that the spiritual plants in the Xintian realm were becoming sparse again, Lin Fan felt somewhat helpless. Fortunately, he did not need to intervene in such matters now, though he could leave it to the members of the Shadow Pavilion. At that moment, Yi Muyao excitedly approached the two. Seeing Yi Muyao so excited, Mu Yunxi felt a bit curious. Muyao, what happened that you're so happy? Husband, Sister Yunxi, I just went to the sacred level spirit herb garden and saw that the sacred level spirit herbs have undergone significant changes. You all come with me to take a look. Lin Fan and Mu Yunxi immediately became interested after hearing this. It must be something good to excite Yi Muyao so much. Soon the three arrived at the sacred level spirit herb garden. When Mu Yunxi saw these sacred level spirit herbs, she was immediately astonished. All these sacred level spirit herbs had actually matured, which was simply unbelievable. It's important to note that these sacred level spirit herbs hadn't been planted for long. Even for inferior sacred level spirit herbs to mature, it generally takes over 100 years. Although the spiritual fields here are of a higher level, which can shorten the time, this is still too outrageous. Husband, what exactly is going on? Lin Fan did not answer, but was drawn in by a peculiar fragrance. Soon he discovered the source of the floral scent. The fragrance was actually coming from the family's divine tree. At that moment, a crystal-colored flower had bloomed on the family divine tree. Mu Yunxi and Yi Muyao followed Lin Fan's gaze and also noticed the flower. The divine tree has actually bloomed, the two exclaimed. After a while, Mu Yunxi shifted her gaze back to Lin Fan. Husband, could it be that the reason these sacred-level spirit herbs can mature so quickly is because the divine tree has bloomed? Lin Fan nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. If I'm not mistaken, that is probably the reason. He then called upon the system in his heart. System is the rapid maturation of these sacred-level spirit herbs due to the blooming of the family divine tree. Soon the system responded. You guessed correctly, when the family divine tree blooms, it releases a trace of creation power. These holy-level spiritual herbs mature in such a short time under the nourishment of creation power. The fruit born by this divine flower is called the creation sacred fruit. Once the fruit matures and is consumed, it can randomly grant a person a holy body. Currently, the family divine tree is still in its initial stage, and once it evolves, it can bear even higher-level creation immortal fruits. Moreover, consuming the creation immortal fruit can allow one to manifest an immortal body. After listening to the system's explanation, Lin Fan was profoundly shocked. One could only say the family divine tree is indeed impressive. It is truly powerful. By the way, system, why is there so little bloom on the family divine tree? Why is there only one flower? How long will it take for this divine flower to bear fruit, and how much longer for it to mature? Host, the number of blooms on the family divine tree depends on the strength of your family. The stronger your family, the more flowers the divine tree will bear. Moreover, the stronger your family, the faster the divine tree will grow. As for the growth rate of the fruit, it also depends on the strength of your family. The stronger your family's power, the faster the fruit will grow. I see no wonder it's called the family divine tree. By the way, system, with the current strength of my Lin family, how long will it take for this fruit to mature? Returning to the host, with the current strength of the Lin family, it will take about 1,000 years for the fruit to mature. At the same time, the family divine tree will bear an additional divine flower every 100 years. If your family's strength improves, this time will be relatively shortened, so please continue to work hard to develop your family. Lin Fan's conversation with the system did not take long, so Mu Yunxi and the others did not notice anything unusual. Yi Muyan looked at Lin Fan and couldn't help but ask, Husband, what exactly is going on? Why does the blooming of the divine tree cause these holy herbs to mature? Not only the holy herbs, but even that imperial level top grade, Yin-Yang burning sky fruit tree has also matured a batch. Hearing Mu Yunxi's words, Lin Fan and Yi Mu Yin turned their gaze to the Yin-Yang burning sky fruit tree. Just now, Yi Mu Yin had eagerly sought out Lin Fan after seeing these holy herbs mature. Thus, she did not notice the changes in the Yin-Yang burning sky fruit tree. At this moment, the tree was already laden with 300 ripe fruits. In addition, there were even 30 immature fruits. Seeing this scene, Yi Mu Yin was stunned. These are imperial-level top-grade spiritual fruits, which take a full 300 years from flowering to fruiting to maturation. However, now not only did the previous batch of spiritual fruits mature early, but the next batch also skipped the flowering stage and went directly to fruiting. Calculating this way, it means saving almost 300 years. Husband, what kind of flower is this? How can it be so magical? Yi Mu Yan's tone trembled slightly. Even as a goddess of the imperial clan, she had never heard of such a situation. Even if it were to spread, no one would believe it. At this moment, Mu Yunxi was also staring intently at Lin Fan, her eyes filled with curiosity. Since you want to know, I will tell you. Then Lin Fan informed the two of them about the situation. However, he did not intend to reveal the creation immortal fruit just yet. Even so, after learning about the effects of the creation's sacred fruit, the two were still deeply shocked. A single fruit can create a holy body. How incredibly against the heavens it is, and the time required is not long, maturing in just 1,000 years. Although it takes 1,000 years for the first fruit to mature, afterward a creation's sacred fruit will mature every 100 years. This means that 1,000 years later, every 100 years the Lin family will produce a holy body. Moreover, with the divine tree blooming once every 100 years, this means that the holy herbs and imperial herbs planted here will also mature once every 100 years. The combination of these two factors is frightening to contemplate. They simply could not imagine who could stop the rise of the Lin family in the future. Thinking of this, the two were filled with excitement. All right, you two, don't get too excited. Those holy herbs have matured. Let's go and harvest them. Then continue to cultivate the seeds. Although Lin Fan could harvest all these holy herbs with a single thought, doing so would take away much of the fun. After all, there aren't many holy level spiritual herbs, and the three of them together wouldn't take long to harvest them. As for the yin-yang burning sky fruits, Lin Fan still did not plan to harvest them, primarily because these fruits do not contain seeds. I just wonder if the branches can be cultivated. Thinking of this, Lin Fan planned to take a cutting from the branch the next time the family divine tree blooms. With the enhancement of creation power, it might really be possible to cultivate them. Moreover, before the next blooming, Lin Fan also wanted to transplant the Bodhi ancient tree over. After finishing, he could transplant the Bodhi ancient tree back without wasting much time. This time, because there was no mental preparation, the Bodhi ancient tree missed a growth opportunity. At this moment, Yi Mu Yin had already arrived under the holy level top-grade spiritual fruit tree, the longevity sacred fruit tree. Looking at the 30 fruits hanging above, Yi Mu Yin felt as if she were in another world. She got to know Lin Fan because of that auction. Yi Mu Yin was very glad she attended that auction. Otherwise, how would she have possibly met Lin Fan? At that moment, Mu Yunxi finished harvesting the other spiritual herbs and came to Yi Mu Yan's side. Mu Yin, what are you daydreaming about? Sister Yunxi, seeing this longevity sacred fruit tree reminds me of the scene when I met my husband. Saying this, Yi Mu Yin smiled sweetly. Mu Yin, how did you meet your husband? Mu Yunxi asked curiously. Sister Yunxi, it's like this. Then Yi Mu Yin recounted the story of how they first met. Mu Yin, if what you say is true, then that purple lightning weasel is the matchmaker between you and your husband. If you hadn't taken a liking to your husband's purple lightning weasel, you probably wouldn't have met him. You're right, Sister Yunxi, but the purple lightning weasel is still in a deep sleep. Once it wakes up, I'll bring it to show you. I guarantee you'll like it too. All right. Their conversation was naturally heard clearly by Lin Fan, who was not far away. However, he did not disturb the two. After the holy herbs were harvested, he still had things to do. The seeds he collected must be planted. After finishing these matters, Lin Fan turned his attention to Mu Yunxi. Yunxi, now that we have so many spirit fruit, you can take some time to refine more heaven-mending pills. All right, my husband. Now that she had ascended to a saint-level top-grade alchemist, refining the heaven-mending pill, a low-grade saint-level pill, was naturally a piece of cake. However, before refining pills, she still needed to let Lin Fan meet Yao Mengli. So 2 days later, Mu Yunxi contacted Yao Mengli again. Mengli, my husband has emerged from seclusion. When do you have time? Upon receiving Mu Yunxi's message, Yao Mengli quickly replied, let's set it for 3 days later. You can come directly to my estate then. Seeing Yao Mengli's reply, a slight smile appeared on Mu Yunxi's lips. She then informed Lin Fan of the news. Husband, you will accompany me to Lanzhou in 3 days. All right. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Mu Yunxi arrived at Yao Mengli's estate, with Lin Fan as promised. Though the estate was protected by a formation, Mu Yunxi had the jade slip given by Yao Mengli, allowing her to enter and exit freely. As Mu Yunxi and Lin Fan entered the estate, Yao Mengli sensed them immediately. She quickly walked out of the residence. Soon she saw Mu Yunxi approaching hand in hand with a handsome young man. Yunxi, this must be your husband, right? Yes, Mengli, this is my husband Lin Fan. Upon hearing Mu Yunxi's introduction, Yao Mengli immediately smiled and greeted Lin Fan. Hello, young master Lin. Hello, Miss Yao. Lin Fan also greeted Yao Mengli with a smile. Meanwhile, he couldn't help but ask the system to check Yao Mengli's information. Of course, his reincarnation, I could also view information, but it wasn't as convenient as the system. Once activated, it would reveal his ability. Using the reincarnation eye in front of others was somewhat impolite, especially since they were not his enemies. Soon information about Yao Mengli appeared in Lin Fan's mind. Name Yao Mengli. Age 3450. Realm 2nd layer of Saint King Realm, 2nd layer of Fire Domain, 1st layer of Sword Domain. Qualification Imperial level low grade. Physique Red Lotus Divine Body. Identity Ancestor of the Yao family in Lanzhou. Favorability 45. The favorability is surprisingly high. Lin Fan was somewhat taken aback. After all, they had just met, and a favorability of 45 points was no small matter. Yao Mengli was unaware that in just a moment Lin Fan had already seen through her background. At this time, she was smiling as she welcomed Lin Fan and Mu Yunxi. Young Master Lin Yunxi, this is not the place for chatting. Let's go inside. Lin Fan and Mu Yunxi exchanged smiles, and then followed Yao Mengli into the residence. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Mu Yunxi found an excuse to leave the residence. After all, with her present, Yao Mengli would certainly be somewhat constrained. Sure enough, shortly after Mu Yunxi left, Yao Mengli began to discuss serious matters. Young Master Lin, I heard from Yunxi that you've established a family. Indeed. However, the family has only been established recently, and I do not plan to publicly announce it yet. I intend to develop quietly for 100 years before doing so. Seeing Lin Fan being so cautious, Yao Mengli's eyes flashed with a hint of admiration. After all, countless forces were born and perished every day in the Xintian continent. For a family to thrive and last, it must tread carefully, unless one possesses the strength to be unafraid of any force. Lin Fan's approach could be deemed very wise. This also improved her impression of Lin Fan. By the way, young Master Lin, may I ask where your family is established? Mu Yunxi had only briefly mentioned Lin Fan's situation, and she was unaware of other details. My family is established in Lingzhou. There was nothing to hide about such matters. Hearing that the Lin family was established in Lingzhou, Yao Mengli was somewhat shocked. I didn't expect young Master Lin's family to be established in Lingzhou, which is the territory of the imperial clan Yi family. Establishing a family there is not that easy. You must gain the recognition of the Yi family first. In Yao Mengli's view, anyone who could gain the recognition of the imperial clan Yi family was surely not simple. Coupled with Lin Fan's ability to produce saint-level top-grade pills, her curiosity about Lin Fan's identity grew even stronger. Miss Yao, my ability to establish a family in Lingzhou is purely due to good fortune. Because I happen to have some connections with several young members of the Yi family, they helped speak on behalf of our Lin family within the clan, allowing us to establish ourselves there. Yao Mengli nodded slightly upon hearing this. Of course, she knew it couldn't be that simple. Those young members of the Yi family who could speak on behalf of others were certainly not ordinary people. Lin Fan being able to associate with such individuals and have them speak for him was enough to prove his capabilities were extraordinary. Next, Yao Mengli asked some other questions. As long as it did not involve family secrets, Lin Fan answered each one. After a round of conversation, this allowed Yao Mengli to have a deeper understanding of Lin Fan. Naturally, Lin Fan also asked Yao Mengli some questions. Soon half a day's time passed. After realizing the time was almost up, Mu Yunxi, who had been wandering outside, returned to the residence. She first smiled at Lin Fan, then pulled Yao Mengli aside to whisper, Mengli, I wonder how your conversation went. Do you have any thoughts about joining our Lin family? Yunxi, you're too direct. Yao Mengli rolled her eyes at Mu Yunxi with annoyance. Hey, such matters are naturally better to resolve quickly. Is there anything you are dissatisfied with it? Upon hearing this, Yao Mengli felt somewhat helpless. Yunxi, young Master Lin is so outstanding, I naturally have no dissatisfaction. It's just that I am still not fully prepared. At the very least, you need to give me some time to adjust right. Alright, then you can exchange contact information, and I won't interfere with the subsequent matters. Mu Yunxi also knew that such matters couldn't be rushed, so she didn't push too hard. Seeing that Mu Yunxi wasn't pressuring her, Yao Mengli let out a sigh of relief. She indeed had a very good impression of Lin Fan. However, asking her to join the Lin family right now was still somewhat embarrassing. Moreover, she needed to discuss it with the other two ancestors in the Yao family. If she joined the Lin family without a word, it would be too irresponsible for the Yao family. After all, she was also an ancestor of the Yao family, as she couldn't just leave without notice. Next, the three chatted for a while longer. After Yao Mengli treated them to a meal, Lin Fan and Mu Yunxi finally left Yao Mengli's estate. Of course, Yao Mengli didn't forget to ask for Lin Fan's contact information. As for the contact exchange, it was relatively simple. They only needed to leave a mark on each other's communication jade slips. Upon returning to the Xinqiu realm, Mu Yunxi gazed intently at Lin Fan. So, husband, do you have confidence in capturing it? Naturally, there is no problem. Lin Fan stated with certainty. He still had this bit of confidence. If it weren't for Yao Mengli feeling that things were progressing too quickly, he could have brought her back to the Xinqiu realm today. Seeing Lin Fan's confidence, Mu Yunxi chuckled. Since there's no problem, I congratulate you in advance here. If you want to congratulate me, shouldn't we celebrate a bit? Lin Fan said with a mischievous smile as he looked at Mu Yunxi. At this moment, Mu Yunxi knew exactly what Lin Fan was implying. She rolled her eyes at him and said, Then why don't you carry me back to the room? All right. For a period of time after that, Lin Fan and Yao Mengli would occasionally meet. Half a year later, Yao Mengli's affection for him finally reached over 70. Seeing this scene, Lin Fan decided not to delay any longer. Mengli, since we've known each other for so long, I plan to take you to a place. What place? Yao Mingli's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Don't resist, you'll find out soon. With that, Lin Fan directly brought Yao Mingli back to the Xinqiu realm. Mu Yunqi had already received word from Lin Fan, so she was waiting in the Xinqiu realm for Yao Mingli's arrival. When she saw Yao Mingli appear, she immediately approached with a smile. Mingli, welcome to the Lin family. Yunqi, what are you doing here? And what exactly is this place? Looking at the unfamiliar environment, Yao Mingli felt a bit lost. She had just been in her own estate. In the blink of an eye, she found herself in a strange place. Moreover, the spiritual energy in this place was extraordinarily rich. Such a change was truly hard for her to believe. Fortunately, Lin Fan and Mu Yunqi were both here, so she wasn't overly cautious. Mu Yunqi glanced at Lin Fan. After receiving his signal, she no longer hesitated. Mingli, since my husband has brought you here, it means you are one of us now. I will share some secrets of the Lin family with you. Following that, Mu Yunqi spent most of the day revealing some secrets to Yao Mingli. After Yao Mingli processed these secrets, she remained in a state of shock for a long time. She truly hadn't expected Lin Fan's background to be so formidable. Besides, this Xinqiu realm was incredibly powerful. It could be said that as long as the Xinqiu realm existed, the Lin family would forever stand strong. Although the Lin family's current strength was somewhat weak, as long as they were given enough time to develop, their future was boundless. It seems I made a clear choice. At this moment, Yao Mingli felt an immense sense of relief in her heart. Looking at Yao Mingli's shocked expression, Mu Yunqi chuckled and said, "So Mingli, I wasn't lying to you, right? Thank you, Yunqi, for giving me such a great opportunity." Yao Mingli said this from the bottom of her heart. Given the conditions of her Yao family, it would already be a blessing for her to cultivate to the Saint Emperor realm. Although she had decent cultivation talent, without resources, it would be very difficult for her to break through to a higher realm. Otherwise, with her talent and current age placed among the imperial clans, she would have definitely already broken through to the Saint Emperor realm. Now that she had joined the Lin family, it was not to say she would break through to the Emperor realm, but at least breaking through to the Quasi-Emperor realm would not be too difficult. Just relying on this 15 times lifespan, she could gradually reach the Quasi-Emperor realm with time. Seeing Yao Mingli say this, Mu Yunqi was naturally very happy. Mingli, you are being too polite, we are friends. However, from now on we will no longer be just friends, but true sisters. Hearing Mu Yunqi's words, Yao Mingli smiled gently. Then Mingli shall greet my sister here. Haha, Mingli, please rise quickly. Next I will take you around the Xinqiu realm to help you familiarize yourself with the environment. Then I will trouble Sister Yunqi. Alright, what are you being so polite with me for? As for Lin Fan, he had already left while Mu Yunqi was explaining to Yao Mingli. After finishing their tour of the Xinqiu realm, Mu Yunqi introduced Yao Mingli to everyone. It didn't take long for Yao Mingli to blend into this big family. By the way, Mingli, have you disclosed your husband's affairs to the Yao family? Hearing Mu Yunqi's question, Yao Mingli shook her head and said, Sister Yunqi, I haven't informed them about this yet. Upon hearing that it hadn't been disclosed, Mu Yunqi breathed a sigh of relief. Since it hasn't been disclosed, it's better not to mention it, yet lest we leak some information about our Lin family. After all, you can return to the Yao family anytime, so you need not worry about anything unusual happening. Alright, then I won't tell them for now. If it weren't for the Xinqiu realm, she would definitely have to be honest with the Yao family about her marriage. But with the Xinqiu realm, she could return to the Yao family with just a thought. Thus, there was no need for her to confess. Alright, Mingli, it's getting late. Go prepare yourself and find your husband later. As for your husband's residence, I have told you about it before. Hearing this from Mu Yunqi, Yao Mingli suddenly became a bit nervous. Seeing Yao Mingli like this, Mu Yunqi smiled and comforted her. Mingli, you don't need to be nervous. Yao Mingli hurriedly retorted. I'm not nervous. In the Saint King, how could I possibly be nervous? Alright, stop being stubborn. Your voice is trembling, yet you say you're not nervous. After Mu Yunqi said this, she couldn't help but laugh. Sister Yunqi, stop teasing me. I was already a bit nervous, and after you said that, I'm even more so. Seeing Yao Mingli like this reminded her of her own past. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. In truth, there is really nothing to be nervous about. If you are willing to listen, I can share my experiences with you. Then I shall trouble Sister Yunqi. Time quickly passed into the deep night, and Yao Mingli walked back and forth outside Lin Fan's palace. Naturally, Lin Fan could not miss the commotion outside. When he saw this scene, he felt that Yao Mingli was somewhat adorable. Mingli, since you're here, why not come in? Upon hearing Lin Fan's voice, Yao Mingli immediately halted her steps. After taking a few deep breaths, she mustered the courage to push the door open and walk in. Young Master Lin. Yao Mingli called softly with her head down. Mingli, no need to be nervous. You also need to change how you address me. Husband. That's more like it. By the way, Mingli, sit down first. Let's chat and ease the tension. After Yao Mingli sat down, Lin Fan poured her a cup of tea. Mingli, this tea has the effect of calming the mind. After you drink it, you won't be so nervous. Thank you. Lin Fan smiled and waved his hand. Alright, what are you being so polite with me for? Go on, give it a try. After taking a sip of tea, Yao Mingli's eyes immediately brightened. My husband, this tea is so magical. Ooh, just one sip makes me feel so refreshed. In my current state, I can directly enter a meditative state for cultivation. One must know that she usually needed to calm her mind and eliminate distractions to be able to meditate. Cultivators cannot simply cultivate whenever they wish. If they start cultivating with distractions in their hearts, they would surely fall into madness. Mengli, this tea is not ordinary. Lin Fan then explained the tea to Yao Mengli. The tea leaves Lin Fan used this time were naturally picked from the sacred grade top-tier Tianqing tea tree. If it weren't for the family's sacred tree blossoming, Lin Fan wouldn't have been able to drink this tea for a long time. Now that this tea tree has matured, it can be harvested every 10 years. Fortunately, the Tianqing tea tree has grown large enough, now towering at 10 meters high. The coverage area of its crown has reached over 100 square meters. Thus, each harvest of leaves can produce about 2 pounds of tea. Of course, this amount is certainly not enough for the whole family to enjoy together. But it's all right. Lin Fan directly cut off 10 branches from the Tianqing tea tree without harming its essence. He then planted these branches around the Tianqing tea tree. When the family's sacred tree blooms, next time, these branches will quickly reach maturity. If this process is repeated several times, they will soon have their own Tianqing tea garden. However, Lin Fan was uncertain about how much spiritual medicine could mature from the transformative power released each time the family's sacred tree blossomed. From his judgment, this number must certainly be limited. It wouldn't be possible to cultivate as many as they wanted. However, Lin Fan did not dwell too much on this matter. He would decide how to arrange things after testing it out in the future. Yao Mengli was utterly shocked to learn that she had been drinking sacred-grade, top-tier spiritual tea. She never expected that her husband could casually take out something that is considered a treasure in the outside world. For all these years, the highest grade of items she had encountered was only mid-tier sacred grade. As for sacred-grade top-tier treasures, she had never even dared to imagine them. After all, those are things only a sacred sovereign could possess. Lin Fan could tell what Yao Mengli was thinking from the astonishment on her face. All right, Mengli, let's not dwell on this anymore. Shouldn't we get some rest? Upon hearing this, Yao Mengli's cheeks flushed slightly, but she still gently nodded. Unknowingly, a night quickly passed. After a night of cultivation, Lin Fan's strength had once again improved. He successfully broke through to the third layer of the Sage Realm. For Lin Fan, breaking through a small realm was naturally nothing significant. The increase in his combat power was not substantial. His greatest gain, of course, was that Imperial-grade low-tier gift pack. I wonder what good things this Imperial-grade low-tier gift pack can yield. Ooh, I hope it doesn't disappoint me. With this thought, Lin Fan immediately called upon the system in his mind. System, open the Imperial-grade low-tier gift pack for me. Ding. Congratulations to the host for opening the Imperial-grade low-tier gift pack and receiving 100 Imperial-grade essence stones. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a trial tower upgrade opportunity, which can elevate the trial tower to Imperial-grade low-tier. After upgrading the trial tower to Imperial-grade low-tier, the trial limit will increase to the 6th layer of the Quasi-Emperor realm. Anything beyond that cannot enter. Upgrading the trial tower sounds pretty good, although in the short term the trial tower is still sufficient even without the upgrade. But in the future it will still need to be upgraded, so this reward isn't a waste. Lin Fan did not hesitate and directly instructed the system to upgrade the trial tower, and then he did not concern himself with it any further. That day, as Yao Mengli just left Lin Fan's palace, she found Mu Yunxi smiling at her from a distance. Mengli, how do you feel? Upon hearing this, Yao Mengli rolled her eyes at her. Then she said unhappily, You aren't just waiting here to ask me this question, are you? Of course not, I am just a bit curious. Oh, just tell me about it, and we can discuss it. After saying this, Mu Yunxi displayed a mischievous smile. No, what is there to discuss about such matters? Yao Mengli did not want to discuss such things with Mu Yunxi. However, Yunxi, I truly have to thank you for sending me such a huge opportunity. At this moment, Yao Mengli's heart was filled with gratitude towards Mu Yunxi. All right, we are all sisters. There is no need to be so polite with me. From now on, let's work together to help my husband develop the Lin family. From what I know about my husband, the Xiantian continent is just the beginning. In the future, our Lin family will surely stand firm in the entire divine wilderness. Upon hearing this, Yao Mengli also showed a determined expression. Yunxi, I will work hard. Ooh, I don't want to hold my husband back. At this moment, a surge of ambition also welled up in Yao Mengli's heart. In the past, her goal in this life was only to reach the Sage Emperor realm. But after witnessing Lin Fan's strength, her goal had changed to the Great Emperor realm. Although she knew it would be difficult to become a great emperor with Lin Fan's help, it was not without opportunity. That day, Lin Fan summoned everyone for a family meeting. This time, not only his women were present, but also his children. The content of the meeting was quite simple. In the coming years, everyone should stay in the divine celestial realm and not go out unless there were important matters. Everyone should stay in the divine celestial realm and diligently cultivate. Time passed quickly. 8 years had gone by in the main world. Meanwhile, in the divine celestial realm, 120 years had elapsed. During such a long period, the Lin family naturally underwent significant changes. First, the good news: after so many years of effort, Yi Mian, Yi Muxuan Yao Mengli, and Hua Qingzi finally became pregnant. Even Mu Yunqi was expecting her second child. However, it was uncertain whether it was due to the disparity in strength that Yi Liuli and the others had remained inactive so far. As for why there was Hua Qingzi, it was because she actively approached Lin Fan half a year after Yao Mengli joined the Lin family. Faced with such a good thing, how could Lin Fan possibly refuse? After accepting Hua Qingzi, Lin Fan was rewarded with a sacred grade top-tier gift pack. This gift pack was quite impressive, directly yielding a stack of 10 sacred grade teleportation talismans. Lin Fan had been eagerly anticipating these sacred grade teleportation talismans. After obtaining the sacred grade teleportation talismans, he immediately relocated the sacred grade essence stone vein from the illusory, secret realm into the divine, celestial realm. Aside from the good news of pregnancies, the next topic was the changes in the family strength. After so many years of cultivation, the overall strength of the Lin family had significantly changed. Now Lin Fan's strength had reached the perfection of the Sage realm, and he could break through to the Sage King realm at any time. Currently among the family, the one with the highest realm is naturally Mu Yunqi. In the past 8 years, her strength has only increased by one small realm, reaching the 7th level of the Saint King realm. After all, the higher the strength, the more difficult it is to break through. Next is Yao Mengli, whose strength has improved by 2 small realms, reaching the 4th level of the Saint King realm. Next is Hua Qingzi. Her strength has made great strides, directly advancing from the 2nd level of the Sage realm to the 7th level. Then there are Yi Muya and Yi Muxuan. Both of their strengths have now broken through to the 9th level of the Quasi-Saint realm, just a step away from breaking through to the Sage realm. Once the children are born, they will be able to begin their breakthroughs into the Sage realm. As for the others, due to their lower realms, their improvement speed is faster. Take the previously strongest Xia and Yao, for example, who has now broken through to the 2nd level of the Quasi-Saint realm. Yi Liuli and Shui Mei are not to be outdone. Both have also broken through to the 2nd level of the Quasi-Saint realm. As for Luo Iran and the others, although they haven't broken through to the Quasi-Saint realm, they have all broken through to the Elder realm, with many reaching the peak of the Elder realm. The reason their cultivation could improve so quickly is not solely due to Lin Fan's efforts. The children they bore also provided significant assistance. During these 8 years, Lin Fan's children have naturally made great progress. However, among these children, the one with the highest cultivation is not Lin Haoqian, but rather the youngest Lin Yuhuang. It can only be said that she truly lives up to the Ice Phoenix Saint body. Under conditions rich in cultivation resources, Yi Yuhuang's strength rapidly ascended to the peak of the Elder realm. Next is Lin Haoqian, whose strength is also not weak, already reaching the late stage of the Elder realm, not far from perfection. Lin Haoming closely follows, having also broken through to the late stage of the Elder realm. However, he has only just broken through and still has some distance to perfection. Lin Haoqian, the eldest brother, is also doing well, having broken through to the mid-stage of the Elder realm. Lin Haoqian does not possess a special physique, and his previous cultivation talent was merely of the earth grade. Fortunately, he has the Butian Dan refined by Mu Yunqi. With the help of the Butian Dan, his cultivation talent has been elevated to the heavenly grade. However, having heavenly grade talent and reaching the mid-stage of the Elder realm within a little over 100 years is already quite impressive, also thanks to the Butian Dan refined by Mu Yunqi. Otherwise, Lin Haoqian would need quite some time to break through to the Elder realm. The other children are also doing well, with many having already broken through to the Elder realm. Even those who haven't reached the Elder realm have all broken through to the mid to late stage of the Divine Transformation realm. Of course, there are 2 unfortunate children excluded from this. Lin Haolei and Lin Haoran have spent these years at the Wangyue mountain range. Although they would occasionally come to the Shunxiao realm to play for a while, their age still translates to only 12 or 13 years. Thus, their current strength remains at the Qi realm. They will need another 2 to 3 years before they can cultivate freely in the Xinxiao realm. Due to their breakthroughs in strength, Lin Fan's children have all left the 100 Nations and come to the eastern region for training. However, they are very low-key, so they haven't caused any commotion in the eastern region yet. Even though all of his children have arrived in the eastern region, Lin Fan does not intend to give up on the 100 Nations. Although there are few resources there, it is indeed suitable for those below the Divine Transformation realm to train. Such a wonderful place not only cultivates his own children, but can also be used to train his subordinates. Therefore, Lin Fan cannot abandon it. Next is the development of the Shadow Pavilion. The current members of the Shadow Pavilion have reached 2 million. Although there are currently less than 10 in the Elder realm, it won't be long before more elders are born. The members of the Treasure Gathering Pavilion are also numerous, exceeding 1 million, with 5 in the Elder realm. Next is the Zue Xian Lu, which was established later. Zuasian Lu has developed relatively late, and its members currently do not exceed 1,000. As for the Elder Realm, there is only Lin Fu. Naturally, all these people have broken through, and Lin Jia's chief, Steward Li Han, is no exception. Lin Fan cannot treat this chief steward poorly. Li Han has now broken through to the mid-stage of the Elder Realm. In addition to everyone's strength improvement, those who practice various arts have also made significant progress. The 5 with higher alchemy talent have become low-grade heavenly alchemists. As for earth-grade alchemists, there are even more exceeding several thousand. Other arts may not have birthed any heavenly grade, but there are still plenty of earth grades. It can be said that in these 8 years the strength of the Lin family has increased several times. Host Lin Fan. Lifespan 851-5000. Identity Head of the Lin Family. Family Level 5. Family Fortune 8.06 billion. Realm 9th level of the Sage Realm 4th layer of the Yin-Yang 5 elements, Domain 4th layer of the Ice and Snow, Domain 4th layer of the Life and Death, Domain 4th layer of the Reincarnation, Domain 4th layer of the Chaos, Domain 4th layer of the Thunder Domain. Talent Low-Grade Imperial. Physique Reincarnation Heavy Eye Chaos Saint Body. Technique Qiankuan He Dao Ju. Weapons Imperial Grade Supreme Qiankuan Fan Supreme Linglong Treasure Pagoda Low-Grade Liqiang Spear. Various Arts Supreme Grade Formation Master Low-Grade Heavenly Brewer Low-Grade Heavenly Weapon Refiner Peak Earth Grade Alchemist Mid-Grade Earth Beast Tamer. Small World Area 10 billion square kilometers. Time flow rate is 15 times that of the main world. Lin Fan looked at the family upgrade package that he still had unopened, feeling quite expectant. System open the family upgrade package. Ding. Congratulations to the host for opening the upgrade package. The rewards are as follows. Reward 1. The cultivation bonus for children has increased from 150 to 110A, and the third generation's cultivation bonus has improved from 1100 to 150. Reward 2. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a pair of Guardian Divine Beasts, White Tigers, currently at the level of Demon Emperor equivalent to Saint Emperor level. Reward 3. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Divine Beast Garden where the demon beasts live. In addition to enhancing their cultivation speed, it can also purify their bloodline power. Reward 4. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a library containing countless books recording all techniques and martial arts below the saint level in the Divine Wilderness realm, various arts, inheritance treasure maps, and everything in between. Reminder to the host, as long as the family level increases, buildings such as the library and Divine Beast Garden will also upgrade accordingly. Looking at these rewards, Lin Fan was at a loss for words. He could only say that this system is indeed very generous. System, what are the requirements for the family to upgrade to level 6? Host, the family requires 5 individuals above the Sage Realm, 20 individuals at the Quasi-Sage Realm, 100 individuals at the Honored Realm, and a family fortune of 30 billion. Again, I remind the host, only direct descendants will be recognized. The system determines that direct descendants include the host's wives' children and the wives of their descendants. As for the subordinates trained by the host, they do not count. System, why have the requirements increased so much, skipping directly over the Quasi-Sage Realm? Lin Fan originally thought that reaching level 6 would only require a few individuals at the Quasi-Sage Realm. He never expected that he would also need 5 individuals above the Sage Realm. Host, the higher the family level, the more demanding the requirements will be, so please keep up the effort. Hearing this, Lin Fan felt somewhat helpless. But it's nothing, just 5 individuals at the Sage Realm, not a big problem. Currently in the family, there are Mu Yunxi and Yao Mengli at the Sage King Realm, and he and Hua Qingxi at the Sage Realm. With just one more, he could gather the 5 individuals at the Sage Realm. Yimu Yin and Yimu Xian are currently only a step away from the Sage Realm. Once they give birth, it won't be long before they break through. As for the Quasi-Sage Realm, that is also easy to resolve. Lin Fan believes that with his efforts, Luo Yiran and the others will enter the Quasi-Sage Realm in a few years. The Honored Realm is not a problem. There are already over 100 individuals. The only challenge now is the family fortune, which he had not paid much attention to before. System, is there any way to quickly enhance the family fortune? Besides allowing people to resurrect, what other functions does the family fortune have? Host, the overall strength of the family must be improved to enhance the family fortune. As for the functions of the fortune, they are naturally very broad. The higher the family fortune, the easier it is to give birth to extraordinary talents. At the same time, the probability of family members gaining opportunities while training outside is also greater. If the family fortune is high, even if family members encounter danger outside, they can turn misfortune into fortune. If the family fortune is too low, even if family members can freely enter and exit the Divine Profound Realm, they may not react in time and end up being killed. Lin Fan did not expect the family fortune to have so many functions. By the way, system, our Lin family currently possesses over 8 billion in fortune. Is this a lot or a little? Host, with the current scale of the Lin family, as long as it does not fall below 3 billion in fortune, there will be no issues. Hearing that it should not fall below 3 billion, Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief. After all, with the family divine tree suppressing the fortune, there is no need to worry about it depleting. Afterwards, Lin Fan went to the sacred medicine garden. After 120 years in the divine profound realm, the second flower of the family divine tree has bloomed. With the power of creation, the second batch of sacred medicines has matured. Now the third batch of sacred medicines has been planted. Lin Fan even tried to take a branch from the yin-yang burning heaven fruit tree and the Bodhi ancient tree to plant to see if he could cultivate new emperor medicines. The result surprised Lin Fan both pleasantly and disappointingly. The pleasant surprise was that with these two branches he really cultivated a new emperor medicine. The disappointment was that these two emperor medicines were only seedlings. It was uncertain how long it would take for them to grow. Lin Fan could only hope that the family divine tree would bloom again to see if these two seedlings could grow. If the outside world knew that Lin Fan could even cultivate emperor medicines, they would go crazy. It is well known that emperor-grade spirit medicines above the supreme level in the divine wilderness realm are unique. Yet Lin Fan directly broke this rule. At that moment, Yi Mu Yin came over. "Husband, I knew you would be here." Lin Fan saw this and swiftly moved to Yi Mu Yan's side, pulling her into his embrace. "Mu Yin, why have you come? Is there something you need?" "Husband, don't you remember? The Star River Chamber of Commerce's auction held once every 100 years is about to start. We need to head to the central region in advance, so otherwise we will miss it." Hearing about the auction, Lin Fan also reacted. He had been looking forward to this auction for a long time and certainly could not miss it. "By the way, Mu Yin, have there been any emperor-grade treasures at the Star River Chamber of Commerce's auction in previous years?" "There are always emperor-grade low and mid-tier treasures. As for emperor-grade upper-tier and supreme-tier treasures, they also exist, but they are mostly materials for refining emperor weapons or fragments of emperor weapons. Real emperor weapons and emperor medicines will not appear at the auction unless they are incomplete." Learning that there would be emperor-grade treasures, Lin Fan was very excited. However, he quickly felt troubled again as he did not have many emperor-grade spirit stones in his possession, only a little over 3,000. With just over 3,000 emperor-grade spirit stones, he could not buy those emperor-grade treasures. Seeing Lin Fan suddenly frown, Yi Mu Yan was somewhat puzzled. "Husband, what is wrong?" Hearing Yi Mu Yan's inquiry, Lin Fan expressed his predicament. "Mu Yan, I don't have many emperor-grade spirit stones. If emperor-grade treasures appear, we will just be left staring blankly." Hearing that there were no emperor-grade spirit stones, Yi Mu Yin fell silent. She was currently pregnant, as she couldn't go back to the Yi family to ask for spirit stones. Even if she went back, she wouldn't be able to get many emperor-grade spirit stones. Getting one of 0 would be the maximum. After all, emperor-grade spirit stones are not something common in the Yi family. Moreover, these emperor-grade spirit stones are controlled by the family's quasi-emperor ancestor. Thinking of this, Yi Mu Yin looked at Lin Fan with some regret. "Husband, there's nothing I can do about this." "It's okay, I've already thought of a way." Hearing that Lin Fan had a plan, Yi Mu Yin was somewhat incredulous. Emperor-grade spirit stones are not something that can just be produced. Thinking of this, Yi Mu Yin eagerly asked, "Husband, what plan do you have?" "That's my plan." Saying this, Lin Fan's gaze fell on the seedling of the yin-yang burning heaven fruit tree. "Mu Yin, what do you think if I take this seedling of the yin-yang burning heaven fruit tree to auction? Will I still lack emperor-grade spirit stones then?" "The Bodhi ancient tree is not suitable for auction. After all, there is one in the Tianfu continent, and those emperor forces all know this information. If he were to take out another seedling, it would be hard to explain." At this moment, Yi Mu Yin felt a sense of worry after learning about Lin Fan's thoughts. "Husband, won't our actions be too ostentatious? You must know that this is an imperial-grade top-tier spiritual root worth at least hundreds of millions of imperial spirit stones. This is still my conservative estimate. The emergence of an imperial-grade top-tier spiritual root will certainly attract all imperial forces vying for it, and its value will only increase further at that time. A single imperial-grade top-tier spiritual root can completely become the foundation of an imperial force. Sometimes it is even more important than an imperial weapon. Therefore, these imperial forces will spare no expense to bid for this yin-yang burning heaven fruit tree sapling. Such a huge auction fee will naturally make some people envious. At that time, they will definitely inquire about you through the Star River Chamber of Commerce. Although the Star River Chamber will protect client information, no one can guarantee such things." Lin Fan understood Yi Mu Yan's concerns, but he naturally had a way to solve this problem. "Mu Yin, you don't need to worry about me being exposed. I will definitely conceal my identity at that time." Hearing Lin Fan's words, Yi Mu Yan's expression was still not optimistic. "Husband, for an auction like this, the Star River Chamber of Commerce will definitely send a quasi-emperor to oversee it to prevent any accidents. Moreover, those imperial clans and super-grade holy lands might also have quasi-emperors attending the auction. How easy is it to conceal one's identity in front of a quasi-emperor? Lin Fan did not expect that a quasi-emperor would also attend such an auction. However, he was not worried. With the protection of his family's divine tree, the quasi-emperor would not be able to discover his identity. Mu Yin, rest assured, I have my ways to hide my identity. Even facing a great emperor, they will not discover my true identity. In that case, I can rest easy. Mu Yin did not ask Lin Fan what methods he had. However, since Lin Fan said so, she would certainly not doubt him. By the way, husband, the auction is about half a year away. When do you plan to set off for the central region? Mu Yin, how long will it take us to get to the central region from here? If we take my flying boat, it will take about 3 months. Mu Yin had been to the central region a few times, so she was not unfamiliar with it. Hearing that it would take 3 months, Lin Fan decided not to delay. Mu Yin, I have decided to set off in 3 days. That's good, we can familiarize ourselves with the environment there in advance. However, husband, given my current condition, I won't go out to accompany you. It's alright, you just stay in the divine sky realm and focus on nurturing the baby. Come on, I'll first take you to see something good. Hearing about something good, Mu Yin immediately became interested. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan took Mu Yin to the sky above an island. Lin Fan did not directly land on the island. He decided to place the divine beast garden here. Immediately, Lin Fan called out to the system in his mind. System, released the divine beast garden. As soon as Lin Fan finished instructing the system, the island before him was instantly enveloped in divine light. In just a moment, a notification sound from the system echoed in Lin Fan's mind. Host, the divine beast garden has been successfully set up, and the divine beast white tiger is also among them. System, your speed is impressive. Thank you for the compliment, host. Mu Yin, witnessing this scene beside him, was taken aback. Husband, what is going on here? Not paying attention to the system anymore, Lin Fan replied. Mu Yin, follow me in, and you'll find out. As soon as Lin Fan and Mu Yin stepped into the island, they heard 2 tiger roars. Soon 2 massive white tigers appeared before Lin Fan and Mu Yin. Greetings, master and madam. As the guardian beasts of the Lin family, the 2 white tigers were naturally loyal to Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked at these 2 white tigers with great fondness. Just their appearance alone was quite imposing. Mu Yin, however, was taken aback by the aura emanating from these 2 white tigers. She could be certain that these 2 tigers had definitely reached the realm of the Beast Emperor. As a divine daughter of an imperial clan, she had naturally seen many things. She was not unfamiliar with the aura of a Beast Emperor. She simply could not understand why 2 Beast Emperor-level beasts would be so respectful towards her husband. Beasts that reach the Beast Emperor realm are typically very proud and would not easily acknowledge anyone as their master. However, her husband's strength without using imperial weapons clearly could not match up to these 2 beasts. Thus, capturing them was even more impossible. Unable to comprehend, Mu Yin could only shift her gaze back to Lin Fan. Husband, where did you capture these 2 Beast Emperor-level beasts? However, before Lin Fan could answer, one of the white tigers spoke up. Madam, we are divine beasts, not those low-level beasts you refer to. Naturally, the 2 white tigers were displeased with Mu Yin calling them beasts. Although they were fiercely loyal to the Lin family, they still had their dignity. How could low-level beasts be compared to them? If outsiders were to refer to them in such a way, they would have long since devoured them. Hearing the 2 white tigers' response, Mu Yin felt a bit embarrassed. At the same time, she was also quite curious. She had never heard of the term divine beast. Lin Fan, seeing her reaction, smiled and began to explain. Mu Yin, these 2 white tigers are divine beasts which are much higher in rank than beasts. Moreover, they were not captured by me. They were originally part of the divine sky realm. As my strength has increased, they have been unsealed. From now on, they will be the guardian beasts of our Lin family. Hearing that divine beasts are of a higher rank than beasts, Mu Yin finally understood why the 2 divine beast white tigers had been angry. By the way, Mu Yin, you can let the purple lightning mongoose live here. This island has been transformed into a divine beast garden where beasts can not only accelerate their growth, but also purify their bloodlines. After hearing about the functions of the divine beast garden, Mu Yin was once again shocked. If this news were to spread, powerful beasts from the outside world would go crazy. Husband, I will go get Xiao Zi right away. Lin Fan nodded and then began to survey the divine beast garden. To begin with, this island was only about 30 million square kilometers. However, after transforming it into the divine beast garden, it directly expanded to 1 billion square kilometers. In addition, the environment of this divine beast garden is also diverse. There are snow-capped mountains, lakes, grasslands, swamps, forests, oceans, volcanoes, and various other environments suitable for all kinds of beasts to thrive. After inspecting the divine beast garden, the 2 left and returned to the Tianshu Island where they resided. Next, Lin Fan found a place to release the library pavilion. At the same time, he spread the news about the library pavilion throughout the entire divine sky realm. Upon learning that the library housed all techniques, martial arts, and other texts below the saint level from the entire divine wasteland, everyone erupted in excitement. Even Mu Yunqi and her companions were no exception. Soon they all found Lin Fan together. As soon as Mu Yunqi saw Lin Fan, she eagerly inquired, "Husband, are there really all kinds of texts in this library?" "Of course it's true. As long as it is below the saint level, you can find it in the library. Even texts from other races are no exception." Hearing Lin Fan's confirmation, everyone present felt a wave of shock. "Come on, follow me to the library, and you'll see for yourselves." Lin Fan was also curious about what the library looked like inside. What greeted their eyes was a 9-story building which appeared rather ancient and unremarkable. In terms of size, it merely covered an area of 1 square kilometer. The crowd was puzzled. How could such a small library possibly contain all texts below the saint level from the divine wasteland? Even the texts from the eastern region of the Xiantian continent combined wouldn't fit in this library. Although they had doubts, they did not ask further. Since Lin Fan had said so, it surely couldn't be false. At that moment, Lin Fan was not troubled. He believed the system would not deceive him. Thus, Lin Fan directly pushed open the library's large door and strode inside. The others quickly followed in his footsteps. Once they entered the library, everyone displayed expressions of disbelief. They discovered that the library was indeed a realm of its own. The space inside was not as it appeared from the outside, merely 1 square kilometer in size, but rather vast, like a small world. It was estimated to cover at least tens of millions of square kilometers, and this was just the first floor of the library. It was known that this library had 9 floors. Next, what came into view were various kinds of texts. These texts were neatly categorized into numerous sections. For example, there were sections for martial arts techniques, alchemy, and so on. Each section was further subdivided. The martial arts section alone was divided into areas for sword techniques, fist techniques, and more. It could be said to have everything imaginable. However, this was only the first floor of the library, and the texts stored here were merely of the yellow grade. After taking a brief look around, Lin Fan and the others headed towards the higher floors. They naturally weren't interested in the yellow grade texts on the first floor. Soon they arrived at the 4th floor of the library. The texts stored there were all above the heavenly level. "Husband, this 4th floor has already reached the heavenly level. Then doesn't that mean the 5th floor is above the saint level? Wasn't it said that there were only texts below the saint level in the library?" Facing Mu Yunxi's question, Lin Fan smiled and shook his head. "Currently, there are indeed only texts below the saint level, as we can only access the 4th floor. As for the floors above the 4th, they are still sealed, and we cannot go up there." Hearing that the floors above the 4th were currently inaccessible, everyone felt a bit disappointed. Well, there's no need to be disappointed. The upper floors will surely be unlocked in the future. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, everyone came to an understanding. Right, the reason we can't access those floors might be that husband's cultivation hasn't reached the requirements. Once your strength grows, the seals of the library will surely be lifted. Looking at everyone filling in the gaps with their thoughts, a smile appeared on Lin Fan's face. Moreover, the system had mentioned before that the library could be upgraded. Perhaps when the family upgrades next time, the library will open the 5th floor. Ladies, the library currently has only 4 floors open, and it has already reached the heavenly level. If we extrapolate from this trend, then the 5th floor would be at the saint level and the 6th floor at the emperor level. Following that, the 7th floor would likely contain texts surpassing the emperor level. After hearing Yi Mian's analysis, everyone's eyes grew fiery with excitement. Although Lin Fan had provided them with main cultivation techniques that surpassed the emperor level, who wouldn't want more of such texts? Seeing the delighted crowd, Lin Fan interrupted them. "All right, you all go look for texts that you like." "Thank you, husband." After expressing their gratitude, everyone scattered and began their search on the 4th floor. The heavenly level corresponds to the quasi-saint and saints, so the texts on this level were of great use to everyone except for Mu Yunqi and Yao Mengli. For the others, however, they were still very useful. Yi Mian even found some unique techniques belonging to the Yi family among these texts. She truly couldn't fathom how Lin Fan had managed to achieve this. However, she didn't dwell on it too much, as Lin Fan had already stated that the library contained all texts below the saint level from the divine wasteland. If there were no texts from their Yi family, that would indeed be strange. After everyone had gathered their findings, they finally left the library. However, the group did not disperse, but instead went together to Lin Fan's palace, as they still had some matters to discuss with him. "Husband, how do you plan to arrange matters regarding the library? We can't just let everyone come and go freely, can we? I believe a family should have certain rules. At the same time, there must be clear rewards and punishments. We can't allow some people to reap benefits without effort." Facing the crowd's suggestions, Lin Fan fell into contemplation. After a while, Lin Fan came to a decision in his heart. "You all are right. Now that our Lin family has entered a steady path, we indeed need to establish some rules. The contribution value system we discussed earlier is also due for implementation. Before reaching the Purple Mansion realm, everyone can focus on cultivation, and the family will supply resources. As for the yellow grade texts on the 1st floor of the library, everyone can browse them freely without any restrictions. However, after reaching the Purple Mansion realm, if you want to obtain cultivation resources, you must exchange them for contribution values. As for the regulations, you all can discuss them together, and then just submit the results to me. I need to attend an auction in the central domain next, and after the auction ends we can finalize this matter. Seeing Lin Fan entrust such an important matter to them, everyone felt quite excited. Husband, don't worry, we will definitely handle this well. I trust your abilities. Lin Fan had his reasons for letting them discuss this. Yao Mengli, as the ancestor of the Yao family, naturally had some understanding of family systems. Yi Mayan and Yi Mushuan came from an imperial clan, so they should also have unique insights in this regard. With so many capable individuals around, he didn't need to worry too much about this matter. He just needed to maintain final control. 3 days later, a flying boat ascended from the Wangyue mountain range, racing towards the direction of the central domain. When the flying boat arrived at the Wuwang Sea, Lin Fan stepped onto the deck. Following Lin Fan was the chief steward Li Han. The shops in Lingguang City had already been entrusted to others for management. Having Li Han manage those affairs seemed a bit of a waste of talent. Looking down at the vast and turbulent Wuwang Sea, Lin Fan felt a stir within. Xiao Han, are there any members of our shadow pavilion within this boundless Wuwang Sea? In response to the head of the family, the members of the shadow pavilion have not set foot in the Wuwang Sea due to their limited strength. Now that their strength has improved, they have begun to venture into the Wuwang Sea. However, for now, they can only explore the surrounding eastern domain. To delve deeper, they will need to enhance their strength. It's alright, they can take their time. In the future, the Wuwang Sea will surely have a place for us. The Wuwang Sea is incredibly vast with countless islands scattered throughout. Additionally, the resources within the sea are exceedingly rich, resulting in many factions occupying these islands. These factions are complex, including robbers as well as sects and families. There are even numerous alien races hidden among them. Of course, the majority are the sea's demonic beasts, with the Jiaolong clan being the rulers of the Wuwang Sea. If all the forces of the Wuwang Sea were to unite, they would likely be on par with the central domain. After a month of travel, Lin Fan's young daughter Lin Yuhuang appeared on the flying boat. The moment she emerged, she beamed and approached Lin Fan, saying, "Greetings, father." Lin Fan looked at Lin Yuhuang before him, a smile immediately breaking across his face. "Huang, you have emerged from seclusion so soon." "Father, I have already broken through to the quasi-saint realm, so I left my seclusion early." "Excellent, my daughter, you truly live up to your potential, achieving the quasi-saint realm so quickly." Following this, Lin Fan focused his mind, and Lin Yuhuang's information appeared in his mind. Name: Lin Yuhuang. Talent: Saint level peak. Physique: Ice Phoenix Saint body. Realm: Quasi-Saint realm. First layer: Ice. Intent: level 7. Wind. Intent: level 7. Thunder. Intent: level 7. Seeing that Lin Yuhuang had reached the 7th layer in all 3 intents, Lin Fan felt quite satisfied. At the same time, he was grateful for having obtained the Bodhi Ancient Tree. Without the enhancement of the Bodhi Ancient Tree, their cultivation speed would not have been this fast. At this moment, upon hearing Lin Fan praise her, Lin Yuhuang's face broke into a joyful smile. "Father, can I accompany you to the auction this time?" Lin Fan shook his head in response. "Huang, this auction is different from usual. I plan to auction off seedlings of the Sunflame Burning Heaven fruit tree, and many will certainly have their eyes on it. It would be inconvenient to bring you along. How about I take you for a stroll in the central domain after the auction is over?" "Alright then." Lin Yuhuang understood the importance of the matter and did not press further. As Lin Fan and Lin Yuhuang were chatting, suddenly another flying boat appeared behind Lin Fan's. Given its sudden emergence, it was clear it had been lying in ambush for some time. The boat then accelerated, flying directly in front of Lin Fan's vessel, intending to force Lin Fan's boat to a halt. This was primarily because Lin Fan's flying boat had slowed down. Otherwise, the inferior grade Saint-level boat would not have been able to catch up. On this flying boat, 3 individuals were discussing something. Below them, there were also over 100 people present. All of them had excited expressions on their faces. "Big brother, judging by the direction of this flying boat, it should be heading to the central domain for the auction. If we manage to intercept it, we might strike it rich." "Second brother, let's not get too excited too early. Let's first assess the situation on that flying boat." "Third brother, what are you worried about? Our big brother is a 9th layer Saint King, and both you and I have reached the 5th layer Saint King. With such strength, as long as we don't encounter a Saint Emperor, what is there to fear?" "Alright, second brother, it's best to be cautious. This flying boat we have surrounded has reached the mid-grade Saint level. The forces behind them are definitely not simple. There might even be a Saint Emperor on board, so we must not be careless." "Big brother, that's unlikely. A Saint Emperor would usually mobilize larger forces." "Alright, we shouldn't be overly worried, but we should still be cautious. Let's first find an opportunity to force them to stop. If this flying boat speeds up, we won't be able to catch up." This scene, of course, did not escape Lin Fan's perception. At this moment, Li Han hurriedly arrived by Lin Fan's side. "Head of the family, a flying boat has appeared ahead. It seems to be robbers." Upon hearing that they were robbers, a playful smile crept onto Lin Fan's face. He hadn't expected robbers to target him. It seemed they hadn't checked their fortune before setting out. Who would rob whom was still uncertain. With the imperial artifact in hand, he was not afraid of any robbers. Moreover, a quasi-emperor would not stoop to robbing. Even if there were a quasi-emperor attempting to rob, it would be unseemly to target a mid-grade saint-level flying boat. At this moment, Lin Yuhuang was also a bit excited upon hearing about the robbers. She had been in seclusion in the Shunshao realm for over 100 years, and aside from practicing combat experience in the trial tower, she had only sparred with her siblings. She had yet to experience real combat. "Father, let me try my skills later," Lin Yuhuang said, her eagerness evident. "All right, if there's no danger, I will let you take action." "Yay, thank you, father." Lin Yuhuang was almost jumping for joy. "Come, let's go out and take a look together." Soon Lin Fan brought Lin Yuhuang and Li Han to the deck. However, Lin Fan did not stop the flying boat for the time being. To avoid raising the robbers' suspicions, Lin Fan deliberately revealed his 9th layer saint cultivation. As soon as he stepped out, he attracted the attention of the robbers. When they saw Lin Fan's cultivation, their faces lit up with excitement. "Big brother, it's just a 9th layer saint kid. This is secure. And the 2 women beside him are incredibly beautiful. We can take them as well." The elder brother's eyes sparkled at this moment. Now that they had confirmed there was no danger, he felt there was nothing to fear. His only concern was whether Lin Fan would escape. After all, Lin Fan was piloting a mid-grade saint-level flying boat. If he really tried to escape, they would not be able to catch up. "Second brother, third brother, let's go out too. By the way, let's not reveal our intentions yet to prevent them from fleeing. Given their arrogance, they must be inexperienced and likely come from some large force. We'll find a way to gain their trust later. As long as any one of us boards their flying boat, we will succeed." Soon the 3 of them stepped onto the deck from the flying vessel. As for their subordinates, they did not follow them out. At that moment, the leader among the 3 immediately greeted Lin Fan and the others with a cheerful smile. "This young man and the 2 ladies, are you preparing to head to the central domain to attend the auction?" Lin Fan's lips curled into a slight smile. He initially thought the other party would launch a direct attack, but to his surprise, they intended to outsmart him. Lin Fan's mind stirred, and the information about the 3 appeared in his mind. Name: Xiao Sha. Age 16536 years. Qualification: Superior Saint Grade. Realm: 9th layer of Saint King. Realm: 4th layer of Blade Domain. Identity: Robber. Name: Quang Liao. Age: 13732 years. Qualification: Superior Saint Grade. Realm: 5th layer of Saint King. Realm: 4th layer of Gold Domain. Identity: Robber. Namely Sha. Age: 13389 years. Qualification: Superior Saint Grade. Realm: 5th layer of Saint King. Realm: 4th layer of Wind Domain. Identity: Robber. I didn't expect all 3 to be at the Saint King realm. It's like a pillow sent to a sleepy person. Now the Shadow Pavilion is in urgent need of high-end combat power. As long as we find an opportunity to capture them, we can let the Bodhi ancient tree transform them. At that time, with the assistance of 3 Saint Kings, the Shadow Pavilion will be able to quickly establish a foothold in the Wuwang Sea. With this in mind, Lin Fan pretended to be nonchalant as he looked at the 3 fellow Taoists. "We are indeed heading to the central domain for the auction. Judging by your appearance, you must also be going to the central domain for the auction, right?" Confirming that Lin Fan was truly going to the auction, the 3 felt a surge of joy. Being able to attend the once-a-entry auction of the Xinghe Chamber of Commerce surely meant they possessed considerable wealth. The threshold for this auction requires at least 10 million superior spirit stones. Without 10 million superior spirit stones, one cannot enter. At this moment, in their eyes, Lin Fan was like a big fat sheep. However, to avoid raising Lin Fan's suspicions, the 3 concealed their true feelings very well. Xiao Sha calmed his excited heart and replied with a smile. "You are right, young man. We are also going to the auction. We happened to encounter you on the way, which is why we came to ask if you would travel together. If we are disturbing you, please do not take offense, young man." Upon hearing Xiao Sha's words, Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively. "What are you saying, fellow Taoist? Since we are traveling together, it shows we are destined to meet. Why would I take offense? I happen to have some fine wine here. Drinking alone can be rather dull. If the 3 fellow Taoists don't mind, how about coming aboard my flying vessel for a few drinks?" Hearing Lin Fan invite them onto the flying vessel, the 3 were overjoyed. They had been worried about finding an opportunity to board Lin Fan's vessel. After all, the defense of a medium-grade flying vessel is such that without the strength of the Saint Emperor realm, it cannot be breached. Of course, if they possessed a superior-grade holy weapon, it would be a different story. However, given their identities and strength, how could they possibly possess a superior-grade holy weapon? Now that Lin Fan invited them onto the flying vessel, it was like a pillow sent to a sleepy person. At this moment, in their eyes, Lin Fan was nothing short of a big fool. He had no sense of caution while being out in the world. Little did the 3 brothers know that in Lin Fan's eyes they were merely a piece of fat meat. Thinking of this, Xiao Sha laughed heartily. "Since you have invited us, we will gladly oblige. Please, young man, lower the defense of the flying vessel. We will come over. All right, please wait a moment, fellow Taoists. I will go to the cockpit to lower the defense. Lin Fan finished speaking and left the deck with Lin Yuhuang and Li Han. As the three entered the cabin, Lin Yuhuang couldn't wait to ask, "Father, why did you let those three come aboard?" She could tell at a glance that those three weren't good people. She believed her father must have noticed as well. However, she couldn't understand why her father allowed those three to come aboard. Huanger, those three are all at the Saint King realm. I plan to capture them alive and then let the Bodhi ancient tree transform them. Our family is currently in need of manpower, and since these three have delivered themselves to our door, how could I refuse? I didn't expect these three to actually be at the Saint King realm. It seems I can't act recklessly. As Lin Yuhuang spoke, a hint of disappointment appeared in her eyes. A cultivator at the Saint King realm was not something she could handle at her current level. However, she still supported her father's decision. Adding 3 Saint Kings to the family was undoubtedly a good thing. On another flying vessel, Xiao Sha suppressed his excitement and cautioned the two, second brother, third brother, when we go over later, don't act impulsively. After we go over, we need to gain his trust first. After we've had a few drinks, then we can subdue him. Hearing this from his elder brother Quang, Liao couldn't help but complain. Elder brother, why make it so complicated? He's just a lowly Saint Realm cultivator. We can take him down in an instant with just a little effort. Upon hearing this, Xiao Sha's expression darkened. Second brother, we must not be careless. That foolish young man clearly comes from some major power, and people like him must have hidden cards up their sleeves. We must strike when he is completely unguarded. At this moment, Li Sha also spoke up. Second brother, elder brother, is right. We absolutely cannot be careless. Disciples from such major powers definitely have all sorts of tricks up their sleeves. If we give him a chance to use his hidden cards, we might end up in a dire situation. Hearing the two's advice, Quang Liao calmed down. Although he wasn't the brightest, he still listened to his elder brother. Elder brother, I will follow your lead. Seeing his second brother being so obedient, Xiao Sha nodded in satisfaction. You two follow my lead and remember to speak less. Xiao Sha reminded the two once again. Elder brother, rest assured we know what to do. Just as the three finished discussing, Lin Fan had also opened a passage on the flying vessel. Seeing this, the three, fearing that Lin Fan would change his mind, immediately flew towards Lin Fan's flying vessel without a second thought. As for their own vessel, naturally someone else was in control. When the three appeared on the deck of Lin Fan's flying vessel, Lin Fan's voice reached their ears. Fellow Taoists, please come inside for a discussion. Hearing this, the three exchanged glances. At that moment, the smiles in their eyes were impossible to conceal. Because once they boarded the vessel, it meant they had already succeeded halfway. At this moment, Lin Fan was already seen as an easy target in their eyes. However, what the three of them did not know was that as soon as they stepped onto Lin Fan's flying boat, he had activated the defensive array on the vessel, completely sealing off their escape route. At that moment, the three of them did not think much and headed straight into the cabin. Upon seeing Lin Fan, Xiao Sha immediately wore a cheerful expression. This young master, may I ask for your name? Xiao Sha asked, his gaze still surveying the surroundings. After noticing that there were only a few maidservants and no other powerful figures, a wider smile spread across his face. Xiao Sha, Quang Liao, Li Sha, since you've come here, there's no need to put on an act in front of me. Lin Fan, seeing that they had fallen for his trap, had no time to play along. Lin Fan had no interest in drinking with them. As soon as he called out their names, the three of them instantly changed their expressions, their gazes towards Lin Fan, filled with vigilance. Who are you exactly? We should have never met. How do you know our names? Facing Xiao Sha's questioning, Lin Fan let out a disdainful smile. How I know your names is of little importance. What matters is that you shouldn't have set your sights on me. Since you've come knocking at my door, don't blame me for what comes next. You really have a lot of nerve daring to disrespect us with just a mere saint at the 9th level. Though he said this, Xiao Sha was filled with unease in his heart. Since Lin Fan had recognized them, yet still dared to let them approach, it was evident that he had means to deal with them. The second brother, Quang Liao, could no longer hold back. Big brother, stop wasting time with him. Let's take him down while we can. I refuse to believe that this ant at the 9th level of the Saint Realm can handle the three of us working together. Xiao Sha, without responding to his words, coldly stared at Lin Fan. Kid, you see, all three of us are Saint Kings. If we join forces, you definitely won't be able to contend with us. Of course, since you dared to let us come, you must have your trump card against us. However, to prevent unnecessary casualties, how about letting us leave? We will keep our waters separate. Otherwise, if we fight for our lives, you may be fine, but they will certainly be in trouble. Confronted with such a calm Lin Fan, Xiao Sha hesitated to take a gamble. All he wanted was to ensure his survival. The three brothers had been robbing in this sea area for thousands of years. Having committed robberies for so many years without incident was due to his caution. This time, seeing that Lin Fan was merely at the 9th level of the Saint Realm and appearing harmless, he became somewhat careless. Xiao Sha, threats hold no weight with me. While it may be a bit challenging to deal with all three of you together, who told you that I am your opponent? If we were outside, I wouldn't mind having a fight with you. But now on my own flying boat, I certainly won't take action personally against you. Otherwise, if I damage the items on my flying boat, the loss would be significant. Upon hearing that Lin Fan wouldn't be taking action personally, the three were instantly taken aback, looking around with wary expressions. Yet no matter how they probed, they found nothing. At this moment, Xiao Sha suddenly felt as if he was being toyed with by Lin Fan. Kid, you're toying with us. There's no one else here. Big brother, stop wasting time with him. Oh, let's just attack. Huang Liao could no longer hold back his urge to strike. Just then, Lin Yuhuang, standing beside Lin Fan, suddenly let out a cold laugh. Hee, if you want to lay a hand on my father, you're not worthy. You should look behind you before making any decisions. At that moment, a massive white tiger was staring intently at them from behind. As soon as Lin Yuhuang finished speaking, Xiao Sha and the others felt a chill run down their spines. They instinctively turned to look behind them, their pupils narrowing in shock. Roar! A tiger's roar erupted, and the three felt their bodies weaken, instantly collapsing to the ground. The white tiger's intimidation was simply overwhelming, leaving them with no courage to resist. What kind of beings are you to have even a beast of the Demon Emperor realm? Roar! Upon hearing them refer to it as a beast, the white tiger became furious. It was one thing for the head of the family's wife to call it a beast, but this guy dared to do the same. He was simply asking for death. Without bothering to talk further, the white tiger opened its massive jaws and lunged at Xiao Sha. My life is over. This was Xiao Sha's only thought at that moment. All right, Bai Xiao, I have use for this guy. I'll let him go. Understood, master. Though Bai Xiao felt somewhat unwilling since Lin Fan had spoken, it naturally had to obey. As for the name Bai Xiao, it was given by Lin Fan. Kid, if I ever hear you call me a beast again, I will definitely swallow you whole. Bai Xiao said coldly to Xiao Sha. Though it couldn't kill him, it was necessary to give a warning. At that moment, Xiao Sha could not help but gasp for air, never expecting that he could still be alive. The other two, Huang Liao and Li Sha, also lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Seeing this, Lin Fan intended to deal with them now. He then brought the three of them into the secret realm of the Xinxiao realm, while also sealing their cultivation. The subsequent matters could be directly handed over to the Bodhi ancient tree. Bai Xiao, you should return to the Xinxiao realm now. Yes, master. If there's anything, just give your orders. After Bai Xiao left, Lin Fan looked at his daughter. Huang, let's go check their flying boat. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuhuang's eyes lit up. She believed that these robbers must have subordinates. They hadn't had the chance to act before, but now there might be an opportunity. Perhaps it was because Xiao Sha and the others were overly confident in their own strength. At that moment, their flying boat had not activated the defensive array. Thus, Lin Fan and Lin Yuhuang boarded their flying boat without any hindrance. Inside the flying boat, the little brothers were waiting for Xiao Sha and the others to return victoriously. They believed that the three leaders working together could easily take down Lin Fan and his group. As soon as Lin Fan and Lin Yuhuang appeared in the cabin, the atmosphere instantly became quiet. The fact that Lin Fan could appear here unscathed meant that there was a high probability their three leaders had already failed. Thinking of this, they immediately became nervous. Lin Fan looked at the people before him, feeling a bit disappointed. He had initially thought that with three leaders at the Saint King realm, there might be some talented subordinates. However, among those present, only one had reached the quasi-saint realm, while the others lingered around the respectable realm. Moreover, judging by their qualifications, it was clear that their potential had been exhausted, with almost no hope of advancement. If he were to take them in, it would hold almost no significance, and he would have to waste many resources to train them. A group of small minions happened to be perfect for his daughter's practice. After all, they were a bunch of vile bandits, and killing them could be seen as a service to the people. With this in mind, Lin Fan turned to Lin Yuhuang beside him and said, Huang, I'll leave these people to you. He then took out the saint-level low-grade sky-splitting spear and handed it to Lin Yuhuang. Huang, you don't have any decent weapons in your hands, so this saint-level low-grade sky-splitting spear is a gift for you. Lin Yuhuang accepted the spear, unable to hide the joy in her eyes. Thank you for the precious gift, father. Lin Yuhuang happily played with the sky-splitting spear in her hands. She was very fond of this spear. Immediately, Lin Yuhuang's aura shifted, and she suddenly exuded a fierce killing intent. She looked coldly at the group of bandits before her. You will follow me outside to fight. If you can defeat me, I will spare your lives. If you cannot, then it can only be said that this is your fate. After Lin Yuhuang finished speaking, she was the first to leave the flying boat. After all, the space inside the flying boat was too confined for battle. Lin Fan glanced at the people and said indifferently, don't even think about escaping, you, otherwise I will personally erase you from existence. Lin Fan's words instantly froze the group. Captain, what should we do? As Lin Fan left, everyone turned their attention to the quasi-saint among them. What else can we do? We must follow their lead. Our three leaders still haven't appeared, which clearly indicates something has gone wrong. If even our leaders are not a match, do you think we have any chance to resist? Let's go out together, or whether we live or die from here is up to fate. I just hope that the strength of that lady isn't too overwhelming. After saying this, the captain took the lead and walked outside. The others, seeing this, had uncertain expressions. In the end, they gritted their teeth and followed the captain's lead. Watching the group emerge, Lin Yuhuang nodded in satisfaction. You have some sense. As for whether you can survive next, that depends on your strength. Now enough chatter, I won't bully you. You may all attack together. Upon hearing they could attack together, a glimmer of joy flashed in the eyes of the quasi-saint captain. With the support of these people, he might find a glimmer of hope. As for whether these people would live or die, that was none of his concern. With this thought, the captain immediately shouted to the crowd, brothers, this is our only chance to survive. Now if we strike together, as long as we can defeat her, we will survive. All right, we will follow the captain. Next, everyone unleashed their intent. Having reached their final desperation, they all pushed out their most powerful means of attack. If this strike could not defeat Lin Yuhuang, then they were most likely doomed. However, these individuals did not possess high talent, and their gathered intents were mostly singular, comprising the most common elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. There were a few with slightly different attributes of intent, such as sword intent, knife intent, and fist intent, etc. Unfortunately, these individuals did not understand the art of combined attacks. Otherwise, combining the 5 elemental intents through a joint attack technique would exponentially increase their power. With hundreds of elders teaming up, even a quasi-saint would find it quite challenging. Of course, joint attack techniques were not commonplace. Only those ancient forces could employ such strategies. Lin Yuhuang, seeing the combined might of these 100 people, did not let her guard down. She then unleashed her thunder intent. Once the thunder intent was released, the entire area within 1,000 miles was enveloped in lightning. Additionally, the surrounding sea began to surge, raising towering waves. The aquatic beasts beneath the water started fleeing in a frenzy. They sensed the imminent danger. At this moment, Lin Yuhuang, holding the sky-splitting spear, resembled a thunder god descending. The bandits across from her turned pale at the sight. Could they truly withstand such might? Most importantly, the intent released by Lin Yuhuang alone far surpassed the combined total of all of theirs. The intent released by their 100 people barely covered less than 5,000 square kilometers. Compared to Lin Yuhuang's coverage of over 10,000 square kilometers, it was like a dimensional strike against them. However, this was not the time to think about that. If they wanted to survive, they could only brace themselves to withstand it. At this moment, the captain also did not dare to be careless. Whether they could survive depended on this strike. Brothers, we must take the initiative, otherwise we stand no chance. Next, everyone listen to my command. On the count of 3, 2, 1, when I say 1, everyone strike together. Captain, we will follow your lead. All right. Seeing everyone cooperating so well, the captain was quite satisfied. Everyone heed my command. 3, 2, 1. As soon as the captain's words fell, everyone immediately put forth their utmost effort and unleashed their strongest strike towards Lin Yuhuang's position. Come at me. Lin Yuhuang sneered, suddenly swinging the sky-splitting spear. In an instant, a colossal pillar of lightning surged towards them. Wherever the lightning passed, the seawater evaporated in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the lightning pillar collided with the opponent's attack. With a deafening roar, the opponent's attack was instantly obliterated. The power of the lightning pillar remained undiminished as it continued to sweep towards them. The bandits, witnessing this scene, were filled with terror. Some even collapsed directly to the ground. With such terrifying attack power, they had no room to fight back. They couldn't even manage to escape. In the blink of an eye, the lightning pillar had engulfed all of the bandits. In an instant, those of the Elder Realm had no time to let out a cry of despair before being turned to ash. No. The quasi-saint captain let out a final scream before being completely consumed by the lightning pillar. Lin Yuhuang, seeing that no one remained, felt a hint of melancholy in her heart. This was her first time taking a life. However, knowing that these individuals were all wicked bandits, she felt somewhat better. Lin Fan appeared instantly beside Lin Yuhuang upon witnessing this scene. With a concerned expression, he asked Huang, "Are you feeling unwell?" "Father, I'm fine, but this is my first time killing, and I am still a bit unaccustomed to it." Seeing that his daughter was indeed not greatly affected, Lin Fan let out a sigh of relief. "Huang, do not feel any guilt. These people fully deserve their fate. If our strength were inferior to theirs, it would be us who would be dead." Lin Yuhuang nodded firmly upon hearing this. "Father, rest assured, I am not that fragile. The future me will become an empress. How could I not understand such matters?" "Haha, then I shall wait for the day you become empress," Lin Fan said, feeling delighted to see his daughter so confident. "Rest assured, father, I will become empress one day." Lin Yuhuang's gaze was filled with determination. "I believe in you. All right, let's tidy up and continue on our journey." In truth, there was not much to tidy. Lin Fan simply stowed away the flying boat. He then led Lin Yuhuang back into their flying boat. The next part of the journey went smoothly. Lin Fan and his companions did not encounter any other bandits. However, along the way, Lin Fan noticed that many forces were heading towards the central region. Clearly, these forces were all going to attend the auction. After spending over 3 months, the flying boat driven by Lin Fan finally arrived at the central region. However, they were currently at the edge of the central region in Xinghe City. The auction location for the Xinghe Merchants Association was at the very center of the central region, Xiantian City. It would take nearly another month to reach Xiantian City if they continued by flying boat. With plenty of time available, Lin Fan did not hurry to Xiantian City. He first found accommodations in Xinghe City, then returned to the Xinxiao realm. Of course, during these 3 months of travel, Lin Fan spent most of his time in the Xinxiao realm, only occasionally coming out to take a look. After all, staying on the flying boat was quite aimless. It was better to cultivate inside the Xinxiao realm. When Mu Yunxi and the others saw Lin Fan return, they immediately gathered around him. "Husband, have we already arrived in the central region?" "Yes, I have arrived in the central region and am currently in Xinghe City." With that, Lin Fan turned his gaze to Yi Mayan. "Mayan, do you know anything about Xinghe City?" Yi Mayan nodded upon hearing this. "Husband, Xinghe City is within the territory of the Xinyang Empire, and the city lord is at the Saint King level." The Xinyang Empire. From the name, it seems this empire should be a royal level force, right? "Yes, husband, the ruler of the Xinyang Empire, the Lin family, has also produced an emperor. Currently, there are several quasi-emperors within the family, making their strength formidable. Just the strength of the Lin family alone is enough to rival our Yi family. However, an empire is naturally not just as simple as one imperial family, the Lin family. Besides the Lin family, the Xinyang Empire also includes 4 major families: Murong, Dantai, Ning, and He. Though these 4 major families have never produced an emperor, they still have quasi-emperors among them. Thus, the overall strength of the Xinyang Empire is somewhat greater than our Yi family." After listening to Yi Mayan's explanation, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Indeed, this is the central region. Even a random force is so powerful. It seems our Lin family still needs to continue striving. Hearing this, Mu Yunxi smiled gently. "Husband, do not be discouraged. These forces have been inherited for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. Our Lin family has only been established for such a short time and already possesses such strength. One day, we will surely surpass them." "That's right, husband. We are not in a hurry. After all, we have plenty of time." Yi Mu Xian also chimed in. Lin Fan laughed heartily upon hearing this. "Rest assured, I will not be discouraged. It was just a royal-level force. How could he possibly feel disheartened?" Seeing that Lin Fan was indeed unaffected, everyone finally felt relieved. After chatting with them for a while, Lin Fan gathered a group of members from the Shadow Pavilion. He instructed them to secretly infiltrate the Xinyang Empire and gather intelligence. Of course, the recruitment of talents should not be halted by the Shadow Pavilion. Unfortunately, over the years, aside from a few spiritual bodies, they had found not a single divine body or holy body. However, this was normal. Each time a divine body or holy body was born, it would cause a great commotion. Once major forces detect such phenomena, they would send people to investigate and then recruit them into their ranks. Very few individuals are born with their physiques hidden, which prevents any commotion from occurring. Only when the physique is completely awakened will the phenomena manifest. However, although they had not encountered any powerful physiques, there were still over 100 geniuses with qualifications above the saint level. The potential of those with top-tier saint-level qualifications is comparable to divine bodies. Under sufficient resources, they have the potential to become saint sovereigns. The only drawback is that when compared to divine bodies of the same realm, those with top-tier saint-level qualifications are somewhat lacking in combat power. Once these members of the Shadow Pavilion dispersed, Lin Fan wandered alone in Xinghe City. Xinghe City is located at the edge of the central region, so the forces here are not very strong. Aside from the city lord, who is a Saint King, there are no other Saint King level forces present. However, there are quite a few Saint level forces, numbering more than 10 in total. At that moment, a woman with a somewhat pale complexion caught Lin Fan's attention. This woman was sitting in a palanquin accompanied by several guards. These guards were not weak. They were all cultivators above the Divine Passage realm. The leader among them had even reached the Venerable realm. Lin Fan noticed her because he sensed that this woman was emitting a strong chill. More importantly, her cultivation was only at the opening Yuan realm. Such a low cultivation level, yet emanating such terrifying coldness, piqued Lin Fan's curiosity. Following that, with a thought, the woman's information appeared in his mind. Name: Lung Ruo Shuang. Age 25. Cultivation: mid-opening Yuan realm. Physique 9 in absolute pulse. Identity: third daughter of the Lung family. So it's actually the 9 in absolute pulse. No wonder she exudes such a terrifying coldness. If not treated in time, she might not live past 30 years old. However, the 9 in absolute pulse is not something that can be easily treated. Even quasi-emperors would struggle with such a condition. Thinking of this, Lin Fan called out to the system in his heart. System, do you have a way to treat the 9 in absolute pulse? Host: a mere 9 in absolute pulse is nothing for this system. In fact, you can solve this problem on your own without the system's intervention. I can solve it. Lin Fan looked confused. How could he not know that he had such abilities? Host, you haven't forgotten the nature of your physique, have you? You possess the chaotic sacred body, and the cold energy from the 9 absolute veins is merely nourishment for you. Once her cold energy is absorbed by you, the negative effects brought by the 9 absolute veins will naturally cease to exist. Moreover, her cultivation speed will rival that of the 9 sacred body. However, the host should be aware that the stronger the 9 absolute veins are, the more intense the cold energy within will become. Therefore, the host's strength must not be weaker than that of the opponent, or else the cold energy will backfire. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lin Fan suddenly understood. He almost forgot about his own physique. In fact, besides his chaotic sacred body, those with pure yang physiques would also be effective. For instance, both the pure yang sacred body and the 9 yang sacred body can resolve the issue of the 9 absolute veins. As for the backlash from the 9 absolute veins, Lin Fan was not worried at all. Given his current cultivation speed, how could he allow the opponent's strength to surpass his? Thus the backlash would never occur. Looking at the already distant Lung Rushuang, Lin Fan chose not to follow her immediately. After all, they were not familiar, and approaching her rashly could lead to misunderstandings. It would not be too late to address this issue after the auction ended. Lin Fan had just heard someone mention the Lung family. The Lung family's strength is considerable, being one of the saint-level powers in Xingho City. Moreover, among these saint-level powers, the Lung family ranks within the top 3. The Lung family not only has an ancestor at the 9th level of the Saint Realm, but also 3 elders beyond the Saint Realm. Additionally, the head of the Lung family, Lung Xuanqing, has already broken through to the Saint Realm. The key point is that Lung Xuanqing is still very young, and in the future, he might even advance further to become a Saint King. Of course, this is all publicly disclosed information from the Lung family. As for whether the Lung family has hidden powers, outsiders have no way of knowing. Next, Lin Fan continued to stroll around Xingho City. At this moment, a stall caught Lin Fan's attention. More specifically, it was a token at the stall that piqued his interest. The token from the Fire Cloud Sacred King's Cave actually appears here. Lin Fan had been having the Shadow Pavilion search for this token. However, he never expected it to appear in the central region. It would be surprising if he could find it. But why did I encounter it as soon as I arrived in the central region? Could it be due to my family's fortune? Lin Fan remembered the system mentioning that higher family fortunes greatly increased the chances of obtaining opportunities. Lin Fan thought little of it and approached the stall. The stall owner was an old man with white hair possessing average strength at the level of a Zun's. Upon seeing Lin Fan, he immediately greeted him with a smile. "Young master, is there anything here that catches your eye? Let me tell you, everything at my stall is something I obtained after enduring life and death. Every piece could be considered a treasure. Boss, I'm just browsing. If I come across something I like, I might buy it." Hearing this, the owner felt a bit disappointed. If Lin Fan found something he liked, he might make a good deal. However, from Lin Fan's demeanor, it seemed he was genuinely just looking around. With that in mind, the old man couldn't set too high a price afterward. If he quoted too high, Lin Fan might just turn around and leave. The old man's expression was not lost on Lin Fan's eyes. Lin Fan could roughly guess what the owner was thinking. "Boss, judging by your expression, you seem a bit unhappy. Is it forbidden to look? If it can't be viewed, then I won't disturb you." As Lin Fan spoke, he prepared to turn and leave. "Young master, please wait. You can look at the items at my stall freely, and they are not expensive. Each item is only 100 Tian-grade yuan stones, absolutely reasonable." The owner, fearing Lin Fan would leave directly, immediately quoted the lowest price. "All right, then I'll take a look. Please feel free, young master." The owner smiled apologetically. Lin Fan nodded with a smile, then scanned the items on the stall. "Oh, I didn't expect to find a surprise." At that moment, a small cloth bag caught Lin Fan's eye. This bag contained 30 seeds. These seeds were mid-quality spiritual herbs, the seeds of the blood-red ginseng. Although they appeared to be dead seeds on the outside, Lin Fan could sense a trace of vitality within them. If placed in the outside world, they would definitely not survive. But for the Xinxiao realm, Lin Fan was full of confidence. Moreover, with the assistance of the family divine tree, these seeds would surely thrive. Thinking of this, Lin Fan discreetly took the bag of seeds in hand. Subsequently, he also stored away the token. "Boss, I'll take these 2 items." "All right, young master, just give me 200 Tian-grade yuan stones." Lin Fan nodded and handed 200 Tian-grade yuan stones to the stall owner. Seeing this, the owner happily accepted the yuan stones. "Young master is truly straightforward. Oh, welcome to come again." He had initially thought Lin Fan would bargain, but was surprised by his directness. Lin Fan smiled and did not elaborate further. Having gained such a significant benefit this time, he naturally would not haggle over 200 Tian-grade yuan stones. Meanwhile, Lung Rushuang had returned to her home. "Rushuang, you're back. How do you feel about going outside for a bit?" Looking at his daughter, Lung Xuanqing was filled with heartache. "Father, going outside for a stroll has indeed lightened my mood a lot." "That's good. Rushuang, don't worry, your father will definitely find a way to cure you." Father, I know my situation. This is the 9 absolute veins, which cannot be cured at all. Don't lose hope, Rushuang. There must be a way to resolve it. At the very least, the 9 sacred body and pure yang sacred body can suppress the cold poison within you. Father, right now, in the entire central region, there have been no reports of the birth of a 9 sacred body or pure yang sacred body. Even if such physiques were to emerge, it would be too late considering my time is running out. If she could live long, Rushuang certainly did not wish to die. Unfortunately, fate had its own machinations, and she felt powerless. Rushuang, we still have a chance. This auction at the Star River Chamber of Commerce might just present a treasure that can cure you. Regardless, I will do everything I can to cure you. Lung Rushuang looked at her father, revealing a bittersweet smile. Father, it's better not to waste your efforts. If such a treasure really appears at the auction, it is not something our family can afford to buy. The Lin family's strength is indeed decent in Xingho City. However, in the entire Xiantian continent, the Lin family is practically nothing. If a treasure capable of curing the 9 absolute veins really appears at the auction, it would undoubtedly be a precious item. Such treasures are not something a small saint family like them can compete for. If they really participated, it could bring about catastrophic consequences for the Lin family. Lung Rushuang did not want her family to fall into danger because of her. Indeed, Lung Xuanqing cannot be unaware of the underlying principles. However, Lung Rushuang is his daughter, and he cannot just stand by and watch her perish. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, he will not give up. Rushuang, you will accompany me to the auction this time. Although there are no pure yang sacred bodies and 9 yang sacred bodies appearing in the central region, perhaps there are other regions where they exist. If there are, they might participate in this auction. In any case, we must not give up until the very last moment. Lung Rushuang understands that her father is doing this for her sake, so she intends to accept his good intentions. Father, I will go to this auction. Consider it a break for me. Good, we will set off in 2 days. In the Divine Sky Realm, Lin Fan has returned. He also shared with everyone what happened today regarding the 9 absolute vein. I never expected that my husband would encounter the 9 absolute vein. Such a constitution is exceedingly rare, even more so than a sacred body. Unfortunately, it is not a good constitution. Without the help of a pure yang constitution, it is basically unsolvable. I also heard that this constitution is extremely painful, enduring cold poison every day, making it unbearable. As the discussion continued, Yi Mayan suddenly directed her gaze towards Lin Fan. Husband, you are a chaos sacred body, so you should be able to suppress the cold poison of the 9 absolute vein, right? Although the chaos sacred body is not a pure yang constitution, it encompasses all attributes. Thus, the chaos sacred body naturally possesses the ability of a pure yang constitution. With Yi Mayan's question, everyone turned their attention to Lin Fan. As for the chaos sacred body, they had only heard of it. They were not very clear about its specific capabilities. What Mayan said is correct. My chaos sacred body can indeed absorb the cold poison of the 9 absolute vein. However, we can discuss this matter later. The most important thing now is to participate in the auction. You are right, husband. The auction is indeed the priority. After chatting with everyone for a while, Lin Fan went to check on Xiao and the other two. Seeing that they had not yet completed their transformation, Lin Fan was not in a hurry. After all, the 3 of them are in the Holy King realm. It is unrealistic to expect them to complete their transformation in a short time. The next day, after leaving Xingho City, Lin Fan piloted his flying boat towards Xiantian City. With more than a month's journey ahead, Lin Fan could not afford to linger here for too long. Fortunately, Xingho City had already arranged for members of the Shadow Pavilion to lie in wait. Next time he returns, it will be much more convenient. He just needs a thought. Along the way, Lin Fan passed through many cities. However, Lin Fan did not enter these cities. Every time he passed by a city, he left behind some Shadow Pavilion members to infiltrate. With these Shadow Pavilion members in place, it will be much easier when he comes back. He just needs a thought. Over a month quickly passed, and Lin Fan finally arrived at Xiantian City. Xiantian City can be said to be the largest and most prosperous city in the Xiantian continent without exception. Just the name Xiantian indicates the city's significant value. All forces above the sacred level in the central region have a foothold in Xiantian City. Not to mention these forces in the central region, even the Yi family from the eastern region has a base here. In addition to these forces, the strongest force in the Xiantian continent, the Xiantian Academy, is also located here. Since its establishment, Xiantian Academy has been passed down for millions of years. Over these millions of years, the continuous inheritance shows how profound the foundation of Xiantian Academy is. The reason Xiantian Academy can become the strongest force in the Xiantian continent is that it was jointly created by all human emperors of the Xiantian continent. Even those who later became emperors would leave their legacy at Xiantian Academy. Take the great ancestor of the Yi family from the eastern region, for example. When he left the Xiantian continent, he also left his legacy at Xiantian Academy. For these human emperors, it can be seen as a kind of responsibility. The original intention of creating this academy was to cultivate strong individuals for the Xiantian continent, continuously preventing its decline. After all, this world is not peaceful, and the relationship between continents is quite delicate. Even if both continents are ruled by humans, they may still face invasions from one another. When a continent's resources are scarce, it will think of invading other continents to plunder resources and strengthen itself. This world is indeed so ruthless. Of course, the probability of plunder occurring between human races is relatively low, although such incidents have happened before. They are limited in number. After all, if this news spreads, it would be condemned by human forces and even lead to attacks. The main enemies of humanity are still those foreign races. The Xiantian continent seems calm at the moment, but perhaps one day it will face an invasion from foreign races. To prevent this from happening, the emperors united to establish Xiantian Academy to cultivate the younger generation. Only with more strong individuals in the Xiantian continent can there be a chance of resisting the invasion of foreign races. Of course, although Xiantian Academy is the strongest force in the continent, its sole purpose is to cultivate strong individuals, not to dominate. Therefore, Xiantian Academy will not engage in disputes with any forces. Only when the continent faces invasion will the Academy take action to fend off enemies. Certainly no force would foolishly provoke Xiantian Academy. If such a force were to arise, they would not even need Xiantian Academy to intervene. They would be jointly annihilated by other imperial-level forces. It is precisely because of this that Xiantian Academy holds a supreme position. With so many legacies from emperors, countless individuals aspire to become disciples of Xiantian Academy. They hope to seize the opportunity to obtain the legacy of an emperor. However, becoming a disciple of Xiantian Academy is not so easy. Ordinary qualifications do not qualify one to enter Xiantian Academy. Heavenly grade supreme qualifications or spiritual bodies are merely the threshold for entering Xiantian Academy. Only those with sacred level qualifications and divine bodies or above are eligible to become core disciples of Xiantian Academy. For example, Yi Mian's elder brother and second sister are currently cultivating within Xiantian Academy. However, Yi Mian's elder brother Yi Xingchen is almost 1,000 years old and is nearing graduation age. Xiantian Academy has a rule that any disciple reaching the age of 1,000 must graduate regardless of their strength. After graduation, those who are exceptionally outstanding may choose to remain at Xiantian Academy as mentors. Of course, after graduation, one can also choose to leave the academy. Xiantian Academy does not impose strict requirements in this regard. Generally, disciples with a backing force often choose to leave the academy. Only those without backgrounds and who are alone will choose to stay in the academy. In fact, simply becoming a disciple of the academy does not guarantee peace of mind. Academy disciples must undergo assessments every 10 years. If their strength does not meet the standard, they will be expelled from the academy. The academy will not waste resources on those who are unambitious. The academy aims to cultivate strong individuals, not those who merely fill the ranks. Walking along the bustling streets of Xiantian City, Lin Fan had completely transformed his appearance. Even his aura was concealed by the family's divine tree. Even in front of the emperor, no one could discern that his current visage was a facade. As for the strength he displayed, it was merely at the second level of the sage realm. Such power could only be described as ordinary within Xiantian City. Perhaps due to the auction, while sages were not a common sight in Xiantian City, their numbers were still substantial. After inquiring about the location of the Xinghe Chamber of Commerce from a passerby, Lin Fan flew in that direction. It took him a full 2 days to reach the location of the Xinghe Chamber of Commerce. Although Lin Fan did not rush, it became apparent just how vast Xiantian City was. Upon entering the Xinghe Chamber of Commerce, a female clerk approached him. "Esteemed guest, how may I assist you today?" Sensing her powerful aura of the sage realm, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a bit astonished. One could only say that the Xinghe Chamber of Commerce, which spanned numerous continents, had clerks at the sage level. Lin Fan did not delay and smiled as he replied, "I have a precious item for auction. May I ask whom I should approach?" "Please follow me. I will take you to evaluate your item," she said. "If it is below the saint level, it cannot be included in this auction." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan was even more astonished. The clerk's words indicated that the items at this auction would not be below the saint level. Before long, the clerk took Lin Fan to the evaluation area. "Master Lu, this guest wishes to auction an item. I brought him here for evaluation." "All right, you may step back now." At this moment, Lin Fan focused his attention on Master Lu while also assessing the information on him. Soon, Master Liu's information appeared in Lin Fan's mind. Name: Lu Yifeng. Age: 7,362. Realm: 6th level of Sage. Emperor. Realm: 6th level of Treasure. Appraisal: 5th level of Sword Domain. Qualification: Supreme Saint level. Physique: Heart Appraisal. Divine Body. Mastery: Upper Grade Saint level Treasure Appraiser. After reading through Master Liu's information, Lin Fan was not surprised. For a force like the Xinghe Chamber of Commerce, appraisal was the most crucial aspect. If something went wrong here, it would impact their reputation. Once the clerk left, Lu Yifeng turned his gaze towards Lin Fan. Esteemed guest, could you please show me the item for appraisal? Lin Fan did not immediately present the seedling of the Yinyang Wentian fruit tree. There were quite a few people passing by, which felt somewhat inappropriate. Master Lu, my item is quite valuable. Could we find a quieter place? Upon hearing Lin Fan's request, Lu Yifeng frowned slightly. However, he did not refuse Lin Fan's request. Please follow me. I hope your item will satisfy me. Rest assured, Master Lu, the item I brought will not disappoint you. Seeing Lin Fan's confidence, Lu Yifeng was somewhat taken aback. At the same time, he felt a twinge of anticipation. After all, for a sage to speak to him with such confidence clearly indicated substantial backing. After a while, Lu Yifeng led Lin Fan to a secluded chamber. All right, this place is safe enough. You may take out your item now. Lin Fan did not hesitate and directly brought out the seedling of the Yinyang Wentian fruit tree. As for whether Lu Yifeng would seize it for himself after seeing it, Lin Fan was not concerned. With the imperial weapon in hand, he could slay Lu Yifeng at any moment. Originally, Lu Yifeng was merely curious about what good item Lin Fan could produce. However, he never dared to think it would be of imperial grade. But when he saw the seedling of the Yinyang Wentian fruit tree in Lin Fan's hand, his entire demeanor tightened instantly. There was no need for appraisal. He immediately recognized it as the seedling of the Yinyang Wentian fruit tree. As a treasure appraiser, he certainly had knowledge of the imperial medicines from the divine wilderness. Except for some that had never been seen, he could recognize all other imperial medicines. The Xinghe Chamber of Commerce spanned numerous continents. How could they lack records on this subject? It could be said that the appraisers of the Xinghe Chamber of Commerce had to read relevant texts. After a long while, Lu Yifeng finally regained his composure. Young master, this auction item of yours is far too precious. I cannot make this decision alone. Please wait a moment. I need to contact the ancestor. Of course, Master Lu, take your time. Seeing that Lin Fan had no objections, Lu Yifeng quickly took out a jade slip to send a message. Not long after, a thin, white-haired elder appeared before them. Lu Yifeng greets the ancestor. At this moment, the elder did not acknowledge Lu Yifeng. His gaze was fixated on the seedling of the Yinyang Wentian fruit tree. Lin Fan, however, could sense the pressure emanating from this elder. With a thought, the elder's information appeared in Lin Fan's mind. Name: Huiyunzi, Elder Huiyun. Age 183521 years. Realm 9th level of Quasi-Emperor. Realm 9th level of Fire. Domain 9th level of Alchemy. Realm 9th level of Sword Domain. Qualification: Middle Grade Imperial. Physique: Scarlet Flame, Sacred Body. Mastery: Lower Grade Imperial Alchemist. Although Lin Fan had already guessed that this elder was a Quasi-Emperor realm powerhouse. After reading through his information, Lin Fan was still quite shocked. This was the first time he had encountered a powerhouse of this caliber. At this moment, Huiyunzi looked at the seedling of the Yinyang Wentian fruit tree before him with a burning gaze. I never expected it to truly be the seedling of the Yinyang Wentian fruit tree. No wonder there had been no news of the Yinyang Wentian fruit tree for nearly 1,000,000 years. It turns out it has gone extinct. Looking at the condition of this seedling, it seems to have grown for several thousand years. Unfortunately, since it is just a seedling, it will likely take another 100,000 years for it to bloom. Even after it blooms, it will take several 100,000 years to mature. Reflecting on the time required for the Yinyang Wentian fruit tree to grow, Huiyunzi felt a sense of loss. His remaining lifespan was just over 1,000 years. Even with some longevity-enhancing elixirs and pills, he would be lucky to reach 1,300 years. A mere 1,300 years would only allow him to witness the blooming of the Yinyang Wentian fruit tree. Throughout these years, he had been trying to gather news about the Yinyang Wentian fruit tree. But after seeing this seedling, all hope had been dashed. Whether he could comprehend the laws of fire in the future would depend solely on himself. Of course, aside from the laws of fire, he could also comprehend the laws of alchemy or swordsmanship. As long as he could master one law, it would open the door to the emperor. After calming his emotions, Huiyunzi finally turned his gaze towards Lin Fan. Young friend, are you really going to auction this seedling? I presume you have recognized what this seedling is, right? Lin Fan did not expect that Huiyunzi would ask such a question. Senior, I do know that this is the seedling of the Imperial Grade Supreme Flame Burning Heaven fruit tree. Upon hearing Lin Fan name the seedling, Huiyunzi was somewhat surprised. To have such insight at a mere saint realm is indeed extraordinary. Young friend, since you know this is an Imperial Grade Supreme Spiritual Herb, why would you put it up for auction? Such a precious treasure could serve as a foundation for an Imperial clan. Lin Fan chuckled and shook his head. Senior is joking. With my current strength, let's not even mention whether I can protect this seedling. Even if I could protect it, it would still take hundreds of thousands of years for it to bear fruit. Considering my talent, I probably won't live to see that time. In that case, I might as well sell it to exchange for some cultivation resources. With these resources, I will definitely become stronger. If I keep this seedling, I can only watch helplessly, and it won't aid my cultivation in the slightest. If I accidentally leak this information, it would surely bring me disaster. Seeing that Lin Fan was thinking so far ahead, Huiyunzi looked at him with admiration. Young friend, you are quite remarkable. You understand the importance of gaining and losing. In the future, the Xiantian continent may have a place for you. This seedling of the supreme flame burning heaven fruit tree can be auctioned here and will be used as the final highlight of the auction. Regarding your identity, our Star River Chamber of Commerce will help keep it confidential. However, with the methods of those imperial powers after the auction ends, they will definitely seek a heavenly mechanic to deduce your information. After all, once this seedling is auctioned off, you will possess a tremendous fortune. Even those imperial powers will be envious. Thank you for the reminder, senior. I will be careful. Huiyunzi was slightly surprised to see Lin Fan so calm. If it were anyone else hearing this, they would probably be anxious. However, he did not inquire further. Who Lin Fan was did not matter to him. As for how this seedling of the supreme flame burning heaven fruit tree came to be, Huiyunzi also did not ask. After all, this was someone else's opportunity. The Star River Chamber of Commerce is in the business of trade and never pries into the privacy of customers, nor do they engage in shady dealings. This is also why the Star River Chamber of Commerce has managed to grow its business to such a scale. Although the supreme flame burning heaven fruit tree is indeed very precious, it is not worth compromising the integrity of the Star River Chamber of Commerce. Subsequently, the two parties signed a contract. This contract was not simple, it was bound by the will of the world. Once the contract is signed, neither party can breach it, otherwise they will face the punishment of the world's will. Even an emperor would not dare to defy the will of the world. Thus, with this contract in place, Lin Fan need not worry that the Star River Chamber of Commerce would attempt to embezzle the seedling of the supreme flame burning heaven fruit tree. As the contract was completed, Huiyunzi had Lu Yifeng bring over a silver white card made from imperial-grade inferior spirit stones and handed it to Lin Fan. Lin Fan took the card, a puzzled expression on his face. Seeing this, Huiyunzi smiled and began to explain. Young friend, this is our Star River Chamber of Commerce's top-tier VIP card. With this VIP card, no matter where you spend in our Star River Chamber of Commerce, you will enjoy a 20% discount. Moreover, every time you attend an auction held by our Star River Chamber of Commerce, someone will arrange for you the most luxurious private box. Lin Fan did not expect that Huiyunzi would be so generous. However, thinking of the item he put up for auction, Lin Fan felt relieved. After all, not everyone can put forth an imperial-grade supreme treasure for auction. With this in mind, Lin Fan smiled and said, I will thank you for your generosity here, senior. Haha, young friend, you are too polite. You can present such a valuable item to our Star River Chamber of Commerce for auction. Clearly you trust our Star River Chamber of Commerce. Since that is the case, how could our Star River Chamber of Commerce not show some sincerity? Lin Fan was inwardly astonished upon hearing this. The Star River Chamber of Commerce is indeed a force that spans numerous continents with a grand vision. After chatting with Huiyunzi for a bit longer, Lin Fan took his leave. After Lin Fan left, Lu Yifeng turned to Huiyunzi. Master, have you not been searching for the supreme flame burning heaven fruit tree? Now that you've encountered it, why not just buy it directly? Huiyunzi glanced at Lu Yifeng and then slowly said, Young man, our Star River Chamber of Commerce has not auctioned an imperial-grade supreme spiritual root for nearly 200,000 years. Using this for auction can further elevate our Star River Chamber of Commerce's status. We are not short on spirit stones, we can arrange people to auction it ourselves. Although this will cost some extra spirit stones compared to enhancing the influence of our Star River Chamber of Commerce, what does this little bit of spirit stones matter? The Star River Chamber of Commerce certainly has competitors. However, none of their competitors have established a business in the Xiantian continent. But the news of an imperial-grade supreme spiritual root appearing at this auction will not take long to spread to other continents. At that time, the reputation of the Star River Chamber of Commerce will naturally further rise. Lu Yifeng, upon hearing Huiyunzi's explanation, suddenly understood. He then smiled and flattered. You are indeed thoughtful, master. I am ashamed of my shortcomings. Seeing Lu Yifeng flattering him, Huiyunzi shot him a glance, not very pleased. All right, stop flattering me. You need to have someone start promoting immediately, announcing that our Star River auction has added a new highlight item. As for what it is, do not disclose it. Keep an air of mystery. However, you can let some rumors slip saying that the last auction item is an imperial-grade supreme treasure. As for what the treasure is, let them guess for themselves. However, this rumor must not be traced back to our Star River Chamber of Commerce. Do you understand? Rest assured, master, I know what to do. All right, I leave this matter to you. Do not disappoint me. After Huiyunzi finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot. Lu Yifeng immediately gathered people to start working on the tasks assigned by Huiyunzi. Soon news of the Star River Chamber of Commerce adding a new highlight auction item spread throughout the entire Xiantian city. At this moment, countless forces were discussing what this new item from the Star River Chamber of Commerce could be. A treasure that can be used as the highlight by the Star River Chamber of Commerce is certainly not ordinary. In the stronghold of the Divine Flame Empire, the ninth prince, Yin Yang, furrowed his brow upon hearing this news from his trusted confidant. What is happening with the Star River Chamber of Commerce? Such situations have never occurred at previous auctions. Yin Yang said, casting his gaze towards the elder beside him. Elder Yuan, what do you think about this matter? Your Highness, you can decide this matter for yourself. He was there to protect the ninth prince's safety, and naturally, he would not involve himself in other decisions. After all, he was merely a subordinate and had no authority to intervene in these matters. Hearing Elder Yuan's words, Yin Yang did not feel anger. He had always intended to win over Elder Yuan. After all, Elder Yuan was a formidable being at the saint level. If he could win him over, it would provide him with significant support. He had long coveted the throne of the Divine Flame Empire. However, with many brothers and sisters, even if not all were exceptional, he had several rivals. The ruler of the Divine Flame Empire is replaced every 10,000 years. Now his father would abdicate in 100 years, making the competition extraordinarily fierce. Many of his brothers and sisters also attended this auction. However, most merely came to observe. The one who truly represented the Divine Flame Empire at the auction was his elder brother Yin Yang. He was also the greatest competitor among their siblings. After pondering for a moment, Yin Yang turned to his confidant and said, "Go investigate what this finale item truly is." "Understood, Your Highness, I will attend to it right away." Other factions were also probing into what this finale item might be. The speed of the Star River Chamber of Commerce is truly remarkable. While walking on the street, Lin Fan soon heard discussions around him. After strolling around, Lin Fan found a place to settle temporarily. There was still half a month before the auction began. Lin Fan did not plan to go anywhere else. 3 days later, the news that the finale item of the Star River Chamber of Commerce was an imperial-grade top-tier treasure had already spread rapidly. Upon hearing this news, the imperial factions immediately sent people to the Star River Chamber of Commerce to inquire. However, the Star River Chamber of Commerce remained tight-lipped, neither confirming nor denying it. Such an attitude from the Star River Chamber of Commerce only reinforced the belief of these imperial factions that the news was indeed true. In no time, many imperial factions sent more spirit stones. If they missed out on an imperial-grade treasure due to insufficient spirit stones, the loss would be substantial. At the stronghold of the Phoenix clan, the one attending the auction was the divine maiden Feng Chiyue. "Great, and do you really think the Star River Chamber of Commerce has imperial-grade treasures for auction?" Hearing her granddaughter's inquiry, Feng Yutong pondered for a moment. "If it's some divine stones for crafting imperial weapons, I think it's possible. But if it's imperial weapons or spirit roots, I believe the chances are low." After hearing Feng Yutong's analysis, Feng Chiyue nodded. "I think so too, but even divine stones are extremely rare. Fortunately, we brought enough spirit stones, so there is no need to worry." Chiyue, although the probability of imperial weapons and imperial-grade spirit roots appearing at the auction is low. To be safe, let the family send over some more spirit stones, just in case. With enough spirit stones, we will have considerable confidence in the competition. Great Aunt makes a valid point. I will send a message to my father right away. Meanwhile, at the stronghold of the Heavenly Machine Sacred Land, the sacred son, Zhang Tiance, also heard this news. He then looked at the elder beside him. This elder was one of the quasi-emperor ancestors of the Heavenly Machine Sacred Land, the Heavenly Yin ancestor. His main purpose for coming this time was to protect Zhang Tiance's safety and to enjoy the excitement. "Uncle Master, do you have any certainty about the nature of this treasure?" Upon hearing this, the Heavenly Yin ancestor shook his head. "Tiance, the aura of this treasure has been concealed by that old fellow Hyunzi. To discern the information about this item, only the ancestor can personally intervene. But now that the ancestor is in closed-door cultivation, I cannot disturb him rashly." The ancestor mentioned by the Heavenly Yin ancestor is the strongest of the Heavenly Machine Sacred Land, the Tianshu ancestor, who possesses the strength of a quasi-emperor at the 9th level. In contrast, although this Heavenly Yin ancestor is also a quasi-emperor, his strength is only at the 2nd level. The gap in strength between each level of quasi-emperors is immense, not to mention the disparity between a quasi-emperor at the 2nd level and one at the 9th level. Though Zhang Tiance was mentally prepared, he still felt a hint of disappointment upon hearing that it could not be calculated. Time passed quickly and half a month had gone by. Similar to the last time this auction was held in a small world. However, in terms of luxury, it was naturally incomparable to the previous auction. To participate in this auction, one must possess over 10 million superior-grade spirit stones. Although the requirement is high, there are many powers in the entire Xintian continent capable of offering more than 10 million superior-grade spirit stones. Thus, the number of factions attending this auction far exceeded those of Lin Fan's last auction. As for strength, it goes without saying that all imperial factions aside from monsters and alien races sent representatives. After changing his appearance once more, Lin Fan presented his VIP card and someone immediately took him to a luxurious private room. Lin Fan surveyed the room and couldn't help but feel astonished. The fruits inside were actually superior-grade spiritual fruits, the Holy Spirit peach. Other dried fruits and teas were also remarkable, all reaching the superior-grade standard. However, thinking about how such a top-tier private room is only accessible to guests like him who possess VIP cards, Lin Fan felt relieved. After all, if the items used to entertain imperial factions were of too low a standard, it would inevitably cause laughter when spread. The Star River Chamber of Commerce is also a power that spans many continents, so it must maintain a certain level of prestige. Noticing that there was still some time before the official auction began, Lin Fan picked up a Holy Spirit peach and began to savor it. The texture is sweet and soft, and the taste is quite good, capable of restoring some sacred energy. After eating, Lin Fan used his thoughts to plant the peach pit in the sacred herb garden of the divine Xia realm. Since there were no Holy Spirit peaches in the sacred herb garden, Lin Fan naturally would not waste this opportunity. Sitting in the private room, Lin Fan took in the entire scene of the auction. Naturally, he could not see the situation in other private rooms. However, the situation in the public seating area, which lacked private rooms, was not hidden from Lin Fan's eyes. This was also a privilege of imperial factions. The auction hall was currently very lively, and Lin Fan estimated that there were at least several tens of thousands of people. Moreover, many factions continued to enter one after another. The Star River Chamber of Commerce did not charge an admission fee, any faction with over 10 million superior-grade spirit stones could enter. Additionally, there was no limitation on the number of people each faction could bring as long as it did not exceed 100. If an admission fee of 100 superior-grade spirit stones were charged per person, it would amount to a substantial fortune. After about half a day's time, the auction finally commenced officially. At this moment, a charming woman dressed in a purple skirt appeared on the high platform. Greetings to all esteemed guests from the 5 regions of the Xiantian continent. My name is Xiao Zian, and I am the auctioneer for this event. Our Star River Chamber of Commerce has many items for auction, so the duration of this auction will be 1 month. I wish everyone good luck in acquiring the items of your desire. Additionally, I need to emphasize the rules of our Star River auction. Rule 1: no disrupting the order of the auction, otherwise you will be expelled from the venue. From now on, you will no longer be welcomed by our Star River Chamber of Commerce. Any industry related to the Star River Chamber will not be accessible to you. Rule 2: bids are irrevocable. Once you place a bid, you cannot retract it, so please be cautious when bidding. Rule 3: no threatening others to bid, or else you will face severe punishment from our Star River Chamber. Inside the private box, as Lin Fan watched Xiao Zian eloquently speak on the high platform, a thought crossed his mind and information about Xiao Zian appeared in his mind. Name: Xiao Zian. Age: 3566. Realm: 9th layer of the Holy King Realm. 5 layers, in Wood Domain 5 layers, in Fire Domain 5 layers, in Wind Domain. Qualification: Imperial Grade Mid Quality. Physique: Innate Firewood Sacred Body. Skill: Holy Grade Low Quality Alchemist. Identity: direct daughter of the Xiao family, one of the 10 imperial families of the Star River Chamber. Seeing Xiao Zian's identity, Lin Fan was somewhat astonished. The direct daughter of an imperial family actually came here to be an auctioneer. What surprised Lin Fan the most was that the Star River Chamber was actually formed by 10 imperial families. With such strength, it was no wonder they could traverse numerous continents. Xiao Zian on the high platform remained unaware that her identity had been exposed to Lin Fan. At this point, she had finished stating all the rules. Alright, I won't say much more. Now I declare the auction officially begins. Next, please take a look at our first auction item. As soon as Xiao Zian's words fell, a servant came forward, holding a jade plate from backstage. On the jade plate lay a jade slip. Once the servant left, Xiao Zian smiled and began to introduce it. Dear guests, this is a cultivation technique for strengthening the body, named the Diamond Sacred Body Technique, classified as Holy Grade Low Quality. This technique does not conflict with your primary cultivation method. Once perfected, your physical body can rival a low-quality, holy weapon. Even if your own vital energy is exhausted, you can still contend with those in the Holy King realm purely with your body. As Xiao Zian introduced the technique, many people below displayed excited expressions. Even forces at the Holy Emperor level were envious of this technique. Only imperial forces showed little interest in such a low-level technique. Indeed, it was merely a low-grade technique for body enhancement, which they found beneath their notice. For the first 20 days of the auction, it was unlikely that anything of interest to them would appear. Had the auction allowed late entries, they wouldn't have come so early. Seeing the fervent gazes below, Xiao Zian felt quite satisfied. It seems my auctioning skills are quite good. This outing is proving to be quite enjoyable, and I can conveniently avoid that annoying fellow. Thinking of the person who had been persistently bothering her, Xiao Zian felt somewhat displeased. However, Xiao Zian did not dwell on it too much. The auction was more important. Seeing that the atmosphere was right, she continued, Now I announce that the starting bid for the Diamond Sacred Body technique is 300 spirit stones. Each bid must increase by at least 100 spirit stones. I bid 3500 spirit stones. As soon as Xiao Xian's voice fell, someone immediately started bidding. I bid 4000 spirit stones. I bid 6000 spirit stones. I bid 13500 spirit stones. Ultimately, the price of this technique reached 13500 spirit stones. As soon as the price of 13500 was announced, the entire venue fell silent. Generally, holy grade low-quality techniques would be around 800 to 100 spirit stones. Although this was a technique for strengthening the body, its price was slightly higher than usual. But at most, it should not exceed 12000 spirit stones. Now that it had soared to 13500, it was already considered inflated. This guest bid 13500 spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Gazing at the calm auction hall, Xiao Xian smiled. After noticing the lack of activity, she added, "Dear guests, this is a technique for strengthening the body, a rare opportunity indeed. If you miss this chance, who knows when you will encounter it again." Seeing that indeed no one was bidding, Xiao Xian directly struck the jade hammer in her hand. Congratulations to this guest for successfully bidding the Diamond Sacred Body technique at the price of 13500 spirit stones. Please wait a moment, someone will come to hand over the technique to you shortly. Now let's continue with the next auction item. As soon as Xiao Xian's words fell, another servant walked up holding a jade plate. As the silk scarf on the jade plate was removed, a jade bottle appeared before everyone. Dear guests, the next auction item is a bottle of holy grade low-quality pills containing a total of 10 pills. As for the name of this pill, I believe you are all familiar with it. It is called the Xian Yu Dan. Hearing the name Xian Yu Dan, the auction hall became lively again. Many people revealed fiery expressions in their eyes. The Xian Yu Dan as a healing pill was highly favored by those in the Holy King realm. If one encountered a rival of equal strength and one side possessed Xian Yu Dan the side, without it would surely face dire consequences. Such pills can play a decisive role at critical moments. There are not many holy grade pills on the market, let alone holy grade healing pills. To obtain pills of this level, one must bring their own materials to request an alchemist to refine them. However, finding an alchemist to help refine pills is not that easy. Without any connections, one might not even meet the person. Seeing the reactions of these people, Xiao Xian revealed a proud smile. Because this pill was personally refined by her. Seeing that everyone's enthusiasm had been stirred up, Xiao Xian decided not to tease them any longer. Now I announce that the starting bid for this bottle of Xian Yu Dan is 200 spirit stones, with each bid increasing by no less than 200 spirit stones. I bid 600 spirit stones. Upon hearing the opening bid of 600 spirit stones, the entire venue suddenly fell quiet. Clearly, these people did not expect someone to start with such a high bid of 600 spirit stones. However, soon someone offered an even higher price. After all, 600 spirit stones could not buy a bottle of Xian Yu Dan. Ultimately, the price of this healing pill was set at 11500 spirit stones. For such a precious healing pill, the market price per piece is generally between 800 to 100 spirit stones. Now that it had reached 11500, it was indeed a sky-high price. Soon more than 10 items were auctioned off. Unfortunately, nothing caught Lin Fan's attention. Next, a sword was brought up by a servant on a tray. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a low-grade holy weapon crafted from ice Saint crystal, suitable for cultivators specializing in the ice domain. The starting bid is 200 spirit stones. Feel free to bid if interested. I bid 3000 spirit stones. As soon as Xiao Xian's voice fell, someone immediately called out a price. Lin Fan, seeing this sword, was instantly captivated. He did not lack weapons below the holy level, but aside from a few rewards from the system, he truly had no weapons above the holy level. Next, his woman and child would gradually break through to the Quasahali realm. Although top-tier heavenly weapons were sufficient, possessing a holy weapon would enhance their combat power. His woman did not currently need a holy weapon, as he did not want her to go out and experience battles. However, his child wanted to grow quickly and could not remain in the Xintian realm forever. To become a true powerhouse, training outside was essential. Therefore, he planned to bid on this holy sword. After all, he did not need to worry about spirit stones. With the yin-yang burning heaven fruit tree seedling as an auction item, he could bid freely at this auction. However, Lin Fan did not rush to bid. When the price of the holy weapon reached 800 spirit stones, the bidding finally ceased. This customer bid 800 spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? If not, this holy weapon will belong to this customer. Seeing no one else bidding, the middle-aged man who bid 800 spirit stones became excited. He was the head of a holy level family. If he could acquire this holy weapon, their family's strength would further increase. After all, a saint wielding a holy weapon would naturally see a tremendous increase in combat power. Unfortunately, their family's wealth was limited, and offering 800 spirit stones had already strained their resources. However, as long as they secured this holy weapon, they could earn back the 800 spirit stones in just a few decades. After all, with increased strength, they would acquire more resources. As for why he could participate in this auction without having 10 million spirit stones, it was because more than 10 holy level families pooled together to gather 10 million spirit stones. After all, a single quota could allow hundreds of people to participate together. Their approach was a loophole in the Xinghe Chamber of Commerce. Naturally, such tactics could not escape the notice of the Xinghe Chamber of Commerce. However, the Xinghe Chamber of Commerce did not impose any restrictions on their actions. This was because the forces capable of doing so were generally here to consume. The rule of 10 million spirit stones was merely to exclude those who were not serious. Without such a rule, one could only imagine how many people would come just to watch the spectacle. This would ultimately affect those who were genuine consumers. Just as the family head thought he would secure this holy weapon, Lin Fan's voice emerged, "I bid 850 spirit stones." To everyone's surprise, as soon as Lin Fan spoke, the room fell silent. However, it didn't take long for many to start discussing. What is going on? Those in the top-tier boxes are all from Imperial-level forces. Why would he be interested in a low-grade holy weapon? Perhaps it is for the younger generation in his family. After all, this holy weapon does look quite impressive. Is this how Imperial-level forces operate? Buying a holy weapon just for its appearance? Who knows? But 850 spirit stones is indeed nothing for an Imperial-level force. Unlike those who are merely here for the show, the middle-aged man who had just bid 850 spirit stones felt like crying. Just when he thought he was about to secure this holy weapon, someone unexpectedly intervened. The key was that this person was from an Imperial-level force, and he did not even dare to make a harsh remark. In the end, he gritted his teeth and fell silent. The Imperial forces observing this scene were also somewhat bewildered. They truly could not understand which force would be interested in a low-grade holy weapon. Wouldn't that be embarrassing if it got out? However, they only glanced and did not dwell on it too much. Each box was protected by a formation that prevented probing, so they could not know who was inside the box. On the high platform, Xiao Zian looked at Lin Fan's box with surprise. Only she among those present knew that this box did not belong to any Imperial-level force, but was merely an ordinary saint-level cultivator. Given her status, she had naturally learned about the yin-yang burning heaven fruit tree seedling beforehand. Thus, she was not unfamiliar with Lin Fan's situation. However, considering Lin Fan's strength, it was reasonable for him to bid on this holy weapon. Ladies and gentlemen, the guest in box 6 has bid 850 spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? After waiting for about a minute and seeing no one else bid, Xiao Zian directly announced, "Since no one is bidding, this holy weapon will belong to the guest in box 6. Please wait a moment, guest in box 6. A staff member will bring the holy weapon to you shortly. Please remember to sign for it." Next, we will continue with the auction of the next item. Not long after, the staff of the Xinghe Chamber of Commerce delivered the holy weapon to Lin Fan. Since Lin Fan had items to auction, he did not need to pay spirit stones at this moment. After the auction ended, they would settle up. The auction continued, and whenever weapons or spiritual herbs appeared, Lin Fan would bid for them. The attendees were stunned by Lin Fan's actions. They could not fathom why an Imperial-level force would be interested in such low-level items. The Imperial forces present were equally puzzled. They could not understand which force would do such a thing. They did not doubt whether Lin Fan was from an Imperial-level force. The Xinghe Chamber of Commerce had developed for hundreds of thousands of years in the Xiantian continent. Non-Imperial forces would never be arranged in the top-tier boxes. Of course, they were also aware of the top VIP cards issued by the Xinghe Chamber of Commerce. Many forces among them possessed top VIP cards from the Xinghe Chamber of Commerce. However, in their impressions, such VIP cards appeared only in Imperial-level forces. Forces below the Imperial level simply did not qualify for top VIP cards. Thus, they completely overlooked the significance of the top VIP card. Those sitting in the elegant seats were filled with hatred towards Lin Fan, but dared not express it. They truly could not understand why an Imperial-level force would compete with them for items. If Lin Fan continued like this, what would they do? The wealth of an Imperial-level force was not something they could compare to. At this moment, Xiao Zian was not surprised by Lin Fan's purchase of the sacred medicine. After all, the sacred medicine could be used to enhance one's cultivation. However, she couldn't quite understand why Lin Fan bought so many sacred weapons. Wait a minute, if this guy is really trying to increase his strength, he should be bidding on those pills that enhance strength. Why is he buying so many sacred medicines? Moreover, the sacred medicines he bid on are all the kind that contain life force. This guy has never shown interest in those without life force. Xiao Zian quickly noticed something unusual in Lin Fan's behavior. Other forces had always regarded Lin Fan as an Imperial-level power, so they had never considered this aspect. It seems this guy has a great secret. With this thought, Xiao Zian became intrigued. She decided that after the auction, she would find Lin Fan for a good conversation. Lin Fan was unaware that Xiao Zian had already discovered his oddities. At this moment, Lin Fan was in a good mood. He had not only bid on 6 sacred weapons, but also secured 12 herbs. Lin Fan was very satisfied with such gains. Moreover, the auction had barely lasted a day. This auction was set to last for a month, and he believed he would definitely obtain many good items later. Xiao Zian did not dwell on it any longer as the next auction item had already been presented. The next auction item is a low-grade sacred fire paulownia tree. Many people may not understand the fire paulownia tree, so let me explain it to everyone. The fire paulownia tree belongs to the fire attribute spirit plants, and it does not bear fruit. However, its effects are remarkable. Sitting beside the fire paulownia tree for cultivation can accelerate the condensation speed of the fire realm. It even helps with the condensation of the fire domain. In addition, the fire paulownia tree can help people eliminate cold poison provided that the injured person does not exceed the 3rd level of the Sacred King realm. Not only that, but the fire paulownia tree is also greatly beneficial for fire-type demon beasts, as it can accelerate their growth rate. At this moment, Lung Xuanqing, seated in the VIP area, became excited upon hearing that this fire paulownia tree could eliminate cold poison. If it can indeed eliminate cold poison, then his daughter might be saved. Thinking of this, he quickly stood up and asked Xiao Zian, "May I ask, does this fire paulownia tree have any effect on the 9-yin absolute pulse?" The 9-yin absolute pulse. Xiao Zian frowned slightly. She did not expect the 9-yin absolute pulse to appear here. This constitution is extremely rare. She never thought she would encounter it. However, relying on the fire paulownia tree to resist the 9-yin absolute pulse is simply wishful thinking. This guest relying on the fire paulownia tree to resist the cold poison of the 9-yin absolute pulse is as unrealistic as a dream. If this 9-yin absolute pulse individual does not possess high strength with the effect of the fire paulownia tree, they could live a few more years and alleviate some of the pain caused by the cold poison. Upon hearing that the fire paulownia tree was ineffective against the 9-yin absolute pulse, Lung Xuanqing felt very disappointed. However, when he heard that the fire paulownia tree could extend a few years of life, a glimmer of hope reignited in his eyes. No matter what, he had to acquire the fire paulownia tree. Subsequently, Lung Xuanqing cupped his hands towards Xiao Zian and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Senior." "You're welcome. As an auctioneer, it is naturally my duty to clarify doubts for the guests. All right, I have finished introducing the effects of the fire paulownia tree. Now we will begin the auction. The starting price for the fire paulownia tree is 200 sacred spirit stones, with each subsequent bid not less than 100 sacred spirit stones. If anyone is interested, you may place your bids now. I bid 800 sacred spirit stones." As soon as Xiao Zian's voice fell, Lung Xuanqing immediately announced a very high price. He hoped that this assertive momentum would scare off others. However, his only concern was Lin Fan in box number 6. If Lin Fan also participated in the bidding, he would have no hope of acquiring this fire paulownia tree. At this moment, Lin Fan also did not expect that the Lung family from Xingho City would actually attend the auction. He had already seen Lung Rushuang sitting next to Lung Xuanqing. Initially, Lin Fan was not very interested in the fire paulownia tree. With the Bodhi ancient tree present, the fire paulownia tree was of no use to him. But now that Lung Xuanqing had made a move, he had no choice but to act. He was just worried about how to find an excuse to approach Lung Rushuang, and now it seemed like a golden opportunity had arrived. Thinking of this, Lin Fan directly bid, "I bid 8500 sacred spirit stones." Upon hearing Lin Fan's bid, Lung Xuanqing immediately showed a worried expression. His worst fears had come true. However, for the sake of his daughter, he absolutely could not give up, so he quickly shouted out a price of 900. He also did not forget to apologize to Lin Fan, saying, "Senior, I am truly sorry. My daughter urgently needs the fire paulownia tree to save her life. I hope you will show mercy and help us." Lung Rushuang, seeing her father humbling himself so much for her, felt both moved and distressed. A middle-aged man at the next table, seeing Lung Xuanqing's actions, couldn't help but sweat for him. "Master Lung, you are being foolish. That is an imperial-level power. If you offend them, your entire Lung family will suffer." He, like Lung Xuanqing, was a saint-level power in Xingho City. Moreover, the relationship between their two families was very good, belonging to allied forces. He certainly did not want to see the Lung family perish. If the Lung family were destroyed, the Feng family would also have a hard time. "Master Feng, you need not worry. I will not implicate your Feng family. For the sake of my daughter, I must fight for it." Seeing Lung Xuanqing so determined, Master Feng could only stop persuading him, letting out a sigh in his heart. Lin Fan could not help but admire Lung Rushuang for having such a good father who would go to such lengths for her. In some families, Lung Rushuang's situation would have probably been abandoned long ago, left to fend for herself. Lin Fan thought for a moment and decided not to bid. Since they had already struck up a conversation, it wouldn't be too abrupt for him to visit the Lung family later. With this thought, Lin Fan smiled. and said, "Since you wanted to save your daughter, I want to compete with you." Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Lin Xuanqing was immediately overjoyed. He did not expect Lin Fan to be so easygoing. It was simply unbelievable. "Thank you, Senior, for your assistance. If you have time to visit my Lin family in the future, I will certainly welcome you with open arms." "That's easy to say. Oh, if it's on the way, I might just visit your home." Upon hearing this, Lin Xuanqing was even more ecstatic. If they could establish a connection with a big shot like Lin Fan, it would certainly be a momentous event for their Lin family. At this moment, aside from the imperial-level powers, many forces cast envious glances at the Lin family. To be able to establish a relationship with an imperial-level power was a stroke of immense fortune. The head of the Feng family, who was originally worried about Lin Xuanqing's safety, was now left dumbfounded by the current situation. He never expected that in such circumstances Lin Xuanqing would still be able to converse with the imperial clan. It seemed that this member of the imperial clan was rather considerate towards Lin Xuanqing. At that moment, he suddenly felt a sense of envy towards Lin Xuanqing. On the high platform, Xiao Ziyan was somewhat impressed to see another side of Lin Fan. Lin Fan had always been interested in these spiritual plants, and it was indeed rare for him to give up on bidding. After all, Lin Fan had an imperial-level supreme spiritual root awaiting auction, so he was not short on this bit of spirit stones. Although Lin Fan's withdrawal from the bidding would cause their Xinghe Chamber of Commerce to lose some revenue. However, she was still filled with admiration for Lin Fan. At that moment, she was even more certain that Lin Fan was hiding a great secret. It was very likely that he had encountered some fortuitous opportunity when he obtained the sapling of the yin-yang burning heaven fruit tree. After the auction ends, I shall see what secret you possess." Of course, she was merely curious and did not have any unfavorable thoughts about Lin Fan. As Lin Fan withdrew from the bidding, Lin Xuanqing smoothly won the bid for the Fire Phoenix tree. There were indeed other forces interested in this Fire Phoenix tree. After all, the Fire Phoenix tree was very beneficial for cultivators practicing fire attribute techniques. There were quite a few cultivators present who practiced fire attribute techniques. However, since Lin Fan, a member of the imperial clan, had given up on bidding, they wisely refrained from intervening, mainly due to the concern of leaving a bad impression in front of Lin Fan. Once the Fire Phoenix tree was secured, Lin Xuanqing displayed a look of joy. "Ruxiang, with this Fire Phoenix tree, you won't have to suffer as much anymore." "Thank you, father." "All right, you are my daughter. Why must you be so polite?" "With this Fire Phoenix tree, our trip was not in vain. If it can grant you a few more years of life, it is equivalent to adding a measure of hope. I hope it will work out," Lin Ruxiang said softly. Although she had come to terms with it, who wouldn't want to live as long as there was hope? The auction continued. Unbeknownst to them, the auction had already been ongoing for over 20 days. Fortunately, since everyone present were cultivators, this duration was not significant to them. As time passed, the quality of the auction items increased significantly. Lin Fan also had substantial gains, acquiring many spiritual herbs and sacred weapons. The attendees were already accustomed to Lin Fan's preferences. As long as it was a spiritual herb or a sacred weapon, Lin Fan would bid for it. However, the imperial-level forces began to doubt Lin Fan's identity. They felt that Lin Fan's behavior was absolutely not the conduct of an imperial-level force. Even some of the relatively friendly imperial forces were communicating among themselves. After a round of inquiries, they discovered that Lin Fan did not belong to any imperial-level force. "Tianyan, what do you think about this person?" "I'm not sure, Long." "Tianyan, can you try to deduce it?" "Long, you should consider where this is. These top VIP boxes have restrictions. With my strength, I cannot deduce anything." "Then let's discuss it after the auction ends." "All right." At that moment, Tianyan was very busy finishing his conversation with the Long family before others also began to contact him. This was normal, as Tianyan was a low-grade heaven master of the imperial level. They sought Lin Fan's information, and there was no mistake in approaching him. Lin Fan was unaware that his unusual behavior had already attracted the attention of these imperial forces present. However, even if he knew, he wouldn't be concerned, or at this moment, he was not his original self. Even if exposed, it would not be a big deal. The auction continued, and another auction item was brought up. "Dear guests, the next item for auction has reached the level of Sacred Grade Supreme. Now I will introduce the first Sacred Grade Supreme auction item of this event." As she spoke, Xiao Ziyan unveiled the red cloth covering the jade plate. As the red cloth was lifted, a jade slip appeared before everyone. I believe everyone can see that this is a jade slip recording techniques and martial arts. However, this martial art is extraordinary, because it is the signature technique of the sky-raising emperor, the star-shattering fist, a punch that causes the stars to fall. What? It's actually the signature technique, star-shattering fist of the sky-raising emperor. After hearing Xiao Ziyan's introduction, everyone in attendance was shaken. Wasn't this martial art lost? How could it appear here? Thinking of the sky-raising emperor's power, everyone present was filled with desire for the star-shattering fist. Even those imperial forces were somewhat tempted at this moment. The signature technique of the sky-raising emperor was not something trivial. The sky-raising emperor was a powerful being from 1,000,000 years ago. Among those emperors at that time, his combat prowess was undoubtedly among the top. During the Demon Clan invasion, the sky-raising emperor fought against 3 demon emperors and remained in the upper hand, even slaying 1 demon emperor. Had it not been for several other demon emperors arriving to assist, the remaining 2 demon emperors would likely have been slain by the sky-raising emperor. The reason the sky-raising emperor was so powerful was because he possessed the sky-raising battle body and incredibly formidable physical strength. The name sky-raising emperor was also derived from the sky-raising battle body. Unfortunately, after the sky-raising emperor left the Xintian continent over 100,000 years ago, no news was ever heard from him again. The most regrettable thing was that the sky-raising emperor was a lone wolf who never established any forces. Aside from leaving behind a legacy at the Xintian Academy, he left no other traces. Even more disappointing was that no one had comprehended the legacy left by the sky-raising emperor to this day. As the crowd began to discuss, Xiao Zian understood what everyone was worried about. Dear guests, rest assured, after our Xinghe Chamber of Commerce's appraisal, this is undoubtedly the signature technique, star-shattering fist of the sky-raising emperor. If it turns out to be fake, our Xinghe Chamber of Commerce is willing to offer a low-grade imperial technique as compensation. With Xiao Zian's assurance, naturally no one dared to question it. Seeing this, Xiao Zian nodded in satisfaction. Now I announce that the starting bid for the star-shattering fist is 1,000,000 sacred-grade spirit stones, and each subsequent bid must be no less than 500 sacred-grade spirit stones. Hearing that the starting bid had already reached 1,000,000 sacred-grade spirit stones, even those of the Sacred Emperor level were somewhat taken aback. With a starting bid of 1,000,000, the final price would likely exceed 10,000,000. With so many sacred-grade spirit stones spent, their backing forces would probably have to tighten their belts afterward. As for those forces below the Sacred Emperor level, they could only serve as a backdrop cheering from the sidelines. Even if there was a force with such wealth, they would not dare to reveal it at this moment. If they were targeted, it would be dangerous when they returned. It can only be said that such a level of treasure was no longer something they could meddle with. Soon the bidding for the star-shattering fist soared dramatically. In less than 15 minutes, the bid reached 9,000,000 holy-grade spirit stones. Lin Fan pondered for a moment and ultimately chose to give up on the auction. He did not lack martial arts techniques. Although he had few holy-grade skills, once the library pavilion was upgraded, any holy-level techniques and martial arts that had appeared in the divine wilderness realm, even those that had been lost, would be available to him. They would all reappear in his library pavilion. As soon as the bid of 9,000,000 holy-grade spirit stones was announced, the entire auction house fell silent. This price was quoted by the head of the Lin family, a holy sovereign-level family in the central domain. Seeing that no one was bidding, the head of the Lin family immediately showed a look of excitement. If the Lin family could secure this martial art, it would greatly enhance their foundation. However, before he could revel in his joy, a voice shattered his fantasies. I from the Xuanji Sacred Land bid 10,000,000 holy-grade spirit stones. With the words from Xuanji Sacred Land, the entire auction house erupted into a frenzy. Xuanji Sacred Land is an extraordinary sacred land established 800 years ago by the Xuanji Emperor. Currently, there are several quasi-emperors within Xuanji Sacred Land, making it immensely formidable. The imperial-level forces have finally entered the fray. The other imperial powers surely cannot sit idle now. From here on, we can only serve as a backdrop cheering on the sidelines. As for Lin Fan, who had bid earlier, he was already overlooked by them. In their eyes, Lin Fan was an anomaly among imperial forces playing by his own rules. After all, no imperial force had ever contended for low-level resources before, just as they had thought as soon as the bid from Xuanji Sacred Land was announced. Other imperial forces also began to enter the bidding. I from the Xinyan Empire bid 12,000,000 holy-grade spirit stones. I from the Ye family bid 13,000,000 holy-grade spirit stones. The Ye family from the eastern region naturally would not miss this auction. However, this time, it was the Shinsi of the Ye family, Ye Xingyun, who came accompanied by a quasi-emperor ancestor of the Ye family. As the Shinsi of the Ye family, Ye Xingyun's status is even higher than that of the goddess Ye Mayan. This is because Ye Xingyun shares the same physique as the ancestor of the Ye family, both possessing the stellar holy body. In the eyes of the Ye family members, Ye Xingyun is the next emperor of the Ye family. The current Xuantian continent has not seen a new emperor born for 200 years. At this moment, the head of the Lin family saw these imperial forces entering the fray. He suddenly felt a mix of despair and frustration. He had thought he would successfully secure this martial art. Who would have thought that these imperial forces would also be interested in this martial art? At this point, the head of the Lin family no longer dared to harbor any illusions about securing this martial art. In fact, this is not surprising. Even among the imperial families, holy-grade top-tier martial arts are considered very precious. Moreover, this martial art is the signature skill of the Qingtian Emperor. A mere few tens of millions of holy-grade spirit stones mean little to these imperial forces. As they observed this scene, other imperial forces began to raise their bids as well. Ultimately, it was secured by the Xinyan Empire for the price of 30 million holy-grade spirit stones. Inside the private room, Yin Yang looked at the spirited Yin Yin with immense indignation. Clearly they were both princes. Why was it his older brother who stole the limelight? Although his brother was more skilled than him, he was also a full 800 years older. Their cultivation talents were roughly similar, but with such a large age gap, it would be difficult for him to catch up to his older brother. Seemingly sensing Yin Yang's emotions, Yin Yin cast a sidelong glance at him. Ninth brother, isn't it a joyous occasion that we can acquire the signature skill of the Qingtian Emperor? Why do you show such an expression? Looking at Yin Yin's disdainful expression, Yin Yang felt extremely stifled. Yet he did not dare to express it at this moment, lest he be lectured by Yin Yin. Without thinking too much, Yin Yang immediately replied, "Brother, I was just thinking of some unhappy matters." While Yin Yin knew Yin Yang was lying, he did not expose him. Ninth brother, at this moment you need to focus and don't think about irrelevant things. If you miss out on something good, it won't be worth it. You are right, brother. Yin Yang quickly admitted his mistake. Seeing that Yin Yang was so perceptive, Yin Yin paid him no further mind. At that time, the next auction item was brought up. Indeed, it was brought up, for it was a furnace towering several meters high. Once the furnace was set up, Xiao Zian smiled and began to introduce it to everyone. Please take a look at this furnace. It is of holy-grade top-tier quality. This furnace can not only be used for combat, but also for refining tools, making it a multi-purpose treasure. In addition, if one uses this furnace for refining, it can also enhance the success rate of the refining process. For instance, if a holy-grade top-tier refiner uses this furnace for crafting, then their success rate for crafting top-tier holy weapons will increase by 30%. Many may not understand what a 30% increase in success rate means. Let me explain it to everyone. Generally, a newly initiated holy-grade top-tier refiner's success rate for crafting top-tier holy weapons does not exceed 10%. The success rate for crafting superior holy weapons can generally reach 60%. However, if one uses this furnace for refining, the success rate for crafting top-tier holy weapons will be nearly 40%. As for crafting superior holy weapons, as long as one does not get distracted, failure is nearly impossible. Besides, refining it is equally formidable in combat. Moreover, this furnace possesses both offense and defense, making it incredibly versatile. Now that is all I have to say. Next, I announce that the starting bid for this furnace is 1 million holy-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent bid not less than 500 holy-grade spirit stones. With Xiao Zian's explanation, the enthusiasm of those present was reignited. Soon various factions began to engage in fierce competition. Most of those bidding were forces at the Holy Sovereign level or above. As for forces below the Holy Sovereign level, they dared not show their faces at this moment. Although they also desired such treasures, many forces could indeed produce such spirit stones. However, one must consider the consequences. If they truly secured this furnace, they would likely not survive to bring it home. Lin Fan observed the intense competition below and did not rush to bid. Currently, this price was still insufficient to secure the furnace. In Lin Fan's view, although the price of this furnace did not reach the level of the star-shattering fist, it should still require at least over 20 million holy-grade spirit stones to acquire it. Not long after, the price of the furnace had already reached 12 million. Some imperial forces were also beginning to lose their restraint. Top-tier holy weapons are also quite scarce among imperial families. Within imperial forces, apart from a few individuals with special statuses, others below the Holy Sovereign realm do not possess the qualifications to own top-tier holy weapons. The Tianxiong Sacred Land bids 13 million sacred spirit stones. The Tianxiong Sacred Land from the eastern region made the first bid. Seeing this, other imperial powers also began to place their bids. The Tianfeng Dynasty bids 13.5 million sacred spirit stones. The Taishan Sacred Land bids 14 million sacred spirit stones. Watching this scene akin to celestial beings battling, the forces below the imperial level fell silent. The ones most frustrated were the quasi-imperial forces. They lacked the foundational support left by great emperors. Although they had quasi-imperial powerhouses at their disposal, they knew they were not rivals to the imperial forces in a real fight. Now, witnessing the imperial forces bidding against each other, they could only avoid confrontation. The Tianfeng Dynasty bids 21 million sacred spirit stones. As the Tianfeng Dynasty's bid was announced, the atmosphere fell silent. It wasn't that other forces lacked spirit stones, rather the price of this cauldron had already become somewhat inflated. They certainly did not want to be taken advantage of. Inside the private room of the Tianfeng Dynasty, the third Prince Feng Wuhan sat comfortably in his chair, enjoying the service of the maidens. Seeing that no one increased the bid, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. However, at that moment, Lin Fan spoke up. "I bid 21.5 million sacred spirit stones." The moment Lin Fan's bid was announced, Feng Wuhan was instantly enraged. Who exactly is this guy daring to oppose the Tianfeng dynasty? He must not want to live. After verifying with other imperial forces, Feng Wuhan had already realized that Lin Fan did not belong to any imperial force of the Xinjiang continent. A person who did not belong to an imperial force actually dared to compete with him for items. Thinking of this, Feng Wuhan's anger surged. I bid 22 million sacred spirit stones for the Tianfeng dynasty. Feng Wuhan said, angrily glaring at Lin Fan's private room. Who exactly are you hiding your identity? We have already discussed this privately. You are clearly not from any imperial force. If you have the capability, reveal your name. As Feng Wuhan finished speaking, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Especially those seated in the elegant boxes. They did not expect that the person in room 6 was not from an imperial force. No wonder he had previously competed with them for those lower-grade items. Many felt regret. Had they known room 6 was not from an imperial force, they would have fought for it. The imperial forces did not speak out at this moment, but watched the scene with great interest. With a foolish person like Feng Wuhan probing ahead, it was naturally a good thing for them. Although they had confirmed that the person in room 6 was not from any imperial force of the Xinjiang continent, they could not guarantee that the person did not belong to a powerful force from another continent. After all, they had encountered such situations before. Moreover, any force capable of obtaining a top-tier VIP card from the Shanghai Commerce Association was never a simple one. At this moment, Lin Fan did not expect that just placing a bid would provoke the dissatisfaction of the Tianfeng dynasty. However, Lin Fan was unfazed. He regarded Feng Wuhan as nothing more than a buffoon and ignored him. Thus, Lin Fan raised his bid again. I bid 23 million sacred spirit stones. Bang! Hearing Lin Fan's quote, Feng Wuhan angrily smashed the wine glass in his hand. The maidens beside him were startled by his reaction. All right, you really have guts. Hearing Feng Wuhan roar again, Lin Fan paid him no mind, and instead turned to look at Xiao Zian on the high platform. Miss Xiao, you mentioned before that we should not disrupt the order of the auction. This guy is acting like a mad dog. Oh, aren't you going to do something about it? Lin Fan's words made Xiao Zian laugh. However, realizing they were in a public setting, she quickly restrained her smile. She then admonished the Tianfeng dynasty's private room. Tianfeng dynasty, please adhere to the order of the auction. I hope you do not make it difficult for me. You. Feng Wuhan did not expect to be bitten back by Lin Fan. At this moment, he was trembling with rage. The Tianfeng dynasty had likely lost face this time. If this news got back, he would certainly be punished. At this moment, he wished he could tear Lin Fan apart. However, recalling Xiao Zian's warning, he could only suppress his anger. Before coming here, his father had warned him not to cause trouble at the Shanghai Commerce Association. Otherwise, had his elder brother not been in secluded cultivation, this auction would surely not have been his turn. At this moment, Feng Wuhan glared at Lin Fan's private room, his eyes filled with killing intent. You wait, once the auction is over, I will make sure to crush you into ashes, obliterating both your form and spirit. After a low growl, Feng Wuhan finally sat down. As for the elder in the Feng Wuhan's private room, he had not spoken a word from beginning to end. He merely sat there with his eyes closed, meditating. This person was a guardian of the Tianfeng dynasty, and his only job was to ensure Feng Wuhan's safety. As for other matters, he would not involve himself. Other imperial forces, seeing Feng Wuhan so humiliated, merely smiled in silence. However, they were somewhat relieved that they had not taken the initiative to provoke Lin Fan. Otherwise, they would have been the ones to lose face. Observing Lin Fan's demeanor, they had already resolved not to provoke him during the auction. At the same time, they were curious about which force Lin Fan belonged to, as he dared to disregard the Tianfeng dynasty and even insult Feng Wuhan as a mad dog. It could be said that Lin Fan had thoroughly offended the Tianfeng dynasty at this point. Xiao Zian, however, did not care what others thought. Once she saw that no one continued to bid, she directly announced the sale. Lin Fan easily acquired this top-tier sacred weapon. The auction continued, and as long as there were spiritual herbs and weapons, Lin Fan would seize them effortlessly. As for other items, Lin Fan held no interest. Unknowingly, only 2 days remained in the auction. At this moment, all sacred-level auction items had been sold. Next up for auction were imperial-level treasures. The lower and middle-grade treasures corresponded to the quasi-imperial realm, while the upper-grade and top-grade treasures corresponded to the Great Emperor realm. At this moment, the first imperial auction item was yet another jade slip. Ladies and gentlemen, please take a look at this jade slip. It contains an imperial-level lower-grade technique, the Star Source art. However, this is a special technique not meant for enhancing cultivation. Hearing that the technique was not for cultivation enhancement, everyone present felt curious. A technique that cannot enhance cultivation. How could it be classified as an imperial-level lower-grade technique? Isn't this contradictory? After hearing this explanation, the imperial forces began to ponder.